What does it feel like to be born a magical prodigy, only to be cursed with a mana disorder? When one door closes, another one is bound to open. This is the journey of Lewis Arden, a young man who found himself in that very situation. From the moment he was born, he was seen as a beacon of light for the world. Lewis was exceptionally different, a fact that became clear the day his father and the butler were talking. The butler, Beijing, was preparing for a trip to gather resources from the sea. Though just a child, Lewis sincerely warned him not to take the road near the southern mountain range, because he felt a strange flow of mana there. On the day of Beijing's departure, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds and lightning. He didn't return until late that night, rushing back in a hurry. It turned out that Beijing had listened to Lewis's advice and taken a detour. And because of that, he had avoided a great disaster. Because according to what Beijing heard, that area had been attacked by monsters, and no one who took that path returned safely. From that moment on, Lewis's innate talent began to draw attention. Beijing believed he could sense the mana in the air. Though he didn't know how, his father sensed that Lewis was the future of the Adele family. And it was true. By the time he was 6, Lewis could already sense mana, and summoned it after just 1 year. Then, by the time he was 10, he was able to find an opportunity to help. Lewis became the top entrant at Ignis Magic Academy, the most prestigious magic academy in the kingdom of Gyeoi Dain. Along with it came the title of a genius. At that time, Lewis was even a bit arrogant. He was certain he would elevate his family to new heights. But in the end, this was as far as he could go. On the first day of class, Lewis realized he was nothing. While the teacher repeatedly urged him to cast a spell, Lewis seemed to be struggling with it. Even he couldn't understand what was wrong with him. For the first time, Lewis and everyone else realized he had a mana disorder. In that instant, everything inside Lewis felt like it shattered. His body was incapable of projecting magic even a meter away. For a mage, a body like this was truly pathetic. And then everyone realized he came from a mediocre family with no real talent. From then on, their attitudes did a complete 180. Just an accidental shoulder bump in the hallway. 2 male students immediately showed their contempt. To all the students who envied him, at least for now. Lewis was just someone with no magical ability. A useless guy who couldn't cast magic in a magic academy. Naturally, he became their favorite form of entertainment. At times like these, Lewis could only cry helplessly, wondering if he could ever become a mage. Lewis Adele, the name that entered the academy with the highest scores, the one who was expected to achieve more than anyone else. Thank you. The one who had worked harder than anyone. Because of that mana disorder curse, he became magically crippled. Was that the end of everything? No. Lewis thought everything had ended at that moment. But he was unaware that a miracle still awaited. The story of the forgotten genius will continue. A new challenging journey was being woven at the very depths of despair. A blinding light of hope appeared, along with a system message. The artifact has been activated. A system screen was forming while Lewis felt like he was falling into the abyss of the universe. When he groggily awoke, he didn't even know where he was. The only thing he knew was that his body felt like it was sinking deep in water. A cryptic message appeared before his eyes, stating he was the incarnation of Drakkar, the world destroyer. This giant deity was the one who had brought Lewis to this place. His appearance was neither human nor like the heroes Lewis often saw. He had absolutely no time to process this. The being's lips moved as if trying to say something. Now. And then Lewis's pupils dilated in utter shock. Returning to a few hours ago. At the Ignis Academy training ground, it was Lewis's turn to practice. Professor Heidelunken told him to do as he had been instructed, create a fireball and hit the mannequin. Under the scrutinizing gazes of his classmates, Lewis knew that a fireball was a spell any student could easily perform. But for him, it was different. This time, Lewis wasn't sure if he could do it. Following the professor's command, Lewis was determined to succeed. An orange flame began to form in his hand. It grew larger, just like Lewis's fierce determination. The male students were a bit surprised that he could gather that much mana. Lewis thought he would succeed this time. But the familiar sensation struck again, his hand wouldn't stop shaking. Despite the desperate pleas in his heart, the thing called a mana disorder had defeated Lewis once again. He couldn't take it anymore and said he gave up. However, Professor Heidel still wanted him to try and release it. Lewis wanted to as well, but he feared it was impossible. According to Heidel, he was now a senior. If he couldn't even perform a basic spell like a fireball, how could he pass the graduation exam? Even Lewis felt like he was a complete failure. This training session was for target practice. For Lewis, who couldn't even cast a spell, let alone hit a target, becoming even a third-rate mage seemed hopeless. The sounds of mocking laughter echoed again, branding him as the shame of the academy. Lewis was all too familiar with this kind of bullying, so he didn't pay it much mind. What crushed him was the fact that he'd had no hope from the very beginning. It was all due to the curse that had plagued him for the past 6 years, his mana disorder. Although Lewis had tried to endure for all these years, he was now beginning to ask himself how much longer he could take it. After that training session, Lewis was still walking alone behind the crowd into the main hall. The tree wishes for calm, but the wind will not subside. 2 male students intentionally approached him and provoked him with sarcastic remarks. He smugly called him "stupid Lewis," and their words went too far. They went from mocking his achievements to calling his home and territory a backwater place. They deliberately claimed the Adele family was obscure, neither wealthy nor famous. With every word, Lewis's patience wore thinner. He could tolerate insults directed at himself, but never at his family. The male student was immediately silenced by Lewis's powerful punch. It was so strong that it sent him flying several meters away. Lewis was truly furious because of his big mouth. Despite being beaten black and blue, the student was unafraid and shouted loudly. Lewis didn't hold back anymore. He knew the guy was Benfold, a nobody who had no right to cause trouble for his father and his family. The other student with him, not fearing death, charged forward. Unsurprisingly, he was overwhelmed by Lewis's punch. He couldn't get up and knelt on the ground like a dog. What Lewis didn't expect was that Benfold would dare to use combat magic inside the academy. Without any fear of being expelled, he launched a large burst of mana toward him. Although Lewis was a good fighter, in terms of mana power, he was completely outmatched. His entire body was paralyzed. Professor Heidel appeared to intervene. But he was a second too late. Lewis was hit by Benfold's massive mana blast. He thought he would die just like that. Now, Lewis stood before the giant deity and the system message. Faced with this, he still couldn't understand what the hell was happening. Lost in a fantastical space, meeting a mysterious man made him wonder what was going on. He strained to listen, but could only make out the last word, Delhi. The deep voice rang out again, clearer this time. It was definitely his name, Lewis Adele. And then, a faint sound also came from the void. It seemed to be calling his name, Lewis Adele, Lewis Adele. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing the image of a blonde woman. It turned out to be the high-level healing mage, Helen. Her face was filled with worry. "Are you awake?" After shaking off his daze, he was startled. He slowly sat up. "Where am I?" Seeing this, she quickly supported his body and gently replied, "The recovery room." "It's okay, you don't have to force yourself to sit up." He wearily held his head. "It's fine. A little dizzy, but I can sit." As he spoke, he wondered to himself, did I just pass out? Fragmented images flashed through his mind, a mysterious man in a white robe, a strange space, a system voice. What was that? It's still so clear. Thinking of this, he asked Helen, "How long was I out?" She replied, "Almost a day." She continued, "You're lucky it wasn't worse. The gods helped you." He was silent for a moment, then quietly asked, "Am I fully recovered now?" A flicker of concern crossed her face, and her words were hesitant. "We still need to monitor you. But you look very healthy for someone who was just struck directly by lightning. No wounds, no burns. Nor any damaged internal organs. I've never seen a case like yours." But in all his years of life, he had never witnessed a case like this, so he couldn't help but be stunned. "What? Is this even possible?" He stared at his palm, lost in thought. Lightning is a fearsome spell that could incinerate a body in an instant. Moreover, I took a direct hit, so why was my body completely unscathed? Suddenly, Professor Heidel walked in, interrupting his train of thought. "Excuse us for a moment." Hearing this, Helen leaned down and reminded him, "The professor is here. I'll go check the results now. Let me know if you have any problems." At this, he instinctively looked up. The professor walked over to his bed, crossed his arms, and calmly inquired, "How are you feeling?" Lewis replied, "I'm fine." The professor's stern expression softened slightly. "That's a relief." He then informed him about what happened after he passed out, and that a meeting was being held among the professors about the incident. He looked directly at Lewis, who remained silent, head bowed, listening. First, Benfold will be expelled for using a powerful attack spell with the intent to kill. Spreading false rumors about the Adele family, and for unfair treatment and bullying of a student. All the teachers have agreed on this verdict. His face darkened, and he muttered guiltily. But I hit Benfold too. The professor immediately replied, of course, you will also receive punishment. Considering what happened, you'll be required to participate in the Academy's volunteer activities for 1 month. Lewis nodded slightly. Yes, sir. It seemed the professor still had something on his mind. Also, I want to ask you something. Are you in possession of an artifact? The question made him look up. What, sir? He had to know that it was a legendary weapon left by ancient mages with an inexhaustible source of mana. Lewis quickly waved his hands in denial. An artifact? I definitely don't have one. If I had something like that, I wouldn't have been bullied. The professor narrowed his eyes, placing a hand on his chin, his voice deepening. In any case, given its value and rarity, the head of the Adele family would have surely used it for the family's benefit. Unable to hide his curiosity, Lewis spoke up. But why are you asking me, sir? The professor focused on him, his gaze deep and sharp as if trying to pierce through every layer of his thoughts, saying nothing. After a moment of silence, he recalled the scene from earlier and recounted, there was definitely a red light that enveloped your body right before the lightning struck. It looked like a high-level artifact was protecting you, deflecting Benfold's spell. Hearing this, Lewis looked bewildered. What are you talking about, sir? He thought to himself, an artifact? What is he talking about? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Wait, don't tell me it's related to that dream I just had. Then he immediately dismissed it. No, I must be going crazy. The professor sighed softly. Even if I don't understand what happened, it's clear you don't have an artifact. All right. He turned to leave under Lewis's gaze. Get some rest. Lewis stared thoughtfully at his retreating back. I told the professor I didn't know what happened. But he didn't say anything more. What is the professor thinking? When he was alone in the room, he sat in contemplation for a long time. What he had experienced was no different from a dream. And that strange voice. Artifact, Dracker, World Destroyer, and Player. He kept tapping his forehead, muttering, I think there was one more phrase. What was it? Lewis uttered doubtfully, status window. Instantly, a blue panel appeared in midair, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. As if seeing a ghost, he instinctively recoiled, shouting. What the hell is this? Hearing the noise, Helen rushed in. Seeing his dazed expression, she asked with concern, Lewis, are you okay? Are you not feeling well? He pointed at the blue panel hovering in the air, stammering, no, it's not that. Can't you see it? The blue panel in front of me? She was confused. What are you rambling about, Lewis? There's nothing there. Are you sure you're okay? At that moment, an idea flashed through his mind. No way. She really can't see it. This means only I can see this. The status window displayed his information, Lewis Adele, incarnation of Dracker, the World Destroyer. The result of pursuing infinite power. The Mage Dracker perished along with his world. For one who was born lacking mana, strength is the source of his power. Player. Dracker's artifact can open the status window and allow for limitless power progression by completing quests. Strength 150, Agility 100, Wisdom 1550. To avoid being mistaken for a madman, he quickly played it off. It's nothing, I'm just a little confused. She gave a helpless smile. That's not funny. Holding the test results in her hand, she happily announced that everything was completely normal. You can return to the dormitory. He smiled, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted. Yes, thank you. Lewis pieced together all the strange events that had happened. Today, he had survived a lightning strike. The man with red eyes he met in another dimension, and the status window only he could see. And then he remembered the first status window he saw in his dream. It said he was the incarnation of Dracker. Could it be that the artifact of the mage named Dracker has been transferred to me? Night had fallen over the training grounds. Another window appeared before his eyes. He was slightly startled, but curiosity quickly overcame everything, and he clicked on it. On it was his first quest, a repeatable quest. Since you have become a player linked with Dracker, the World Destroyer, you must train your body to prepare for your power progression. Punches, kicks, and spinning kicks, 100 repetitions each. The reward is plus 10 strength points and 10 new skills. After reading, he rolled up his sleeves to begin, his face still showing a hint of doubt and confusion. Punches and kicks? They're related to strength, but how can this help me become a mage? But this was no time for questions. He had to try. With that thought, he took a deep breath. He threw a right punch. The counter went up to 1. Then he threw a left punch. The counter went up to 2. He let out a small, triumphant laugh, as if victory was already in his grasp. Excellent, it's increasing. At this rate, I'll be done soon. Maintaining that momentum, he continued with the next punch, shouting with each strike, but the punch count remained stuck at 2. He meticulously reread the quest description, frowning. This time it didn't go up. I guess it won't count unless I throw a proper punch. That thought made him much more serious. Alright, a proper punch. The moon hung high, suspended in the silent sky. While everyone was deep in sleep, he was panting heavily, as if he'd been chased by a dog for an hour straight. He wearily rested his hands on his knees. Finally. Then, he smiled with satisfaction. It's done. The status window appeared. Quest complete. Distributing reward. Plus 10 strength points. Skill unlocked. Wiping the thick sweat from his face, he glanced up at it, wondering, the reward, what is it? Suddenly, he felt a refreshing energy slowly flowing into his body. He marveled, what is this feeling? It's flowing gently through my veins. Something more fundamental than mana. He clenched his fist, fingers tightening, his arm trembling slightly with excitement. I've really gotten stronger. With new power came the urge to test it. He took a deep breath, raised his hand, and swung it forward powerfully. Let's see. With just one punch, the air in front of him was instantly torn apart. Feeling like he'd completely won at life, he smiled with satisfaction. The strength infused in my magic is truly stronger now. Speed, air resistance, and destructive power, everything has changed. While marveling at his newfound strength, he suddenly remembered, what about the skill unlock reward? Status window. With just a soft call from him, it instantly appeared in mid-air. Power circle, passive. Replaces mana with strength. The mana circle is replaced by a power circle. From now on, all spells and movements are influenced by the player's strength. He wondered, replaces the mana circle with a power circle? Then, he placed a hand on his chest, feeling the beat of his heart. So this means, my mana will be replaced by strength. Anyone who could sense or learn mana had a circle around their heart. The mana circle played a huge role in their lives. It was the process of releasing and strengthening mana, increasing stats depending on the length and amount of mana a mage could control. He closed his eyes, slowly feeling the faint movement in his chest. I have 4 mana circles, more than other kids my age, but because of my defect, they're useless. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide as if he had sensed something. His mana circle had truly disappeared. So the powerful circle now spinning wildly in its place must be the power circle. The thought left him utterly stunned and surprised. But that shock was quickly replaced by confusion. A power circle instead of a mana circle? You can't be a mage without a mana circle. If this new circle can't do what the mana circle did, what will happen to me? A shadow of sadness crossed his face. Will my life as a mage end like this? But being pessimistic now was useless, so he quickly regained his confidence. It's too early to despair. I have to try first. He held out his hand, focusing all his will on a familiar incantation. Fireball. Instantly, a surge of power erupted from his palm, and in a flash, a fierce ball of fire formed. Staring at the flame before him, he marveled, so fast, how is this possible? He couldn't tear his eyes away from the flame, and it felt incredibly powerful. The moment he saw the size of the fireball, he realized. Lewis laughed with delight. This must be the power of the artifact. Holding the flame, Lewis thought to himself, magic has a basic activation mechanism, so before releasing this power, there's usually a 10-second charge time. He calculated. Lewis muttered to himself, but I can completely bypass the 10-second mechanism and create a fireball with the strength in my body. It seems the protagonist is always the strongest. He clenched his hand into a fist. This is the power of an artifact. Suddenly, something strange appeared in front of Lewis. He asked curiously, huh? What's that? It turned out to be a system notification. Berserker Mage, Dracker. One who cannot release energy normally has created this ability. Focus your mana into your body and onto the enemy. You are not affected by your own magic. When casting magic, a strengthening effect will be added. Magical attacks will inflict additional psychological damage. He read the information provided by the system and pondered. Focus mana into the body to attack? How do I do that? He kept asking himself. Now, thinking about it seriously, Lewis realized that this tracker guy had the same mana disorder curse as him, and he focused his mana into his fists and feet. The more he read and understood, the more Lewis couldn't believe it. Why would he create a method like this? Just then, a quest notification appeared. The protagonist snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "A quest?" The quest was to practice the Berserker Mage method, using the power circle and magic to attack a target. For each target attacked, the reward would be an increase of 10 points. The protagonist seemed a bit skeptical. Attack a target? He narrowed his eyes. I've never thought of this method before. If I can become a mage by following it, then. Lewis reached out and grasped the fireball. I have to try. The fireball in his hand burned with brilliant sparks, as if wanting to incinerate everything. Once it was done, a satisfied smile appeared on Lewis's face. The system immediately announced the quest was complete. Strength bonus plus 10. Finally, Lewis collapsed to the ground. He looked up at the starry sky with satisfaction. I've finally completed the quest. Thinking back, I always failed at the magic release step, but I never expected to succeed now by using my fists. Lewis wondered, come to think of it, what kind of being was Dracker? I want to learn more about this, but my body feels so heavy. Suddenly, strange sounds echoed. Oh, what's this? Did he fall asleep here? Looks like he trained until dawn. But did he really sleep here? Should we wake him up? Voices echoed in Lewis's head now. What's going on? Did I die and go to heaven? How could he have died? He took a direct lightning bolt and was completely unscathed. That's terrifying. The chatter continued. Lewis slowly opened his eyes. What's all the noise about? Everyone was startled. Oh my God, you're awake, Lewis. You scared us to death. Lewis calmly stretched. Yeah, what's up? Why is everyone gathered here? Is it the first time you've seen someone sleep outside or something? They nodded. Of course. What noble would sleep out here instead of in a warm, soft bed? It's strange. They were suspicious. Hey Lewis, were you drinking or something? He didn't seem to care and waved a dismissive hand. What drinking? I was tired so I went to sleep. See ya. Everyone just stood there, helpless. They murmured amongst themselves. Lewis seems like a different person. Someone beyond our expectations. What's going on? Suddenly, a noble student turned and saw something. His voice held a hint of curiosity. But what about that scarecrow that's been beaten to shreds, with only the post left? Did Lewis do that? But they quickly dismissed it. Nah, that's probably not it. At the noble dormitory, Lewis walked up to a blonde friend, who asked, Hey, what's up, Lewis? He asked, Were you out all night? This was Jason Damon, a student of Ignis Academy. He kept asking, What happened? You're never away from the academy for this long. The protagonist brushed it off. You don't need to worry about it so much. Despite his appearance, this blonde guy was the eldest son of the Jaman family. A well-known family in the mining industry. But at least he was still kind to someone considered a failure like me. Jason kept teasing, Don't tell me you were out with a girl, coming back this late. But this guy's weakness was that he was a womanizer who loved to drink and often snuck out of the academy. He wouldn't stop talking. Hey, you. Don't tell me that after getting struck by lightning, you finally learned how to enjoy life? Come on, hurry up and tell me what you did last night. Lewis threw something at him. What nonsense are you talking about? I need to take a shower. In the bathroom, Lewis relaxed and stretched out. Ah, I feel alive. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh, right, there's still the quest. Let's check it. Lewis called out, Quest. The notification board appeared, Repeatable Quest, Body Training. For you have become one who can connect with Dracker. The World Destroyer, you must train to enhance your own strength with every punch, kick, and spin. And completing the quest will grant an additional 10 strength points. The protagonist sighed. The reward is the same, but the quest requirements have doubled. He submerged himself. I bet the quests will keep doubling like this in the future. I knew it. This won't be easy. But on second thought, if I can become a mage with this method. A month later, Lewis was still training. The quest could be repeated once a day, but the reward stayed the same while the requirements increased. If I didn't complete the quest that day, all progress would reset to 0 the next day. But what if I didn't miss a single day of the quest? Lewis panted. The quest requirement didn't exceed 3,000 repetitions per day. Any more training and he'd probably die from overwork. He spun on his heel. Finally, the training quest log updated. All stats like punches, kicks, and spins were completed 3,000 times, yet the bonus points were still a meager 10. For the past month, the protagonist had been training just like that. And he had also acquired a new skill. Art of the Body, passive. Enhances the body's capabilities. The body becomes more flexible based on the training process. At the dormitory. During mealtime, everyone was buzzing. Lewis has been strange lately. He never dared to doze off in class before, but now he's just passed out like that. The other person immediately retorted, "Is that all you've noticed? He practically eats and sleeps at the training grounds these days. And he only practices kicking," someone else added. Hey, just leave him be. Is this the first time he's acted weird?" They chattered on. He's probably just doing it to cope with his mana disorder. It's not going to work anyway. For Lewis, a month passed just like that. I completed my quests and found a small clue about Drakkar. But I couldn't find the name Drakkar in any of the records. It was the same everywhere. Not only that, but things like player, world destruction, quest board, system, and status window yielded no clues at all. He couldn't stop wondering, Drakkar, who is he? At that moment, the status window appeared. Lewis Andal, incarnation of Drakkar, the world destroyer. A question always lingered in Lewis's mind, who is the one granting me this power? Suddenly, a loud voice called out, "Lewis, over here." It was Jason. The protagonist was curious. "What is it?" Jason asked back, "Have you heard?" He was confused. Heard what? Jason's face showed a bit of apprehension. So you don't know anything. That's why you can read so leisurely. Lewis asked again, "Did something serious happen?" Jason glanced over. The head of the Andal family is here. The protagonist's eyes widened. What? Jason repeated, "Lewis, your father." Heavy footsteps approached. Lewis pushed the door open, panting heavily. "Father." Everyone immediately looked over. His father called out, "Lewis, my son, you're here." The two chose a private spot to sit. The protagonist spoke first. "It's been 6 years, hasn't it? Since I turned 10 and entered this academy. Father, are you doing well?" His father nodded, "Yes, I'm fine." He didn't forget to ask, "And what about Lewina?" His father recounted proudly, "Your sister? She's grown so much. Lately, she's even started practicing swordsmanship on her own. She says she's going to protect her weak older brother." Lewis laughed loudly. "That's so embarrassing." His father waved it off. "She's always been that bold." Lewis's expression suddenly changed. "Father," he asserted, "I'm doing very well right now." His father was confused. "What do you mean?" Lewis emphasized again, "I'm really fine. I'm not hurt, physically or mentally." The head of the Andal family took a sip of tea. His voice was strangely calm. "Lewis, actually, I came to the academy to ask for your opinion on leaving this place." He comforted, "If it's too difficult, you can always come back to our domain whenever you want. I know you've been facing many hardships that you haven't spoken of, right?" He understood well. "I already guessed why you came, Father. But, Father, I think I've found a way." Lewis persuaded, "So please, promise me one thing." His father was surprised. "A promise? What is it?" The protagonist was resolute. "In the upcoming exams, I will get a good score on the practical tests. In return, if I fail, from now on, I will no longer do as I please and will listen to you, Father." He knew that after promising to get a high score on the practical exam, his father saw his determination and returned to the manor after their conversation. And then, the exam the protagonist had been waiting for finally arrived. The proctor announced, "All right, listen up." The teacher stood on the podium and began to explain the rules. "Today is the introductory magic exam. Please note, any form of cheating will result in a failing grade." The voice announced, "You may begin the exam." The protagonist gripped his quill tightly. The school exam consisted of 2 parts, written and practical. The practical exam had 4 sections: target identification, magic measurement, combat simulation, and one-on-one duels. As someone with a mana disorder, our protagonist had always scored perfectly on the written exams for the past 6 years. As for the practical exams, Michael of the Gary Hill family was always at the top. Louis's hand tightened. However, this time will be different. Everything will change. He emphasized, however, this time will be different. Louis was determined. Because I will definitely take first place in this practical exam. After the written exams were over. Suddenly, a voice called out, Louis. It was Jason. He walked over. I've noticed you've been a bit strange lately. Do you have a plan for today's practical exam? He nodded. Yeah, I'm going to do it a new way. Jason was surprised. Huh? Really? What method have you found? A contemptuous voice rang out, Louis, what are you doing here? It turned out to be Michael. He crossed his arms arrogantly. Don't tell me you're planning to take the practical exam with that body of yours. With your mana disorder, it's useless. Louis touched his chin. So what? It's true I'm here to compete. Michael had no intention of letting up. Ha, Louis, as an exemplary student, if I were to give advice to someone who has failed the practical exam 6 times like you. His voice was full of mockery. I'd say, instead of coming here to be humiliated, why don't you just give up now? Louis retorted, who knows? I don't think your advice is very helpful. Michael clapped him on the shoulder. Oomph, I think you're misunderstanding something. Do you really think someone with a mana disorder can pass this test? He also wondered with dissatisfaction, what's wrong with this bastard? Michael gritted his teeth. He used to be so meek. Why is he so confident now? It's so annoying. He challenged, I'll show you in the one-on-one duel. Just you wait. Finally, the exam began. The first part was target identification, officially called the multi-target takedown test. The test was very simple, it would measure the number of targets hit in a single casting. However, this year's test was different from the previous years in that the difficulty had been increased. The targets were constantly moving. The contestants competed one after another, and the organizers announced the number of targets hit. First up, Hawk. 1 target. Next, Angelina. 0 targets. The highest score was only 4 targets, which was why the average score this year was terribly low. The next person got 3 targets. The teachers in the back frowned. Humph, just a slight increase in difficulty and the scores have plummeted. The quality of students this year is so poor. But suddenly, a voice reminded them, Professor, it might be a bit too early to be disappointed. Professor Elric, a professor of potion making and Michael Garyhia's uncle, looked very proud. It's almost Michael's turn. Just you watch. Professor Elric seemed to be looking forward to his nephew's performance. Here he comes. He prepared to strike, a thought lingering in his mind, watch closely, Louis. He was very confident. I don't know what you're planning to do. Professor Eric called out, Michael. Michael confidently thought, this is the difference between you and me. Then he unleashed his attack. A series of scarecrows were hit after that fatal blow. Everyone who saw it exclaimed. Wow, that's Michael for you. So many targets hit with a single cast. He's definitely going to be number 1 again this time. Professor Elric approached. How about that? The boy is worthy of being a descendant of the Gary Hill lineage. He continued to boast, at this rate, Michael is truly the pride of our academy. He will definitely be this year's student representative. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. That's enough, Professor Elric. We don't need to see any more of this year's batch. The speaker was Professor Tizian Ignis, the headmaster of the academy and his 7th Circle Archmage. Professor Heidel didn't give up. Why don't we stay a little longer? It's almost Louis's turn. Professor Tizian asked, Louis? You mean Louis Andel, Professor Heidel? That kid is still at the academy? He agreed. Well, for the sake of the boy's enthusiasm, let's stay and watch. It won't hurt to watch a little longer. Louis rubbed his wrists. All right, this is a good opportunity to test my strength. The instructor announced, Louis, you may begin. Louis, with a fireball ready in his hand, complied. Yes, sir. A brilliant flame emanated from him, shimmering as if gilded with gold. Everyone was astonished. What was that? What happened to his casting speed? The students were also buzzing. Wow, how many targets was that? I honestly don't know. It's impossible. Michael was now gritting his teeth in anger. He sneered as a reminder, hey, don't you all know Louis has a mana disorder? Even if he casts 1,000 times, who knows if he'll even hit a target? That useless piece of trash can't do anything right. But unbeknownst to anyone, the system's power-up had been activated. Time refraction, activate. Distort time refraction for 30 seconds. Speed increases by 200% of strength. Movement speed will be faster. You have moved past the distortion time. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Lewis recalled, the skill I learned recently is time refraction. It helps me move unusually fast to wherever I want. In other words, right now I'm no different from. The energy radiating from the protagonist was so immense it overwhelmed everything around him. A brilliant flame enveloped and protected him. The professors watched intently. The students' eyes were wide with amazement. At the end, Lewis smirked triumphantly. Done. Pieces of wood flew through the air. Lewis, 27 targets. The proctor's face turned pale, sweating profusely, while Lewis stood there panting, looking at the pile of targets before him. Whispers began to spread. What was that? Did he cast magic on his hand and then just punch the target? 27 targets. He just set a new record for the number of targets hit in this test. How could he move so fast? Did he really use magic to hit the targets? There were too many surprises, but then everything fell silent. Then, a round of applause broke the silence. The headmaster of Ignis Academy, Tyrion Ignis, was the first to stand up and give Lewis a round of applause and praise. Lewis, that was excellent. While everyone was still stunned by his incredible performance. Even the headmaster acknowledged him. People started cheering, yeah, that was amazing, Lewis. Congratulations. But mixed in with the cheers of congratulations were still those who refused to acknowledge others' abilities. Some were angry, some were silent. Some were curious, but what could they do? Of course, Michael was among them. Looking at his angry face, it was clear he couldn't accept it, but he could only have an internal monologue. Lewis. That brat, how is this possible? He gritted his teeth, his eyebrows nearly meeting, but there was nothing he could do. The cheers of congratulations echoed everywhere. He stood there silently, but his heart was celebrating. To be praised and acknowledged by everyone is something I haven't experienced in the past 6 years? It showed how he hadn't received a single compliment in all that time. My chest is burning up. Lewis stood tall, smiling gently as the sunlight shone on his youthful face. His eyes showed pride in himself and the feeling of being recognized. That's right, this is the feeling I've always wanted. In the meeting room, Eric spoke with annoyance. Casting magic on his hand and punching the target directly? You call that magic? I've never heard of magic like that. His wrinkled face, like a monkey's behind, showed that he obviously didn't accept it. Heidel immediately retorted, but you know, magic has no limits. This is a field where anything can happen. He became serious. If everything followed a rigid formula, it wouldn't be magic anymore, it would be mathematics. If you always stick to the formula, how can you improve? Eric still wanted to rebut Heidel's words, but Lewis. Before he could finish, Tyrion signaled for him to shut his duck-like mouth. He spoke gently, today, we witnessed a student create a miracle. His face clearly showed his joy. It's a miracle of magic, isn't it? However, it seems the professors have differing opinions on this matter. Everyone remained silent, implicitly agreeing with the headmaster. Eric was furious, unable to accept the truth. Damn it, that brat Lewis has turned everything upside down. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? Jason threw his arm around Lewis's shoulder and said loudly, hey, the Supreme Mage is here. Lewis almost fell to the ground from the weight of Jason's arm, but only whispered, hey, stop it. Hearing that, a few people approached the two. Oh, it's Lewis. People greeted him. Lewis, hi. How did you do that in the practical exam yesterday? He greeted them back but couldn't say anything. Questions from his classmates continued to bombard him. Lewis, do you know my name? We've been in the same class for the past 6 years. He quickly escaped the crowd, thinking to himself, until yesterday, I was just a nobody in this school. Lewis turned his back to everyone and hurriedly said to Jason, Jason, I'm heading back first. To this day, he still couldn't believe how drastically things had changed. Everything changed overnight. So I haven't been able to adapt. Honestly, being alone is more comfortable. However, he knew one thing very well. Of course, there are still many who don't like me. He slowly opened the door to his room. Some blonde punk was standing in his room. Hearing him open the door, he spoke up. There you are. He's already in someone else's room and talking like that? What are you doing in someone else's dorm room? Michael. He frowned and asked, his eyes looking like they were about to send him to an early grave. Michael turned and approached him, his voice dripping with disdain. You scored a few points with something that isn't even magic. And now you're acting all high and mighty. Your arrogance makes me sick, so I came here to remind you. Don't get cocky. His words were so irritating. But Lewis wasn't one to back down and immediately retorted, isn't it because you feel humiliated that your score is lower than the person you've looked down on for the past 6 years? I thought he was something special, but it turns out he's just this. Just those words were enough to make him fly into a rage and grab Lewis by the collar. What did you say, you bastard? Lewis's face remained cold, showing no emotion at his outburst. He calmly took hold of the hand grabbing his shirt. He removed it gently, effortlessly, and his calm demeanor surprised and unnerved Michael even more. Michael was somewhat panicked, his eyebrows furrowed. What the hell is this? This failure, he's this strong? He couldn't believe his eyes. Michael, we both need to graduate. Lewis leaned in close to his face, his eyes filled with anger. If you really want to mess with me that badly, then wait for the one-on-one combat test and let's have a fair fight. His voice was low, but it made Michael break out in a sweat. He swatted his hand away. Michael glared at him angrily. You think you're good enough to fight me? A failure like you. Lewis immediately shot back, just wait. You'll see whether I'm good enough or not. His gaze was steady, looking straight into Michael's face. He turned to leave, not forgetting to give him one last sharp glare. Pass the next test first, then we'll talk. He walked away, but his mind was still on his rival. That conceited bastard. He'll fail today's practical test anyway. What's he even talking about a combat test for? Nico's furious expression was a sight to behold. Then he suddenly pulled his hand out of his pocket. But that guy. His hand was still trembling. Is he really a mage, he wondered. No matter how many times I see this statue, it never fails to impress me. A huge goblin statue stood imposingly in the middle of the testing area. Practical test number 2. Mana output measurement. The testing area, the Academy's treasure, and a rare artifact. There are only a few of them on the entire continent. King Graham, the ancient goblin. 500 years ago, the Archmage Freudian turned the goblin King Graham into an artifact while he was still alive. King Graham is kept within this artifact, absorbing mana and serving as a magical punching bag. This mana output measurement test requires students to cast magic on King Graham to get a score. Lewis asked Jason, so all we have to do is cast our most confident spell at that statue? Jason replied, yeah, short and sweet. But that goblin is famous for being a tough grader. Getting over 20 points is considered really good. In front of them was a student with a unique hairstyle and powerful purple energy. Looked pretty tough. Thunderstorm. He cast the spell towards the goblin. The goblin spoke, go back and study, you 1-point mage. There's still time to drop out. The student was stunned upon hearing that. People started to murmur. I thought he did well. As expected, it's not easy. Everyone was amazed at how strict the goblin was with its scoring. Next, stand before me. The student dejectedly returned to his seat, in a very bad mood. Unbelievable. A female student came forward. Ha, now it's my turn. She raised her hand, watch closely, very confident. Ice Sphere. She cast the spell. The goblin spoke, I will definitely not forget you. Impressive. She asked happily, really? King Graham replied, yes. But before she could rejoice for too long, he threw a bucket of cold water on her. It's the first time I've seen such trash magic. Truly pathetic. He bluntly gave her 2 points. Hearing that, she burst into tears, unable to accept reality. No way, I did my best. Others continued to step up, but fared no better. 5 points. Get out of my sight. Who could take a score like that? So shouting was normal. What the hell? He continued to criticize. What is this bland magic? Did you mix it with water or something? It's 100% mana, you damn goblin. He was so angry he started cursing. The proctor immediately spoke up. Jackson, no more shouting. Get back to your seat. He was trying to prevent a terrorist attack on the eardrums of the other students. Jackson, being called out, scratched his head, feigning innocence, and quickly returned to his seat. Next, Michael Gary Hill, the proctor called out. His face was impossibly grim. But it turned out that was his expression before casting a spell. Waves of mana struck the goblin statue. King Graham spoke, "Gary Hill, I'm a bit disappointed. Are you the son of George Gary Hill?" Asked that, he proudly answered, "That's right. I am the third son of George Gary Hill, the proud Michael Gary Hill." "Proud, you say? Ha ha." He sneered. "Your father was a sniveling fool who begged me for more points. Michael Gary Hill, you are even more pathetic than your foolish father. 27 points. Hearing this, he angrily yelled at him, "You're just a common goblin. How dare you speak such nonsense?" The proctor stepped in to stop Michael. "Silence, student Michael." He called the next person. "Next, Louis Adele." He immediately responded, "Here." Louis stepped forward. Outwardly, he seemed emotionless, but inside, he was on fire. "Phew, suddenly I'm feeling nervous. Let's just give it a try. I can do this." A flame appeared in his hand. He looked up and introduced himself, "I am Louis Adele. It's an honor to meet you." His gaze was determined, his emotions unchanged. Truly powerful. "Oh, it's the first time I've seen your face." He was a little surprised. But no matter. Take the test. He didn't seem to care much. As for Louis, he and his magic were ready. The flame burned as fiercely as his eyes. A student immediately recognized Louis's spell. "That's a 5-star explosive fire." His face showed utter astonishment. Some other students also realized it was a 4th circle spell. Another person was shocked and couldn't believe it. "What? He can do that?" King Graham was puzzled. "What's with your stance?" Louis changed his stance to cast the spell. "Here I come." Louis leaped off the ground. The mana that was in his hand was now at his feet. It seems Louis was trying to copy Son Goku. At first, everyone thought he would use his hands, but he decided to switch things up, surprising everyone. He channeled the mana to his feet and kicked straight at the King Graham statue with his long legs. The proctor was also extremely surprised by his performance. Impossible. How could he transfer mana from his hands to his feet and then make it explode in an instant? He was just left to wonder. The students were all stunned, not expecting this. One person asked, "Didn't you just say that was a 4th circle spell?" The other replied immediately, "No, the energy from that attack was at least 5th circle." So, Louis landed after his divine kick with his 3-meter-long legs. "You mean Louis is at least a 5th circle mage?" He panted heavily, breathing as if it were his last. But a storm of thoughts was in his mind. What's wrong? I cast my explosive fire correctly. Louis was still a bit worried. But why is King Graham's reaction so strange? Did I do something wrong? He finally spoke. "You? Who are you?" He was confused. "Sir? I already introduced myself. I'm Louis Adele." Before Louis could finish his sentence, King Graham cut him off. "Are you Dracker?" The question made his face change color instantly. "All right. I've been waiting for you." Though only his blood-red eyes were visible, one could imagine his expression. Desperate and longing, King Graham's voice echoed, "I've been waiting for you, Dracker." The whisper cut through the silent space, sowing confusion. The surrounding crowd immediately started buzzing, their gazes raising countless questions. "Dracker? Who is that? Did he mistake Louis for someone else?" Curiosity mixed with doubt spread throughout the area. Wrinkles formed on the foreheads of many. In Louis's mind, memories of 2 long months spent painstakingly searching through all related documents suddenly flooded back. He had flipped through every old page, delved into every ancient record, but found absolutely nothing. "I've searched through all related documents for the past 2 months, but I still haven't found any trace of Dracker." But he never expected King Graham to know. Louis's face immediately darkened, a gloominess enveloping him as he truly understood. He truly perceived the deep meaning behind his cryptic words. "You know Dracker?" Louis asked, his voice filled with astonishment and a faint glimmer of hope. In response to that hesitant question, King Graham uttered only one word, short but heavy with certainty. "Yes." Seizing this rare opportunity, Louis decided to take full advantage of it. He quickly asked a few more questions, hoping to dig up even a little more information about that mysterious person. "So, can you tell me more about him?" A mysterious smile flickered across King Graham's rugged face as he softly uttered, "Interesting. I never thought I'd meet his incarnation in this academy." His deep voice again spoke in riddles. It carried a strange sense of incomprehensibility. Lewis blinked, trying to grasp the meaning of each word, each sentence. What do you mean by incarnation? Suddenly, a question from King Graham cut through Lewis's train of thought. What is your name? Though surprised, Lewis quickly answered, It's Lewis. Lewis Adele. He answered the sudden question. All right, Lewis. I will remember it well, King Graham said, each word seemingly etched into his mind. He stood firm. King Graham's massive body was like a towering mountain, so tall it seemed to block out the sun from Lewis's perspective. It cast a giant shadow that enveloped him. As King Graham was about to turn and leave, a sudden voice rang out, immediately stopping his intention. A voice rang out, stopping his intention to leave. Your Majesty, before you go, can you tell me Lewis's score? That question echoed. There are too many people here. I'll tell you later. The evaluation ends here. This magic is not something I can judge. A cold verdict. King Graham's decisive statement was like a thunderclap, causing the other party to cry out in shock. What? What are you saying? He couldn't believe what he had just heard, his face showing clear indignation. According to the school's rules, you are required to give an evaluation for the academy. This procedure has been followed for 500 years after the great Mage Freudian Ignis passed away. The other tried to cite the regulations, his voice filled with frustration. Enough! King Graham cut him off with a terrifying roar that echoed all around. It carried an incredible threat. You dare mention rules to me? For all these years, I've had to evaluate kids who don't look like mages at all. His face was extremely tense, his bloodshot eyes blazing with anger, causing the other to falter immediately, his voice stuttering. I am sorry, but... Forget that Ignis brat, I don't care, King Graham growled, contempt evident in his words. But a promise is a promise. I will tell you the score. He fell silent, his sharp gaze making the other gulp nervously. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, clearly showing his extreme anxiety. It's either 0 or 100. Which do you want, little destroyer? King Graham's deep voice was directed straight at Lewis, who immediately reacted. A grin spread across Lewis's face. He didn't hesitate or think about his choice. His determined eyes met the challenge. 100 points, of course. The news spread like wildfire, buzzing through the academy's corridors. Hey, have you heard? King Graham gave him 100 points on his test. Immediately, whispers and chatter followed. Ha? That King Graham? But who did he give it to? Another person asked curiously, surprise evident in their voice. I heard he gave it to the legendary last-place student, Lewis Adele. The people around began to discuss. Everyone's face showed extreme shock as they took in this shocking new information. In the midst of it all, a stern voice cut through the noise. It was Professor Heidel. He walked over to Lewis, his eyes scrutinizing. You've caused trouble again. Lewis was startled. He immediately turned towards the voice. Professor Heidel, why are you here? Lewis asked, a little surprised. Professor Heidel crossed his arms sternly. Step by step, he approached Lewis. The news that you received 100 points from King Graham has reached the headmaster's ears. After hearing the news, the headmaster has decided to reward you, as this has never happened before. Professor Heidel's words carried a special solemnity. It showed the importance of the matter. Here, take this first. With that, he handed Lewis a scroll he was holding. Lewis read the words on the scroll aloud, his face full of confusion and doubt. Artifact storage room? What is this? Without further explanation, Professor Heidel just waved him over, then turned and walked away, signaling, follow me. After a rather long walk through quiet corridors and past mysterious doors, Professor Heidel stopped in front of a room with a tightly closed door. The door looked ancient and imposing, as if it had been there for centuries. When he opened it, a cold draft emanated. Professor Heidel gestured for Lewis to enter with him. And the two of them went deeper inside. Wow, I didn't know there was a place like this here. Lewis said as he followed the professor, looking around. His curious eyes explored the unfamiliar place he was now setting foot in for the first time. Everything here was completely different from what he had ever seen in the academy. Of course, Professor Heidel explained, this is the only restricted area in the academy. Hearing that, a vague question appeared in Lewis's mind. The only restricted area in the academy? So why did he bring me here? Curiosity mixed with a bit of anxiety began to creep into his mind. Finally, they both stopped at another door that was closed more securely than any other. Professor Heidel stopped and turned to Lewis, his eyes showing a serious expression. "This is the entrance to the artifact storage room. I'm only allowed to go this far." He looked at the professor, a feeling of worry and unease rising within him. "So I have to go in alone?" "Yes, go inside. I'll be right here waiting for you," the professor reassured him. Finally, he stepped forward to open the door in front of him. His mind was still filled with countless unanswerable questions. "I don't know what's going to happen, but he said it's a reward, so I'll just go in and see." With a bit of courage mixed with curiosity, he pushed the door open. Stepping inside, Lewis was faced with a room that was empty yet overwhelmingly large. And enveloping it was a chillingly gloomy atmosphere. A faint light from somewhere shone in. It was just enough for Lewis to realize the vastness of the place. So this is the artifact storage room. He glanced around. Although there were no items on display, he could still feel the presence of countless precious things. There are many types of artifacts here that I've only ever heard of. This must be the Archmage Ignis's treasure vault. While Lewis was busy observing his surroundings, lost in the awe of the vast and gloomy artifact room, a deep voice suddenly echoed from right behind him, making Lewis jump in alarm, his whole body tensing as he spun around. "You look so lost." He turned around. "Who's there?" Lewis wondered, his wary eyes searching for the owner of the voice. The other continued to speak, his tone carrying a profound depth, as if he could read every thought hidden deep within Lewis's mind. "As if you don't realize your own true worth." At this moment, Lewis realized the voice was strangely familiar. It was King Graham, sitting firmly on a throne placed right in the middle of the room. King Graham? Why is he here? And what Lewis noticed even more, and what shocked him to the core, was his appearance. He was no longer a lifeless statue. Instead, King Graham was present in his true human form. Lively and full of power. He was no longer a stone statue. As if reading Lewis's mind with ease, King Graham explained, his voice deep but still holding a sense of mystery. "Surprised I'm not a stone statue anymore? This is the only place I'm allowed to use this body. Thanks to the mana that fills this room, I can exist in my original form, no longer an artifact." Hearing this, he replied softly, "I see." Lewis looked up at him, his eyes full of doubt at King Graham's earlier words. "By the way, what did you mean when you said I don't know my true worth?" King Graham's sharp teeth seemed more prominent, exuding a terrifying aura as he spoke. "Literally. You have absolutely no idea what your true worth is. Even the artifact you're using is the same as Drakar's." King Graham's next words were like a dagger straight to Lewis's heart. It made him realize a shocking truth. He knows about the artifact? Lewis thought to himself, filled with astonishment. He looked down at him, his sharp eyes seeming to pierce through all his thoughts. "That is a rare artifact in this world. How did you obtain it? And again, what is your relationship with Drakar?" King Graham paused, waiting for an answer from Lewis. However, Lewis looked back at him seriously, his voice filled with curiosity and a hint of helplessness. "I'm wondering the same thing. Who is Drakar?" He looked at Lewis in silence for a moment before starting to explain, his tone filled with nostalgia and reverence. "He is an entity who wished to become a god. One day, he visited the Goblin clan, where I lived. At that time, he was small and short, looking very weak. However, his power was so extraordinary that no one in the Goblin clan could stand against him. Moreover, every day he grew stronger, so even if all of us goblins attacked him at once, we couldn't defeat him. We respected him. He lived with us as if he were a member of the clan. He taught the magical language to me, the future clan chief, for nearly 100 years. What? 100 years? How can a human live for 100 years? Lewis looked up at King Graham again, his eyes wide with utter shock. The rest of him felt the same. Lewis's rationality could barely believe what he had just heard. King Graham grinned slyly, his sharp teeth glinting in the dim light of the room. It's possible. Because he is not human. This assertion was like a powerful blow, revealing an unbelievable truth about Drakar. It raised countless new questions in Lewis's mind. His true identity is the Black Dragon, Dracagonia. King Graham's words rang out, a huge shock striking Lewis. Unbelievable, Lewis exclaimed, his voice choked with surprise. So dragons really do exist. He was immediately shocked by the information before him. He asked again softly, just to be sure about what he had just heard. Is it true? Yes. Don't you know that dragons are the source of all magic? He answered quickly. without hesitation. Of course, Lewis thought back, I've heard of this before. But it was just an empty assertion. I thought it was all just a legend. Lewis's mind suddenly became chaotic, his old knowledge crumbling before this terrifying truth. He again interrupted Lewis's train of thought with another piece of information. However, Drakkar couldn't use magic. He cut off his thoughts with another fact. That's also why he created a fighting style like yours, by using magic on his hands and feet. Do you understand what that means? King Graham paused, posing a profound question to him. He gradually understood. A light dawned in his mind, connecting the scattered pieces. So that's it. Drakkar must have been treated like me in the past. He immediately answered. In his mind, he imagined the figure of a mysterious, cloaked person. I think I understand a little now. King Graham continued, his tone more somber. Drakkar created a power that only he could use. A way to turn magic into strength, just like you did. With that power, Drakkar became the strongest being in the world. However, he was still not satisfied with that and continued to expand his power infinitely. In the end, he destroyed everything, including himself. He was once again surprised by this new information. He destroyed everything. So that's why he's known as the World Destroyer. I can't imagine how strong he must have been to destroy the entire world. A sense of awe mixed with fear crept into Lewis's heart as he imagined that terrifying power. Suddenly, a familiar system panel appeared before Lewis with new content. You have achieved an accomplishment. Searching for Drakkar's traces. Reward, title, Friend of the Goblins. Skill, Goblin's Wrath. Spirit, Zhang, Incarnation of Strength, title received. Friend of the Goblins. Title effect, increases friendship percentage with goblins. Title effect, allows you to communicate with goblins. Lewis read each line, touching his chin in thought. Why did I suddenly get a reward? Communication, huh? Well, it's better than nothing. Although still confused, he accepted these unexpected gifts. The system panel appeared again, displaying details about the new skill. Goblin's Wrath, active. Borrow the power of a Goblin's Wrath and instantly increase your strength. Strength reaches 300 for 30 seconds. The effect will gradually increase under the influence of the body skill. Cooldown, 3 minutes. With a serious expression after reading the reward information, Lewis muttered, this seems to be an upgrade skill. As soon as he held out his hand, a shiny blue orb immediately appeared, resting in his palm. But the orb had a few cracks already, as if it had existed for a long time and endured much damage. Zhang, Incarnation of Strength, what is this? It just appeared in my hand, Lewis wondered. Curiosity mixed with a little worry. King Graham rose from his stone throne, his massive figure blocking some of the light in the room. It seems you've just received a quest reward. Drakkar also used to stare into empty space and talk like that. King Graham's words were a confirmation that made Lewis no longer doubt what he was experiencing. Then, still holding the blue orb, he looked up at him, his eyes full of questions. If so, do you know what this is? He replied immediately, his tone full of confidence. Of course, bring it here for me to see. Leaning down to look at the brightly shining orb in Lewis's hand for a moment, he examined it carefully, then made a judgment. It's Zhang. Do you know anything about this item? Hoping for more information, Lewis asked. To this question, King Graham replied, his voice full of depth, item? It's not an item. It's an incarnation. He looked at the orb in his hand with suspicion, almost unable to believe his eyes. What? This thing is an incarnation? King Graham began to persuade him, his tone as certain as if he had witnessed everything. He was always by Drakkar's side. How could I not know? Looking at its current state, I guess Drakkar must have sealed him in the spirit stone before he died. He continued to explain the nature of Zhang. He is an incarnation of strength. Although called a spirit, he is not like ordinary spirits. He has a fiery temper and every day demands that Drakkar grant him limitless power. But if you satisfy his desires, he will also grant you limitless power, King Graham concluded. It revealed a powerful but risky bargain. You mean that incarnation will be reborn from this stone? Lewis frowned, holding the orb up before his eyes. The orb now looked slightly more cracked than before. Small, hairline fractures had begun to appear. Yes. So you don't need to worry too much, he reassured. As King Graham finished speaking, something unexpected happened. The orb suddenly developed more cracks. The cracks grew larger, until the orb was about to burst. Lewis held it. Watching the orb slowly crack, his heart pounded. "It's breaking," he silently screamed. But, contrary to what he imagined, an object small enough to fit in his palm appeared as the smoke and broken shards of the orb vanished into the air. Lewis stared at it, astonishment clear on his face. This is a bear cub." It rubbed its eyes and cursed at him, its voice soft but full of annoyance. "You little brat, you dare call me a bear?" This bear could even talk. How can a bear talk? But his curious and surprised questions, repeatedly calling it a bear, made it grind its teeth in anger. "You! Stop calling me a bear, you little punk," it shouted angrily, growling, its irritated voice echoing in the vast artifact room. Feeling that Lewis's words were beyond outrageous, Zhang the bear angrily pointed a paw at his face. "Stop calling me a bear." Lewis was helpless. "But you are a bear." At this, his face showed clear shock and confusion, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. How can a bear talk? The bear turned red with anger. Hey, are you deaf?" It stood with its paws on its hips, steam coming out of its head, its mouth firing off words without a pause. "How dare you compare me to those things? I'm not a bear." He asked, "Then what are you?" It crossed its arms and laughed confidently. "I am an incarnation. I can become whatever I want." Wanting to show him, it put on a face full of spirit and determination. "Watch this. I'll show you my power." Hearing that, Lewis on the other side waited expectantly. But nothing particularly impressive happened. Its face paled, drained of all color. It was incredibly embarrassing. After a moment of silence, it panicked as if it couldn't believe the ironic truth before its eyes. "Ha? What is this? Where's my power?" Lewis's face clearly red. "What the hell? What is it doing?" It suddenly spoke up. "It must be because I was reborn with an empty stomach. Give me food." Lewis observed and judged. Why is this bear so rude? He delivered some bad news to it. "There's no food here. I don't even know what you can eat." Like a thunderclap, it wailed in despair. "What? No food either? Why is my master so weak this time?" Lewis was confused. "Master? Me?" Too tired to talk, it ignored the world, curled into a ball like cotton candy, and went back to sleep. "Whatever. I'm sleepy. Wake me up when it's time to eat." Lewis was 30% helpless and 70% bewildered. "Ha? What was that?" "It called me master and said I was weak." He gently placed the sleeping Zhang on his shoulder. The innocent scene in front of him made even King Graham unable to hold back a chuckle. Hee, some things never change. Seeing it again made him feel a bit nostalgic. "Seeing you with Zhang reminds me of the old days." He seemed lost in memories of the past, remembering the days he faced off against Zhang and Drakkar in the old place, back in the Goblin clan. At the end of his reminiscence, in the vast artifact room, he sat majestically on his throne, his gaze fixed on Lewis. "Lewis Adele, the little destroyer carrying Drakkar's will, what do you plan to do now?" Lewis asked back. "About what?" He quickly replied, "The power you hold will make you stronger. It could lead you down the right path. It could also consume you. I ask again, once you become strong, what will you do?" Hearing this, Lewis fell into deep thought for a long time. The reason he wanted this power was to protect his loved ones from monsters, to bring glory to his family name, and to prove himself to those who dared to look down on him. He smiled with satisfaction. "Yes, that's enough. I have too much to protect. I can't let this opportunity slip away." After thinking it through, he looked straight ahead with a more determined expression than ever before. "I will live as I wish, for my loved ones, my family, and for myself." Seeing that the young man before him was quite impressive, he nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. I will look forward to that future of yours." He had learned more about Drakkar thanks to King Graham, and each day still began with quests. The only thing that had changed was, at the training grounds, Lewis was training diligently. He wiped away the sweat pouring down his face from exhaustion and called out, "John, wake up. Are you planning to skip your meal or what?" Hearing the word food, it immediately woke up, its eyes sparkling, drool streaming down. "Food?" As if a second's delay would mean the food would be eaten, it quickly scrambled up his body. While waiting for him to cast a spell, it had already opened its small mouth wide. Lewis glanced over at its eager expression and felt helpless. This little guy is crazy about food, and he eats a lot too. It eagerly devoured the 3 flames burning on his 2 hands, streams of red-hot fire flowing into its mouth. After eating, it patted its chest with satisfaction. Then it let out a loud burp. I'm feeling much better now. Lewis thought to himself, the food I'm talking about is the strength gained from quests. Zhang eats my strength. Zhang, incarnation of strength, 1 star. The only spirit that reacts to the primal nature of strength. Strength is directly proportional to the vessel. The larger the vessel, the greater the strength. Once challenged the 7 thrones alongside the Black Dragon Draconia and was destroyed. After it had eaten its fill, thanks to the special companion skill, his strength points increased. He praised it, you're useful too. It proudly puffed out its chest. Of course. He confirmed again, so every time you level up, I get a maximum of 100 strength points? It explained. If I reach 2 stars, it'll be 200. 3 stars, 300. It keeps increasing like that. Before I was sealed, I had over 31 stars. Hearing this made his head spin. 31 stars? 3,100 strength points? I'm not even at 1,000 points yet and I'm already this strong. It seemed what he just heard made him envious, wanting to quickly become as strong as he was back then. How did Drakkar do it? Besides quests, are there other ways to increase strength? Realizing his thoughts, it grinned slyly. Hee. Now you understand my value, right? If you want to know, get me a drink. He threatened, you don't have to talk. If you starve, don't blame me. Seeing this, the cornered cub gave in, replying shyly, alright, I'll talk. It explained in detail, there are many ways to increase strength, such as doing high difficulty quests for better rewards, forging items that increase strength, or finding artifacts. Or you could even cook goblin tendons to refine pills. Then it threw a bucket of cold water on him. But those methods aren't suitable for you. He was puzzled. Why? There are so many ways. It plopped down on his shoulder, arms crossed, and sneered, you need at least 1,000 strength points to do those things. Your strength is increasing too fast, your body is still at a toddler's level. His lips tightened, his eyes thoughtful. And here I thought I'd gotten stronger. Turns out I'm just at the beginning. The goal now is to reach 1,000 strength points. And so, he had to continue training as before. He trained every day to increase his strength, and when it reached 930, the third test, live combat, officially began. Upon arriving at the arena, Zhang asked, are you competing today? Lewis was filled with confidence. Yes, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Normally, mages attack from behind, so there's a chance their spells could hit allies in the chaos. This test is to check the mage's risk management skills. This might be the most important part. At that moment, Jason was taking his test. He used all his strength to cast a spell. Fireball. But ironically, instead of hitting the monster, it flew straight towards the knights, scaring them out of their wits. What are you doing? Don't aim at us. The monster next to them was also confused about what was happening. The proctor watching from the side could only shake his head in sigh and resignation. Jason Damon, you're disqualified. He was dejected, lifeless, and walked out hunched over amidst the laughter of his classmates. Yes, sir. The foreign knight order was present to assist with the exam, ensuring student safety and evaluating teamwork. The test lasted 10 days. Based on the scores, each person would fight different monsters. On the final day, there were a total of 13 students with the highest scores. Since it was the last day, everyone was very curious about what kind of monster would appear. Suddenly, the entire stadium shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Everyone's face turned terrified. A brown-haired boy spoke up, "What's that sound?" A giant creature appeared. Its body was tall, its face fierce with sharp fangs revealed in its roar. Its appearance made everyone scream in fear. Is that a troll? Trolls live in herds scattered across the continent. They are many times larger than humans. Their intelligence is not inferior either. Their nature is violent, so wars between trolls and humans often occur. The surrounding students' eyes widened, sweating profusely. Sir, are you sure this will be okay? What if someone dies because of the troll? Professor Heidel calmly explained, you are all mages, so you must always remain rational. Consider this real and do your best. Although fear still gripped them, they responded loudly and clearly, yes, sir. A moment later, the test officially began. As soon as it was released, the monster roared wildly and charged forward. It swung its muscular arm towards the knights, forcing them to quickly raise their shields to block. While they held off the massive troll, Michael, from behind, took the opportunity to cast his ice magic. Ice arrows flew out one by one in the direction of his hand. Ice barrage. Unfortunately, the arrows only hit the ground. It performed a pounce attack from the air. By the time everyone realized, it was already above them. Someone shouted, "Above!" The professor observing from the side also shouted anxiously, "Michael, dodge!" But his whole body was frozen stiff, trembling uncontrollably. Although he muttered about getting revenge for the other day, fear prevented him from moving. Feeling the situation was not good, the professor had to intervene to save him. Vine prison. Before the monster could attack Michael, thousands of vines grew from the ground, binding it, much to his astonishment. Enraged at being tricked by these people, it roared and struggled. Even though it was bound, it was still bloodthirsty and reached out towards him, roaring. Seeing this, he panicked and quickly backed away. His face was pale, completely drained of color. And the result of his pathetic performance was Heidel's cold voice. "Michael Gary Hill, you are disqualified." His uncle, Eric, slammed his hand on the table in frustration. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, failed again, Michael. He intended to interfere with Lewis's test, so he turned to talk to Professor Tyrion Ignis. "Ah, headmaster. Are you planning to continue the test?" Hearing this, he turned to ask, "What do you mean, Eric?" At this point, Eric revealed his purpose. "It's Lewis's turn next, right?" He replied, "Yes." His face showed clear sarcasm. "Lewis is the only one who got a perfect score from King Graham. If we judged the other students the same as Lewis, it would be a bit unfair, wouldn't it, sir?" He stroked his beard thoughtfully. "I understand your point, but we don't have any other monsters." He revealed his true nature, a wicked smile on his face. "Oh, but we do. When the Foreign Knight Order brought the troll, they also brought a goblin along with it." The headmaster thought for a moment. Using a goblin for the exam was extremely dangerous, but with Professor Heidel's presence and the line of knights at the front, he was truly curious about Lewis's abilities. Amidst the long corridors of the magnificent castle, illuminated by torchlight, Heidel leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the young man stepping out from behind a long door. He cleared his throat and called out, "Lewis." He heard him and looked up in surprise, greeting him back, "Professor Heidel." He approached, one hand in his pocket, and quietly reminded him, "I need to tell you something before the test begins. In today's test, your part will be harder than everyone else's." Lewis still didn't understand his words. You mean?" Professor Heidel was very worried for him. "The Academy has high expectations for you since you got a perfect score from King Graham. Many people said it wouldn't be fair to have you and everyone else fight the same monster, so your test will be harder than the others." Lewis frowned. "Harder means?" The professor answered his question. "Your target won't be a troll. You will fight a goblin." His words made both the man and the bear's eyes widen in surprise. "A goblin?" Zhang blinked his round eyes and quickly replied to him, So your first real enemy is a goblin, huh? This will be fun to watch." The scene shifted to a large, sturdy hand tightly pulling on a heavy iron chain. It was a tough, huge goblin, its orange-brown body roaring fearsomely. The two guards on duty looked at it fearfully. The blonde one, Jason, curiously turned to the person next to him, Eric. "Is this the troll leader?" The black-haired one scolded, "Idiot, that's a goblin." He frowned in disbelief. "A goblin? Impossible." He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. "It's true that I made the suggestion." A bit confused and dismissive, "But it's impossible to have a student fight a goblin in an exam like this. How strong can a student be?" Goblins have a similar appearance to trolls, but they are much stronger. They can shatter a skull and break a spine in a single swing. Eric gritted his teeth and glanced at the person behind him. He was angry. "Are you sure? Even knights have a hard time capturing them." Heidel's face was serious. "I'm sure. It's the headmaster's order." Eric laughed mockingly. "Ha," he sneered, "I guess you're betting your life on this test." From afar, the sound of black leather shoes echoed as someone approached them. A magnetic voice said, "Yes, I'm betting my life." Eric glanced over at the newcomer, surprised. "Humph, you are." They faced each other. Lewis stared at him. "I'm Lewis, the test taker." He asked back, "You?" Eric scanned the young man, a dismissive thought in his mind. This kid is going to fight a goblin? How can he possibly fight this goblin? Eric was still focused on Lewis. "The professor and I will protect him," but Lewis coolly walked past him. Eric was startled. Where is he going? He said sternly, "Hey, you're going the wrong way." "What are you doing?" Lewis replied as if it were obvious, "I'm preparing for the test." "You're in the wrong position, you should be in the back," the professor reminded him impatiently. He reaffirmed to Elric, "I will stand here." He frowned in confusion. "Huh?" Lewis's turquoise eyes were icy cold, his face extremely serious as he explained, "My spells are a little different." Eric raised his voice, "If you stand in front, we can't protect you. It's not as easy to deal with as a troll." He once again stated his opinion. "Yes, I know. But the professor still had that attitude. Why are you gambling with your life like this?" Lewis waved his hand, shrugging off his robe, looking like a modern-day CEO. He lazily said, "Without much explanation, I have no choice." Then he walked towards the goblin. Eric saw his reckless move and couldn't help but worry. His brows, which had been furrowed, were now so close they were about to merge. "I don't see any fear in him. He must be different somehow." Professor Heidel, who had been observing the situation from behind, finally spoke up. "Lewis, get ready." Then he shouted, "Your test officially begins." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. A click was heard. The shackles on the large goblin's hands instantly opened and fell to the ground. Its freedom had officially begun. The goblin exploded, roaring in all directions, charging straight at a few soldiers holding swords and shields for protection, and at Lewis. He was in a ready-to-fight stance, his hand emitting a magical fire, flying straight up, much to the astonishment of the soldiers beside him. Eric shouted to stop him, "Hey, what are you doing? He dares to confront the goblin head-on? Don't! What is he trying to do?" He couldn't stop him in time. The two, the goblin and Lewis, with his blazing magic, clashed. The goblin roared loudly, raising its hand to gather and summon magical power. A crash echoed as the ground broke beneath it. Lewis advanced, shouting, "Fireball," and threw it straight at the goblin. The sound of crashing and the sizzling of fire from the two opposing magical forces created a blinding light that illuminated the entire area. The bystanders couldn't withstand the explosive force of the battle. They were all caught in the fiery clash between Lewis and the goblin. Professor Elric's gaze remained fixed on the battle, and his expression was one of utter disbelief. He dares to use close-quarters combat spells in this situation? Professor Heidel waved away the smoke in front of him. He must have anticipated this moment. Lewis truly did not disappoint his teacher. Of course, it was just him. The people standing beside him were already stunned, their eyes half open in shock. Even the dignitaries in the stands were the same. The arena was now filled with smoke. The soldiers stood frozen, unsure of the battle's outcome. A student dares to fight a goblin in close combat? I hope he's still alive. Before anyone could recover, a familiar figure in a black shirt emerged from the smoke, startling even Professor Elric. He's still alive? The sight of his face shocked him even more. He's still standing. Lewis was in a ready stance to attack again. Heidel's expression was the same as before, but now it was tinged with a not-so-subtle pride, the word proud written all over his face. Suddenly, a hand slapped Lewis on the shoulder, calling out loudly, "Hey!" It was Elric. His face was not pleased at all as he angrily reminded him, "You almost got yourself killed." He calmly looked up at him, still composed, but replied politely, "I'm sorry. But if I had warned you, would you have let me charge in?" Eric was at a loss for words and could only ask again, "What?" He glanced towards the angry goblin. "We don't have time to talk right now. Let's finish this test quickly." The goblin was now clearly angrier than ever. Professor Elric moved past Lewis, waving his hand dismissively. "Step back. I know you're strong, but this thing is very dangerous." Not content with just that, he spoke up again to remind him, his volume increasing significantly. "Stay put and let me handle this." Lewis ignored Professor Elric's words and quickly ran forward. He stopped right in front of him. He turned his serious face towards him. "This is my test." Professor Elric, acting as if he were deaf, kept asking again, "What?" Lewis, with the same determined expression, said, "Let me finish my test." A huge and ferocious monster appeared, its body extremely large, 5 times bigger than Lewis. Lewis seriously observed the monster with ironclad determination. Behind him, God Air also seemed quite tense, fearing a surprise attack. He focused intently, not wavering at all. "There are 2 reasons I can be this brave." Then, he remembered the friend of the goblin's skill. The title he got from King Graham would allow him to talk to goblins. The ferocious monster shrieked, "Don't come near me! Release me!" He wasn't scared because he understood what it was screaming. To others, it was a ferocious monster. But to him, this goblin was scared because it was surrounded by mages and knights. The second reason was the emergency quest. The level he was given was to attack and defeat the enemy. The reward was an increase of 30 strength points and unlocking the all-seeing eye skill. He smiled confidently and charged forward without hesitation. This is a worthy reward for me. Someone who had to repeat a boring quest every day, receiving points equal to 3 days' worth in a single mission. With a whoosh, he shot forward, leaving a cloud of dust behind. He summoned a fireball in his hand and shot up like a gust of wind, to the astonishment of Professor Gader. In an instant, his punch collided head-on with the giant monster as it came down. This created a massive shockwave, sending sparks flying everywhere. It took a direct hit from him and roared in anger. With a loud bang, the fiery vortex sent it flying far away. Very quickly, the objective of attacking the enemy was completed. He laughed lightly. It's not over yet. It roared, its red eyes bulging, its sharp teeth grinding menacingly. I will kill you. The monster leaped high into the air. It put all its power into this surprise attack. It shouted, I'll smash your head. Its blow made the ground shake violently. Fortunately, thanks to his long legs, he easily dodged it. He meticulously observed the monster's every move, needing to find its weak point. After landing safely, he used time refraction to advance. Captain Gader was amazed at his godlike speed. How is he so fast? While moving, he cast a fire spell. I have to get closer. Instantly, he closed the distance to it. He aimed for its weak spot. Before the monster could react, his punch landed squarely on its stomach, making it cry out in pain. Among the knights, someone's jaw dropped in amazement. He's not flinching at all in front of the goblin. What on earth is this guy? Someone hid behind a shield to avoid the sparks of fire. The students were equally buzzing with excitement. What's going on? Hey, look! The goblin is counterattacking. It swung its massive fist at him, but he blocked it with his bare hands. Not willing to lose, it used its other hand. But it was still blocked by him. He kicked its hand with a powerful strike. Suddenly, the monster caught his leg. Without any hesitation, it threw him like a sandbag. His body spun in midair like a leaf in a storm. He clung to the wall like Spider-Man. Before he could recover, his eyes widened in surprise again. It threw a fiery punch at him, which he luckily dodged. A large section of the wall behind him crumbled. He landed lightly while the monster turned to look at him. It snarled, its hostility clear. You lowly human. He dashed forward as fast as a squirrel. He spun around, preparing a kick that stunned it. He unleashed a spinning kick, a move he had practiced for a long time, straight to its head. The goblin fell with a thud, shaking the ground and sending pebbles flying everywhere. He jumped straight onto its chest. Wanting to end it quickly, he activated the goblin's wrath skill. A swirling red aura exploded from his hand. It broke into a cold sweat, trembling as it questioned him. Are you really human? He replied, I don't think you need an answer to that, do you? Its eyes widened in disbelief, as if it couldn't believe its ears. It asked, you understand what I'm saying? He didn't seem to care much, lazily replying as he cast his spell, you understand me too, don't you? You. Before it could finish, explosive fire. A punch hotter than free fire landed squarely on its face. The combined effect of Goblin's wrath transitioned into a berserk state, making it harder to control the energy. His pupils constricted, his teeth clenched in apparent pain. The flame shot up, engulfing the monster's huge body. He stopped his attack. The monster, completely charred, was utterly defeated. He cautiously wondered, is it over? Zhang, watching from a distance, was also impressed. Not bad at all. Even better than expected. He got off the monster's body. Perhaps exhausted from the fight, he was panting heavily. The people around were extremely surprised. Did he defeat the goblin? It seems so. Incredible. Everyone cheered enthusiastically, constantly praising him. Go Lewis, so cool. Eric looked annoyed. I can't believe he won. Contrary to that attitude, Headmaster Tyrion Ignis smiled with satisfaction. The murmurs of amazement continued, with some still finding it hard to believe what had just happened. He really defeated the goblin by himself? How is that possible? The guards quickly approached to inspect the monster's body. Professor Guter approached him, curious. Louis Adele, who taught you those spells and combat skills? He replied, no one. The professor's face still held some doubt. You learned it all yourself? He looked like a serious young man. Yes. He turned to the professor who was standing there in deep thought. Professor, what's the result of my test? He remained silent for a long moment, thinking. After a while, he spoke. I thought you wouldn't be able to handle it, but I didn't even have a chance to stop you. He looked straight at him. You always exceed my expectations. He wanted to confirm again. You mean? Yes, you passed. Just that one sentence made the whole hall erupt. Amidst the rubble still lingering with smoke, the handsome and radiant Lewis smiled confidently. The status window appeared, confirming the mission was complete and issuing an emergency quest identical to the last one. The reward was the all-seeing eye skill, and an additional 10 strength points. He was quite surprised. All-seeing eye? Upon further investigation, it was a skill that allowed one to see the essence of all things, collect and digitize all information, and unlock the invisibility skill, as well as see others who are invisible. Zhang stood on Lewis's shoulder, looking quite excited. All-seeing eye, huh? Now you've become a true player. He turned to him. You know about this skill? It giggled slyly. Of course, it's something only players possess. It stood with its paws on its hips, enthusiastically explaining, you can see enemies using invisibility. They'll have a faint outline around them. He mused, that's useful. Suddenly, the status window appeared. Minimap unlocked. He was puzzled. Minimap? The bear smiled with delight. This function allows you to observe everything within a 500-meter radius around your position. Additionally, this skill allows you to view the status of any target, and the amount of information you can access depends on the target's level. It crossed its arms, revealing a toothy, arrogant smile. There are many more surprises to come. If you have something new, you have to try it out immediately. It suggested, look at that unconscious goblin and try activating the all-seeing eye. He glanced down at the large body. At that goblin? He focused his energy to use the skill. The status window gradually appeared. It was true, it showed information about the monster, from its name and origins to its characteristics and even an assessment of the target. Then he exclaimed in amazement, this is amazing. He wanted to test it on other subjects. This time, the target was Professor Heidel, but it only showed information about his level. Suddenly, he understood. So there are things I can't read. The information is limited. Zhang immediately replied. Of course, you can't read the information of someone who is much higher level than you like that. It seriously raised a finger as if lecturing, once you become stronger, the amount of information you can access will increase. He listened intently. He smiled faintly, one hand touching his chin, his lips curling into a calculating half-smile. I see. After the practical combat test ended, rumors about Lewis taming a goblin spread throughout the academy. In the school courtyard, he and Jason were chatting on a stone bench. He teased, Lewis, have you seen how everyone's talking about you? He was bewildered. I don't know, this is the first time I've experienced this. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl approached him. Excuse me. The girl spoke shyly, her sparkling eyes seeming to hold a hidden affection. Are you Senior Lewis? Not just that girl, but 2 more people came up, offering lunchboxes. You were so cool in the 3rd test. Please eat this when you're hungry. As soon as he took the bags, they shyly left, leaving him quite confused by the rapid turn of events. He awkwardly offered the bag to Jason. Do you want some of this? He shouted in alarm, what are you doing? He flew into a rage. You're being disrespectful to the ladies who had to overcome their shyness to make lunch for you. He was confused. Why are you getting so worked up? Looking at his friend sniffling with jealousy, he thought, this Jason guy, when I use the all-seeing eye, the status window said he has great potential. He moved closer and patted him on the shoulder. Over the past few days, I've checked everyone's status, and only Michael showed high potential. He had a serious expression, but his eyes were full of trust and determination. Jason, just try a little harder. In the next test, I'm sure you'll do well. He was flustered. What? Are you sympathizing with me? He immediately denied it. Sympathize? What are you talking about? I mean, you have a lot of potential. Your skills are all good. You should regain your confidence and work harder. He was astonished. Really? He advised, yeah, stop messing around so much. He chuckled softly. All right, fine. In the next test, my goal is to get into the top 10. He was helpless. That's going to be a bit difficult. 1 second he was joking, the next his face turned serious. Are you serious? Sometimes I can't even believe it myself. He was confused. What do you mean? He confessed, I wonder if you're the same Lewis I've known for the past 6 years. A look of surprise flickered across his face. Oh. Lewis looked up at the high blue sky. Well, sometimes even I find it hard to believe, so I understand how he feels. He suddenly remembered. Oh, right, there have been some rumors about you lately. He was suspicious. What rumors? He continued. People are saying you're going to surpass Michael Gary Hill, not just becoming the top student, but also the Academy's representative. He paid it no mind, standing up wearily. I don't care about that. Let's go inside. Afraid of being left behind, he quickly scrambled to follow. What do you mean you don't care? This is the year of the Grand Festival. Every year in May, representatives from famous academies gather, and a magic festival is held to choose the best among them. And every 8 years, all mages go to the Olympiad to determine the strongest. The Grand Festival takes place in a year when both events occur. The Grand Festival is a national competition where the brightest students from various academies showcase their abilities. The winner of the Grand Festival not only brings a large sum of money to themselves and their academy, but they also receive numerous privileges. That's why the number of students participating in the Grand Festival is limited, 1 for the solo competition and 30 for the group competition. The top 31 students from each academy will participate in this major competition, and the solo participant will be the academy's representative. In the academy cafeteria, everyone was eagerly discussing the upcoming festival. Many speculations were made. I wonder who the academy representative will be this year. Probably Michael again, right? At his table, people were also discussing this. Jason spoke first, of course Lewis will be the representative. The orange-haired boy next to him agreed. That's right. He's the only one who got 100 points from King Graham. He chewed thoughtfully and recalled, and from what I remember, every time Michael participated in the Magic Festival, do you guys remember how he performed? The brown-haired student at the same table quickly replied, I remember. The group competition was fine, but in the solo round, he placed 4th out of 5. The orange-haired student from before laughed sarcastically. That's why we're called the bottom-tier academy. An academy that can't even do well in the group competition, let alone the solo one. After lunch, everyone cleared their dishes, but the topic was far from over. The only way we can get rid of that nickname is Lewis. Don't you guys agree? Totally. Lewis, what do you think? His face was serious. The test isn't over yet. He told himself, it's not time to be arrogant or excited yet. After all, the person chosen to participate in the Grand Festival will be the one who tops the exam and receives recommendations from the professors. And the 4th test, the one-on-one battle between me and Michael, is coming up. He looked straight ahead, his eyes determined. That's why I have to focus on the next test. He swore to himself, right now, all I can think about is beating him to a pulp. 4 days later at the training grounds, the practical combat test was underway. Lewis leaped up. Unleashing his spinning kick, sweat dripped from him, proving he had been training for a while. The status window kept appearing. You have reached 1,000 strength points. You have received the title Apprenticeship Complete. Zhang stretched his joints. I've finally been waiting for this day. Let's level up right away. It crouched down, focusing all its inner energy. The surrounding air rushed towards it. Feeling it was enough, it leaped up. It landed lightly on his shoulder, surrounded by a powerful, blazing flame. The quest difficulty has doubled, and the reward value has tripled. It focused on compressing the stream of fire in its hand. It gulped nervously. Its small body stood straight, head thrown back, trying to use its inner power to release its strength. A moment later, a sun-like fire exploded in midair, spreading so wide it could incinerate anything it touched. It turned to look at him. The intense heat of the flame made him instinctively cover his face. What is this? This flame. As if just realizing something, his eyes widened, his pupils constricting as he looked at it. You. Elsewhere, Eric stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought by the window. It turned out he was remembering the scene of Lewis defeating the goblin, his face contorted with annoyance. Damn it, I had to give him the points. He imagined the scene where he declared war on Michael and wondered, with Lewis Adele's current strength, can he really defeat Michael? Thinking about him being defeated at his feet, he quickly brushed the thought away. That's unlikely to happen. Gritting his teeth, he calculated even more. If he wins, Michael's position in the Grand Festival and his title as top student will both be at risk. The Gary Hill family must remain at the top of this academy. Every muscle in his face tensed as if he were suppressing an imminent explosion of anger. At any cost. Back at the training grounds, Zhang had reached level 2. It looked exhausted. The wall of fire around it had weakened considerably, but in return, he received 200 strength points. In his hand was a burning orange flame. He looked at it intently, impressed. Zhang, you look much stronger now. He also expressed his gratitude. Thanks to you, I reached 1,200 strength points so quickly. It puffed out its chest proudly, with a hint of self-admiration. It giggled, its mouth curving into a grin that revealed its teeth, and lightly scratched under its chin. This is just the beginning. The difficulty and rewards of the quests have increased. Both of them looked at the status window to see. Regular quest, physical training 2. Complete all of the following tasks: punches, kicks, and spinning kicks, 5,000 reps each, run 15 kilometers, and engage in combat training to receive 30 strength points. Lewis looked at it and thought, I've increased the intensity of my training, so it shouldn't be too hard. He turned to ask it, so what's that combat training about? Suddenly, its face darkened, and it flashed a villainous smile. Remember the first time we met? I said I could turn into anything. He immediately replied, yeah, I remember. It said smugly, from now on, I can transform, but there are still limits. So can you turn into a person? Yes, but only when I reach level 5, and turning into a person is very difficult. He wondered, then what can you turn into? Its face became mischievous. Want to see? Suddenly, a small whirlwind appeared around its body. Gradually, the whirlwind grew larger. The whirlwind dissipated, and a tattered, mysterious scarecrow appeared, making him unable to hold back his laughter. Is this a straw scarecrow? Not seeing the surprised reaction he expected, it got angry. What's with that expression? He chuckled, nothing, it's just not what I imagined. It said narcissistically, don't underestimate a straw scarecrow. When Dracker first started sparring, I was his training partner. He was curious. Sparring? You mean you were the target? It confirmed firmly, exactly. I'm very useful for quests. From now on, you have to practice combat with me every day. It made a whirlwind spin around itself, looking mysterious. My power is still weak now, so I'm only on par with a third circle mage. Deep inside the scarecrow, it laughed cunningly. Once I regain my strength, I can handle anything. Then, whether it's a dragon or a demon, I can take them all on. Finding it interesting, he wanted to try immediately. So let's do it now. What do you want me to turn into? He boldly suggested, a mage. As if hitting a nerve, it went into challenge mode. Oh ho, alright then. Zhen gathered its power to create a magic orb, transforming it into a scepter with a glowing red gem. The hand holding the scepter bulged with muscles. Even if I hit you, it will only cause a shock, not any damage. Lewis stood calmly. And what about you? Hearing its answer, it won't affect me at all, he raised his eyelids wide. I see. An ideal sparring partner. Wasting no time, it immediately cast a fireball. Alright, take this. With that, it launched the large magical blast towards him. It was no match for Lewis. He quickly dodged to the side. He was extremely excited. He was certain that Michael was training right now, and he couldn't wait to challenge him. Completely contrary to his thoughts, Michael was in Eric's room, staring at a leaf. That bastard is really getting on my nerves. What do I do now? He was furious. You brat, how dare you speak like that in front of me? If you were just a little stronger back then. Not listening to another word, he waved his hand to cut him off. Stop talking. I heard it was because of you that Lewis got his score boosted. He was startled. Huh? He didn't hold back his sarcasm. Of course. You were the one who came up with the goblin idea, weren't you? His expression was like he wanted to eat him alive as he slowly stepped forward. Thanks to you, he got a perfect score. If our family finds out, I think you'll have a hard time surviving. He never expected his nephew to be so disrespectful. He was furious but could do nothing. You brat, you dare talk to me like that? He urged impatiently, then stop nagging and think of a way to solve this. If he becomes the academy representative. A firm answer came from his mouth. No, that won't happen. I have an idea. A small, turquoise potion vial rested in his hand. Take this. He recognized it at a glance. This is burning flower, a type of awakening herb. Burning flower, a flower that grows in the northern illusionary region. It's a rare herb used to create special elixirs. He instructed, drink it. You will enter an awakened state, and your mana casting time will be significantly reduced. He was hesitant. But it dulls the sense of pain, and it makes it difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. He stared intently at him. Yes, in other words, you won't feel anything. You paid attention in class, I see. Michael didn't understand what his uncle was saying at all. But why? You want me to drink this? Yes. He was angry. Are you crazy? In front of him, he seemed to have no rights. You have no say in this. You've already lost to that guy. Do you want to bring more shame to the family now? However, he was well aware of Professor Heidel's sharp eyes. But this is too risky. He knows my abilities. If he finds out, I'm done for. He smirked, patting his chest. Have you forgotten who I am? I'm in charge of the substance testing. A true expert at playing dirty. He had planned everything carefully. Take this. It will help erase the traces. The remaining purple potion was placed in his hand. After you drink the burning flower, take this. He reassured his terrified nephew. Don't be afraid. For the Gary Hughes lineage, this is the only way to move forward. So, will you take it or not? He never thought his uncle would suggest he use something like this. He hesitated, caught in a deep internal struggle. Finally, the one-on-one combat test arrived. The warm sunlight bathed the mana barrier square, the testing site. Everyone watched excitedly from below as voices echoed continuously. It's always like this. Whenever the combat test happens, the arena is packed. And this is the final battle. Lewis and Michael stood opposite each other, staring intently, the atmosphere tense. A few soft sounds, footsteps moving quickly forward. Lewis's expression became serious. Finally, the last test. A direct confrontation with Michael. He stood with his hands on his hips as Zhang reminded him, your opponent knows you specialize in close combat. If he's prepared, it might be tough. Lewis smirked. But what if I can get close to him? It nodded briefly. Then all it takes is one punch from Lewis to put him down. The man standing between them spoke up. To make this test as realistic as possible, various terrain elements have been prepared and arranged in the arena. He asked, are you ready? Both replied in unison, yes. Lewis looked at Michael. Something felt wrong. He frowned and thought. But that bastard Michael. He noticed a strange expression on his face, and his whole body was tensed up. Lewis made a preliminary assessment. His condition looks unusual. He saw Michael gritting his teeth, staring at him but not making a move to attack. He's not acting arrogant like usual. Something's not right. I need to use the all-seeing eye to check. Then, Lewis used the all-seeing eye skill. A glowing blue circle appeared before his eyes. An information panel appeared above his head, Michael Gary Hill, 3rd Circle Mage. Potential, high. Ability, Magic Casting 2. Special status, Berserk, hidden. Lewis felt doubtful and wondered, Berserk? I've never seen that status before. Moreover, the system window said it was hidden. Did he do something to conceal the use of illegal substances? He remembered Elric. Before the test began, the students were checked for banned substances. But wait. The person responsible for that check was Professor Elric? Is he Michael's uncle? Professor Elric let Michael use something and then covered it up for him. The man stated the rules of the match. Listen carefully. There is only one thing forbidden in this battle. That is dark magic. You may use any type of magic from the 4 elements. And points will be awarded based on the circle of the magic you use. He explained further, you don't need to worry about your opponent. Inside this mana barrier hall, the power of magic is reduced by 99%. Now, are there any more questions? Seeing Lewis raise his hand, he asked, what is it, student Lewis Adele? Michael's face stiffened when he heard him ask, if one of us is found to have used a banned substance, what happens? He heard this and said sternly, that student will be disqualified and will fail this test. It could also lead to expulsion, depending on the severity of the issue. But why do you ask? Lewis glanced at Michael and replied nonchalantly, no reason. He spread his arms to signal them to move apart and then said, all right, take your positions. He stood in position, clenching his fists. For now, this is all I can conclude. And since only I can see the status window, no one will believe what I say. Lewis's eyes became determined. I have to find proof. The two stood opposite each other, the tension thick in the air. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Ready!" As soon as he said begin, Lewis and Michael charged forward to attack. He condensed a glowing blue orb and shouted, "Lewis, go to hell!" Immediately after, green vines sprouted from the ground, wrapping tightly around Lewis's legs. He shifted his foot, and the vines quickly snapped. The crowd in the stands gasped in amazement. What? How did he break free so quickly? Does Michael's spell not work on Lewis? Lewis thought to himself, great. The mana barrier hull reduces the mana power of the contestants, but my strength is unaffected. Immediately after, he rushed towards Michael. He used another technique. A pink light and a skull appeared, spewing fire at Lewis. Michael growled, "You think that's all I've got?" As soon as he unleashed his fire breath, a stream of red-hot flame shot towards Lewis. He used his skill, Flash, to nimbly dodge the erupting flame. Then Lewis quickly turned and ran, the flame still hot on his heels. The flame seemed to have a mind of its own, following him closely. Lewis quickly jumped to evade it. He hid behind a rock, the intense heat spreading around him. Lewis peeked out from behind the rock. Reduced casting time and increased mana. That's the effect of the potion Michael used. Michael laughed maniacally. Don't hide. Come out and face me, you coward. He focused his mind, recalling what he had learned. He seems more excited than usual. That potion must be. An image appeared in Lewis's mind, awakening herb, burning flower. He listed Michael's symptoms, trembling hands, extreme excitement, reduced sense of pain. And difficulty distinguishing between friend and foe. It's too obvious. Michael was still laughing loudly, taunting, "Come out. Show your face. Come and face me." Lewis narrowed his eyes. The only thing that hasn't manifested yet is the pain suppression effect. He stood up to face Michael and spoke with a hidden meaning. "No wonder you're so confident. It's because of that thing, isn't it?" He was startled and exclaimed, "What?" Lewis calmly looked at the flustered Michael and said a name, Burning Flower. His face turned stunned upon hearing Lewis's words. "But no matter. To defeat you, I don't need things like that." He raised his hand, his voice full of sarcasm. "Here I come, Michael." Lewis shot forward like an arrow while using his time refraction skill. Michael summoned ice and snow while cursing under his breath, "Damn it, how is he so fast?" A barrier of ice created by him appeared in front of Lewis. He didn't flinch and shouted, "It's useless." Lewis's legs swept forward, and a flash of yellow light appeared, much to Michael's surprise. Murmurs spread through the crowd around Tyrion Ignis. What kind of magic is that? Is that type of magic? Is that even magic? In the arena, Michael cast a third circle spell, Fire Golem, and shouted, "Take this." Lewis counterattacked, clenching his fist and unleashing a blow. Earthquake. As the punch landed, Michael's Fire Golem was sent flying. It stumbled back, its large body seeming to be in great pain. The crowd in the stands gasped. He used earth to block fire. Michael was knocked back and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. "No!" Suddenly, his pupils constricted in terror, his face freezing over. Michael looked at Lewis, who was looking down on him from above, his voice trembling. "Don't come near me." He flicked his fingers coldly. "Don't be such a coward. Take this." Michael saw Lewis's thumb and middle finger touch, his voice trembling. "What?" His hand drew closer, and a yellow light flashed with it. After a loud boom, the scene inside and outside the mana barrier square returned to normal. When Lewis's two fingertips separated, the yellow light grew larger and shot towards Michael. The crowd in the stands simultaneously jumped to their feet. On the arena floor, thick dust obscured their vision. Michael's eyelids drooped slightly. The scene before him was somewhat surprising. Because Michael was now bowing his head and chuckling. "Lewis, you dare to underestimate me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he barely had time to scratch his forehead before Lewis rushed forward and headbutted him in the side of the face. Not giving him a chance to counterattack, he unleashed a barrage of punches. With a thud, Michael's body hit a rock and he lay sprawled on the ground. His body trembled, but his laughter echoed. "You think you can win with that pathetic strength? It didn't even hurt." Lewis thought to himself, he took so many consecutive hits and he's still conscious. At this rate, Michael could die from shock. He grabbed Michael's shoulder and pulled him up. Continuing like this will be very dangerous. Next, his entire body was lifted high by green, winding vines called prison tree. Lewis raised his hand and spoke. Sir, Michael has used a banned substance. He approached and asked doubtfully, what do you mean? Why would Michael use a banned substance? Are you sure? If you're lying, you could be disqualified. Lewis's voice was firm. Yes, I'm sure, because there's a possibility that the use of the banned substance was concealed. He continued, or someone found out but turned a blind eye. He hesitated. You mean? Lewis spoke deeply, looking towards the nearby area. The person who has access to rare ingredients and is responsible for the pre-match inspection. He followed his gaze towards Elric. Lewis's voice rang out again. In this entire academy, there's only one person who can do that. Lewis appeared hesitant. Come to think of it, isn't Professor Elric also Michael's uncle? Wait, does that mean Professor Elric has? Eric rushed over in a panic. Lewis, do you know what you're saying? He shouted in frustration, are you saying Michael used a banned substance, and I turned a blind eye? But Lewis was not afraid and calmly replied, yes, I have proof. Eric was startled and exclaimed, huh? He laughed. Great, let's test him again. He walked away. No need, sir. After all, you've already used a special elixir to hide his symptoms. Eric became flustered. So what do you want now? Where's the proof you mentioned? Lewis touched the large tree trunk and replied, let me show you all firsthand. Immediately after, there was a loud explosion. A yellow light flashed in the middle of the tree trunk. His hand remained in the same position, fingers still spread. Lewis looked at the tree trunk, which was now missing a large chunk. This was my forehead flick from earlier. He argued, let's assume Michael's magic has improved through training. But how could he take so many consecutive hits and still be conscious and laughing? In his current state, I think his skull is severely concussed, and at least a few of his ribs are broken. Bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes. He didn't care and just laughed loudly. Lewis spoke up. And yet he's still laughing like that, not feeling any pain. Eric's face stiffened when he heard him ask, do you have anything else to deny, Professor Eric? Up above, Tyrion Ignis shot to his feet and raised his voice. Professor Elric. Seeing his guilty expression, he had his own answer. Tyrion Ignis shouted angrily, how dare you do such a thing in a sacred place like this? Professor Elric, follow me to my office immediately. Hearing his angry tone, Eric hesitated and looked at his nephew. He saw that he didn't realize how serious the situation was. Michael's senseless laughter continued. And so, the Tyrion Ignis affair quickly passed. The downfall of the Gary Hill lineage was exposed. Voices echoed in the hallway. I heard Professor Elric was fired. Michael was expelled too. I've got a new nickname for you, someone said, putting an arm around Lewis and chuckling. Hey there, say d'exposé. Thump, thump, thump. Steady footsteps echoed in the quiet space. At this moment, Lewis was standing in front of a giant door. The space around him lit up because Lewis had been summoned by the headmaster. He felt as if time had stopped, there was no sound in his ears. Suddenly, a soft sound was heard. Lewis looked up. His eyes widened in astonishment. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Because at this moment, Lewis was standing in a large grassy field. In front of him was a red chair. Lewis looked around doubtfully. This is the Adele family's domain. He muttered to himself, no, it doesn't look quite right. Then Lewis looked again at the object in front of him. And that is? He looked at the chair and realized, the throne of Tyrol is the seat of the Supreme Mage. Why is it here? Tyrion Ignis's voice suddenly came from behind him. What do you see, huh, Lewis? He turned his head to greet him. Ah, hello, sir. He spoke as he walked. This place was created by the Eyes of Malarok. Have you heard of the Eyes of Malarok? No, Lewis replied, following closely behind him. Yes, I have heard of it. As far as he knew, Malarok was the leader who started the war of invasion on the continent of Frelia. It is said that he had the ability to make a person see what they desired most. After he died, his corpse was refined into an artifact. Tyrion Ignis glanced behind him and continued, the Eyes of Malarok is the artifact that helps you see what you want to see. What appeared before you just now is what you desire most. Lewis bowed his head slightly, a thought flashing through his mind. What I desire most is to restore the Adele family's domain and become the most powerful mage. He suddenly asked, are you curious about what I see, Lewis? He asked curiously, what do you see, sir? Tyrion Ignis chuckled, his eyes filled with warmth. A world where everyone acts according to their roles, students are students, and mages are mages. The two of them were now standing before a door. He continued, of course, that's not easy. Lewis quietly replied, yes. A heavy, thick door creaked open slowly. As Lewis prepared to step inside, he glanced back over his shoulder. An image of him holding the championship trophy flashed in his mind, with male students tossing him into the air and shouting, Lewis, you won. Lewis, you won. Then came the image of Lewis in a graduation cap, with a voice congratulating Lewis Adele for being the valedictorian. The corner of Lewis's mouth lifted into a faint, barely noticeable smile. The scene shifted to another location, where a soft sound broke the silence. A cup of tea was placed on the table with an invitation. Have some tea, Lewis. Lewis nodded in response. Yes, thank you, Professor. Tyrion Ignis silently watched him lift the teacup and take a sip. After Lewis finished his tea, he asked, I called you in because there's something I need to ask. Will you give me an answer? Among the countless forbidden substances. Tyrion Ignis clasped his hands together, his voice turning serious. How did you know that what Miko used was combustion? Lewis said nothing, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Then he listed the characteristics. Miko's demeanor wasn't normal, he was violent yet showed signs of anxiety. Not to mention, the amplification and flow of his mana were also abnormal. Therefore, I speculated that he used combustion. Tyrion Ignis pressed on, but from what I saw, you seem certain, not just speculating. Why is that? Lewis raised an eyebrow and explained, the hall's mana barrier only reduces magical power. It doesn't affect physical strength. And what I used was physical strength, not magic. He thought to himself, I shouldn't mention the Eye of Insight. Lewis's voice lowered. I'm sure he was in severe shock. Yet he was still able to laugh and showed no signs of pain. That could only mean he had used combustion. The professor praised him internally. The boy is only 16, yet he's sharp enough to notice even the smallest changes in his opponent. Not to mention, he remained so calm in that situation, coupled with his flawless ability to use magic. Tyrion Ignis placed his hand on the table and spoke with a firm tone, as the Academy's headmaster. I am very sorry about this incident. My sincerest apologies, Lewis. I will ensure the Gary Hughes family cannot harm you. With that, he stroked his long white beard and said, one more thing, I have a proposal. Lewis was stunned when he heard Tyrion Ignis's words. Would you like to participate in the Grand Festival this July as the Academy's representative? Although he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't hide his astonishment. The Academy's representative, a position everyone covets. I had a faint suspicion when I came here. Lewis shut his eyes, trying to calm himself, as if contemplating a very serious matter. Tyrion Ignis listened intently for his answer. Thank you, Professor. I feel very honored to receive this offer. But... Lewis's voice became hesitant. As you know, I still lack experience. I haven't had a single real battle in the past 5 years. He lowered his head slightly, his voice dropping. During that time, I couldn't do anything. I achieved nothing because of my mana disorder. The Grand Festival is a gathering of highly skilled individuals. I don't know if I'm strong enough to compete with them. Tyrion Ignis's voice rang out, causing Lewis to look up. That's not an issue. As a judge at the Grand Festival. He raised his index finger and said with certainty, I think you deserve the title of a championship contender. The boy hesitated and asked, excuse me, Professor? A championship contender? Tyrion Ignis stroked his long beard and said, I assure you, you are a very promising contestant. But what's even more formidable is that. A blush appeared on Lewis's face in embarrassment when he heard him say, you will be a secret weapon that no one expects. Tyrion Ignis let out a long, satisfied sigh. To them, you're a mystery. They have no information about you. They won't know what techniques or fighting style you'll use, and of course, they won't find a way to counter you. Hearing this, he rejoiced inwardly. So that's how it is. I was always at the bottom, so they let their guard down. They don't have much information on me, unlike Miko. It seems this will be a good chance to surprise them. Lewis's hands tightened on the hem of his pants as he heard the professor ask, so what do you say? Will you participate or not? After putting on a show of careful consideration, Lewis gave his answer. I will do my best not to disappoint you. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. Tyrion Ignis spoke up, just in time. Please, come in. He looked at the newcomer and then said to the boy, Lewis, I think the physical skills class will be more useful to you than the magic class. I've invited this professor to help you develop those skills. Hearing the greeting, "Are you doing well, kiddo?" Lewis froze for a moment. This is... The visitor was Gyuter Paranti. He laughed teasingly. "What's with that face? Aren't you happy to see me?" Lewis recognized him. He was the captain of the knights in the foreign territory, one of the few Elric-ranked knights in the kingdom of Gideon. He remembered, "This is also the person I met during the third test." Seeing Gyuter sitting in front of him, Lewis couldn't help but marvel. "I can't believe I get to take a physical skills class with him." Gyuter then spoke up. "First, I need to confirm a few things." Gyuter asked, "I heard from Professor Heidel that you're a special mage who can only fight in close combat. Is that true?" He nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, that's right." Gyuter commented on Lewis, "From what I've seen, your movements are quite good, fast, precise, with no wasted motion." Lewis stiffened when Gyuter said, "But, to be honest, it's obvious you've never studied martial arts." His voice deepened. "Your techniques might work on that goblin from before, but against us, you'll be completely reed. No matter how strong you are, opponents with good physical skills can anticipate your attacks by the way you move your shoulders and hips." His hands resting on his knees tightened slightly. Lewis thought to himself, "He's right. My moves are just repetitive motions from quests, so they aren't very applicable in a real fight." Suddenly, Gyuter shot to his feet. "But don't worry. If you learn from me, your movements will change from the very basics." He looked straight into the boy's eyes. "So, shall we start now?" Later, the two moved to a different training location. Gyuter's voice rang out, "For a knight, the most important thing is footwork. A solid stance gives power to your sword swing. Moreover, your feet will help you predict the enemy's next move. So your first lesson will be to walk properly." He sat on a platform and said, "Only when you learn to walk correctly can you use physical skills." Lewis extended his hands, his expression serious as he followed Gyuter's instructions. Celestial martial arts is the style typically used to train knights. His fists flew one after another, the sound of them cutting through the air echoing in the space. Gyuter slowly stood up, watching Lewis shadowbox, and explained, "This discipline consists of 36 forms, not including swordsmanship techniques." The boy continued to train diligently, his hands clenched into fists, his entire body ready to lunge forward. Punch after punch struck the air, the whistling sound echoing repeatedly. Nearby, Gyuter stood with his arms crossed, silently observing Lewis's every move. His expression grew serious as he recalled the boy's earlier words. "I was wondering." At that time, Lewis had asked, "You don't gain anything from teaching me martial arts. And you have to come to the academy every day. So why are you doing this, sir?" Gyuter had replied, "Just think of it as an investment." Hearing this, the boy asked doubtfully, "An investment?" He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I've met someone who has the potential to become a talented mage in the future. If I can contribute to supporting that person." Lewis remained silent as Gyuter continued, "It would be a worthy investment, wouldn't it?" After that, the boy bowed his head. "Then I'll be in your care, Professor Gyuter." Suddenly, Gyuter cleared his throat awkwardly and suggested, "Hey, listen, calling me professor sounds too stiff. Just call me Hyung. I'm only in my 30s. Hearing his age, Lewis was stunned. What? No way. Back in the present, he was still training hard. Lewis punched to one side then the other, while Gyuter watched calmly from nearby. He seemed pleased. "This kid's got guts. He's pretty good." Gyuter recalled examining the goblin's wounds earlier, hearing the whispers around him. "What? The goblin's jaw is really broken?" Seeing Lewis execute a high kick, he thought to himself, "A close combat mage stronger than a goblin, what an interesting kid." And just like that, 3 weeks passed. Lewis looked at the system notification, skill, Art of the Body. Art of the Body has leveled up to level 10. Title acquired, My Body is a Weapon. Reward. Skill effect increased, Berserker Mage. You can now channel magic throughout your body. He said to Trang, "Mastering celestial martial arts is pretty useful, huh?" She laughed smugly, "Of course. It took all that for me to reach level 3. Lewis looked at the notification, Strength, 2130. He clenched his fist. This power is immense. I can feel it so clearly. Trang let out a sigh. The speed at which you gain this strength is even more terrifying. It took Drakkar over a year and a half after meeting me to reach 2000 strength points. Is it because of the difference in the perception of time between humans and dragons? Suddenly, a voice called out from the distance, Lewis. Seeing Jason hurrying over, Lewis asked curiously, "Jason, what's wrong?" He leaned over, hands on his thighs, panting, and asked, "Have you seen it?" Lewis asked back, puzzled, "Seen what?" Jason replied, "The list of participants for the Grand Festival has been posted at the Academy Gate." Lewis froze, thinking to himself, the Grand Festival. A memory surfaced in Lewis's mind with a voice echoing, "First place, Lewis Adele. At the opening ceremony, I represented the new students on the podium. Because of that, I became the target of envy and suspicion. In response to this jealousy, I behaved pathetically for the past 5 years. All I could do was watch from afar as Miko received everyone's congratulations. And now, Lewis and Jason were rushing towards the Academy Gate. When they arrived, they saw a crowd gathered in front. When he saw the contents of the announcement, he couldn't help but let out a cry, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Lewis couldn't believe his eyes. Have I really become the representative? The male students also recognized him. Hey, it's Lewis. Then they ran towards Lewis, shouting, "Congratulations on becoming the representative, Lewis. I'll be cheering for you at the Grand Festival." It took a long time, but I've finally become the Academy's representative once again. Lewis beamed at everyone. Beside him, Jason was so happy he was crying. My name is on the list too. 31st place in the group competition. The scene shifts elsewhere. Heidel praises him. I was very surprised when Sir Guter said you've mastered celestial martial arts. His voice faltered. An S-rank student at the age of 16. Sometimes your prodigious talent frightens me. Then, Heidel's tone became firm. I believe you can do it, Lewis. And so, the preparations for the Grand Festival went smoothly. We arrived in Intan, where the festival was being held, just in time. Everyone was waiting for the train. People were murmuring. We're taking the mana train? Here? This is my first time. I hear it's incredibly fast. Lewis stood in the crowd, conversations buzzing around him. There are only 2 transit points in the Kingdom of Gideon. But they say there are over 100 in the Zenith Empire Federation. Of course, they're an empire. We're the smallest of the small nations. Lewis and Jason both frowned when they heard someone click their tongue. A bunch of country bumpkins, making such a fuss over a single mana train ride. Hanker spoke disdainfully, "Stop acting like hicks and shut up." Jason snapped, "What?" Then he shouted angrily, "You bastard, are you done talking?" Lewis heard but remained silent, not getting involved. He recognized the guy. That bastard was Hanker, one of Miko's lackeys who participated in last year's magic festival with him. Hanker paid no mind and continued, "If you think Lewis is going to create some miracle at the Grand Festival, give up. He's only acting arrogant because he got high scores in the first semester." The male student next to Hanker chimed in, "That's right. The representatives from other academies are like phantoms. We'd have a better chance of winning if Miko, who has fought against them, was chosen as the representative." Jason was trembling with anger when the guy declared, "Either way, I won't accept Lewis as the Academy's representative, so you guys better watch out for yourselves." Jason yelled, "What?" Lewis was silent. There were many scumbags who wanted to benefit, even just a little, by clinging to the Gary Hughes family. But I have to do well in this competition, even if it means being on the same team as these bastards. Trang, perched on his shoulder, chuckled. "Lewis, you're in a tough spot, aren't you?" Hanker glanced towards the source of the sound. Miko would be very pleased. Lewis gave an icy smile. Dogs remain loyal to their master, even when their master is about to be kicked out. Hanker strode towards him and raised his voice. "Did you just call us dogs?" Lewis laughed. "Good. I tried to speak as clearly as possible for someone of your intelligence to understand. So you got what I meant?" He continued, "Just because you're the Academy's representative." Before Hanker could finish, Lewis cut him off. "Listen up." Lewis's voice turned serious. "This Grand Festival will be on a completely different level from the magic festivals you've attended before. If you perform well, you'll get better opportunities than the Gary Hughes family could ever give you." Hanker burst out laughing as if he'd heard a joke. "Of course things would be like that if we got good results. But is that even possible? The participants in this competition are all monsters. In the end, our fate is to be stuck in the Kingdom of Gideon and work under the Gary Hughes family. You should stop dreaming." Lewis remained calm. "We can do it." Lewis turned and walked away. The Grand Festival is an event where unity is paramount. It's best we eliminate any elements that hinder teamwork. Seeing this, Hanker called out after him, "So does that mean you'll compete without us?" He gave him a cryptic reply. "On the way there, you should reconsider who your representative is right now." Hanker gritted his teeth in anger as Lewis said, "And there's no Gary Hughes family here to recognize your loyalty." He screamed furiously, "You're ruining your own first individual match. I won't listen to any of your orders during the grand festival." With a series of whooshes, the train sped through the forest. Inside the cabin, people looked outside and marveled. "It's so fast." Trang stood on his shoulder, laughing loudly. "What's going on here? The world has become a much better place. In my time, the fastest means of transport was..." Lewis's face showed extreme embarrassment. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from a nearby door. Then, a voice spoke up next to Lewis and Jason. "Ah, I thought I smelled the stench of losers somewhere." 3 male students were standing there. The one in the middle spoke mockingly, well, who do we have here? The country bumpkins from the stupid academy?" Lewis looked at the emblem on the speaker's chest. That emblem. Iota National Magic Academy. From what he knew, Iota National Magic Academy was the only training school in Iota. The Sand Kingdom was built on a desert. Famous for its ancient history, they were particularly known for honing their swordsmanship and bodies to the absolute limit. Lewis looked over, suspicious. "What are people from Iota National Magic Academy doing here?" Sita raised his voice. "Hey, you from the stupid academy, where's Michael Gary Hill? Don't tell me he ran away because of some adversity? I was planning to have him take care of us this year." He said this while laughing loudly. "Take care of us like a slave, that is." Sita waved his hand at the people near him. "You guys are in charge of last place this year too, right? Let's all get along." Trang covered her mouth and giggled. My, look at your patience, Lewis. You can just sit there and listen to all this?" Lewis looked at the laughing Sita and thought, "I never knew this because I've never been here before, but it seems our academy is treated very poorly." His gaze shifted to another direction nearby. Heidel was staring intently at a notebook, feigning disinterest. Lewis understood that the professor had no intention of interfering. The Grand Festival was a competition among students, and right now, his teacher's role was simply that of an instructor. He lowered his head slightly, his eyebrows furrowing. "Right now, the authority and responsibility for the entire team rest on my shoulders, the Academy's representative." That Sita guy walked over to Hanker, resting his hand on the back of the chair. "Hey, Hanker, where's your representative, Michael Gary Hill? At least he was an interesting guy." But Hanker remained silent. Suddenly, a sound made Sita turn his head. Nico was probably bedridden, praying for his broken ribs to heal right now. He saw Lewis standing tall and confident, looking Sita straight in the eye. Hanker spoke with a hesitant voice, "That's our Academy's representative." Sita was doubtful. "Representative? That guy? This is the first time I've ever seen him." With that, he turned and walked towards Lewis, his footsteps like a drumbeat in everyone's heart. No one dared to breathe loudly. Sita stood face to face with Lewis and introduced himself. "I am Iota's representative, Sita Mankiri." "What's your name?" The boy showed no fear and calmly replied, "Lewis Adele." Lewis's voice dropped. "And I think that's enough questions for our first meeting. If you're done causing trouble, get out of our cabin." Sita's voice grew sharp. "What?" He smirked. "But of course, you'll apologize for calling us the stupid academy before you leave, right? And with a polite attitude, I mean." Lewis repeated himself. "Before you go, shouldn't you apologize for calling us the stupid academy? I mean, a sincere apology." A vein popped on Sita's forehead, his voice as cold as ice. "What did you say?" He moved closer to Lewis. "Did you just tell me to apologize?" Then Sita turned back and yelled in frustration. "Hey, Hanker, didn't you tell him who I am?" Hanker's whole body trembled. "Well, Hearing this made Sita even more furious. "You can't even handle something that simple? Let me teach you a lesson you won't forget." Seeing his behavior, Lewis understood. So that's how it is. He looked at the fear on everyone's faces. This is why the participants of the Grand Festival are so scared when they see the students from Iota Academy. Lewis looked at Sita with a determined gaze. It's because they're being bullied by Sita Mankiri. He could feel the atmosphere of fear enveloping the entire train cabin. They're doing this on purpose to demoralize everyone before the match. Lewis was so angry he clenched his fists. So, the Grand Festival has already begun. Suddenly, he smirked provocatively. So, want to give it a try? Sita looked like he'd heard a joke. Ha! Has this bastard completely lost his mind? With that, he prepared to throw a punch, not forgetting his threat. You think I'm scared? Don't even think about. Before the punch could land, someone shouted, Sita, stop. Sita retracted his punch, pulling his hand back, his voice faltering. Professor. The man spoke sternly, can't you just sit still? What are you doing before the match even starts? Trying to make enemies already? He looked at Heidel and apologized sincerely. My student was being disrespectful. On their behalf, I sincerely apologize. Heidel nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then he pushed Sita hard and yelled, Sita, go back to your seat. Immediately. He was still reluctant. But, Professor. Sita turned back and shot a hostile glare. You just wait. Lewis watched the man walk away and fell into deep thought. Just as I thought. This wasn't going to be easy from the start. In another train cabin, an indignant voice rang out. Professor, why did you stop us? Sita couldn't understand. You were the one who came up with this plan. So why? The man lowered his head, sighed, and asked back, didn't you see it? Sita was still confused. Sir, what do you mean? Sita flinched when he heard his teacher's question. Didn't you see him smile? He recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier. That Professor Heidel from Ignis Academy, he was smiling as he watched you, as if he was just waiting for you to make a move. Sita spoke his thoughts cautiously. It was just confidence, wasn't it, sir? The man sighed again. I'm not so sure. I don't really know. He recalled the aura coming from Lewis. I think there's something about that kid, Lewis, that we don't know yet. He's not like that Nico Gary Hill you fought before. Hearing this tone, Sita knew things were not as simple as he had thought. The train continued to move. After the Iota group left, the atmosphere in the cabin changed strangely. Everyone gathered around Lewis, discussing. Hey! What's the first match? The first round is a group match without the representative. So you're not in it, Lewis? I don't know if we can do it. Hanker raised his voice, full of determination. Of course we can. We can't lose. Someone agreed, shouting with spirit, that's right. We can't lose to those bastards. Lewis looked at everyone with satisfaction. Just a moment ago, they were full of ego and jealousy, but now they're so united. Everyone asked him with concern, are you okay, Lewis? Why did you get so worked up? Those guys have known how to fight since they were born. Yeah, he's right. If there was a real fight. Lewis's words made the group pause. But didn't you guys find it annoying? He emphasized each word, they looked down on you, they openly disrespected our school's representative. As the representative, what would happen if I just sat still? In the cabin, Lewis's voice rang out again. They would definitely get even more satisfaction and look down on us even more. Someone hesitated, well, that's true. But... He cut the other person off. If we do nothing, then we really are the stupid academy like they said. Is that what you want? The group lowered their heads as Lewis asked, do you want to be looked down on forever? Suddenly, he raised his voice. It's precisely because you backed down that they've looked down on us for the past 5 years. Lewis continued, so, what do you want to do now? This isn't the time to lose our unity because of ego. One person pushed Hanker forward. Well, we were thinking of having Hanker be the goalie in the aeroball match. What do you think? He scratched his head in embarrassment. Me as the goalie? Lewis was somewhat satisfied. Looks like Nico's little follower is willing to participate. It should stay that way until the competition ends. An announcement suddenly echoed through the train. Next stop, Entan Duchy. Then, a voice urged, we're here. Everyone, take your luggage and get off. The Entan Duchy is a state belonging to the Zenith Imperial Federation. It is also the only state recognized as a neutral state of the Empire. Therefore, upon entering, even thousand-year enemies must temporarily set aside their hatred. If any bloodshed occurs within Entan's territory, the Zenith Empire, as the continent's hegemon, will step in to adjudicate the matter. For this reason, large-scale international competitions are held in Entan, such as the Grand Festival of the Mages Association and the Great Sword Tournament of the Swordsmanship Association. The male students looked bewildered at the crowd in front of them and began to chat. So this place isn't the Zenith Empire? Someone's voice cut in. Idiot. It's not the Empire. This is just an Imperial Federation under the Empire's administration. One person pouted. It's pretty much the same thing. Jason looked around. This place looks like another world, doesn't it, Lewis? Our hometown is already impressive, but this place. Lewis's eyelids drooped slightly. So this is in Tan. He looked at two men chatting happily. Truly befitting the capital of the kingdom. Then he looked over at two girls laughing with delight. Everything exudes an ancient charm, and everyone seems so relaxed. Lewis thought to himself, coming here really makes me realize how small our place is. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "All right, we're heading to the lodging. Everyone, get on the carriages." Afterward, everyone boarded the carriages one by one. A line of carriages moved along the road. Heidel sat opposite Lewis and Jason and gave a reminder. "I'm just saying this as a precaution. Even by accident, do not go to the other academy's areas." His eyes flickered towards Lewis. Causing trouble now won't do any good. He became flustered. "Why are you looking at me when you say that?" Suddenly, Chang looked in another direction and exclaimed, "Oh, look." Lewis looked at it quizzically and asked, "Huh? What's wrong, Trang?" Trang frowned. "That." She continued, "I just caught an extremely interesting scent." He widened his eyes in surprise. "What scent?" Unexpectedly, Trang leaped down from above. She stood on Lewis's leg and opened her mouth. "It seems like..." Chang sensed it and said, "A remnant of Drakkar is here." The scene shifts to the next day, at the Ignis Academy's lodging house. Jason watched Lewis deftly put on his jacket and asked sleepily, "Hey, Lewis, got a date?" He didn't answer and just dashed off like the wind. The system screen lit up in front of Lewis. While running, he asked Trang, "Are you sure?" She nodded in reply. "Of course. You'll see it on the mini-map in a moment. Even I can see it." When they arrived at a place with a sign that read, "Crafting Workshop, Resonating Memories," Trang exclaimed, "We're here." Lewis slowly opened the door and stepped inside. He looked at the scene inside and commented, "I thought the Dark Dragon's items would be in a special place. This place looks too ordinary." Lewis stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Shouldn't it be in places like the black market or a rich person's basement?" Trang stood with her hands on her hips and laughed. "Drakkar's remnants are useless to ordinary mages. To them, it's just trash." When using the ring of damage immunity, his eyes suddenly widened. Following that, a brilliant light flashed. The light beam shot towards the man, surprising him. A ring levitated within that light. The system displayed information, player's intrinsic treasure. A treasure that was also Drakkar's first failure. The damage immunity ability will help resist physical impacts on the player's body, increasing the ability to nullify physical damage. Seeing this, Lewis asked doubtfully, "A failure?" Trang laughed and explained, "This one is a bit special." She elaborated, "It doesn't just resist attacks, but also normal physical contact. You can't even get a hug from a loved one." Trang gave a strained laugh. "You don't have it when you need it, and you have it when you don't. That's why it's called a failure. But you still need this." Knowing he couldn't refuse, he could only nod. Looking at the content on the system screen, increases Miko 0.0 strength points when equipped, Lewis nodded. Increases Miko 0.0 strength points, just for that, I want to wear it. After that, he tried putting the ring on his middle finger. Lewis looked at his hand, extremely satisfied. "Great, it fits perfectly. As if it was made just for me." He said to the seller, "I'd like to buy this ring. How much is it?" The man laughed out loud and gestured. "Just take it. It's been here for a long time. I don't even know how to maintain it." With no other choice, Lewis could only suggest, "Then let me buy something else." The man smiled again and replied, "Feel free." He walked along the aisle, looking left and right. Having the eye of insight is really convenient. Seeing the rarity of the books displayed before him, Lewis sighed internally. It can even determine the value of items. Suddenly, his gaze stopped as he looked in one direction. A dazzling yellow light emanated from a book with the information, "Rarity, high. Quantum Mechanics of Magic in Swordsmanship." Lewis was startled. This. As he was about to reach for the book, someone suddenly appeared and blocked his hand. He was stunned, looking at the white-haired girl in front of him. This is... Information appeared above the girl's head, Irene Prius, S-rank mage, very high potential. Lewis recognized her. Irene Prius from Seiki Women's University. The king of Pluto, the sovereign of mages, the ultimate mage. Theron Artemis. Irene Prius is one of the 11 successor mages personally chosen by him. Lewis's expression grew solemn. I heard she's a genius on the verge of reaching S rank. He looked at Irene and recalled the information from before. But she's already S rank. It seems the rumors downplayed her abilities. She growled, let go. Lewis didn't back down. I was here first. Irene's hand remained firmly on his. Judging by your uniform, you must be from Ignis Academy. I am Irene Prius of Shinseki Women's University. You've already found what you were looking for. You're just looking for something else now, right? But I came here just to buy this book. She proposed, if it's not a big deal, would you mind letting me have it? Lewis raised an eyebrow, thinking, so she overheard me. Is she buying this book for the grand festival? He asked, so what do you need this book for? Not many people are usually interested in books like this. Irene's voice became hesitant. I. She pulled back her hand, turning her slightly blushing face away. It's just for homework. I can't explain in detail. That's all you need to know. Lewis guessed, it's probably not school homework. Maybe it's related to the king of Pluto. He suddenly spoke up. Then you can have it. It's important to you. Just take it. Being given the book without having to say much more made Irene respond awkwardly. Oh. Thanks. Lewis resumed his search. So what should I buy now? Irene watched him go, a look of confusion on her face. When he got back to his lodging, after Lewis recounted the events, a series of questions erupted. You met Irene Prius? What did you two talk about? Is she as beautiful as they say? Jason and Hanker's eyes lit up with excitement as they asked, where did you meet her? How did you meet her? Lewis was speechless. Can you guys ask one question at a time? Jason tilted his head back sadly. I'm so jealous. My dream is to touch Irene's hand just once. Hanker took the opportunity to brag. How pathetic. I got to see Irene at the grand festival too. I even sat next to her during. Jason cut him off irritably, shut up, that doesn't count as talking to her. Lewis endured the two of them screaming like children. What? Look at yourself. You haven't even stood near her, let alone. As if remembering something, Hanker spoke up. By the way, she's strong, alright. But she's always stuck in second place. I heard she loses to the number 1, Doomgram, every year, to the point of despair. Jason shot up and yelled, that's nonsense. How dare you talk about my Irene like that? Hanker let out a sigh. Your Irene? Since when? It's not nonsense. He's the top student at the Zenith Military Training Academy. In other words, on this continent. He's the most recognized person among our peers. He added, not to mention, he's also the wielder of the light sword. Hearing this, Lewis was surprised. A sword? He remembered the book. So that's why Irene needed that book. She needs it to defeat Doomgram. As far as Lewis knew, being a swordsman wasn't all that great. Compared to other weapons, a magic sword didn't provide that much power. Moreover, mastering swordsmanship was no easy feat. Hanker added, but this Doomgram guy is different. His light sword is an S-rank artifact. And in terms of skill, he's at least on par with a regular knight. Jason sighed dramatically. Master of swordsmanship, proficient in magic, and he has an S-rank artifact too. It's one thing after another. Not to mention, he's from a rich family, his dad's powerful, and he's handsome. You wouldn't believe how many girls are crazy about him. Hearing him complain, does someone like that really exist in this world? Lewis just remained silent. He thought of Irene, an S-rank mage at only 16, and the swordsman who always took first place. Lewis furrowed his brow in silence. Can I win when facing geniuses like these? He remembered his encounter with Sita. Surely, no one would pay attention to someone like me. But... Lewis closed his eyes, recalling Tyrion Ignis's words. To say you're a championship contender is no exaggeration. He told himself, I want to see how I measure up. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside. Hey guys, the lineup for the opening ceremony is out. Hearing this, a determined glint appeared in Lewis's eyes. Good. After that, he stood up and walked towards the door. Lewis walked straight towards the light streaming in from outside. The grand festival. His cloak fluttered in the wind like a declaration. It's only just begun. Immediately after, he thought to himself, the opening lineup has finally been announced. Lewis's face was very serious as he looked up in anticipation. Our opponent is. After looking at the tournament bracket for a moment, he was quite surprised. A match against the stupid academy. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Well, this is going to be too easy. It turned out to be Sita. He approached arrogantly and issued a challenge. Fighting you guys gives us more time to fool around. Immediately, Lewis turned and thought, the Iota students. Lewis looked at them without any fear, but thought to himself, fighting these guys is the worst. He observed their group and considered. They're known for playing dirty. Not to mention. Behind him, the others were quite scared when they saw them and whispered, damn it. Why them? They look really scary. Hearing this, he thought, many students at our school have been psychologically traumatized by them. Sita arrogantly taunted them. You guys are so weak you can't even get us excited. So boring. As boring as a cockroach. The lackeys next to him laughed like it was the funniest thing ever. Seeing the crowd around him whispering, he arrogantly spoke with a challenging tone, I can't believe we're up against the stupid academy. How did they even get here? Hey, aren't you afraid they'll hear you? Who cares? What can they do to me? They can't do a damn thing. A sinister smile appeared on Lewis's face as he thought, alright, I'll take this opportunity to show you. Immediately after, he clenched his fist, his face full of pride, and thought, we're not the same as before. Then, he spoke with heroic determination, I've been waiting for you. He immediately approached the other group and provoked them. There are a lot of Grand Festival participants here, huh? Hearing this, Sita got angry and asked, what do you want? He moved even closer and said softly, I want to introduce myself. Then, he shouted loudly and introduced himself, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Lewis Adele, the representative of the stupid academy you've all been talking about. Lewis continued his announcement, I won't say much, I just have one small request. His face now looked very sinister and intimidating as he continued, never call us the stupid academy again. It's unpleasant. Hearing that, Sita was so angry he gritted his teeth and exclaimed. His voice sounded incredibly menacing as he threatened, I'm tired of being at the bottom of the rankings. From now on. Lewis looked straight at them and declared, much to their surprise, I want to be number one. The others finally reacted violently, cursing, if we don't call you the stupid academy, what should we call you? Stop talking nonsense and quit putting on an act. Hearing this, Sita felt annoyed and said, do you think this place is like some village-level competition? Number 1 foot, that really grates on my ears. Who do you think you are? Hearing this, he thought of the old white-haired man and mused, I am. Lewis's face was full of confidence as he declared clearly, the wild card. He had made up his mind. I will never back down again. The scene shifts back to that white building, where the others were whispering excitedly. Who is that guy? Lewis Adele. The group was racking their brains. I looked him up. I heard he used to be at the bottom of his class. The bottom? And he still got to be the academy representative? One of them answered, clearly annoyed, I'm not sure, but I heard at the beginning of last semester, he suddenly did a complete 180. His scores were through the roof. Sita heard this and asked maliciously, a 180-degree change? The other guy continued, yeah, that's probably why he's so confident. He remembered the old man's words, that kid, there's something about him we don't know. Immediately after, he sighed and said, alright, I'm probably just overthinking it. He immediately stood up, stretched, and cracked his knuckles, saying, that arrogant bunch. I'll teach them a lesson. His face was extremely confident and proud as he said, using our school's traditional method. The scene shifts to the Ignis Academy's lodging house. Here, Lewis's group had gathered to plan their strategy. Tomorrow is the Mana Grenade event. The format is a team battle. Except for the academy representative, all team members can participate. He then analyzed the strategy for his teammates. The challenge requires participants to throw mana grenades at a mithril golem. The team that takes it down faster wins. At that moment, a team member turned to ask him, without you tomorrow, I wonder if we'll be okay. After that, Lewis stood up and announced to everyone, it's true that our individual abilities don't match Iota's. But with his strong belief, he encouraged the group. But I believe you will win. Hearing this, his teammates were very worried and exclaimed, win? How? Seeing this, Lewis stood up and told everyone, this is a team battle. If everyone cooperates, we will definitely win. Then, he laid out the plan. Let's start by dividing into small groups. Hanker was surprised and exclaimed, small groups? In his mind, Lewis had already devised a detailed plan for dividing into groups and told everyone. Yes. Group 1 will prime the grenades. Group 2 will be responsible for transport. Group 3 will attack the golem. And Group 4 will hinder the opponent by healing their golem. After hearing the plan, the group began to whisper excitedly. If we do that, it will take a long time to defeat the golem. That's right. The Iota team will have 30 people attacking at once. If we have fewer people. Not to mention they're no slouches either. At this moment, he looked at all his teammates with a sincere gaze. Then he shouted loudly, what's wrong with you all? Hanker exclaimed in surprise, huh? Lewis's face was extremely serious as he spoke clearly, remember what I said in front of them? I said we would be number 1. I was serious about that. Immediately after, he slammed his hand on the table and yelled, whether you participate or not, I will still help you with all my might. He stood before everyone and persuaded them, when Iota makes 1 move, we'll make 2, or 3. The members of Iota all have excellent abilities, which is why they can use the traditional method. If we do that, it will take a very long time. Seeing this, Jason's face showed extreme determination as he declared, alright, I believe you, Lewis. Hanker next to him agreed. Me too. Immediately after, the rest of the group also declared with fiery spirit, us too, we believe you too. At once, Lewis looked at them and assigned tasks. Alright, Hanker will be the commander. Zola, Min. Mora, Ike, Freya, you guys will prime the grenades. After that, he turned to another person and gave the next order. After the grenades are primed, Taemon will handle transportation. He stared at the plan and considered, I've divided the teams based on each person's abilities. It's also thanks to my innate skill that I can do this. Immediately, he used his special eye technique. Eye of Insight. He looked at his teammates to assess their capabilities. The ability to see through an opponent's strengths. With this, I can minimize disadvantages and focus more on everyone's advantages. Everyone now had great faith and discussed excitedly. This time it should be fine, right? Yeah, we might actually win. Seeing everyone so excited, he thought to himself, once they're in the right group, people will gradually gain more confidence. Everyone was happily chatting. I'm not good at throwing, but I can prime it in 5 seconds. I may not be good at much, but I'm great at throwing. Lewis was very pleased and thought to himself. What a relief. Watching everyone laugh and talk, Lewis also felt better and thought, everyone is starting to feel more confident. Their faith has been strengthened. Suddenly, at that moment, someone burst through the door. His face was covered in injuries as he collapsed to the floor. Seeing this, everyone in the room panicked and shouted. Funlum. His mouth trembled as he uttered, Lewis. Seeing him like this, he was extremely worried and rushed over to ask, what happened to your face? Are you okay? The boy gathered all his strength, stammering, the Iota guys, what about the Iota guys? After a long moment, Funlum managed to speak, surprising Lewis. Their representative called his buddies over, and then they dragged me away. The scene shifts to the other team's room. When Sita saw him walk in, he exclaimed. Seeing him, he was very contemptuous and said, see? I told you he'd come. So, what are you going to do, huh? You think you can do anything to us? His face was extremely serious, his killer gaze fixed on him as he said, get Sita Mankiri out here now. In that room, Lewis raised his voice and shouted for the other guy. Sita Mankiri, get out here now. Seeing this, Sita laughed scornfully and cursed, damn, is this guy crazy? Then, he stood up, walked in front of the guy, gritted his teeth, and said, on what basis do you always act so high and mighty? Right then, Lewis fixed his murderous gaze on him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said in a harsh tone, on what basis, you ask? Immediately after, he applied force with his hand on the man. Instantly, he was knocked down, forced to kneel on the ground. Sita's face was extremely panicked as he witnessed this scene and thought, what is this power? Immediately, he stood up with a furious expression, clenched his fist, and yelled, this bastard. Seeing this, Luing quickly dodged his punch. And very quickly, with just one move, he twisted his arm, causing Sita to cry out in pain. His face was extremely dangerous as he threatened the others, I'm warning you, if you dare touch my people one more time, it won't just end here. Sita had been seriously injured and was now rolling on the ground, crying out in pain. His underling saw this and rushed over in a panic, asking, what's wrong? Sita, are you okay? His face was contorted in pain as he clutched his shoulder and cried out miserably. Luan stood before him, his voice threatening. So, you want to go around with me? Back in their own territory, Lewis told his comrades what happened, and they were extremely shocked and surprised, shouting, "A flick to the forehead?" The group was stunned, still not believing their ears. "If we beat Iota Academy, Sita Mankari will get a flick to the forehead from you? Don't tell me it's the same kind of flick as Miko's." Right then, he announced more good news to everyone. Not only that, he also has to apologize to us. In front of everyone. Hearing this, everyone was ecstatic and surprised, exclaiming in unison, "Ah, we absolutely have to win this time. This is great motivation. Our job now is to win." At that moment, someone suddenly ran in and announced, "It's time to go to the Intan Arena. Everyone, get ready." Shortly after, the team was at the Grand Festival, the Festival of Mages and the entire continent. And throughout history, the mages present here. Everyone here looked very confident, all becoming important factors in changing the fate of the entire continent. The audience at that time was extremely enthusiastic, cheering with all their might, "Ignis Academy, go for it." Lewis's face was confident and satisfied as he thought, "I can't believe I'm also a part of this place, a place that creates legends in history." Immediately after, the announcer shouted to inform everyone, "The opening ceremony has concluded. Please return to your seats." At once, the group returned to their seats. Suddenly, at that moment, he ran into someone. It turned out to be Sita, whose face was now filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Get ready. I won't be careless this time." Immediately after, the guy left in a huff. Looking at him, Lewis didn't bother paying attention and thought, "The opponent I'm aiming for right now isn't you, Sita Mankari." Suddenly, at that moment, something caught his attention. It turned out he had noticed the young man on the other side, who was none other than Doomgram. Looking at his face made him think, the winner of the Magic Festival and also the best from the Zenith Military Training Academy. He looked at him with great determination. "If I advance deep into the rounds, I'll have to face him eventually." Suddenly, at that moment, someone's voice spoke up, "You must be the one who always causes trouble." Immediately, Lewis turned around and realized it was Irene Prius. Then, she turned and asked him, "Yesterday, you went on a rampage everywhere." She continued to question him, much to Lewis's surprise. "You even went to the Iota Academy to cause trouble." He was very surprised and asked back, "How did you know?" She walked away and answered him, "This place is small. I'm sure everyone here already knows." Hearing that, he felt very embarrassed and replied, "Ah, is that so? I didn't cause any trouble, just had a little heart-to-heart." Immediately after, she turned back and said to him, "Anyway, since you gave me the book last time, I'll give you a piece of advice, don't make yourself stand out too much." Then, his reply made her very surprised. "Like you, right? You're hiding your talent too, aren't you?" Quick as the wind, Lewis ran off and said goodbye to her. "Well then, I have to go. We have to participate in the first event." Seeing this, she was very surprised and stunned, just standing there frozen. Shortly after, the competition began. In a few minutes, the Mana Grenade event will start. The first two teams are Ignis Academy and Iota Academy. At that moment, he rallied the spirits of all the team members. "Ready?" Everyone encouraged and motivated each other. "Let's show everyone our strength. Let's show them we're not the stupid academy anymore." Immediately, the team confidently entered. The first event, the Mana Grenade toss, has officially begun. Everyone was confused, even the audience turned and questioned each other. "Huh? What are they doing?" Seeing the formation his team had arranged made everyone wonder, because until now, victory in the group competition had always relied on the abilities of individuals. Arranging a formation like knights was a strange sight for everyone. Even the mage groups outside were very surprised when they saw it. They split into a priming group and a throwing group? Whatever. Iota will win anyway. But he remained completely calm, ignoring the whispers of the crowd. They're the ones who claim to be number one. The stupid academy is truly stupid. That's why they're always at the bottom. They probably don't know there are many things beyond human limits. Even Irene's group held their breath in anticipation. And she herself was no different, exclaiming in surprise. "How is this possible?" Shortly after, his team had broken one of the stone man's arms, to everyone's amazement. "Look at the Ignis team's golem. It lost an arm." Seeing this, he immediately directed the whole group to charge in. "Everyone, keep pushing." Immediately after, he shouted commands to everyone. "Henker, the priming speed is good. Mora, Ike, you two help with transport. Jason, aim for the right arm." At once, the members received their orders and carried them out. Instantly, they destroyed the right arm. At this point, Sita was so angry he was grinding his teeth. Seeing the situation, his blood boiled and he cursed, "What the hell are these idiots doing? How are they losing to the stupid academy?" Immediately after, he pulled out the control panel and yelled, "These bastards are weird. They're just healing the golem, so it's not getting any weaker." Seeing this, he was furious but could do nothing but curse. Damn it. Louis Adele. As for Irene, she was extremely impressed and exclaimed, "Truly impressive." Watching the members of Louis's group fighting so hard also made her reconsider. The reason Ignis Academy overcame Iota's advantage in individual abilities is because they used strategy. She was extremely impressed with him. But this strategy is only effective if you have a precise understanding of each person's abilities. Then, she recalled that moment. He found the book he needed in just an instant. Seeing his team members flawlessly execute the plan left her in awe. He can even assign members to groups based on their individual abilities. Then, her gaze turned towards him and she considered, who is this person, really? Why have I never seen him at the magic festivals before? At that moment, he was creating an enormous energy sphere in his hand. After that, Jason put all his strength into throwing the ball. "It's over, you monster." Very quickly, that power caused the stone man to shatter into pieces. Witnessing this scene made Sita's face turn pale, and he stood there frozen. He was so furious that he grunted. Immediately after, the giant stone man collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the group cheered joyfully. "Woohoo! We did it! We won!" Immediately after, the group ran at full speed. Right at the Grand Festival's first event, in a competition everyone thought Iota would win. The whole team was overjoyed and ran to embrace Louis in celebration. So victory belongs to the stupid academy after all. After achieving victory, the group was very happy and said to each other, so the stupid academy is no longer at the bottom of the rankings. Iota is at the bottom now. So what should we call them? Oi attacked? Sounds pathetic. Immediately after, the referee announced the next competition. The flag capturing event between academy representatives is about to begin. For this competition, Louis will be competing. His team cheered him on enthusiastically, making him even more confident. "Louis, go for it. Beat them to a pulp." At this point, the referee announced the next match. The first match is between Representative Louis Adele of Ignis Magic Academy and Sita Mankiri of Iota Royal Magic Academy. I repeat. He moved closer to the furious Sita. Trang saw his tense expression and teased him. "Why do you look so tense, Louis?" But it seemed he didn't care and just mumbled to himself, "We're currently in the top 20 out of 32 schools, right? That's just perfect." Hearing this, she was very confused and asked, "Why is that perfect?" His attention was caught by the audience's surprise and amazement from the last match. People are starting to pay attention to us, but that's still not enough to shake off the stigma we've had for so many years. After that, he became very determined and said, "We must win spectacularly." Louis looked straight at Sita, his voice full of heroism. "Only a spectacular victory against Iota will make everyone see us in a different light." Hearing this, Trang finally understood and exclaimed, "Oh, so that's it." Then, his gaze lifted upwards, and he looked at the mage's lodge and resolved, "We also need to prove ourselves to the ultimate mage." The scene shifts to that dark room, where the supreme mages were sitting in a circle, observing the match from within an orb. The image of the two of them standing side by side appeared in the orb. The king of Pluto, Terran, looked at them in deep contemplation. Then, he turned to the person next to him and asked, "Louis Adele, that boy was once a candidate among the 11 successor children." Hearing this, the man next to him was quite surprised and said, "You still remember?" Hearing this, he lowered his face and explained, "I have a habit of remembering talented people. That boy is a natural genius, which is why he was able to teach himself how to use mana at such a young age." Immediately after, his face began to wrinkle, showing disappointment. "So I was very disappointed when I found out he had a mana disorder." Hearing this, Ignis was very surprised and replied, "Disappointed? Weren't you the one who treated the boy as if he were a talentless good-for-nothing?" At this, Terran remained silent. Then, he voiced his thoughts to everyone there. "But I never expected that you would choose such a student as the academy representative now. I don't think you did it just to prepare something interesting like before. Has the boy broken the curse after all these years?" Hearing this, Ignis remained silent for a long time. Then, looking straight at Louis, he said with great confidence, "See for yourself, and you will have your answer." At that moment, Trang turned and asked him, "What are you planning to do? Whether you bind or freeze him, you'll still have to get close." Or are you planning to summon a guardian? Immediately, he denied it. No, guardians aren't very smart. Hearing this, she was very confused and asked again, then how will you fight this battle? He then stretched and said, well. His face was full of spirit and confidence as he replied, a direct confrontation. At that moment, the referee prepared to shout, the match. As soon as the word begins was uttered, he immediately took off like a flash, lunging straight at Sita. Seeing this, he didn't back down, immediately using his power and shouting, you will pay for what you did to me the other day. Immediately after, he unleashed his power, summoning a guardian to fight on his behalf, sending it towards him. Seeing the giant knight closing in on Lewis. But he wasn't afraid at all, instantly using the time refraction technique. Very quickly, he skillfully dodged the knight's attack with ease. Then he quickly dashed forward. Immediately after, quick as a flash, he was behind Sita. Seeing this, he was very angry and attacked, gritting his teeth and cursing. Damn it! But he wasn't afraid at all and calmly stopped his punch with his bare hand. His face was triumphant as he taunted him. I knew it. The other guy saw that his hand couldn't move and cursed angrily, are you going to let go? Then, he calmly told him something that made Sita exclaim in disbelief. Ha! I don't think you should be saying that right now. It turned out the knight he had created was charging at him, roaring. Seeing this, Sita's face turned pale as he roared, stop, you stupid guardian. The knight got closer and closer to him, making Sita panic. He was furious but could do nothing but think, I can't move. His face was challenging as he taunted him. Try running now. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. The guy remembered the image of him being knocked down with a single blow and realized, so that feeling was real. It wasn't because I let my guard down. The spear was about to pierce Sita's face, but he helplessly resigned himself. I've lost. His eyes were squeezed shut, waiting for death, but when nothing happened, he slowly opened them to see what was going on. But to his surprise, he saw that he had dashed out to block the knight's attack. Witnessing this scene, Sita couldn't believe his eyes, standing there in a daze and thinking, impossible. Seeing him punch the knight repeatedly with his bare hands made him admire him endlessly. He's using his bare hands to attack a steel guardian? The knight had been beaten to a pulp by him. Lewin had now defeated the knight, leaving him utterly surprised. Immediately after, he took step after step towards him, making Sita very scared. Sita looked at him, very moved, and stammered, did you just save me? His face was feigning ignorance as he replied coolly, save you? Why would I save the person who humiliated my friend? Then, with a very dangerous expression, he moved closer to him and said slowly, I want to finish you off myself. Immediately after, he reminded him, remember the bet? At this point, Lewis cracked his knuckles and said gently, just one flick to the forehead. His flick was so light that it just sent him flying backward. He lay sprawled on the ground, his face dazed as he thought, the sky, it looks so blue. The audience was just as surprised and exclaimed, oh my god. Witnessing this scene, his academy mates cheered joyfully, and the whole arena erupted. Everyone praised him endlessly. So cool. What kind of magic is that? This matchup is a blowout. And then, Lewis caught the attention of someone else. Ignis glanced over at him and thought, here we go again. He looked at Tyrone's face, which was frozen as if he had lost his soul. Many thoughts ran through his mind. A person in my position as a demigod, the only mage to reach level 8, known as the ultimate mage, and yet I have never seen this type of magic before. He looked as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He stared at him, extremely curious. Who are you, really? Watching him laugh and joke, he was furious, and the name Louis Adel flashed in his mind. Terran was angry. His eyes looked like he was about to devour him. Tyrion Ignis, tell me everything you know about Louis Adel, he suddenly asked in a mysterious tone. He remained silent, contemplating something, a hint of helplessness in his expression. He is a student who always does his duty, someone everyone thought would give up but ultimately did not. He rested his arm on the chair and began to recount what he knew about him. A person who knows how to turn weaknesses into strengths. And a mage who is more of a mage than anyone else. This is what I know about Louis. After hearing this, his lips tightened as if he were angry. He suddenly propped himself up with his hands, speaking and smiling sarcastically. So, you're trying to protect your student from my curiosity, are you, Tyrion? What if I just summon Louis here and ask him directly, he exclaimed arrogantly with a triumphant look. If you intend to force the boy to speak, he said cryptically, making the other man even more curious. Then I will have to stop you. Tyrion could hardly believe it, his eyes turning to Tyrion with annoyance. He took a breath and then smirked contemptuously at Tyrion's words and actions. You're using the mage's right to secrecy, aren't you? The oath of Millie. They stared at each other, ignoring the others on the other side. Very well. But a little exchange probably won't be a problem. He looked back at the orb, the corner of his mouth lifting as if he had caught his prey. The one who reaches the limit of magic must be me. Terran stared intently at the orb without blinking. I must find out what kind of magic that is. Louis Adele. Somewhere, late at night. We've only won one round. He placed his hand on his head and lamented. We should be focusing on resting now. If we keep partying like this. Other schools are here too, so why worry? Let's party, a group of drunk students laughed and joked loudly. Opposite them was a completely helpless Louis. Awesome. I always thought if I ever got to Untan, I had to visit this place. Come on, Louis, let's celebrate the victory. It's a festival, after all. Jason came up behind him. That, Louis, 3 parts helpless, 7 parts fatherly, could only sigh in exasperation. They have Untan's vanilla coconut juice here, and also Dragon Kiss. 2 delicious-looking drinks were displayed before them. Dragon Kiss, he was surprised to hear about this drink. You know I've always had a love for my homeland. With that, he handed the bottle straight to him. So this is a specialty from your place? Of course, but that's not why I ordered it. From somewhere, footsteps were approaching. Just one sip of this, and you'll feel like you're kissing a dragon. The taste is amazing, you know. Jason used all the best words to market this drink. Come on, Louis, don't make that face. Give it a try. Just one glass tonight. Ah, no. Just one glass and you'll experience the ultimate taste. He persistently invited Louis to try this strange drink. He looked worriedly at the bottle in his hand. Behind them, a tall figure stood imposing and still. He looked up in surprise at the person behind him. The big guy was Sita, the one who had lost to Louis in the previous match. Sita Mankiri, they all shouted his name in surprise. I know your pride was hurt because you lost to Louis. But you should go. Don't ruin our fun. Jason frowned and glanced at him with annoyance. Sita Mankiri, he thought of his name in disbelief. Why is he here? Looking for trouble? I came to apologize. Putting aside his ego, he squinted his eyes and tried to force out an apology. Their faces turned into question marks, utterly surprised to hear him speak. I apologize for looking down on you all this time. He bowed his head slightly, trying to offer the most sincere apology possible. After being defeated by Louis at the arena, I realized, he frowned deeply, his voice strained. I shouldn't look down on others just because they are weaker than me. Words that seemed impossible were spoken. There are still many people in the world stronger than me, so to someone else, I'm just a weakling. The group was still shocked by the words he was uttering. I truly feel that what I did to you all this time was wrong. Wait. Why did you stop? Jason looked at him, confused. His face was beaded with sweat. I know that even if I say these things, you can't easily forgive me, but I'm just saying it so you know. I am truly sorry. He bowed low, showing the utmost sincerity. Louis looked at him, his face retaining some reservation but still not saying a word. Awkwardly, his friends looked at each other, only able to scratch their heads to get through it. Well, that's true. Sorry for ruining the atmosphere, I'll be going now. After speaking his mind, he straightened up, ready to leave. Sita, a voice called out, making him turn his head in surprise. Are you apologizing because of the bet, or are you genuinely sorry? Louis looked at him sternly, half believing and half doubting his sudden apology. It's real, he looked at him, his honest face saying it all. After hearing him say that, he let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Thanks for the manly apology. He stepped forward and extended his hand towards him as a gesture of encouragement, making him widen his eyes in surprise. Emotions welled up inside him, his eyes speaking volumes. He reached out and shook his hand, a handshake that was truly hard to describe. Cheers. This is delicious. What is this dish? They resumed their earlier activities. My friends also accepted Sita's apology. And so we all gathered together. Then they put their arms around each other's shoulders, finished the bottles of Dragon Kiss, drank late into the night, and got drunk in the atmosphere. In the atmosphere, Louis suddenly opened his eyes, his face showing a clear look of panic as he fell silent. Jason and the others stared at him and then broke into wide smiles. Louis, you're awake? He propped himself up with one hand, placing the other on his head and rubbing it a few times. Yeah. The group sat around his bed observing him. Finally awake, huh? remember what happened yesterday? Do you really like Dragon Kiss that much? Hanker's words made Jason and the others burst out laughing until their stomachs hurt. Yesterday, you cried and said, "Thank you guys for believing in me. At least for now. School life is so hard." Louis cried while holding the bottle, while Sita clapped in approval, and the others laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Remembering it all made the group laugh even louder. I never knew the perfect Louis had this side to him. From now on, Jason and the others had something to tease him about. Louis walked down the hallway in frustration, muttering, "Those devils just woke up and already causing trouble. It's insane." His face stiffened as he remembered Jason coaxing him to try Dragon Kiss. What kind of drink makes a person so emotional? I have to stay away from it from now on. As he was strolling along, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Louis. This time, he ran into Sita. "Did you sleep well yesterday?" Sita ran up, smiling and talking. Last night, the two of them even apologized for hitting each other, promising to be brothers from now on, hugging and crying loudly. He blushed and quickly ran away while Sita stood in the middle of the hallway shouting, "My friend. See you later." Louis quickened his pace. "Aren't you embarrassed at all?" His face turned as red as a tomato. He dragged his tired body and continued walking. It was truly out of the frying pan and into the fire. He ran into Professor Heidel. "Wherever you go, trouble follows." The professor's words made Louis jump. "You know about that too?" But he didn't mention that and instead announced that someone wanted to see him. He wondered, "Who is it, Professor?" The two stood facing each other. He said the person was a dangerous individual with a kind exterior, which only made Louis more curious. "Who is it?" His face was full of surprise when he learned that the person who wanted to see him was the master of hypocrisy, King Terran. Professor Heidel had to make sure to remind him, "Be careful, Louis. Terran is a mysterious person." He spoke sternly, continuing, "People who hide their true nature like him are very dangerous." Louis stood there, listening intently. "That's all I can tell you," he continued, and his face became thoughtful for a moment. "I'll keep that in mind, Professor." Louis seemed to be soothing the professor's anxiety. "Alright, then after today's competition ends, I will inform you of the time." After Louis recounted the story, the students were extremely excited and a little surprised. "King of Pluto, Tyrone? The ultimate mage is watching us?" They all shouted, some excited, some scared. He stood with his arms crossed and a determined voice. "Yes, so that's even more reason to win. I've already thought of a strategy. A strategy called, if you can, defend." After hearing this, the whole group was confused. "What do you mean?" Louis confidently pointed at himself like a pyramid scheme salesman. "I will run to the goal. The next match is Arrow Ball. This is a game using arrows that can move. They will continuously fly all over the place. Each team has 9 members divided into attack, defense, and goalie positions. The team that shoots more arrows into the opponent's goal wins. The rules are simple, but the match requires a high level of strategy. You have to know when to use defensive spells, when to use control spells. You have to know how to catch the arrow ball and throw it into the opponent's goal. Usually, you have to consider many things, but with Louis, the rules are just mere words." A player on the opposing team shouted in alarm. "Watch out!" He charged like the wind towards the opponent's goal. The match began, and the other side shouted, "Ice Tree! Aqua Ice Spear!" Hands gathered ice magic to attack Louis. An enemy with hands gathering mana unleashed a huge flame called Firewall towards Louis. With one hand, he shattered the ice block, and with the other, he threw a punch that dispersed the flame. They used all kinds of magic, but it was all useless. In the stands, Sita was cheering for Louis even louder than the people from Ignis Academy. "Go Louis, go Ignis." Everyone looked at him with judgmental eyes. What's wrong with him? Yesterday he was throwing a fit after losing. He must have been beaten so badly by Louis that he lost his mind. That must be it. Hearing those words, he angrily roared, "What did you say? Lost what? Don't you know you have to fight before you can be brothers?" A student spoke up, "What fight? It was more like you were the only one getting beaten." The words, like a knife, reached his ears. "What did you say, you punk?" The friend replied fearfully, "Nothing." Then everyone stopped talking in front of Sita and started whispering behind his back. What's wrong with these representatives? The tall, dark, and handsome guy stood with his hands in his pockets, thinking. "Louis Adele, after fighting you, I was sure of one thing. You will be the next generation's mage. His image appeared incredibly cool in his eyes. Irene Prius of Seiki Women's University, then Darlene Menken of Freelia Holy Arts School, and finally Dungram of the Zenith Military Training Academy. Sita had directly fought against the best at the Grand Festival, but Lewis was even stronger than them. Not only was he strong, but Lewis also had leadership skills and the ability to be patient, his image replaying in his mind. Thinking about it, he couldn't believe that after all that, Lewis still accepted him as a friend. Captain, it's almost our turn. Aren't you going to study the strategy? Yeah, let's go. And so, Sita couldn't continue cheering for Lewis. One person shouted with all his might, "Stop Lewis Adele!" They were trying to stop Lewis with their lives, using ice, fire, earth, wood, anything they could. They all shouted in unison, "We're doing our best." Lewis, with his agile body, swiftly dodged all of the opponent's attacks. He smirked triumphantly. Are you done? Then it's my turn. They hastily erected a thick ice barrier out of fear. He grunted and then punched, shattering the ice into shards. It was ice shards. The whole group scrambled to escape, falling and tumbling to the ground. Be careful. With Lewis here, did you forget about us? While Lewis was disrupting the enemy's formation, Jason had caught the arrow ball. He caught the arrow ball. Stop him. Even if they wanted to stop him now, the defense line was already in shambles. And they were up against Jason, a master thrower. Take this. He shouted as he raised the score to 2-0. Outside, there was a loud cheer, nice. Another point. After that, all attention was on Lewis. Jason and his teammates took advantage of the weakened defense line and attacked the gap. He charged forward with lightning speed. They can't stop Lewis Adele. And so, their defense was broken. The entire stadium couldn't believe their eyes. Unbelievable. Down on the field, everyone was panting from exhaustion. He's a monster. It's no use, we've lost. In a normal arrowball match, there are usually 3 to 4 goals. But Ignis Academy scored 11 goals, setting a record without letting the opponent score a single point. We surrender. The surrender signal was given. The commentator's voice echoed through the stadium. The winner is Ignis Magic Academy. He and his teammates celebrated joyfully amidst the cheers from all over the arena. Our academy has won by a landslide with a historic score of 11 goals. Looks like that guy wasn't bluffing. Yeah, he might actually become number 1. The crowd started talking about Ignis Magic Academy. Back in the waiting room, the group was celebrating their victory. Wow! We won again. At this rate, we might actually get first place, huh? Someone asked curiously. While enjoying the victory, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Lewis Adele. It was Professor Heidel. He opened the door as if he had been standing there waiting for him all afternoon. He walked in to see Lewis. The appointment time has been set. Tonight at 7 o'clock. His hand on his shoulder brought to mind a romance series. The scene shifted to a fiery red sky, with the king of Pluto enjoying a glass of red wine. Holding the wine glass, his gaze was distant. Remember not to eat anything before you come, Lewis. A majestic tower, shrouded in black and red, appeared. That day, as scheduled, Lewis walked calmly down the hallway. You're here. Tyrion Ignis suddenly stepped out, startling him slightly. He quickly realized the suddenly appearing silver-haired man was his teacher. Good evening, Professor. Lewis cleared his throat and greeted him quickly. Tyrion Ignis stood there, silently observing him for a long moment, then gave him a slight smile. Let's go inside. The door opened, and Lewis and Tyrion Ignis walked out together. Welcome, a deep, steady voice rang out. Lewis stopped, his eyes widening slightly in surprise as he followed the voice to look ahead. A person appeared before them. Trang reacted quickly. This guy's magic, could he also be a dragon? Lewis's eyebrows furrowed. He tried to remember, and then a thought flashed, making him quickly realize he's the ultimate mage, about to reach the threshold of being half human, half dragon. That's the king of Pluto, Terran. A sumptuous meal was prepared on the dining table. You probably don't know, but we've met before. Terran was still very calm. At that time, I saw you from a distance. Meanwhile, Lewis was a bit curious upon hearing this. You saw me? Terran spoke while eating. It was about 5 years ago. I was searching for the 11 successors at the time. You were also on that list. Hearing this, Tyrion Ignis turned to look at Lewis and nodded in confirmation. Lewis was surprised, and before he could think, Tyrion interrupted. It seems things are very different now. I'll get straight to the point. Lewis glanced at him, focusing on what he was about to hear. Can you tell me what has happened over the past few years? He thought to himself, so, in his eyes, I am a mistake. This passing thought made his face more pensive. A testament to the fact that even the ultimate mage has made mistakes. He wants me to say it myself to prove that he wasn't wrong. He looked down, vaguely guessing his intention. Please forgive my impertinence, but right now I can only say one thing. Lewis's firm tone made him pause for a moment. He raised an eyebrow defensively. Lewis continued, no matter how talented you are, your efforts will not be recognized. Effort? Taran rested his hand on his chin, his eyes mocking as if he had just heard an old joke. Are you two related? Why do you always talk about effort? Tyrion Ignis seemed to smile kindly as he looked at Lewis. That's also why I like this kid. Hearing that, he also smiled slightly at him. If so, what efforts have you made? A reply came, lately, I've been focusing on martial arts. You mean you overcame your mana disorder by practicing martial arts and thus gained superior strength? His tone got higher and higher, the intonation cold and teasing, even able to cast magic without chanting time? You want me to believe this? Or did you simply use some kind of artifact? He spoke so easily that it made him imagine items that increase power. He was implying that he was actually as ordinary as everyone else, nothing special. Even I have never heard of such an artifact. Tyrion Ignis hesitated. It's possible. Terence said, all right, there will be more opportunities in the future. He affirmed, I will continue to observe you. I wonder if your efforts will be of any use against my kids. Lewis didn't waver. Please continue to observe me, sir. He stood up abruptly to Tyrone's surprise. Now I'm also getting a little curious. Lewis smiled. I wonder if the person the ultimate mage chose is any different from me. He was slightly surprised by that statement. In the magnificent arena. The uncontrolled, frenzied cheers of the common folk. The reception here is very thoughtful. A maid approached. Oh, are you afraid I'll eat your student alive? There's no way that would happen. Two seasoned mages sat opposite each other. Talented mages are always welcome. Taran smiled lightly, shrugging. I'm just a little curious. The maid quietly poured tea. Tyrion Ignis's eyes swept over his opponent. Yes, has your curiosity been satisfied? Taran was profound. I wonder if you're hiding anything from me, but I'm sure you have no secrets, right? He closed his eyes, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he took a sip of tea. Now I'm starting to get curious about something else. He repeated, curious about something else. You heard it too. That kid is implicitly threatening me, Taran shrugged. Tyrion Ignis could only offer a weak smile. Look at him, he's just a kid who hasn't even wiped his nose yet. That rascal doesn't have a hint of fear, while many mages tremble before me. How interesting. He chuckled, a hint of anticipation in his voice. In the quiet space, Tyrone, with a calm expression, said, I hope the rascal I've had my eye on can pull something off. Outside, the cheers. The door burst open. The clatter of other mages in the hallway. Doomgram walked first, like the leader of a pack. He frowned in annoyance. What's the use of cheering? To me, it's just... Bam! The door burst open, and someone ran in hastily, nearly falling. He whispered into Doomgram's ear. The thing is... Doomgram asked again, are you sure? Absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes. The representative Louis Adele has gone to the tower. Doomgram shivered, a fire of rage erupting within him. The king of Pluto didn't test me, but someone else? He trembled with anger. He began to recall the match he had seen. I've watched his matches a few times. He's caused quite a stir in this grand festival. There are many rumors that he's a tough opponent because his magic is special, but I don't care. No matter how high he climbs or how much he struggles, he's not considered my rival. Doomgram fell into deep thought. In my eyes, he's just a weirdo. It's as simple as that. Reaching his breaking point, he seemed to lose control in his own thoughts and jealousy. The others noticed the abnormality and quickly observed him. What's wrong, Doom? What happened? The words kept echoing, questioning. They were worried and a little wary. I can't forgive Louis Adele. The only one he should acknowledge is me. On the other side, a mysterious gate creaked open. Behind the gate was Louis, the boy everyone was talking about. He stepped through the door and stood right there, looking at the black robe in front of him. It was him. Doomgram, his face slightly annoyed, was staring straight at him. What did you say to the king of Pluto? He glared, baring his teeth fiercely as he questioned him. You waited for me just to ask this? You don't think someone in this world could be that bored? In the middle of the grand hall, the man's angry voice echoed, his eyes blazing with fury. Answer me. In contrast to his anger, Lewis replied indifferently, He didn't flinch at his rage, his calm voice ringing out. Why should I answer? The words, though gentle, were like throwing 10 buckets of water in his face. Doomgram frowned, drawing his sword without hesitation as a threat. For no reason. The air in the hall seemed to thicken, his sword emitting a cold light. But I want to hear it, his voice boomed. Faced with his anger, he remained calm, unwavering. This guy wants to start a fight. His face hardened, his eyes like bullets glancing towards him. You're challenging me? This isn't the arena. He raised his fist as a provocation. The two faced off with two completely different streams of power. If you want it, you got it, he puffed out his cheeks and glared, provoking him. The moment the last word was uttered, the ground beneath their feet trembled violently. A dazzling light exploded from the front. He lunged to attack like a whirlwind. His reflexes hadn't even registered the danger before it was right in front of him. Their energy flooded the area around the grand hall. He's really strong. I can't find any weaknesses. His initial arrogance had been extinguished by his power. Is he really planning to fight here? This is outside the arena. He questioned reality when he saw him still trying to fight. He quietly drew his sword, preparing for the next move. You two stop right now. From afar, a voice suddenly shouted, startling them both. Irene Prius, a girl with long white hair, walked towards them. Is today a reunion? Everyone's here, she said as she approached them. What reunion? I just don't know if I should greet you two properly. Irene stood beside him, her arms crossed, looking equally helpless. He remained silent, saying nothing. He grumbled angrily and turned to leave, ignoring the two of them standing there watching. Is he always like that? He asked, looking at her with curiosity. No, only on days like today. He rarely opens his mouth otherwise. What do you mean? Lewis still didn't understand what she was saying. Doomgram gets agitated by matters concerning the king of Pluto. The image of him kneeling in submission to the arrogant king of Pluto appeared in her story. More than anyone, he wants to be acknowledged by him. Normally, the king of Pluto rarely summons people like he did today, the girl continued to explain. He probably thinks the king of Pluto is paying attention to me. He stood there, pondering her words. Suddenly she turned to look at Lewis and smiled, leaving him speechless. Were you really going to fight him just now? The girl asked curiously. Of course not. Doing so would be like forfeiting my right to compete, he replied. He probably wasn't going to really fight either. He waved his hand, denying her previous opinion. He was probably just trying to scare me. So were you scared? Irene playfully asked a question that left him stunned with surprise. Doomgram is like a fortress. Normal attacks won't affect him, she continued, but he raised his hand and looked at it. I don't think I would lose either. He clenched his fist, clearly showing his will and determination. No matter how strong the fortress is, if you keep attacking, you'll get through. I'm strong too, right? He asked a question that made the girl unable to hold back a giggle. You're a strange person, she replied. Anyway, be careful. Doomgram won't show any mercy. From somewhere, footsteps quietly walked away. After what happened today, he'll definitely be keeping an eye on you. On the other side, his determined gaze swept forward. Elsewhere, at the Ignis Academy lodging house, the early morning sunlight gently shone into each window. Disappointed. Truly disappointed. Jason was lying down, sighing dramatically. Come on, everyone did their best. Faced with his fatigue, Lewis stood there, patting his shoulder in encouragement and comfort. Yeah, getting fourth place in the group match without Lewis is already good. What's good about it? It's extraordinary, another friend chimed in. Losing the streak is a pity, but at least we've proven the Academy's strength. His face showed regret as he shrugged helplessly. So, do you have any plans for what's next, Lewis? The individual exams are coming up. While they were talking, a friend cheerfully walked in with 2 full bags of stuff. Who wants a Coca Vanilla Cool? Of course, I have to win. What else? He answered the previous question while taking the can of soda. Thanks. I have to keep the top spot from now until the very end. He opened the can, his face full of determination as he looked at the delicious drink. Currently, I'm still tied for first in the individual rankings. Irene Prius. Doomgram. The names of talented individuals appeared. Me and these heavyweight contenders are competing for the championship. If nothing changes, the next match will be crucial. This is a battle for survival. This is a survival battle between 32 representatives on an artificial island. The first place winner gets 32 points, and the last place gets 1 point. Players will receive points based on their performance, so there will be big changes in the rankings. I know you'll do well, but aren't you going to prepare like everyone else? The other friend asked him curiously. Prepare for what? Lewis replied, confused. Yeah, the others are busy trying to find allies. Jason looked at him and said. Is that so? He answered hesitantly. In the survival battle, contestants are allowed to form alliances to survive together. Distinguishing who is a friend and who is a foe, and knowing how to form a strong alliance is considered an effective strategy. The others will all have alliances. How can you take them all down by yourself? They continued to chat animatedly. How about trying to team up with Column? After all, in the last Arrowball match. The other friend continued while Lewis was absent-mindedly planning his strategy. The first person I thought of was her. The image of the long, white-haired girl appeared in his mind. But I don't know if she'll agree to join. I'm not sure what to do. Even if she agrees, we're still short on people. Hey Lewis, let's form a team. Sita enthusiastically pushed open the door and walked in. Sita, he looked at him in surprise. Well, there's still this guy. Lewis's face looked like he had just caught a big fish. He looked at him triumphantly. Don't you dare betray your brothers halfway through. I should be the one saying that. The two of them rushed out the door and ran off in a hurry. Sita was very sincere. He is a reliable person. He glanced at Sita, his eyes holding a glimmer of hope and filled with trust. Hurry up. We're still one person short. With that, he ran ahead, leaving Sita shouting behind him. Hey! Who else besides me? He asked while chasing after him. Who? Maybe we should try again? Never mind. We won't be able to reach her anyway. Does she not accept anyone's offer? Or maybe she doesn't want to team up with anyone. Amidst the crowded street, the two young men stood there, staring straight ahead with grim expressions. Hey, don't tell me you're... Sita was startled as he talked about what was in front of him. A bright red banner with a 5-petaled flower in the middle fluttered in the wind. You want to team up with Irene Prius? But she's a candidate for the championship. Are you too close? He still couldn't believe it. A little, he replied to his blunt question. Oh wow. How close? That's great. So I get to be on the same team as Irene Prius? He excitedly continued to probe him. Tone it down. I haven't even asked her yet. He turned his head back helplessly and told him to. I heard everyone who comes here gets rejected. What if we get rejected too? His face turned red with a mix of worry and embarrassment, feeling tired. He said, You're acting like you're confessing your love. Stop talking nonsense, he replied awkwardly. He saw something beside him and glanced over. It turned out to be Irene, the girl with the characteristic white hair, standing right there, smiling at him. I was waiting for you, Lewis. Suddenly, she smiled brightly and spoke to him as if they were best friends from a past life. In the small room. They stood with their heads bowed, focused on the large wooden table where maps of the competition were spread out. After studying them for a while, they began to discuss their winning strategy. Lewis spoke first, so the largest team has 14 people? Irene replied, yes, this team is led by Dalian of the Freely a Holy Arts School. He's a genius, always in the top 5 championship contenders. His magic is mainly light and holy arts. Realizing this was a tough opponent, everyone's face looked very wary. Sita's eyes were closed, his eyebrows slightly raised, one hand on his chin, the other arm crossed, making him look even more anxious and worried. He kept muttering, numbers aren't the problem, and of course, his team is the most formidable. Feeling that what he said wasn't entirely accurate, he cut off that line of reasoning, which made the two of them turn their heads in surprise. There's someone even more formidable. Doomgram. Just those 2 words were enough to silence the entire room. It seemed this was a dangerous opponent everyone had to be wary of, but somehow, the two of them had forgotten that. He remained unfazed, still maintaining that serious expression. The content of the test will change depending on each person's abilities. In the blink of an eye, the day of the competition arrived. It was a clear and sunny day. The sunlight shone on the ship, making it sparkle brilliantly. It was unclear if this was a good omen for a new beginning, or just a fragile hope before the storm hit. The instructor in charge confirmed, "Have you all put on your armor?" Then, before the contestants who were listening intently, the teacher explained the rules once more. Please note, when the armor's durability reaches its limit, you will be eliminated and automatically teleported from the test site. Soon, the luxurious ship had brought everyone to an artificial island. Everyone disembarked one by one through the open passage. Some wore tense expressions, their anxiety evident in every heavy step. Others had confident eyes, ready to face any challenge awaiting them on the mysterious island ahead. As soon as he stepped off, Sita couldn't help but hug his trembling body. "I'm already getting nervous." Louis, on the other hand, didn't blink for a second, staring intently ahead. He raised his hand, his eyes observing the island that appeared and disappeared, covered by a barrier in the distance. He spoke up. "We just have to stay there for 72 hours, right?" He, with a calm demeanor and a sharp gaze, nodded slightly in confirmation. Yes. Everyone around them was focused on Doombram. Beads of sweat formed on everyone's foreheads. They were wary of his overwhelming power. The atmosphere on the island was more suffocating than ever. As expected, Doombram really did participate alone. Although Louis had anticipated this, their eyes still held a hint of wariness. Irene saw this and tilted her head slightly, her voice soft but firm. "That's right, but don't underestimate him." It wasn't just the two of them, everyone understood that being alone didn't mean being weak. Sometimes, it was a sign of a beast waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow. "We can't delay any longer," he suggested. "Let's go. We have to take a boat from here to the main island." The other two agreed. "Right. Let's go." The boat their group was on moved slowly across the clear, green water. Gradually, it passed through a barrier. She touched it. "This is our safe zone." He replied, "That's right. It will shrink over time." As soon as they arrived, the three of them ran as if being chased by a ghost. "Hurry up. We need to secure a good spot quickly." On the island, the trees grew thick and lush. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a faint light onto the dense forest canopy, creating a thin halo amidst the silent nature. Suddenly, a rumbling sound from someone's stomach broke the peace. It turned out to be Sita. After the three of them had settled in a tree like monkeys, his stomach started protesting loudly. He asked, "Louis, I'm not trying to be difficult, but why didn't we get food at the entrance earlier?" His eyes showed he was tired of explaining, 3 parts helpless, 7 parts fatherly. He could only manage a wry smile. She stood beside him and couldn't help but tease him a bit. "Weren't you the one who wanted to set up an ambush first, Sir Sita Mankiri?" He was embarrassed, sweat beading on his temples. "All right, we're on the same team, after all. How long are you going to keep drawing a line between us?" Suddenly, a loud noise from behind cut off their conversation. Everyone turned their heads to look. In the distance, a fierce explosion occurred in the middle of the forest. The blinding light forced everyone to instinctively cover their eyes. The aftershock was strong enough to shake the entire area. He was flustered. "They're already fighting?" He stood with his arms crossed, looking down below like a wild animal that had found its prey, his face clearly showing his excitement. "Sita, it's our turn." He didn't understand the meaning behind his words and quickly asked again, "Huh?" He reassured him, "I told you not to worry about food. Now you'll get to eat your fill. Our prey has arrived," he said slowly. Below them was a group of 5 people cautiously moving around, like weak prey that could be attacked at any moment. One person in the group couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. "Why don't we wait a bit and get food later? I'm so tired from walking." The leader looked exhausted but didn't give up and encouraged everyone. "Hang in there, it's easier to find food and water in those places." Suddenly, an ice arrow appeared from nowhere and shot straight ahead. It directly hit an unlucky member. The person fell backward, crying out in pain while everyone around was still confused about what happened. They finally realized the gravity of the situation, quickly getting into a defensive stance and shouting, "Ambush, there's an ambush!" "Hey, I've been standing here all afternoon." He stood there with a cold smile, a magic sphere forming in his hand. "You little brats, I've been waiting for you." Iron Spear. He unleashed a torrent of power, a storm of iron arrows flying towards them. Beside him, Irene also clasped her hands together. Her face was expressionless. Above her head, a huge mass of blue power shone brightly. It was many times larger than Sita's iron spear spell, emitting dazzling energy rays and swirling violently. Seeing that sight, he couldn't help but be amazed. It's a level 5 ice spell. Blizzard. A huge amount of energy was released with immense power and overwhelming scale. It exploded outward like a whirlwind of light. The energy rays shot out in long, sharp streaks. It felt as if space itself was being torn apart. The roaring sound it made further demonstrated its terrifying destructive power. The aura it created made him gasp in awe. That's Irene Prius for you. Casting a high-level spell without even changing her expression. While still casting the spell, he widened his eyes in astonishment because he felt a large mass of energy behind him. The other group did not submit to the stronger enemy but actively counterattacked. The commander shouted, "There are 3 of them in total, including Irene Prius. Attack and defend, as many as possible." The relentless attacks covered the entire space in a green hue. The aftershocks it created continuously spread out, forcing those nearby to shield their chests with their hands. The scene before him didn't surprise him much. He felt it wasn't grand enough because he had never underestimated his enemies before. He considered it in his heart. They are also formidable mages. After all, they are academy representatives. Realizing it was time for him to act, he leaped down from the tree. With his sharp ears, a brown-haired young man sensed something was wrong and became wary. He muttered, "I just heard something." Looking at the bushes in front of him, he was sure the last person was behind them. Wanting to live long enough to become a legend, he immediately launched an attack towards Lewis. "Over there!" The attack pierced through the leaves and reached his side, but he faced it without flinching. Quickly, he activated time refraction. He passed by each person without any problem, and in a flash, he reached the last guy. His speed left everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. His body leaned forward decisively, preparing to unleash a earth-shattering kick. A direct kick to his body, and it seemed he was immediately incapacitated. The others were so surprised by this turn of events that their mouths hung open. To avenge their comrade, someone used the prison tree skill. Countless vines erupted from the ground and shot towards him. Having faced this technique before, all he had to do was jump up. At the same time, he conjured a fireball in his hand. Realizing the danger, they knew that of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. They scattered like a disturbed beehive. It's an explosive fire spell. Everyone, get clear. But unfortunately for them, they hadn't run more than a few meters before being blocked by Sita's ice projectiles. He acted like an enthusiastic fan, cheering for him from behind. "Lewis, take them down." Not disappointing his teammate, he was like a basketball player about to score, putting all his strength into this attack. As for the unlucky guy, even though he was running for his life, he couldn't dodge the fireball. His face turned pale. His eyes widened. He could only scream in despair. A massive explosion occurred, spreading out in a hemisphere like a shockwave, sweeping away everything around it. Trees were blown away, and a blinding light filled the entire space. As a result, he was knocked unconscious, foaming at the mouth on the ground. At the same time, his armor's durability reached its limit, so he was eliminated and automatically teleported from the test site. He glanced at the remaining people. Their hair stood on end, and they cried out, "Huh?" With the demeanor of a victor, he calmly stated, "So, it's 3 against 4 now, right?" Behind him, Irene and Sita slowly approached. Realizing they had encountered an opponent many times stronger, the leader of the other group reluctantly spoke up. "We surrender." He couldn't hide his excitement. "Now we have food." After winning the fight and getting supplies from their opponents, they had collected a good amount of food. There's even meat. If this is enough, we could probably eat for 3 days. Those guys were pretty careful with their supplies. Sita chuckled with delight as he checked the bag. Irene and Lewis each held a black bag. "Yeah. Thanks. We'll enjoy this meal." Suddenly, a massive explosion in the distance startled Sita. The 3 of them quickly turned their attention to it. "It seems Dalian's team is heading that way. Right? I don't know what's happening, but it looks like a big deal. Who would confront a team of over 10 people? This is what people call a bottleneck." Irene crossed her arms. Very few mages reach this level of power. "Wow, it's only been a year since I last saw him, and he's improved so much. He's reached that level already?" Sita exclaimed in amazement. Lewis heard this and fell silent. "He's really strong." His expression became serious and a bit intimidating as he thought of the formidable swordsman, Doombram. The door creaked open, and the orange light of dusk shone into the dark house. Everything was going according to his predictions. Louis remained silent, his expression thoughtful. This is the central village, the only place on the island large enough to accommodate a large number of people. On the paper was a large island with countless big trees and hills. Dalian's team is likely to come here. Makes sense. And Doomgram might come here too. When this name was mentioned, his expression became even more serious. Even though he knows there are a lot of people there, he still decides to go alone? Isn't that too reckless? Irene expressed her doubts. No, he will definitely come. That's the best way for him to win. When Louis said this, she was confused. Why? Kill points. Irene's eyes widened in astonishment. Every time someone is eliminated, the kill points increase. If I were Doomgram, this would be a great idea. What a brilliant plan, smarter than everyone else. I was just trying to put myself in his shoes. I was just thinking about what I would do, he said with an embarrassed smile. Besides, he's trying to get the king of Pluto's attention now. The only way is to act recklessly. You really are a strange person. Irene looked at Louis with suspicion, making him flustered. At night, a shadowy figure lurked outside the house. Have you checked how many people there are? Louis peeked through a gap in the curtain and asked Irene, there's only one person. Knowing someone was lurking around. They didn't let their guard down and quickly investigated. I turned off the lights to prevent anyone from noticing. I don't think they know we're here. Is he heading this way? He was extremely cautious as he observed the stranger. Go wake up Sita, Irene. While danger lurks outside, he's still sleeping soundly. I'll keep watch. The mysterious person slowly approached the front door, the sound of their footsteps rustling on the grass echoing in the silent night. He stood in front of the door, seemingly checking if anyone was inside. Louis was lying in ambush inside, ready to grab him as soon as he opened the door and stepped in. If he's alone. It could be. His face was extremely tense. The person stepped inside and closed the door. He entered without noticing Louis hiding beside him. He immediately grabbed his cloak from behind, startling him. Then he threw him forward forcefully, making him tumble to the ground. Before the guy could react, Louis had covered his mouth. Irene appeared and used light magic to shine directly on him. As his face was gradually revealed in the light, Sita was slightly taken aback. You're Kang Kali's. Louis let go of his hand, and he lay on the ground in pain. Sorry everyone, I didn't mean to break in. I just needed a place to rest. If I had known you were here, I wouldn't have come. Louis was still restraining him. You came alone? He was extremely wary, his eyebrows constantly furrowed. Yes. What about the others in your team? I remember there were 6 more. Sita carefully pulled back the window curtain to observe the situation outside. Doomgram. When this name was uttered, the atmosphere inside became even more tense. We fell into his trap. He imagined Doomgram's fierce face as he slaughtered everyone. From the beginning, we made bold moves. Taking advantage of our numbers, we planned to ambush Mang's team to get kill points. The group in black cloaks was quite large. But then he appeared. Doomgram jumped down from above, ambushing their group. He aimed for the time when everyone had split up to find supplies. You mean all 6 of you fell into Doomgram's trap? Irene was astonished. No, only one of us. Because we had already prepared for situations that required a timely defense, but what happened after that was the real problem. After hearing the explosion, Dalian brought his entire team to attack us. They had to fight against Doomgram, while also being wary of other opponents. Even though we fought back fiercely, I couldn't hold out. Including me, only 2 of us managed to escape. But that wasn't the end of it. While Calyx and another teammate, both seriously injured, were struggling to escape. At that moment, Doomgram appeared once again, his killing intent palpable as he stood before his prey. From the beginning, he had been hiding and silently observing us, waiting until the battle ended to secretly follow us while we were injured, he recounted with a furious expression. He took advantage of the situation to profit. It was a smart move. Louis couldn't help but praise Doomgram's cunning. He really benefited this time. So, I know this is a bit shameless, but can you let me join your team? He pleaded, looking very pitiful. Ha! Sita was surprised by his proposal. He really is exhausted now, but this guy has good tactics. He rubbed his chin, thinking. No. When Louis said this, both Sita and Irene were surprised. Why? How did you escape? Khalees asked him with a cold gaze, causing sweat to pour down his face. Ha? If it was Doomgram, how could he have let you escape while you were injured? His face became serious, as if interrogating a criminal. Only then did the other two realize something was off. Sita pointed at Khalees. Oh, you mean? There are only 3 possibilities. 1. You're lying. 2. Doomgram intentionally let you live. Or 3. Someone is watching everything here from a distance. Lewis began to deduce brilliantly, as if possessed. Otherwise, he used the system to check his identity. The result was 5 big question marks. Identity not confirmed. The imposter, feeling that everything had been exposed, gritted his teeth in anger. You are not Calyx. Lewis raised his fist with a fearsome expression. A loud noise echoed through the silent night, startling even the owl into flight. There was a large, smoldering hole in the floor. All that was left was the cloak. The person had vanished without a trace. A clone? Witnessing this scene, Irene and Sita were stunned. Hurry! At dawn, the sun had just risen from behind the high mountains. Calyx might have been attacked by the person who created that clone. It's highly likely all 7 members of Calyx's team have been eliminated. Lewis, Irene, and Sita packed up their things and left the place early. It's possible that clone wasn't really lying. I want to talk about something related to the person who confronted Calyx. The attention of the other two focused on Irene. Before her expression became serious. In the Mazro Sea, there's a saying, to fight a pirate, you must use a pirate. Lewis calmly slung his backpack over his shoulder. Let's go catch the enemy. He smiled with determination in his eyes. In a large house deep in the forest. Chucky, have you found their location yet? They're hiding like rats on the west coast. He covered his face and laughed sarcastically while Dalian looked at him with a weary expression. I almost had everything, but unfortunately, they still found me out in the end. Your puppet was discovered? How? Dalian raised his eyebrows in confusion. I don't know, even you were surprised. The puppet was destroyed because some guy clamped it. He grinned widely, his face as wicked as a perverted serial killer. What are you going to do now, Dalian? He thought deeply, his eyebrows furrowed. Irene Prius, Sita Mankiri, and Louis Adele, all troublesome opponents. It seems he has detailed information on them and will likely figure out how to deal with them quickly. Behind you. Ambush. A dazzling light suddenly appeared from behind, startling the 3 of them. Holy spear. Dalian suddenly charged out with his weapon in hand. It's not Louis Adele. He thought he was the one creating the surprise, but it turned out he was the one being surprised. An explosion of light shook the entire forest. It's Dalian's holy magic. Everything is going according to plan. The 3 of them were actually hiding in the trees, observing. Sita was eating, sitting comfortably as if watching a movie. At the sound of the cannon, they all swarmed over, but we weren't actually there. He chuckled with delight, an apple in his hand. Irene was engrossed in the play they had set up. So what do we do now? Come on. Let's go get some kill points. Louis stood up, smiling because his trick had worked. The other 2 also got serious, ready to fight. The scene changes, and blood splatters everywhere. Dalian looked in that direction in astonishment. The 3 who were mistaken for their group were now cowering. Their faces were drained of all color. Louis, Irene, and Sita had arrived just in time to rescue them. Is this what you call a temporary alliance? It's worth a try. Sita seemed quite interested in this. There are only 6 of them. Charge, don't be afraid, one of them quickly regained his morale. Not knowing his own limits, he charged straight towards them to attack. Suddenly, from behind Sita, a huge wave of power rushed forward, surprising even Louis. The one who was about to attack was hit by that power and sent flying 100 meters away. The event happened so quickly that no one reacted immediately. Dalian's group was astonished to see their teammates sent flying with a single blow. This power. Our 3 protagonists were equally surprised, and they all turned to look. Is Doomgram? Louis's pupils contracted. He dashed through them at lightning speed, a blue aura surrounding him. With a single sword strike, Doomgram defeated 3 people before their very eyes. You want to join us, Doomgram? Sita asked, and Irene frowned. Looks like we have another temporary ally. Agreed. Louis, though still wary, knew this would be advantageous for them. Take out Dalian's team first. He began to calculate everything with a sharp gaze, observing everything. The survivors are all here. The match is probably coming to an end soon. Why are we the only ones being attacked? Doomgram! Everyone, back to base. The members of Dalian's team started to flee. Cherokee and Dalian still tried to fight back. Don't retreat. Everyone, fight together. Earthquake! Lewis punched the ground, creating an earthquake to attack those rushing towards him. Pained screams echoed through the sky. A voice caught Lewis's attention, and he looked up. Doomgram jumped over an unconscious person to stand before him. He looked sternly, staring at him. Lewis Adele. He brushed past his shoulder, his low, intimidating voice making Lewis's eyes widen. I will finish you myself. He looked at him with hateful eyes, a firm declaration. After saying that, Doomgram dashed off, sword flashing as he moved forward, leaving Lewis standing silently. He sighed, watching his figure gradually disappear. A while later, in the observation room. In a small house isolated in the forest. A young man was training intensely. We've stopped at base B near the center of the island. Lewis punched forward repeatedly, drenched in sweat. After that day's battle, the largest alliance was reduced to just Dalian, Manchurian, and Turkey. The temporary alliance also disappeared along with Doomgram. Regular mission, punch 5000/5000, kick 5000/5000, run 15 kilometers circles 1/1. Combat practice 1/1. He stopped, looking up at the notification board and panting. Good. Finally done. It's been a while since I've done a mission. The door opened gently, and he turned to look. You're up? Irene smiled and walked out. Yeah. Training? She walked down the hallway towards him. Yeah, I was feeling a bit restless. We had a pretty intense fight this morning. Hearing her question, he didn't know how to respond, so he remained silent. Sita left you some breakfast. Remember to eat. I'll be in later. Lewis quickly changed the subject. Ah, thanks. On the table was a plate of steak and eggs, neatly arranged. Irene took a bite of the steak. The thick, juicy piece of meat was cooked beautifully. After just one bite, her eyes lit up as if they were sparkling. It's good, right? He's quite multi-talented. Lewis walked in from outside, his hands coolly tucked into his pockets. I went to sleep last night without saying anything. I'm sorry. Irene was embarrassed. He smiled, walked closer, and comforted her. It's okay. You must have been tired after your watch. Lewis sat down at the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Hey, Lewis. What is it? He was about to drink his tea but turned his attention to her. There's something I've been meaning to ask you for a while. What is it? Lewis replied casually. What do you plan to do after graduation? Irene looked at him seriously. He was silent for a moment. Why do you want to know? I'm just curious. With your extraordinary abilities, you probably won't choose an ordinary path. The mages who compete against each other in this tournament will eventually enter the society out there. At that moment, they will begin a life of coexistence. Some join the ranks of knights in a certain territory, taking on the responsibility of protecting the country under the royal army. Some become members of the Magic Tower, while others join special teams to earn money. Those are the normal paths. Lewis looked down at his teacup, thinking, what about me? Actually, I don't know. I've never thought about it. He put the cup down, clasped his hands, and spoke seriously. Just last year, I was still at the bottom of the class. I didn't have time to think about the future. His eyes were glued to the tabletop while Irene remained focused on him. Back then, I had to figure out how to even become a mage first. Well, after this competition is over, I'll probably have some idea of what I'll do. I'll probably go back to the academy. Lewis smiled and let out a sigh. She remained silent. What about you, Irene? I'm like you. I don't know either. Until now, I've never been sure what kind of mage I'll become. I've just been following what people around me say. Now it was Irene's turn to look down at the table. Like, Irene, please become a great mage. She lifted the cup with both hands and took a sip of tea. Seeing this, he said nothing. So, I've made my own decision. Irene put the teacup down on the table. I want to defeat Doomgram first, she said seriously, her hands on the table. I think by doing that, I'll find my own path. Determination shone in her golden eyes. It was a firm declaration of Irene's future path. I'll know what kind of mage I want to become, The atmosphere suddenly became more tense, no longer resembling a normal conversation. The fight with Doomgram. Every year, Irene ranked second. Doomgram was the mountain she had to overcome, the lesson she had to complete. Alright, let's do it together. Lewis understood her feelings and smiled. I respect her ambition. Because everyone has their own problems to solve. Hearing him say that, Irene smiled brightly. Thank you. That night, a full moon hung in the starry sky. The safe zone is shrinking faster and faster. We should probably leave in an hour. The three of them looked outside through the window. So tonight, the only safe places left are the central village and base A. Sita was using magic to illuminate the map in Lewis's hand. Assuming both Dalian and Cherokee are in the central village, taking over that place is a good idea. But we can't rule out the possibility that Doomgram is ambushing us. When he said this, the other two were immediately startled. But if we just sit here and wait for them to attack first? Sita looked nervously out the window. Irene became anxious. If so, we'll have trouble with the safe zone. Does anyone have a plan? He clasped his hands behind his head. Can't we just attack? Irene was speechless with this meathead. We shouldn't draw attention right now. We have to be very careful. You're right. Lewis crossed his arms, his eyebrows knitted together, not having spoken a word until now. Wait, I have an idea. Irene and Sita stopped their discussion and simultaneously looked at him. There are only a few people left. At this point, even moving up one rank will earn a lot of points. As Irene said, everyone will act very cautiously. Lewis began to present his strategy. Besides, we just caused a commotion with the fight this morning. It's highly likely no one will react to our actions. Yeah, so what? Now is our chance to catch Doomgram. The other two were astonished that Lewis would choose such a bold move. Dalian and Chucky just lost all their members, and the remaining survivors are very weak. They will definitely choose to hide. But if it's Doomgram, he will show himself because he's confident in his skills. Moreover, we can't ignore him or we'll be in danger too. Lewis furrowed his brow, his expression extremely serious. But where do we find Doomgram now? Irene's question was very practical. How can you catch an opponent if you don't know where they are? Before Lewis could answer, an explosion from outside shattered the house's door. From within the dust and smoke, a tall figure stepped in. Doomgram appeared with an angry face, his eyes bloodshot. He glared at Lewis with murderous intent. Sleep well? His expression didn't change. He calmly faced Doomgram. We need to go somewhere. Outside, the night was silent, the air tense and oppressive. Lewis, did you get caught by Doomgram? Sita cautiously moved forward, worried about him. Lewis raised his hand to reassure him. Caught? What are you talking about? I brought him here. Brought him here? For what? We were supposed to act discreetly and find a way to ambush him. Sita lost his patience and yelled. But I never intended to ambush him in the first place, Lewis said, flustered. Doomgram had remained silent until now. Doomgram, he turned to look at him. Your opponent isn't me, but Irene Prius. He smiled and looked at Irene, who was nervously clutching her skirt. Sita was surprised by Lewis's decision. Doomgram let out a sigh. Lewis crossed his arms in frustration, closed his eyes, and sighed deeply, his head full of despair. Irene is really strong, but she always comes in second. She said she's extremely worried because she always loses to Doomgram. He thought of the girl who always turned away, flustered, to avoid looking at him pitifully. Well, it's about her family, so it's hard to get details. She doesn't like to answer many questions. He pondered Irene's serious, determined face. I think this is how she resolves things, by believing in the kind of maid she wants to become. Lost in his own thoughts, Lewis felt a sense of inadequacy as he watched the small girl struggling against the immense power, the blue light before him ready to explode. In contrast to the calm observer on the other side, Irene was struggling, drenched in sweat as she fought. She cast a spell, creating a swirling sphere of blue power. Then, with all her might, she pushed the mass of magic forward. She shouted, Ice Storm! The cold ice sphere glowed and shot forward. It flew towards the man holding a sword defensively in front of him. Suddenly, a sky-shattering explosion erupted, more powerful than a Z-bomb, shaking the entire forest, the ground, the trees, and the animals. Irene frowned, startled and surprised. The blue light vanished completely, leaving only a blazing red power that blew everything away. It was a shield spell, a red sphere appearing to protect the area where Doomgram stood. A moment later, the sphere shattered, and the light from within shone out into the dark sky. Then it exploded. He appeared in the middle, looking as cool as a main character, sword in hand. The ground around the circle where he stood was left with a huge crater, dust and debris flying everywhere. As the dust settled, his sharp, cold face became clear, veins bulging, jaw clenched, and his glaring eyes spitting fire like a dark king. Irene was exhausted, her body drenched in sweat, as she gritted her teeth and growled helplessly. As for the two men on the other side, one crossed his arms and watched. Sita, seeing she was about to be overwhelmed, said, "Louis, is it okay to just let her be like this?" He looked calm, but his face was tense with thought, his heart barely restraining the urge to step in and help her. The long, fierce battle raged on. One side was exhausted, while Doomgram, with a face as cold as a demon, prepared to attack. He swung his sword, sending a blazing red magic arrow attacking the long-exhausted Irene. She was terrified. Helplessly watching the wave of power getting closer, she thought, "I can't dodge it." A man's body moved in front of the girl, blocking the fatal blow. The two were like surfers, riding through the wave of magic. It was Louis. She looked at him in surprise as he protected her from the front. "Louis." He moved to fight Doomgram, yet calmly turned back to answer her question. "I said I'd let you attack first, not that I'd let him finish you." Hearing that, she felt relieved and collapsed onto the ground. He glanced at her and smirked. His expression was as cool as a boss. "I can't afford to lose a useful teammate like you. Even if it's just for the sake of victory." Irene was speechless, probably moved to tears. Louis turned back to face him, fiercely treading on fire and wind. He shouted a challenge, "Doomgram, let's turn things chaotic." He let out a sigh, his face scornful as he sized them up. "Are you planning to face me alone? Your group won't all come up, leaving that musclehead standing over there?" The musclehead over there wasn't deaf. His face might have looked even more like a boss than the main character as he casually kicked a rock and walked over. Louis approached him. "Of course, I'll do it alone. Aren't two of you too much for him?" Indeed, no one's mouth was more venomous than the other's. He seemed pleased. "I learned how to face a swordsman from Sir Guder." He recalled while observing, for knights, the most important thing is their feet. It not only helps to channel power into the sword, it also allows them to predict the enemy's next move. "So if I watch Doomgram's feet..." He spoke as he acted. At the same time, the other guy had already leaped up, sword raised, ready for a fierce clash. His actions were just as he had predicted. Yes, now's the time. Louis's eyes widened with confidence, victory within his grasp. So when Doomgram swung his sword, he was quick to jump and somersault, dodging the fierce slash. Louis smirked. Perfect. But things weren't as they seemed. His eyes widened in shock as a shadow flashed past him like lightning. The heart is hard to fathom. He didn't know when the other guy had zipped past him, the magic from his sword following its path, slashing through Louis while his brain hadn't even caught up. Blood dripped, drop by drop, into the dark night. "I'm not a knight. I'm a mage." Doomgram growled, forcefully reminding him, as he stood unsteadily. He clutched the wound on his arm, his head drenched in sweat from the pain, but still managed to look up at the provocative voice. He raised his sword again, reminding him that's because they've never seen a true magic swordsman. Immediately, a magical sound echoed. Doomgram advanced step by step, swinging his sword with each step, while he retreated step by step. He growled in anger, "Defend yourself, Louis." He clicked his tongue, looking troubled and unable to accept it. "I've never fought someone like this." He racked his brain. "Until now, when facing mages, my method has always been to use time refraction to get close, then create an opportunity to exploit their weakness." Thinking back on the man he was currently facing, he noted, but Doomgram has overcome this weakness by using a sword. Louis stopped retreating. There was no more room to back up. He had stopped, but his eyes were wide as he looked down at the cut through his pants on his thigh. Not only was blood seeping out, but the area around the wound was bruised and the blood had darkened. Before he could wonder, the other man quickly spoke. "This is called radiation impact." He continued to advance as he spoke. "This wound will continue to absorb your movements, and then you will be completely trapped, just like Irene." Doomgram's expression changed slightly, his voice menacing. "All right, let's end this." He drove the tip of his sword into the ground. It emitted a swirling light, no longer red, but now transformed into a brilliant, dark purple. That power enveloped Doomgram. Boom! A pair of night purple wings unfurled, their feathers fluttering around him, blending into the night. The two spectators on the side saw the situation change and, feeling that something was wrong, grew worried for him. "Louis! His eyes widened. The situation was hanging by a thread. It's level 5 magic. Doomgram summoned it, shouting, "Wings of the demon!" The magic erupted in a beautiful, jade-green light. But looking at the dark, gloomy wings, each feather like a cage, it was clear that they were not beautiful or bright at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A whirlwind of wind blew from him, sweeping away everything around. It's terrifying. It blew away even human bodies. It was the two people standing outside. One fell, and the other clung to a nearby rock to avoid being blown away. They both screamed in terror. Oh my god! Doomgram stood in the middle of the battlefield. The ground, rocks, and even the path had been shattered by the power from his palm. And where was Lewis? He was hiding behind a rock to escape this monstrous power. I can't believe that guy. He really is the reigning champion. He's too strong. He struggled, biting his lip as he tore a strip of cloth from his leather sleeve. Then he tied the cloth around the wound on his thigh to stop it from getting worse. Startled by a flash of light, he looked over at his other hand. The ring on his middle finger was glowing. On Doomgram's side, he stood there, surrounded by nothing but the dust of shattered earth. Nothing was intact, even the grass had been pushed back and died. He sighed, as if very sad. Lewis, I had high hopes for you, but it seems I'll be disappointed. He peeked his head out from behind the large rock like a timid mouse, looking at him. Yes, I admit it. After speaking, he stepped out completely, facing the towering, majestic figure standing there. Doomgram, you are truly very strong. There was a moment I thought you were a fortress. He glanced over, his mouth twisted into a toxic smile. Have you given up already? It's not that easy. Lewis's expression immediately changed, his sharp eyes looking as if they could pierce through him. These eyes were like a blade containing power. Yes, power built from the trust of those who had placed their faith in him. He thought of them, then spoke clearly, as if confirming to Doomgram, there are still many people who believe in me, right? That's what motivates me to break down this fortress. With that, he held up the hand wearing the dazzling red diamond ring, pointing it straight at him. He didn't understand this action, and he smirked. Are you crazy? Then he lifted his sword from the ground, taunting him. Let me teach you a lesson and see if you still have so much to say. Without waiting, Lewis shouted, Raging Goblin, calling upon a swirling source of power. His hair seemed to carry his anger, just like his mood at that moment, about to explode. Doomgram, watch your words. The shoulder-to-shoulder clash officially resumed, with neither side showing any weakness. Doomgram leaped high and swung down. If you can't dodge this, you're dead. Lewis was also ready, thrusting out the hand wearing the red ring. The two sources of power clashed, one sword, one ring. The situation was as tense as a stretched bowstring, with neither side letting their guard down for a second. The huge sword was pressing down on the ring as if it could cut it in half. At that moment, the ring of damage immunity was activated and resisted the physical damage. And then, the ring blazed with light, and the sword shattered in two. Countless fragments from the sword shot into Doomgram's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Lewis tilted his body and shot past him before he could react. Doomgram looked at the wound on his body and trembled. Ha! How? He took the opportunity to kick the back of his knee, making Doomgram collapse. His entire body lost balance, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Following that, a foot stepped on Doomgram's chest. Lewis slowly opened his mouth. Doomgram, listen here. Looking down from above, he spoke. You are not on my level. The only thing you have is an arrogant nature, thinking you are superior to others. Wake up. Lewin's arm slowly rose, his fist clenching tight. Doomgram's pupils shrank in fear, his entire body frozen in place. Lewin rained down punches like a divine punishment, the hem of his robe flying with his movements. All three of them saw a flash of light emanate from Doomgram's body. Sita clutched his chest, panting from his high vantage point, completely terrified. If you had lost, I would have been the next one to get pummeled. Lewin chuckled, just lucky. I almost lost, you know. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Irene, who was standing nearby looking downcast. Her eyes were slightly lowered, and she didn't seem to be in a very good mood. Lewin walked over to her and said, I'm sorry for interfering with your fight, Irene. Irene snapped out of her gloom and replied with a smile, Why are you apologizing? I should be the one saying that. She bowed her head, her voice filled with self-blame. I put the entire team in danger because of my selfishness. I'm truly sorry, everyone. Lewin hesitated, but because of me, you couldn't achieve your goal in this competition. Irene turned to walk away, feigning indifference. Don't worry about it. That goal doesn't exist anymore. Lewin was still confused and let out a hum. Irene let out a small laugh. My goal is no longer to defeat Doom Graham. With that, she pointed a finger at him. My target now is you, Lewin. Lewin furrowed his brow and retorted with a grin, this target won't be an easy one. Irene flashed a mischievous smile. I'm well aware of that. You'd better get ready. One day, I will definitely surpass you. The situation grew increasingly tense. In total, there were 5 people left, including us. Dalian, Malkin, and Cherky were all fighting back fiercely. Sita and Irene weren't pushovers either, but they were no match for our team. Suddenly, a loud bang and a flash of light erupted from within the forest. A thick cloud of dust mixed with a green light filled the air. Dalian, Malkin, and Cherky lay motionless on the ground, enveloped in the green light. Dalian and Malkin's bodies were completely still. When Sita saw the 2 of them disappear, he let out a gasp. Lewin spoke up, so it's just the 3 of us left. Irene beamed, that's right. Sita couldn't hide his joy. I never thought I'd make it this far. Lewin suddenly suggested, want to have a final match? Irene's voice rang out. Wait, Lewin. Irene said, I'd like to withdraw. I'm not in good condition right now. Sorry, I'll try harder next time. Lewin readily agreed. Alright then, let's have a rematch another time. He thought to himself, Irene must be exhausted. Sita winked and grinned. Well, I guess it's my turn. Even if you are the team leader, Lewin, I won't go easy on you. You haven't seen my true skills yet, have you? Lewin got into a fighting stance. Then bring it on. Sita panicked and yelled, wait, hold on. His body was launched into the air, his voice still echoing, I said to wait a minute. Elsewhere, an excited voice cried out, congratulations to our Academy's representative for taking first place. Everyone at the table raised their glasses in celebration. Congratulations, Lewin. Lewin is number 1. Suddenly, a voice called out, making him turn. When everyone said you weren't at the dorm, I knew you'd be here. Standing at the door were Sita and Irene. Irene spoke first. We fought side by side for so long, how could I miss the chance to congratulate you? And Sir Sita here was insistent on coming alone. Lewin blushed as he listened to Sita complain, what is this? I thought we were done after the competition. Why are you still calling me sir? She smirked, can't be helped. That's just who I am. Lewin smiled gently. You guys haven't changed. After a battle of survival, I had become the sole winner. Doom Graham, despite having many elimination points, saw his rank drop due to a low survival score. Dalian and Irene, although considered contenders for the championship, still ranked below me. If I can keep this up. Lewin imagined himself holding the championship trophy, being cheered on by everyone. Victory was no longer a distant dream. Jason's eyes turned into hearts. He exclaimed ecstatically, I never thought I'd get to sit at the same table as Irene Prius. I can die happy now. Irene waved her hands dismissively. Oh, stop it. Everyone cheerfully raised their glasses and cheered. Alright, this time, let's raise a glass to the goddess Irene. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, she could only cover her mouth and laugh. Seeing this, Lewin couldn't help but smile along. The bar was filled with the sound of cheerful laughter. Elsewhere, 2 people were whispering to each other. There's no way that Lewin guy can win this festival, right? Hey, keep it down, Doom might hear you. Right, sorry. Even though they were whispering, their words reached Doom Graham's ears. He was frustrated. I can't believe I lost. Doom Graham looked at the broken shards of his sword in the locker. I let my guard down. I never thought his target wasn't me, but this sword. He recalled what happened. I realized it at the last second, but I swung my sword anyway, thinking I had victory in my grasp. Doom Graham was now filled with regret. And then to lose in a match he was spectating. He suddenly asked, didn't he come looking for me today? The other person stammered, huh? Oh, no, I haven't seen him. Then the person suggested, don't worry too much. You're tired. Let's find a place to rest first. Doom Graham's flat voice replied, sorry, I want to be alone right now. Hearing this, the other person quickly stood up. Huh? Oh, my apologies. I'll be outside then. Call if you need anything. Now, only Doom Graham was left in the room. He stood silently in front of his personal locker. Doom Graham stood like that for a long time, seemingly deep in thought. Below the building, a joyous voice rang out. Lewin Adele has defeated Doom Graham. A new generation of talented mages has been born. Terran Ignis stood on a balcony, looking down from above, the jeers still echoing. Pride shone in his eyes. I just thought the kid would do well, I never expected him to get this far. I never thought he could defeat Doom Graham. Terran approached from behind. You seem to be in a good mood since Lewin won. I feel like my pride's been wounded. It's hard to even see that guy's face at the stadium. Terran Ignis asked hesitantly, so the stadium it's probably. The other man smiled and nodded slightly. Yes. The two of them looked down at the scene below together. The grand festival is about to end. The sound of steady footsteps echoed. All that's left are the individual events. Specifically, it's an obstacle course-style test. This round is held within the city, and contestants will compete based on 3 criteria: athletics, combat, and swimming. Since it's a competition between mages, contestants are allowed to summon mounts or use teleportation magic to travel through time and space. Sita turned to the person next to him. What do you think, Lewin? His gaze drifted towards the excited crowd in the stands. Everyone is chanting your name. How does it feel to be a star? Lewin also turned to look. Well, I don't really know, to be honest. His eyebrows raised slightly, his expression growing serious. I really want to enjoy this breathtaking moment, but now is not the time. Nearby, Doom Graham's eyes were still fixed on Lewin. Because it's not too late to celebrate once the winner is confirmed. It was a beautiful sunny day, with the warm sunlight and clear blue sky creating a very pleasant atmosphere. Sita crossed his arms and cleared his throat. Today is the individual event. No one's going to help you, so don't put yourself in danger. Lewin laughed and replied, yeah, I know. I'll do my best. A man fired a gun into the air and shouted, ready. Irene, Dalian, Mulkin, and Cherky all assumed combat stances. A loud bang from the starting pistol echoed through the air. Following that was a cloud of dust and the sound of frantic footsteps. Each person used a different method of movement, but they all had the same destination. Suddenly, the group stopped in their tracks because a crowd of goblins with raised weapons stood before them. Irene spoke up, I thought you'd be a little slower. Dalian Mulkin's body was pulled through the air. He proposed, how about the 3 of us form a temporary alliance? What do you think? Irene politely refused. Sir Mulkin, I'm not really a fan of teaming up. Nearby, the clattering of horse hooves grew louder and more frantic. Doom Graham rode on horseback, his expression extremely serious. A stream of yellow light shot from his sword straight towards the goblins. Irene remarked, they seem to prefer attacking individually. Dalian Mulkin nodded in agreement. Even after observing Doom Graham for 6 years, I still find it difficult to approach him. So, let's go our separate ways. No one will bother anyone. The image of Doom Graham appeared in the goblin's blue eyes. Before it could even counterattack, it took a direct hit from his downward sword strike. Doom Graham glanced back, wondering, why? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Then he sliced another goblin's body in 2. Could he have gotten far ahead of us? No, that's impossible. Doom Graham looked back again. If so, he must still be behind. He frowned and asked Irene, why hasn't he shown up yet? She hesitated, I don't know either. Now that I think about it, it is strange. Irene thought of the goblins they had just defeated. We've been in the lead this whole time, but why haven't Lewin and the others appeared yet? Dalian Mulkin's voice grew worried. That's right. They still have time to catch up to us and the others, but not a single 1 inch. He hadn't even finished his sentence. A gust of wind shot past them. Lewin was standing there and said with a greeting, caught up. Doom Graham's eyebrows knitted together, his gaze turning grim. Earlier, in the stands, people were murmuring. What's wrong? Why isn't Lewin Adele moving? Did he give up? What's going on? Just watch quietly. He's the one who defeated Doom Graham. Lewin ruffled his hair. I've been waiting for this day since the moment I decided to join the Grand Festival. After half a year of physical training, I'm confident in this round. He had his own worries. But I'm a close combat mage. If I turn my back on a pursuing opponent, I'll be at a major disadvantage. After a moment of thought, Lewin's expression became resolute. He quickly started running. I'll attack them one by one from behind and then move forward. Just then, those moving ahead heard a rustling sound behind them and turned to look. They only saw Lewin running up and knocking 3 people away. He muttered to himself, counting. 29, 28, 27, 25, 24. After that, I lost count. At that very moment, a voice spoke up. Whoa, what's that? Sita glanced back suspiciously. When he saw Lewin, he asked in surprise, Lewin, since when did you Lewin cut him off? Sita. Lewin put on an innocent smile. You understand, don't you? Then, when he opened his eyes again, his voice was ice cold. Sorry about this. Lewin launched a kick that sent Sita flying into the air. As his figure faded, Sita, on the verge of tears, shouted his name. Lewin. After hearing the whole story, Irene asked, so you eliminated all of them? Lewin calmly replied, just a few. The rest surrendered on their own. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. And now, no one can stop us. Doomgraham gritted his teeth and called out his name. Lewin Adele. He stared intently at Lewin. This time, things will be different. Strong winds blew towards the group, and the atmosphere became suffocating. Doomgraham's voice was serious. I'm ready to fight you right now, but there are still a few people chasing us from behind. He clenched his fist, and a blue light flashed around him. He leaped onto the back of his mount. Doomgraham roared, see you at the finish line. With that, he spurred his horse and dashed away. Dolly and Malkin called after him, do you really have to go that way? The group watched as Doomgraham raced towards the castle, knowing it was a trap zone. Lewin remained silent, looking into the distance with a pensive expression. The trap zone. This castle has been set with numerous traps to protect the treasure inside. The treasure has already been excavated. So the traps inside now serve as obstacles for the competition, a place full of deadly hazards for those who dare to enter. Therefore, the safe method everyone usually uses is to disarm the traps. This is also the perfect way to assess the level of a mage's knowledge and risk management skills. Irene and Dolly and Malkin quickly focused on creating a barrier. Lewin tapped his fingers against the castle wall. But disarming traps takes a lot of time. Jeanne looked up at the high wall with Lewin and asked, so you want to knock this wall down? If it were Draka, that's what he would do. Yes. It hesitated. Yes, but breaking through this thick castle wall is still impossible. Lewin spoke up. I know. Zhang was even more confused. Then how? He turned and replied, this place is the ruins of an abandoned castle. It began to understand. Aha! You mean to target the spots that are no longer solid, right? Lewin nodded lightly. Right. The entire vast wall, complete with information on its hardness, appeared in his eyes. Lewin continued, that's why I'm using the dragon's eye to observe the wall. His gaze swept downwards and then suddenly stopped. When he saw the red box with the information, old, corroded, Lewin quietly exclaimed, there it is. His entire body shot forward, with Zhang clinging tightly to his collar. Punch after punch, he continuously struck the spot on the wall he'd identified. Dolly and Malkin watched Lewin's strange actions and wondered, what the hell is that guy doing? Is he trying to break the wall? He must be joking. Irene sighed to herself, as expected of Lewin. He looked at her with an annoyed expression. Irene, I know you're close with Lewin, but don't you think this is a bit much? Who punches a wall with their bare hands? Suddenly, Irene pointed ahead and exclaimed, look. They saw cracks gradually spreading across the wall. The two of them stared at Lewin, who was standing before a large hole at the base of the castle. Dolly and Malkin scratched his head and said with a forced smile, hey, can I use this way too? Lewin turned his head and gave a deadpan reply. No. Seeing that he was about to attack, Dolly and Malkin quickly shouted, wait, Lewin. A large boulder fell from above, blocking the hole. He angrily roared, that damn jerk. What a nasty move. Lewin ran quickly, and Zhang couldn't help but praise him. Impressive. You destroyed that entire wall using only 2,400 strength points. You're actually using your brain. Lewin ran, panting. So now it's just me and Doomgraham in the lead. As Lewin rounded a corner, he saw Doomgraham. Zhang sounded a bit annoyed. That guy got out too. Noticing an arrow piercing his shoulder, it commented, but he must be in a hurry since he's wounded. Lewin, chasing close behind, thought to himself, you want to beat me that badly, Doomgraham? Doomgraham drew his sword and let out a growl. Just as a sword strike came down, Lewin quickly leaned back to dodge it. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Doomgraham's collar. Holding him tightly as they fell from above, he said to Doomgraham, let's get through this final round together. Then, the two of them plummeted through the air. With a loud splash, they hit the water, sending white foam flying everywhere. Luan's head broke the surface of the water as he gasped for air. As he swam, he thought, good. If I let that guy use magic to get past the cliff, I'll be at a disadvantage. I have to swim out of here as fast as possible. Suddenly, the water temperature grew colder. Luan turned to look and saw that the water behind him was freezing over, the ice rapidly spreading closer. Seeing his opponent focusing on using magic, he roared, "Doom Graham!" Luan grew angrier and yelled, "Hey, you bastard! Don't you see someone swimming here? Why are you freezing the water?" By now, the water around him had frozen solid, trapping Luan. Doom Graham, sitting on his horse on the ice, looked down at Luan and replied, "Is that something to be concerned about right now?" With that, he smirked. "Well then, I'll be on my way, Luan Adele." Watching Doom Graham's figure shrink in the distance, Luan couldn't help but curse. Damn it! He struggled, a yellow heat wave spreading beneath him. I have to get out of here fast. The ice began to melt from the heat, and cracks slowly spread across the surface. With a series of cracking sounds, the sheet of ice was finally shattered. Doom Graham was riding his horse when he heard a familiar sound behind him. Seeing Luan catching up right behind him, he was startled. How is that possible? How did he catch up so quickly? As Luan ran, he resolved, from now on, there are no more obstacles in the way. The only thing left to do is run. Luan planted his feet to build momentum and then leaped high into the air. He shot down from above, shouting, "Doom Graham! How about a rematch?" Doom Graham was so nervous that he was sweating bullets. No, not in my current condition. Before he could finish his thought, a loud crash echoed out, followed by a cloud of dust. Everyone stared intently at the screen, discussing animatedly. Who won? I have no idea. Suddenly, a man pointed forward and exclaimed, "Look, someone's coming." As the gate opened, a horse slowly emerged from the thick dust. The horse lifted its head and let out a long neigh. The crowd looked on doubtfully. A horse? What's going on? Where are the mages? Another man pointed elsewhere, shouting. There! Someone's on the screen. On the screen, Luan was standing over Doom Graham, who was sprawled on the ground. Someone cried out in shock, "Luan Adele is standing there." Luan looked down at him and commented, "Looks like you overexerted yourself getting through the trap zone. Your movements were a bit slow." Doom Graham's eyes were shut tight, and he let out a series of pained groans. Luan turned and walked away. "I'll be going now, Doom Graham." On the field, 3 flags corresponding to the 3 top ranks were raised. Luan stood on the first place podium, having won both the survival battle and the triathlon. By also taking first place in the individual event, he achieved the highest overall score. The grand festival had finally come to an end. He thought back on everything that had happened. Those voices felt like they were speaking to someone like me, who had resigned himself to everything for the past 6 years, a person locked in a dungeon of solitude. Luan's silhouette gave off a sense of a lonely soul. He clenched his fist and placed it on his chest as the sound of happy cheers rang in his ears, as if saying, "You've worked hard all this time." Luan's face lit up with joy. The cheers felt like a reward for all my efforts over the years. He raised both hands in response to them. "Thank you, everyone. I don't want to lose this praise." Outside the gate, a line of carriages moved along. A voice was heard, "Wow, that's a lot of carriages." Jason rested his chin on his hand and looked out the window. "But they're all specially selected nobles, right?" Luan nodded in reply. "That's right. I heard not every noble family was invited." Jason hesitated. "So, those people?" Luan confirmed with a simple yes. Luan sat alone at the banquet table. They all came to see Luan. He let out a long sigh. "This is so boring. I want to go back to the academy." Suddenly, a sound startled Luan. "Well, this is a little strange." Seeing the newcomer smiling brightly, he called her name in confusion. "Irene." Irene pulled up a chair and asked, "What do you mean, strange? With all these people here, why has no one come to talk to you?" Luan calmly replied, "They probably think I'm too arrogant. Plus, I showed up to this party dressed so casually." Irene looked him up and down and nodded. "Well, that could be it." Then she continued, "But from what I know, there's another reason." Irene noticed the subtle glances being thrown their way. "It's clear that most of the nobles here came to get acquainted with you. So no matter how arrogant you seem, it's strange that not a single person has approached you." Her eyes lit up as if she'd discovered something. "It seems someone has spread a rumor about you." Irene's words surprised Lewin. That person must be powerful enough to make any noble afraid to even think about talking to you. He asked her in confusion, "Who is it?" As they were talking, a man stepped up to the head of the hall. The man cleared his throat and announced, "Tonight's grand banquet officially begins. The 32 Academy representatives, please follow me." On the banquet table, exquisite delicacies were beautifully arranged alongside fragrant drinks. Seeing such a spread, one couldn't help but marvel. At this dinner with the Nether King, the dishes are laid out like a royal feast. However, the atmosphere here was incredibly strange. Someone clicked their tongue. "Man. I should have faked being sick to get out of this." Hey, that's my line. Tonight's event was a dinner on the surface, but in reality, it was a session for a general review of the competition. For the students who performed poorly, it was like a death row inmate's last meal. Lewin looked towards the 2 empty chairs nearby. He felt confused. "I thought only the king was attending, so why are there 2 seats of honor?" The man pointed nearby and gestured. "They have arrived." Everyone stood up in unison and looked in that direction. Terran slowly entered, and everyone bowed their heads respectfully as he passed. A unified voice rang out, "Greetings, Your Highness, the Nether King." Though Lewin bowed his head, he cursed internally. "Greetings, Your Highness, the Nether King, my foot. This is so infuriating." When he heard Terran say, "Please, come in," he was somewhat surprised. "What? The Nether King is inviting someone else?" A strange voice suddenly rang out, "I hope I'm not interrupting your dinner, old man." This person had eyebrows as sharp as swords and brown irises. The newcomer exuded a noble aura. Lewin looked on, bewildered, wondering, who is this guy? He remembered how everyone had cheered excitedly, "Amazing, new mage Lewin." They were calling my name. They called me a new mage instead of a failure. Now, everyone in the room knelt and respectfully chanted, "Long live the Crown Prince." Hearing that title, Lewin was startled. "Ha! The Crown Prince." After the greetings, everyone quickly sat down at the table. A hint of fear flickered across every face. Each person sat with their head bowed and back hunched, wishing a hole would open up and swallow them. Even the slightest accidental touch made them flinch. The atmosphere fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Terran was the first to speak. Well, not a single one of the 11 disciples could defeat Lewin Ardell even once. Is the skill gap really that large? Doom Graham lowered his head, his whole body trembling as he heard the critique. Truly disappointing. I'm ashamed to call you my disciples. He didn't dare to look up and could only promise, "I swear, I will never perform so poorly again." Terran's voice turned cold. Second place is for the incompetent. This grand festival has proven the old saying true, even a small stream can hold a dragon. Lewin's mood wasn't any better. This is not comfortable at all. It feels like this party was set up to scold the 11 disciples, and I'm just the tool the Nether King is using to do it. He glanced at the person next to Terran. And he's not the only one making me uncomfortable. This guy has been glaring daggers at me since the start of the party. That person's name was Somerton Reynard, and he was staring at Lewin without bothering to hide it. Lewin recalled what he knew. Despite being at a disadvantage as the third prince, with his brilliant strategic mind as his weapon, he successfully ousted his brothers from the dynasty and became the sole crown prince. Lewin suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. A man as skilled in both literature and martial arts as him could be said to be nearly perfect in every aspect. He suddenly remembered Irene's words. "It seems someone has spread a rumor about you. That person must be powerful enough to make any noble afraid to even think about talking to you." Terran suddenly asked, "Lewin Adele, how do you feel after winning the grand festival?" This question made him fall into a thoughtful silence. Then, Lewin gave his answer. "I feel uncomfortable." Terran asked, puzzled, "Uncomfortable?" His voice became firm. "Yes. I am satisfied with the results of the competition. But I'm not at all comfortable with my achievement being used to criticize and diminish the honor and efforts of the other students here." Irene, sitting next to him, quickly grabbed his arm. "Lewin." The others in the room also looked horrified upon hearing such a response. Lewin remained silent. Despite the situation, there was no fear in his eyes. Terran's voice was flat. "You mean you don't want your results to be used to belittle others? But isn't a sense of inferiority one of the very things that helps people grow? You understand that well, don't you?" Lewin bluntly expressed his view. "In my opinion, it seems more like you're inciting others to be hostile towards me. There's a difference between pointing out their weaknesses to encourage them and help them strive harder, and inciting hostility by digging into their sense of inferiority. With that, he looked straight into Terran's eyes. Aren't those two completely different things? Luan's voice turned ice-cold. And my Ignis Academy is not a place for others to belittle by calling it a small stream either. The corner of Terran's mouth twitched upwards, and he let out a loud exclamation. The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere once again fell into silence. Suddenly, a small laugh escaped from Somerton's lips. Then, he clutched his stomach and burst into loud laughter. Everyone turned to look at Somerton. A look of annoyance flickered across Luan's face. Somerton wiped tears from the corners of his eyes. Oh my! My stomach hurts from laughing. That's hilarious, I'm actually crying. Where did this guy come from? Irene clutched her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. She spoke to him angrily. Luan, you're not planning to pull another stunt, are you? Luan gave a forced smile. No, of course not, but added internally, maybe. Terran clasped his hands together and spoke up. But it will likely be a bit different. A bit refreshing compared to Tyrion. I'm looking forward to what's to come. Somerton suddenly looked at Luan and called out, wait. He stood up and made a suggestion. Luan Adele, would you care to have tea with me? Then Somerton added with a cold smile, and I won't take no for an answer. The two then moved to another location, where Luan and Somerton were now sitting opposite each other. He slowly spoke his name. Luan Adele. Somerton put on his provocative expression again. From now on, you will work for me. And this time, I also will not accept no for an answer. He said it as if it were a matter of fact. You have 1 month to get your affairs in order. I will transfer you to the cavalry training grounds and arrange for your accommodations. Somerton, as if remembering something, continued, oh, and the matter of your citizenship. The Crown Prince's right-hand man can't be a foreigner, can he? Luan grew more and more confused. What? What citizenship? He asked him, bewildered, but why? The Empire already has countless talented mages, like Doom Graham, for example. Somerton spoke slowly. Ah, that guy? He bowed his head and sighed. In the end, he still lost to you. Somerton's voice turned cold. Are you suggesting I should keep a failure by my side? Luan lowered his head in silence. He continued, and one more thing. From now on, when you speak to me, remember one thing. A light flashed in Somerton's brown eyes as he said in a low voice, I prefer to hear yes, rather than questions. Hearing Somerton's tone, Luan looked up, his eyes tinged with anger. Somerton urged him. Well, answer me. He spoke up, the first reason is because the old man recommended you. For years, I've been asking him to consider a talented mage for me, but he never mentioned anyone's name. Somerton explained further, another reason is that I like your guts. He pointed at Luan. The kind of guts to show up in ragged clothes in front of a bunch of power-hungry leaders. There was a hint of praise in Somerton's voice. And the kind of guts to express your disagreement with the old man. And finally, he said with a half-smile, the kind of guts to continuously question me despite my warning. Somerton spread his hands matter-of-factly. In politics, sometimes you need a guy who knows how to crack a joke. After Somerton's long speech, Luan summarized it with a question. So, my job is just to offer advice? He looked displeased. Another question. I want you to protect me from my damn older brothers who don't want their little brother to be the crown prince. Luan lowered his head in silence, his expression clearly troubled. Somerton asked again, you don't like it? Luan nodded. Yes, that's right. He growled, I knew you'd say that, which is why I told you beforehand, I don't want to hear no dot. Luan once again sank into deep thought. Luan thought about the man, Somerton, sitting in front of him. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the chance to become the right-hand man of the most powerful crown prince in the empire. His thoughts were in turmoil. After all, most mages choose to align with power, even the Magic Tower, which is entirely dedicated to magical research, is no different. If I miss this opportunity today, I might regret it for a long time. But, after a moment of hesitation, Luan gave his answer. There are still many things I want to do. He told himself, and I don't want to be anyone's mage. Somerton's voice turned cold. I thought I was being too rational, but the truth is you're being too sentimental. He asked again, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You won't regret it, will you? Luan answered decisively, I won't. Then he slowly stood up. Somerton didn't try to stop him, just smiled. Very well. Let's just pretend today's conversation never happened. As Lewin was leaving, he suddenly spoke up. Lewin Adele, they say you were the brightest gem at this year's grand festival. Somerton made no effort to hide his intentions. My hobby is collecting gems, and so far, there has never been a gem I couldn't have. Do you know why? He issued a warning. Because the ones I can't have, I destroy. Before stepping out of the room, Lewin glanced back one last time. Then he resolutely opened the door and walked out. Lewin was now standing alone in the hallway. He said to himself, that last sentence was clearly a threat. My decision was the right one, wasn't it? Suddenly, a voice called out from nearby. Hey, it's Lewin. Jason asked curiously, where are you going? Were you sneaking off to flirt with girls? Lewin retorted, no. Of course not. He thought to himself. In the end, I just want to be a mage. A mage with his own unique colors. In the room, Somerton's voice rang out. I'm curious about the name the old man recommended. He seems very special. Taran continued, it seems things won't be resolved the easy way. He nodded in response. Yes. I threatened him a little, but it seems to have had no effect. Taran asked further, so you're planning to give up? Somerton burst out laughing. Not at all. He raised his wine glass, the light glinting off the ring on his hand. You understand. Especially when it comes to my collecting hobby. He flashed a cunning smile. In the end, Lewin Adele will have to be mine, because I have decided it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lewin was forcing a smile while fending off the other two's interrogation. On a breathtakingly beautiful evening at sunset, Lewin was relentlessly training, punching and kicking. An aura enveloped him, giving him the vibe of a true paragon. The system window appeared and said, punches 5000/5000. Kicks 5000/5000. Roundhouse kicks 5000/5000. 15 kilometers run 1/1. Combat training 1/1. After reading the system panel, Lewin panted heavily. Alright, that's everything for today. Lewin collapsed onto the ground with a long sigh. Zhang appeared beside him. I feel like your body is getting better and better. Hearing that, he turned to look at the tiny, hand-sized bear. I don't want to hear that from a guy. It immediately retorted. What are you talking about? I'm a girl. Lewin shot up, not believing his ears. What? How can you be a girl? It replied immediately. What do you mean how? I was born this way. He still couldn't believe it and asked loudly, demigods have genders? Zhang angrily put her hands on her hips and yelled right in Lewin's face, who said we don't. You just never asked. But we've bathed together. He recalled the times they had bathed together. Zhang snorted coldly, there was nothing to see. A sentence that was basically a full confession. Lewin's face darkened, and he enunciated each word. So, does that mean you've seen everything? Being asked this, she trembled like a leaf, quickly turning away to hide her embarrassment, knowing it was futile. But contrary to Zhang's embarrassment, he just let out a soft chuckle. He slowly stood up, no longer teasing her. Alright, enough. I'm leaving now, okay? Hearing this, she turned back, looking at him with a bewildered expression. She ran after him, shouting, hey, let's go together. But he had already walked a good distance ahead, ignoring her pursuit, though he still called out to her. Then stop joking around. She stammered, trying to explain that she was telling the truth. No, I'm not joking, it's true. But in return, he still didn't believe her and even laughed to mock her. You think I'd believe that? Hearing this, she could only fall silent. What else was there to say? The scene changes to a train station. Blue skies, white clouds, golden sun, the weather was absolutely perfect. But a terrifying voice shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Jason was hugging Lewin, with tears streaming down his face like a waterfall. I'm off, Lewin. Stay healthy, you hear? He instructed him like a mother sending her child off on a long journey. Lewin, red-faced and helpless, patted his friend's back. I'm not dying. Their friends watching this scene burst into uncontrollable laughter. The train whistle blew loudly. Jason and the others boarded the train. Lewin watched the train gradually disappear into the distance. Wildcat's voice spoke up, alright, we should get going too. He turned to look at him. After my friends left, I headed to Leverden to complete my schedule as the Grand Tournament champion. He and Wildcat sat next to each other on another train, but both were silent, not a word exchanged between them. He recalled their first meeting. "Just call me Wildcat." The wizard named Wildcat was a guide from the wizard's tower. The system popped up again to identify the wizard. Name? Age? Special notes? Meanwhile, the man sat engrossed in the paper he was holding. The system couldn't find a single piece of information. All it showed were 3 big question marks. He was a bit shocked. The players, I can't even identify their name. This indicates they are highly skilled. Lewin thought to himself, that means they are on par with, or even superior to, the professors at the Magic Academy. The only thing I can say about them is that they look to be in their late 20s. He turned to look at Wildcat with a cautious gaze, his eyebrows furrowed so deeply they were almost touching. Now, the man finally spoke. "I will now briefly go over your schedule. First, you will go to the royal palace to receive congratulations," and then he guided him step by step. Lewin sat quietly and listened, his face showing a hint of anxiety. He interrupted him. "Excuse me, but could you please speak more casually?" The suggestion seemed to take him by surprise. Lewin continued, "I'm only 16. He replied, "This is more comfortable for me," his face completely expressionless, as cold as a sheet of paper. He returned to his work, reviewing the schedule again. Lewin could only manage a forced smile, thinking, they're very thorough and businesslike. "I've learned something new." He announced Lewin's next schedule item. "After that, you must go to the Magic Tower to be chosen by an item." Lewin heard this and looked up in confusion. "Chosen?" Wildcat explained, "Yes. You could also end up with nothing. It's actually the artifacts that do the choosing." Hearing this, Lewin's face showed a flicker of worry. He understood Wildcat's meaning. It means that, like King Graham, the artifacts have a consciousness. Wildcat announced the final schedule item while putting the paper into his bag. "Finally, you will be assigned a mission." He explained, normally, as a student, you wouldn't be given an official mission. But the champion of a major tournament is an exception. It's an event to announce the arrival of a new generation of mages to the world. As Lewin opened the list to look, he added, "So it's like a debut." He replied immediately. "Exactly." He continued. "So, choose a mission from the provided list." Lewin thoughtfully looked at the list before him. The missions included search, subjugation, assassination, knowledge excavation, and... Just as he read that, Zhang popped out of nowhere and whispered in his ear, startling him a bit. Both he and Zhang stared intently at the list in his hand, their expressions identical, like a father and son. Then he made his final decision. "I choose this one." His voice rang out decisively, mingling with the rumbling of the train outside. The scene changes to Moran Palace. The two of them stood in the hall. "This is Moran Palace, the prince's secondary palace. Please enter. Everyone is waiting for you," he urged. Then he bowed respectfully. "Well then, I will take my leave." Hearing this, Lewin turned around in a panic and shouted, "Wait, hold on. You're not coming in with me?" While he was still confused as to why Wildcat wasn't entering with him, the door in front of him opened. Somerton stood majestically behind the wide-open doors, while Lewin was still searching for any sign of Wildcat. He stood with his hands on his hips, a hint of a smile in his voice. "Welcome to my empire, Lewin Adele." Lewin looked up at him, remaining silent. Stepping inside, he knelt before him. "First, I received 10,000 gold pieces from the Crown Prince." This amount exceeded the Adele estate's annual budget. Somerton sat on the throne and said with a smile to Lewin, "If you ever find yourself short on money, feel free to come here anytime. If you're willing. Moran Palace will always be open to you." Hearing this, Lewin could only manage a wry smile. "It seems like I could never earn this much in a lifetime." He walked away, clutching the gold. He thought, it seems the prince hasn't given up on me yet. But I hurried to my next appointment. Now, Wildcat and he were walking through the vast palace. People here must have good stamina. Walking around this huge place all day is a feat, he joked to break the silence. But Wildcat didn't seem to be in a joking mood. He turned to him with a stern face. "Stop the small talk. Sir Terran is waiting for you." Lewin stopped in his tracks. "Ah, yes." He forced a smile. "Does anyone around here have a sense of humor? Talk about dry personalities." He asked again, "So, are you sure about that mission?" Lewin was a little surprised. Then he answered firmly, "Yes." Receiving his resolute answer, he didn't ask any more questions. I see. You've chosen the hardest one. Luan replied cheerfully, it seems like it will be very interesting. Hearing this, he continued. I wonder what Sir Taran will say. Their conversation ended. The door to the room opened, revealing a bleak and chilling atmosphere. Luan stepped inside. Taran was already sitting in the room, waiting for him. He called out to him. Come in, quickly. A conversation unfolded over cups of hot tea. Taran was the first to ask, you want to choose that magnificent mission? Luan immediately replied, yes. Hearing this, he picked up his teacup and said slowly, the safest mission is subjugation. You could be escorted by the royal guard to eliminate some bandits near Siciliano. You could even be welcomed as a hero. He explained, while Luan sat and listened quietly. Then he expressed some curiosity. But why would you go to that place? It's just a barren wasteland. Luan remained silent, but there was a subtle change in his eyes. He already had an answer to the man's question. No. It's quite similar to MT Chion. Flashing back to when he was choosing the mission and Zhang appeared, she pointed to a mission on the list. What is that? He asked her curiously. Your first mission. Choose that one. But he still didn't understand exactly what it was. She explained, that is King Graham's homeland. Luan was stunned to hear this. She continued, and it's the place where Draka stayed for about 100 years. The image of a massive dragon appeared on a vast green field, breathing in the fresh air. Mtxion, located at the northern end of the Ridian Kingdom, a sky-piercing mountain emerged from behind a thick fog. It was said to be the home of ancient ogres. But there are no ogres there anymore. The burly ogres are now a thing of the past. Except for the artifact King Graham at the academy, they all perished in the Great War, all the ogres falling at the feet of the enemy leader. The place where the ogres vanished is now just a desolate land. An ogre skull blew in the wind, a chilling sight. There's a reason why the search mission in this place is considered extremely difficult. Because of the barrier there, an invisible barrier surrounding the mountain. A barrier that cannot be broken by any magic. To this day, countless scholars and wizards have yet to find a way to break it. Everyone has thrown up their hands in defeat. That search mission is to discover the identity of that barrier. Determination was clear in his eyes as he remembered what Zhang had told him. Taran was still quite curious. I'm curious why you want to do a search mission in that desolate place. He continued, don't you find the theory that the enraged ogre gods turned that place into a sacred ground a bit like a child's fairy tale? Luan just turned to look at him silently, without a word. He thought deeply. But others would have no reason to care about that place. However, that place, forsaken by the world, was Dracargonia's sanctuary for 100 years. That reason alone is enough for me. Without needing to explain further, he simply stated, it's the most challenging mission. Hearing his explanation, the man tilted his head and looked at him. Just for that reason? Poof. If you just want to, you'd be better off choosing something else. Taran advised him, as he didn't trust a kid who was only 16 to take on such a mission. He continued to dissuade him. You don't have to go to such lengths to achieve something. It's only difficult because it's an unsolved mystery. Luan smirked defiantly. If a 16-year-old wizard finds the answer to such a mystery, wouldn't that be a remarkable achievement? He continued to prod. You'll just end up with a mission failed in the history of the Grand Tournament. Luan retorted just as sharply, well, that's one way to create a notable achievement. His words seemed to annoy the man slightly, his eyebrows knitted together, and his smile was no longer so natural. Taran changed the subject. Do you know why I introduced you to Prince Somerton? The question caught him a bit off guard. Seeing his reaction, he explained, to keep you in Leverden. I want to observe you more. Everything had been calculated from the beginning. Luan remained silent, tension evident on his young face. Taran explained further, because of your unique abilities, I wondered if it was related to your choice of this mission. The atmosphere grew tense. Regardless, I will always be watching you. The statement made him a little nervous. Back in his room, he lay flat on the bed, still thinking about what had just happened. I've made a commitment. But can I really do well? He wondered aloud, his voice tinged with anxiety. Zhang, standing beside him, heard this and asked. Why? Are you worried you won't be able to find anything? He replied to her, a little. Since that world has been disconnected for so many centuries, I wonder if I can discover anything at all. She retorted, humans haven't discovered anything so far, but you can do it. Hearing this, he immediately reacted, I'm human too, you know. She replied, you've surpassed human capabilities. He heard this and questioned, I have? Yes. To surpass human capabilities like Lewin is quite a process, you know. What process, and who's judging? As they were talking, there was a knock on the door, followed by a request for permission. Sir Lewin, may we come in? He sat up and called out. Ah, yes. Come in. Two people entered from outside the door, and he greeted them. Hello, wild boar, wildcat. Zhang, sitting on his shoulder, heard him call them that and asked, wild boar, cat? What are you talking about? He sighed and explained to her. It's His Highness's preference. The wizards of Matop all like to be called that. She heard him. But she still looked utterly bewildered. What kind of farm is this? Wild Boar cheerfully approached him. Well, Lewin, shall we go? To the artifact room to receive your reward. The three of them walked down the hallway, and as they went, he explained the artifact room to Lewin. The artifact room of Matop is divided into 4 sections. Section C, Section B, Section A, and Section X. The items in Section C are the most common, and those in Section X are the rarest. Wild Boar walked in front, with Lewin and Wildcat behind. As they walked, Wildcat explained and listed the sections for him. Wildcat added, Lewin will be allowed to explore Room A. He asked curiously, you didn't mention going to Section X? When he heard the question, he turned away, his face suddenly serious. That area is not open to anyone, unless something special happens. Even for His Highness, it's an issue. His eyes scanned the room as he wondered, something special? Following the guide, I began my exploration starting from Section C. The three of them entered the room for Section C. He picked up a sword larger than a boar spear and asked the other two, is this a dark sword? Wild Boar replied, yes, that's right. We only collect well-preserved items from battles with monsters and demons. Remember? He looked at the sword for a moment, thinking, impressive. It looks like the radiant sword that Doomgraham used. The shiny sword was so polished it reflected his face. This is truly the Matop artifact vault. Even Section C is better than the treasuries of many noble families, he exclaimed. Indeed. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a book on the floor. The Special Transformation of Tin Brown. I heard its publication was discontinued, but why is the book still here? Wild Boar, seeing his curiosity, was pleased. You seem to know about it. It's a book over 100 years old. He smiled and replied, there was a time when all I could do was read books. Behind the 7 Mage yachts, exploring unknown lands, searching for ancient creatures. He read the titles of the books on the shelf. Can people freely read these books while at the Wizard's Tower, he asked, picking up a book to look at it. Wildcat explained, occasionally, the Tower Master allows members the opportunity to read books, but owning them is not possible. Section B was a treasure trove of knowledge, from forgotten magic books to rare ancient texts and even legendary manuscripts. Skipping the allure of Section B, I proceeded to Section A. But this Section B was not my Section A. None of the artifacts in Section A responded to me, which made him a little anxious. He turned back and asked the two, has anyone else not been chosen by the artifacts before? Wild Boar scratched his head and replied with a forced smile, it has happened, but very rarely. For a wizard capable of reaching Section A, even being acknowledged by 1 or 2 artifacts shows considerable skill, he explained. His mood immediately sank. Being ignored by all sections is really disappointing. He was sad but could only force a smile. Seeing this, Zhang crossed her arms and smirked like a CEO. She boosted his spirits, there's nothing to be disappointed about. It's all just junk. He was utterly shocked. What did you just say? She explained to him, of course, to humans, they're all rare items. But the truly rare items are over there. She pointed towards a door that exuded an aura like the depths of hell. He asked her, in Section X? The door to Section X looked frightening enough on its own, with a dragon head in the center. It looked as if it wanted to devour anyone who came near. Zhang stared intently at the room. I think there's something in there created by a dragon. There's even the smell of unclean dragon scales. Hearing her, he just sighed. He didn't seem to care much. No matter how valuable the items in there are, I can't get them. He didn't have much faith in his own abilities and bent down to look for an item again. Let's just focus on finding an artifact. But before he could find anything, a blue light appeared, catching his attention. Zhang smirked, knowing what was about to happen. The blue light also startled the other two. Wild Boar stammered, that's. The source of the light was the door to Section X. If they weren't careful, the force could blow all three of them into a wall and frame them as artwork. Wild Boar shouted, it's happening. Something special is happening. It's been 56 years. The door was slowly opening. The scene changes to Terran's room. He frowned so hard his eyebrows could get married. He asked, Culkin's Fong reacted? Wildcat respectfully replied, yes. He pondered, is this a sign for him to be the next successor? 3 exceptional artifacts were kept in Section X, the Staff of Angol, the Scale of Mosi, and the Fong of Culkin. These artifacts have one thing in common, they allow their owners to stand at the pinnacle. The Staff of Angol was used by the first human wizard, Angol, an infinite artifact that amplifies the power of destruction and symbolizes the Wizard King. 56 years ago, Terran was chosen by the Staff of Angol. Anyone chosen by it is elevated to the top of the Wizard's Tower. The invulnerable armor that resists all magical attacks, the Scale of Mosi. This armor chooses its master only once a century, and those chosen become legendary knights. However, the Fong of Culkin, the first leader of the ogres and a mysterious artifact, had never chosen a master in 100 years. Terran mused, Culkin's Fong has chosen Adele. Does that mean he is truly destined for the throne, he wondered. He asked Wildcat again to make sure the information he reported was accurate. Luan Adele was able to lift Culkin's Fong? He confirmed with Terran. Yes, he lifted it with ease. Terran once again fell into a spiral of thought. Culkin's Fong is an artifact that most commanders couldn't even bring into the tower. He recalled the image of 6 men carrying just one Fong, the strain of its weight clear on all their faces. It's not something just anyone can lift like that. It has a power similar to that of an ogre. Thinking that, he seemed to understand something. A power reminiscent of an ogre. The special mission he chose was a search on Mt. Cheon, the Fong of Culkin, the first leader of the ogres. He organized all the information he had. Then he suddenly spoke. Immediately. Summon the screaming wizards, he commanded Wildcat. I decided to head west to reach Mt. Cheon. Wildcat instructed Luan, the time limit for the mission is 1 month. Make sure you're on schedule. After giving his instructions, he handed Luan supplies for the journey. And here is your fee, your ID card, and a train ticket. Luan took the items and thanked him. Thanks. Wildcat stood silently watching him put the items in his bag, as if he wanted to say something to him. After packing, Luan looked up and saw him staring, so he asked, is there something else you want to say? Seeing him ask, he replied, yes and no. The answer was infuriatingly vague. Luan was slightly puzzled by his response. What do you mean? He replied, as a wizard of the Wizard's Tower, I am not allowed to express personal opinions. But as a senior, I have something I want to say to you. Luan's expression flickered with surprise, not understanding why he was saying this. The Wizard's Tower is very cordial with the mages under its command, but very cold to outsiders. You know that. The best place you should belong to, Luan, he hinted at something, certain that Luan would understand his words. Be careful and question everything. As he said this, his face became stern, making the atmosphere more tense. Seeing this, Luan's expression naturally became more serious. The city of Taesiren. The city nearest to Mt. Cheon was built to protect the continent from monster attacks. It is also known as the Shield of the Continent. Therefore, Taesiren is always equipped with high walls, strong military power, and soldiers with valiant spirits. Comparable to the capital. At least, that's what I read in the books, he said to Zhang, standing in a nearly deserted area. His face showed a hint of worry. It's unexpectedly desolate. Zhang replied, that's because this is a city whose purpose has vanished. But now the threat of the ogres is gone, she explained. She pointed towards a pub. Look, the guards are getting drunk in broad daylight. The soldiers each held a massive beer mug, so large that drinking it would likely fill them up without needing to eat. They shouted all day. Luan, seeing this, felt a bit annoyed. They say this is the city where people fought bravely back in the day. Suddenly, a huge man with a sword-shaped scar on his face appeared out of nowhere. Hey! Look at the pretty boy in fancy clothes. Give me everything you've got. Was he really trying to intimidate him with his large frame? Does Luan's face look scared at all? He just gently placed his hand on the big guy's shoulder. A moment later, he walked away. The world is so different from what's shown in books. The other guy was now lying on his back with his legs in the air. A snore as loud as thunder echoed in the quiet space. Someone was sleeping so soundly that bubbles came out of his nose. Luan and Zhang stood there helplessly, watching him sleep soundly, unsure of what to say. He decided to speak up and interrupt the man's deep sleep. "Excuse me." Hearing his voice, the man groggily woke up. He shot up immediately upon seeing Luan standing before him. "I'm so sorry. I fell so deeply asleep that I didn't notice you, Master Wizard." Luan didn't mind. "It's fine. Can I get a horse?" he asked him. The stable master's face looked a bit awkward. "Well, actually, we don't have any horses at the moment." The stables were completely empty, with only piles of dry straw left in the stalls. He asked again, "No horses?" The owner replied, "No." He asked further, "Are there no other stables around here?" The owner could only scratch his head, a guilty look on his face. "This is the only one in Siren." Seeing this, Zhang burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. "What kind of stable doesn't have any horses? This place is really..." Before she could finish, Luan cut her off. "A bit off from what I planned." His face showed some disappointment at not being able to borrow a horse. The stable owner explained, "Initially, there were 3 horses in the stable, but they were all rented out this morning. We haven't had any customers in a long time. But today, someone suddenly rented all the horses." Luan was surprised to hear his explanation. He awkwardly made a suggestion. "If you could wait a day, I could somehow." Luan cut him off. "Wait a minute," which startled the man a bit. "Yes?" Luan asked the stable owner. For a long time, no one needed a horse. But today, someone rented all of them? He also seemed a bit curious. "That's right. But why?" He started to feel suspicious. "It's rare for people to come to Siren, but someone other than me rented all the horses here. Is it just a coincidence?" he wondered. But then he remembered Wildcat's words before he left. "Question everything." He turned to his companion sitting on his shoulder. "Zhang, you've realized it too, haven't you?" Hearing his question, she sighed and crossed her arms. "Hey, human. You're only just now realizing it? I told you on the train." She answered his question. "Yes." And then they both turned in the same direction. "We're being followed." Behind the house opposite where he and Zhang were standing, a cloaked figure was watching them. "After realizing we were being followed, we immediately took action. I instructed the innkeeper to let me know if anyone asked about me." He handed a gold coin to the innkeeper. The man's eyes immediately lit up as he accepted. "You can count on me. It's true that money can make the world go round." I decided to become bait and walk around Siren. As he strolled down the street, he thought, "They must have seen me leave the inn. They'll definitely come and ask about us. They are clearly people from the Renic Empire." He smiled, seemingly knowing everything. "Whether it's the prince, angry because I refused his offer of citizenship, or the king of the wizard's tower, curious about me, I don't know. But neither of them are particularly welcome. By any means necessary, I have to resolve this issue before I reach the mountain's peak." His eyes showed clear determination. "I can't let them keep following me when I know they're there." "No one came here," the innkeeper answered Luan with an awkward expression. As if in disbelief, he asked again, "What?" The innkeeper replied truthfully, "It's the truth. I was anxiously waiting for someone to come after you left, but no one did." Zhang spoke up. "He doesn't seem to be lying." Suddenly, the innkeeper remembered something. But there was one strange thing. Luan quickly asked, "What was it?" He revealed something shocking. "For about 3 minutes, my memory was almost completely blank." Luan was stunned to hear this. The innkeeper added, "No matter how hard I try to remember." Luan's face tensed as he listened to the man recount what he could recall. Mind control, a high-level 6th tier magic, allows the user to control and dominate the opponent's mind. The victim loses all memory of that time period, and the caster can steal that portion of their memory. He quickly walked up the stairs. "They're more ruthless and powerful than I thought. Moreover, if my memory was stolen, they'll realize I've discovered their surveillance." He pieced everything together bit by bit. Luan opened the door to his room. The room was empty, but someone had left a note on the headboard. The note read, "I have no intention of harming you. Therefore, do not waste time searching for me and proceed with your quest." Luan angrily tore the note down. "So, you sneak into my room, leave a note, and tell me not to worry? This is basically a threat." His face hardened. "All right then, let's see you try." Luan leaped out of his room. He kicked off the nearby houses. Then he landed safely. Luan's jumping skills looked incredibly dangerous. Luan took off like a bullet. At this speed, he'd probably get a ticket. Zhang asked him, "What do you think?" He replied with a triumphant smile, "We need to find them." Luan commanded, "Open the map for me." The map showed 4 red dots, 1 for him and Zhang, and 3 for the ones tailing him. He took off but didn't forget to glance back with a provocative look. "Alright then, follow me." Red circles appeared as Luan sped up. He shouted so the 3 followers could hear, "This is just like racing for first place in the triathlon." "Should we pursue them?" one of the 3 asked. "Our dear Grand Tournament champion Junior is asking us to play a game with him." "It wouldn't be fun if we refused," said the one with the skull tattoo on his neck, who appeared to be the leader. He ordered the other 2, "Follow them. Just don't kill them." The 2 heard the order and vanished. "Yes, sir." The sky turned red. The 2 followers flew like birds and, in no time, were right on Luan and Zhang's tail. As for him, he was running with a smile on his face, not a hint of fear, because he was the one who started the game. Why would he be scared? In a place as deserted as a ghost town, a purple light appeared, and 3 suspiciously cloaked figures landed. The 3 of them began to walk forward, observing their surroundings. The one in the middle said, "The trail of the wizard from Screams, Luan Adele, has vanished." The leader turned his head and said, "He hasn't vanished. He's waiting for us." "What?" They continued talking, completely unaware of their surroundings, particularly the wooden crates nearby. Luan suddenly burst out from within them, catching the 3 cloaked figures completely off guard. They shouted in panic, "El Luan Adele." Before he could say another word, one of them was punched so hard his face was deformed. He quickly turned towards the second one, who was so shocked his jaw dropped. Luan charged at them with his fist, but they quickly used magic to create a barrier in front of them. But that wasn't enough to stop our main character. The magic barrier was shattered by Luan's punch in an instant, and the other guy took a full hit, even coughing up blood. Just like that, 2 of the 3 were down and out, sprawled on the ground. Luan looked straight at the last one. He suddenly laughed out loud. I was curious about what kind of person he was. Turns out he's a real monster. Luan's face was filled with killing intent as he glared at the man and growled, "Who are you?" The cloaked man with the beard remained calmly smiling despite Luan's defensive stance. "You know. The master of the wizard's tower sent us here. We were instructed to protect our young generation." Luan retorted, "Protect? More like spy." The bearded man's expression became more mysterious as he tore the paper he was holding. "It's all the same. Anyway, watching you has been fun." Then, the old man vanished, leaving only his 2 unconscious subordinates on the ground in a puff of gray smoke, along with the words, "See you later." Luan looked at the skull tattoo on the subordinate's neck and said, "This skull tattoo Dark Wizards." "The Dark Wizards?" Luan crossed his arms, looking at the 2 unconscious men before him, and replied to Zhang, "Yes, they're a secret group. They're a group of mages from the tower who handle dirty work." With that skull shrouded in mysterious blue fire and those mysterious black-robed figures, one look is enough to know this group is up to no good, Luan said. The secret group of Dark Wizards. All that's known about them is their group's name and that tattoo. It's unclear what exactly they do or the level of each individual. Even the identity of the group's leader is a mystery. Hearing this, Zhang looked at Luan with great excitement and said, "So what's your impression after meeting them?" Luan looked at Zhang as if he had an idea and then smiled. "It's possible. They don't seem to be on par with the representatives from the last grand tournament." Zhang seemed a bit confused. "But we still haven't verified the other one's strength." Luan calmly replied, "All right." He raised his hand to his mouth, recalling the scene of those damn mages attacking an innocent person. They used 6th tier magic. Clearly, they're not trivial opponents. Besides, they can watch us from a distance. Zhang looked at his pensive face and said, "What are you going to do?" Luan was still lost in thought. Luan looked up as if he had a plan. He said, "First, we'll make them reveal themselves." A short while later, the sound of galloping hooves echoed. The next day, we immediately set out for Mt. Cheon. Luan rode his horse swiftly towards the mountain range ahead. The journey to Mt. Cheon was exhausting. We had to walk through arid deserts, but I could feel that we had surely reached our destination. Luan placed a hand on his chest. Luan dismounted, his hand on his chest and a worried expression on his face. "My chest is vibrating." The light shone on the young man's sweaty face. He smiled faintly and said, "So this is Mt. Cheon." That's right, there was no mistaking it. This mountain, shrouded in a dark, gloomy barrier, was Ntichion. Luan stood near it for a long time and said, "This is exactly the feeling of fulfillment." The black barrier rippled slightly as if something had just touched it. Luan said, "You once said this is where you stayed with Draka, right?" Zhang replied, "Yes, that's right." Luan sat down tiredly, leaning his back against the barrier. "It won't budge at all. How am I supposed to get in?" Luan's expression changed, a hint of worry appearing. He looked up at Zhang and said, "What kind of inhumane idea is this? Are you telling me I have to destroy this barrier like that?" Zhang crawled onto his forehead and replied, "Yes." Luan let out a long sigh. Zhang climbed onto the top of Luan's head, looked down, and said confidently, "If it were humans, they would definitely try to break the barrier." "Right?" Luan looked up at Zhang and replied, "Right, that's the first thought." Zhang continued, "But they can't break it with just normal human methods." Zhang continued, "What would happen if there was an OGRE here?" This statement from Zhang startled Luan, as if even he hadn't expected it. Luan sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand, thinking seriously. Wouldn't it be better to call the ogres from inside? Ask them to open the gate, like a friend. While Luan was still thinking, Zhang quickly jumped down to the ground. She crossed her arms, looked at Luan, and said, "Right. Now my thoughts are very clear." Hearing that made Luan even more shocked. His pupils constricted as he looked down at Zhang and said, "But you said all the ogres here were dead, didn't you?" Zhang looked at Luan with a very confident expression and replied that that was just a human's way of thinking. Luan started to feel tense. He turned his head to look at the barrier behind him. Zhang's face darkened, and he said, "Remember, Luan. Your strength doesn't follow preconceived notions, but breaks them." As soon as the words were spoken, a voice came from within the dark, gloomy barrier. "I am breaking it." This surprised Luan, who was standing outside. Luan placed his hand on the barrier and said, "Hello." Then he started placing both hands on the barrier, his expression a bit hesitant as he said, "Can you hear me?" "I know you'll pretend you can't hear me, but I've brought the fong of your leader, Kulkin." Luan kept both hands on the barrier and continued, "If you can hear me, open the gate." The atmosphere then fell suddenly silent, making both Luan and Zhang feel a bit anxious. A moment later, a powerful purplish-blue light emanated from Luan's hands. A massive explosion created a shockwave between Luan and the barrier, putting Luan in a difficult position. But with his strong will, Luan stood firm, enduring and stepping forward forcefully. Luan's pupils suddenly constricted as if he saw something terrifying approaching. The black barrier then gradually disappeared. Luan exclaimed, "Did it open?" The mysterious old man in the black robe appeared out of nowhere and ran forward, saying in a panicked voice, "How could a rookie like him do something that no one has ever done before?" But unfortunately for him, by the time he arrived, the barrier had reappeared, preventing him from entering. Helpless, he could only stand outside, continuously pounding on the barrier and screaming. "What's going on? It's closed again. What is happening?" Before he could figure out what was happening, a fist, which everyone knew whose it was, came flying at him. Luan launched forward and punched the man straight in the face, sending him reeling backward. Luan, his face filled with rage, shouted, "I've got you now. You can't run away like you did the other day." Without giving the man a chance to counter, Luan launched his next move. Using his earthquake skill, he slammed his fist into the ground, creating a tremor that shattered the earth beneath their feet. The old man had already taken 2 consecutive blows, causing him to cry out in pain. It wasn't over. Luan shouted, "Vines," summoning long vines that shot forward to capture their designated prey, the wizard. In an instant, the old man was tightly bound by Luan's vines, lying sprawled on the ground before him. Unable to speak or move, he could only let out helpless muffled sounds. Luan said, "Did you think you could get close to me this time?" Luan calmly looked at the bound man and said, "What level are you at? Let's end this game early." Oh my! A huge figure, probably holding a wooden club, suddenly appeared. The giant fiercely swung its club down towards where Lewis was standing, leaving him utterly bewildered. A horrific scene suddenly appeared. In an instant, the green giant's wooden club was dripping with a fresh red liquid. No need to say what that liquid was. Luan was completely shocked by the horrifying scene that had just unfolded. His eyes were wide, and his body was frozen stiff. The giant turned to look at Luan with a savage expression, sending a chill down his spine. Its dark, beady eyes stared intently at Luan as it said, "Answer me, human. Who are you?" Luan tried to appear calm on the outside, but deep down, he was extremely anxious. Zhang, on his shoulder, whispered in his ear, "Luan, remember this. They were created with the mindset of beasts. Luckily, I was able to enter the barrier on Mtchion. As soon as I stepped in, I felt like I had entered another world, Luan said softly. He followed the green giant deeper inside. Here, he was surrounded by countless other terrifying green giants. They looked at him with curiosity and wonder. One of them spoke, a human? What's a human doing here? But he doesn't smell much like a human. He smells just like us. Luan walked with a tense expression, like a taut string. Zhang, beside him, said, Master, be careful. They don't have the same morals as humans. Luan replied tensely, I know. Luan recalled his first encounter with the green giant and said, for now, I guess he's not doing anything to me because of Kulkin's fawn, but I don't know when they might kill me. He cautiously followed behind the green giant, observing him. Arriving at a towering mountain, the green giant said, we're here. This is the peak of Mtchion. The two of them stopped next to another green giant. Luan looked at the giant holding the club and asked, the peak? There's still another peak up there, isn't there? A loud thud echoed, startling Luan. In front of him was another giant. He was larger than the others and had white hair and a beard. Luan thought, this isn't the peak, but there is an ogre. The white-haired giant looked down at Luan and began to introduce himself. I am the chieftain, Hakan. Human, I hear you possess the sacred relic of Kulkin. No matter what, Luan was currently shocked by the massive size of the ogre, which was 10 times larger than the others. He gaped up and thought, he's so much bigger than the other ogres. Chieftain Hakan continued, Human, we welcome you as a guest. I have decided not to tear you apart and feed your corpse to the eagles. Who are you? Luan tried to remain calm and replied, I thought I already said this at the gate, but I am the one chosen by Kulkin's fawn. Chieftain Hakan sat down and said, lies. That is not an item a human can handle. Luan replied, but it's the truth. Luan took out an object wrapped in a white cloth. He said, I can show you. The other ogre said in shock, oh my, it's true. Chieftain Hakan looked at Luan with a very pleased expression and said, an interesting human. I can smell our scent on you. And I also smell the scent of power. Luan replied cheerfully, that's right. I'm pretty strong. Chieftain Hakan said, then answer me, human. Who are you? Luan hesitated for a moment and said, I am. Suddenly, Luan and Zhang looked at each other as if they were both thinking the same thing. Luan said, do you know about Pracagonia? That's the name of a dragon that lived on this mountain. Chieftain Hakan's jaw dropped in surprise at what he had just heard. Chieftain Hakan quickly looked down at Luan and said, how do you know that name? Luan put his hands on his hips and replied with a smile, I heard it from King Graham. When Chieftain Hakan heard the name King Graham, he was even more shocked. He said loudly, King Graham, he's still alive? Luan recalled his first encounter with King Graham and said, he is living as an artifact in my academy. Should I say he's considered one of the professors? Luan looked at Chieftain Hakan and said confidently, you're curious about who I am, right? The green ogre who had led him there stood silently listening as Luan said, I am a friend of King Graham, who was once the chieftain of Mtchion. Luan continued, I am also the one chosen by Kulkin's fawn and the inheritor of Draka's world-destroying power. With every word he spoke, Chieftain Hakan became more and more surprised. Facing the two massive ogres, Luan declared, I am Luan Adel. Luan faced Chieftain Hakan and said, with all that, are you still planning to crush me and feed my corpse to the eagles? Chieftain Hakan was silent for a long moment, then said, no. We will welcome you with joy, human. Luan's expression suddenly froze, as if he were speechless. He was currently brought to the middle of a square, with a simple stone table in the center. All around, the ogres were cheering continuously. Zhang sat on Luan's shoulder, arms crossed, and said, the ogres have a welcoming ritual even for newcomers. If you want to be welcomed, you must prove your own worth. Draka also participated when he first came here. Zhang looked at Luan seriously and said, and the ritual is arm wrestling. In front of him, a large green ogre strode forward. He happily flexed his muscles and said, I am Amarat, son of American. Are you the human we are hosting? Luan's expression soured instantly. He thought to himself, are you telling me this giant is my opponent? I think something is wrong here. In an instant, Luan and Amarat were in position for arm wrestling. The entire square was roaring. Come on, Amarat, crush that human. Luan leaned on the stone table and looked at Zhang, saying, if I lose this arm wrestle, they won't feed me to the eagles, right? Zhang replied helplessly, I'm not so sure. Facing the giant Amarat, the atmosphere was tense. It was clear how small Luan was in comparison. The two clasped hands tightly. Luan thought, this giant ogre is definitely here to intimidate me. But that doesn't mean I should rush in blindly. Luan's expression was extremely tense. He thought, a match between an ogre and a human sounds ridiculous, but I also have a special power granted by an artifact. The white fawn floated in a stream of magic. Luan said, since I got Kulkin's fawn, my strength has increased by 1,000. Luan furrowed his brow, his seriousness evident. He thought, my strength is now at 3,520. This is possible. Amarat, on the other hand, looked extremely confident. He said, I don't think you're an ordinary human. But your hand feels very different. I am Amarat, son of Omerican. Even if my opponent is a human, I will not go easy on you. Luan refused to back down. He smiled and said loudly, that's right. Try to defeat me once and for all. In the center, the referee began the countdown. Ready, the faces of both competitors were extremely serious. Begin, the ogre referee shouted. Instantly, Luan flexed his arm muscles so hard that a part of his sleeve ripped. Seeing this, Amarat was also a bit surprised by his opponent. The match was still ongoing with no clear winner. Amarat shouted loudly. On Luan's side, his expression was worsening. Sweat poured down his face, and it looked like he could only hold on for a little longer. He thought, is it over? But Luan mustered all the remaining energy in his body and shouted, this is my last chance, Harry Ogre. But contrary to his expectations, Amarat slammed Luan's arm down with incredible ease, letting out a loud thump. Luan had flexed so hard his shirt ripped, but after such a crushing defeat, he froze, his face a mask of disbelief. The ogre referee then stood up, raised both arms, and shouted, Amarat is the winner. Luan lay exhausted on the stone table, sighing. I lost, even though I tried my best. Luan's hand was trembling, bruised, and swollen. He said, so, am I going to be fed to the eagles now? Luan stared blankly at the sky, as if his time was up. As he was thinking, a voice said, get up, human. A green ogre knelt down to face Luan and said with satisfaction, you managed to hold your own, even against Amarat, the most elite warrior of Mtcheon. That is truly commendable. Just then, the system quest panel appeared. The ogres of Mtcheon highly revere strength. It took Draka 17 years to earn the respect of the ogres with his power. Just as he did. Win over the ogres you want with your power and make them respect you. Win against Amarat in an arm wrestling match. Not one, reward, the ogres at Mtcheon. Luan looked up, disbelieving. He stammered, thank you. Zhang looked at Luan happily and said, well done, Luan. You've won the support of the ogres. Luan sat up, supporting himself with his hands, looked at Zhang, and said awkwardly, Zhang, you didn't tell me this would happen. Did you? Zhang laughed. It's fun. Luan chuckled and glanced at Zhang. You just said it took Draka 17 years to beat Amarat, right? I'll do it in a month. Looking up, the atmosphere was now very cheerful, with ogres sitting together, eating, drinking, and chatting. As soon as the arm wrestling match ended, a feast was prepared on the small mountaintop. At one table, Luan said cheerfully, this is better than we thought, right? It's hard to believe ogres can cook this well. Zhang replied helplessly. I know. The food has a strong smell. It smells strange. Luan replied. No, it's not like that. Luan sat down and looked around. But why do the ogres here live so secluded in this monastery? Luan's expression grew somber. He thought, somehow, I have a feeling. Looking at the laughing and joking ogres, Luan thought that he would overcome something more important than this mission. Amarat approached from behind and looked at Luan, saying, strong human. Luan turned to look at him and replied, yes, Amarat? Amarat looked down at Luan and said, so, what are you thinking of doing with our first chieftain's fawn? Luan replied, huh? Do with it? Can I do anything with it? Amarat smiled brightly and said, if you want, I can help you make a weapon suitable for a human. Getting such a good offer out of the blue, Luan was a bit surprised. He thought, what? In a dark cellar. Luan, holding the massive fawn in his hands, wondered, what is this? As he walked, holding the fawn, Zhang said, this is a major source of power, a great symbol of strength. Whoever in the ogre tribe inherits it will be the strongest. Luan said, no, I mean, what is it used for? Things like armor, magic staves, Zhang said, the staff of Angal and the scale of Mosi have very clear uses. One is a wizard's staff, and the other is a knight's magic armor. An image of Luan wearing armor, holding a staff, and laughing maniacally appeared. Zhang said, these two are used like a mace. Take this magic spell. The two walked through the dark corridor, chatting animatedly. Zhang said, just hold on to it and figure it out later. It just increases your strength. Luan replied, alright. Scene change. Amarat smiled brightly and said, if you want, I can help you make a weapon suitable for a human. Getting such a good deal out of nowhere, Luan was a bit surprised. He thought, I have it, but I don't know how to use it. This is an unexpected opportunity. Amarat pointed a thumb at himself and said confidently, Kulkin's Fong is so heavy and hard that almost no one can handle it. But if it's the ironworks of Asura, it's entirely possible. Luan didn't quite understand. An ironworks is just like a human blacksmith. Amarat looked at Luan and said, do you have any ideas for a special kind of weapon, human? Luan thought for a moment. A moment later, he suddenly broke into a smile as if he'd just thought of something. So, you can help me make exactly what I need? It's been half a month since I came to Ontinchion, Luan said, hiding in the bushes as if stalking something. Up ahead, a green ogre shouted, that way, human. Luan burst out of the bushes and said, let me handle it. During that time, I helped the ogres hunt or assisted them. Next, he started jogging. I spent a lot of time training myself in things I couldn't do before. Luan, covered in sweat, looked up at the system panel and then said cheerfully, alright. Then he went to arm wrestle with Amarat again, and just like last time, Luan lost. However, the main task that took up most of my time was something else. Zhang clearly announced, 15 losses in 15 matches. Arm wrestling with Amarat. After losing 15 consecutive matches, Luan sulked and rubbed his arm, saying, lost again. This is really getting to me. Behind him, Amarat could only laugh. Luan stood there rubbing his arm for a moment before Zhang came over to encourage him. Cheer up, master. You're getting better. Amarat smiled and said, don't be like that, human. You're gradually learning to use your strength more effectively. But Luan still refused to give up. He looked at Amarat with confidence and said, thanks. I feel like I'm making progress, little by little. I've learned how to use my strength properly thanks to Amarat's advice. And each day, I can hold on a little longer. Luan put both hands in his pockets and turned his head. Before I leave here, I have to defeat Amarat. Amarat, behind him, was suddenly called out and looked utterly bewildered. Even inside the cave, their conversation could be clearly heard. Amarat, are you hesitating? Amarat replied, no, not at all, human. In arm wrestling, you stand no chance against me. A few days later, Amarat's face was frozen in a stiff expression. Luan's small hand has defeated Amarat in an arm wrestling match, the referee said. 17 matches, 16 losses. Zhang couldn't believe her eyes. 1 month. Luan jumped up cheerfully, raising both hands and shouting in Amarat's astonishment, I won. The system displayed, quest, side quest at Intinchion, win an arm wrestling match with Amarat. 1. Complete. You will receive the prize of the MT Chion OGRE tribe as a reward. You are respected by all ogres. Amarat wasn't angry about losing, instead, he praised Luan relentlessly. You keep surprising me. I lose, Master Adele. Luan rubbed his wrist and looked cheerfully at Amarat. This is the first time, isn't it, Amarat, that you've called me by my name like that? Amarat turned and walked away, saying, it seems you're ready. Luan watched Amarat's retreating figure and asked, ready for what? Luan said, is that it? Is it finished? Amarat turned his face and said, come here. Amarat said, actually, it's been done for a while. I was waiting for this moment to give it to you. Luan quickly walked over to Amarat and said, why didn't you give it to me even though the weapon was finished? Amarat, while rummaging for the item, said, I was waiting for the moment you could defeat me. If you didn't win, I might not have given it to you. Kulkin's Fong is very important to us. Hearing this, Luan's expression stiffened with a hint of embarrassment. He thought, why does it feel like I just got robbed right in front of my face? A moment later, Amarat held out his hand with the object to Luan and said, here, this is yours. Luan looked at the object in front of him, slightly surprised, and said, that's. It was a pair of black metal gauntlets. The bear paw, made from the Fong of Kulkin, created by Amarat. A gauntlet decorated with the Fong of the first OGRE chieftain of Intinchion, Kulkin. The Fong fragments will not be broken by any impact and will destroy everything. Instantly increases strength by 2000, unlocks the unique skill leadership, and has growing potential. Luan put on the gauntlets, clenched his fist, and fought decisively, a gauntlet with Kulkin's Fong embedded inside. It's definitely the most comfortable for me, a close combat mage. Seeing he was silent, Zhang asked, "How is it, Luan?" Amarat also asked, "What do you think of my work?" "I made it with a perfect mold for you." Luan looked intense, but he was actually deep in thought. "Amazing. It's not just 2,000 strength. It might be even stronger." Luan said, "Amarat, can you gather all the warriors of Mt Chion?" Very quickly, all the green ogres were gathered. They discussed among themselves. "A strong human wants to challenge all of us to an arm wrestling match?" "That's right," he said, "he'll defeat all of us." The ogres immediately gathered and started chatting excitedly. "Even though he defeated Amarat, he's still hurting our pride. But to face a challenger like that, an event like this." The more they talked, the more excited and thrilled they became. "Welcome." Luan was now in the main square, facing a huge ogre. From the perspective of the ogres, this might seem like an arrogant challenge. But the atmosphere here is very cheerful. For the ogre tribe, who worship strength and love competitions, they seem to appreciate my competitive spirit. Not only the large ogres, but also the small ones came to watch and cheer. A child shouted, "Go, Dad." Zhang crossed her arms and smiled. "Ah, just like before. Draka did this once too." Luan leaned on the stone table and looked down. Zhang said, "Although he fought against 17 consecutive opponents over 30 years. But it's completely different in your case. Humans can't live as long as dragons, so you have to be quick." Zhang lost her smug expression, replaced by one of helplessness. Luan placed a hand on the stone table. He looked seriously at his opponent and thought, "Just yesterday, I said this was impossible. But..." Looking at his shimmering black gauntlets, Luan felt confident that with Kulkin's bare paw on his hands, he felt like he couldn't lose. The ogre referee on the side started the call. "Ready. Begin." Both fighters tried to slam the other's hand down, but on Luan's side, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, with his trained strength and the power of the gauntlet, Luan was able to easily slam his opponent's hand down. On a plain, the ogres gathered around as if to bid Luan farewell. One ogre said, "Will we be back?" "Sir?" Luan replied, "Yes. For now, we need to go to Leverden." The ogre said wistfully, "You gave us a memorable experience." "Thank you, sir." Luan also looked at them cheerfully but said nothing. Luan held out his hand. Seeing this, Amarat said, "You want another arm wrestling match? Even after defeating all of us?" Luan said, "It's not about arm wrestling," which made Amarat a bit surprised. He reached out and took Amarat's hand. "This is called a handshake." Amarat didn't quite understand. "A handshake?" A hint of wistfulness crossed Luan's face as he said, "It's a human way of greeting." Amarat looked enlightened as he silently listened to Luan explain, "When you meet someone and say goodbye to a friend." Then, he set off on his journey with the farewells of the ogres. Luan waved and shouted, "See you later" is a type of farewell. Afternoon at Ignis Academy. In his office, Terran sat at his desk listening to a report. "Isn't it important news?" As he listened to the report, he rested his chin on his hand and thought, the report on the Screaming Wizards is still incomplete. It's been a while since those two returned with serious injuries. There's been no news since the Screaming Wizard began to monitor Luan Adele alone. As he pondered, he thought of the two wizards Luan had beaten up. After sending another team to scout again, no signs of humans were found near Mt Chion. Then, he spoke. "They have been dealt with." Before he could finish, someone interrupted him. "Master, I have a new report." Another man in a black cloak entered. He said, "Luan Adele has reached Leverdine." Terran was surprised to hear this. His face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he pondered for a long time, as if devising some dirty trick. He gave the order, "Command him to return immediately." At that moment, Luan had already arrived in the city. The castle was bathed in the red glow of sunset, accompanied by a low, disappointed voice. "I failed to complete the mission." Terran rested his chin on his hand, his expression a mix of helplessness and something else as he listened to the other person's account. As King Plem said, "There's a reason why no one can conquer that place." It was only when I arrived at Mtinchion that I realized. I truly saw that this mission was beyond my capabilities. Luan sat on the chair, his head bowed in shame as he explained. "The barrier there is too strong, so there was no way to get inside." Terran listened in silence. He interrupted him. "You're a terrible liar, you know that?" Terran spoke slowly, enunciating each word. "Be honest with me. You're the one chosen by Kulkin's phone, after all." He spoke sternly, and the mission you chose was to find the ogre's stronghold. Doesn't that seem a bit too coincidental? Hearing this, Luan's face showed a hint of guilt, sweat trickling down as he tried to remain calm and question him back. So you've been following me? Terran calmly replied, following you? I was simply worried. I was afraid you might become one of the tower's opponents. Luan quickly spoke up. Any mage who dares to oppose the words of King Plem will become an enemy of everyone in the tower, right? Besides. Terran looked him over and replied, enough with the small talk. Let's get to the main point. Tell me honestly, what did you see in MT Chion? His face suddenly became fierce as he growled and interrogated him. Are the first ogres still alive? Hearing Terran's question, Luan's face tensed up, unsure of how to respond appropriately. He slowly left the castle. Please. Luan let out a sigh of relief. That was close. He recalled Terran's threat, don't lie to me. I know everything. I can look into your past right here if I want to. He interrupted and asked back, but you won't do that, will you? Which made Terran slightly surprised. What? Luan smirked provocatively. A great frontier wizard like you surely wouldn't resort to such measures, especially against a student like me. Hearing this, Terran's eyebrows knitted together tightly as he shouted in anger. You dare to bet with me? Calling yourself just a student seems a bit too humble, don't you think? Terran said helplessly, fine. He softened his tone and instructed, your first official mission was a failure. Now, return to the academy. Luan's face turned serious as he fell into deep thought. I just bet on King Plem's pride, and it worked. Although he wouldn't use such extreme methods, there are many other ways. He frowned, thinking nervously, but if King Plem becomes more unreasonable, I'll definitely be cornered. Just thinking about it is scary. Luan comforted himself, but it's definitely over now. He thought of Terran with a sense of foreboding. The artifact from Section X chose me, and everyone knows what that means, the master of the throne. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, King Plem will surely be watching me closely. Luan rubbed his tired shoulders and hurried off, complaining, I don't know anymore. Right now, I just want to get out of here as fast as possible. The train steamed and sped forward. Colorful banners with Luan's picture were everywhere, accompanied by cheers. Hooray for Luan! Congratulations on winning the festival! The crowd excitedly tossed him into the air, cheering relentlessly. Come on, Luan, welcome back. This made Luan flustered, and he cried out, stop it. That was 2 months ago. Jason casually dropped a cardboard box on the table with a thud. Luan sat on his bed and asked, what is that? He stood with his hands on his hips and replied with a grin, those are your letters. As expected, the winner of the festival is bound to be famous. Looking at the pile of letters in the box, he exclaimed, so many. Jason cut him off, these are just the recent ones. To Luan's surprise, Jason turned to a white cabinet and continued, and these are the ones that came a long time ago, still kept here. Luan's eyes widened and his jaw dropped as he saw a mountain of letters before him, speechless. He fell into a state of deep shock, not knowing what to say. Jason propped himself up, watching Luan sit cross-legged on the bed, looking at the letter in his hand in surprise. What's this? A letter from the prince? To the genius mage and true patriot of the kingdom, Luan Adel. Letters kept falling out of the cabinet as he read in a monotone voice, I was delighted to hear that you rejected the Empire's prince's offer to join him. You are truly a patriot, dear someone, even though I've never met them? Jason sighed and replied, dear isn't just for people you're close to, it's for people you want to be close to. Don't you know anything about that? He lay on the bed, watching Luan intently read the letters, and couldn't help but wonder, but Luan, what's your plan for this break? The corner of Luan's mouth twitched up into a mysterious, somewhat cunning smile. He smiled brightly and replied, I'm thinking this year will be very different. Luan rode his horse slowly under the canopy of trees, through the sun-dappled forest. As he rode, he thought excitedly, it's been a long time since I last visited my hometown. Since last year, I've just stayed in my dorm and haven't gone anywhere. Recalling that time, Luan couldn't help but reflect. I didn't have the courage to face my fellow countrymen. I wasn't confident enough to smile and answer their questions about how my life at the academy was going. Luan's gaze became confident as he said, but now, I can face them with pride. He sat on his horse, looking down from a high point at the European-style villages scattered across a vast landscape. The people were stunned, not believing their eyes, and called out in unison, young master. Luan scratched his head sheepishly and replied, is everyone doing well? The villagers cheered loudly. Oh, is it really you, young master? Another exclaimed in surprise, what? Young master. Everyone gathered around him, making him scratch his head repeatedly in embarrassment as he explained, "I'm sorry, everyone. I've been away for too long." A villager laughed loudly and asked, "How was the academy? Is it like the rumors say?" Another chimed in, "Hey, but our young master is the best, right?" Luina ran up from somewhere and hugged him tightly, calling out, "Big brother." The little girl stood with her hands on her hips, pouting. "Not a single letter sent back during all that time, and now you just show up?" Her father stood behind them, smiling gently, somewhat helplessly. Luin called out, "Dad! Luina!" Luin put his hand on her head and teased, "Luina, you've grown up so much. I almost didn't recognize you," which made the little girl angry, and she shouted, "What?" He smiled brightly, silently adding in his heart, "And you're still as cute as ever." Luin gently instructed his father, "Dad, please gather all the family members. It's been a long time since I've had a chance to talk with anyone." The bright moon shone in the night sky, veiled by clouds. In the living room, everyone gathered to listen to Luin. "I told my family and close ones about what happened over the past 6 years, of course, leaving out the details about being a player." Luina wiped away her tears. "Big brother, you've really been through so much." The maid exclaimed, "But you managed to overcome all those difficulties. We're so proud of you, young master." Becky spoke up. "But does that mean you won a major competition? And you even had a private conversation with the Empire's prince?" He replied gently, "Yes." He thought to himself, that was 2 months ago, but it's still new information for the people in my rural village. His father held a letter in his hand, his voice filled with pride. "That's why the royal family sent a letter." He laughed loudly, showing it off. "And countless letters from noble families have been sent here too." This made him laugh helplessly, thinking, "I wanted to be the first one to tell you, Dad." Becky spoke seriously, "There are some issues related to that which you need to be aware of, young master." His father also replied, "Let's start. We're done with that other discussion." Becky advised, "You need to be more knowledgeable, it will be beneficial for you." This left Luin feeling confused. What's happening? He turned to his father with a question. "Dad, please tell me. If I hear these things from someone else, I'll be very disappointed." His father rested his face in his hand, helplessly replying, "It would be useless." Remembering the wooden crate full of letters he had received, he reflected, "As I just said, our family has received countless surprises. Letters from nobles, all about you. Many letters offering to help our family a great deal, as a pretext to use you. Or to have a meeting with you." Luina and the maid both looked worried upon hearing his father's words. "Of course, I refused them all, but there is one problem." Luin placed his hands on his lap and looked at his father seriously. "What problem, sir?" He replied, "Binkas Manzo." He thought of that man with concern, "He's using you as leverage to threaten the Adel family." Manzo, the only merchant city near the Adel territory. Most of the goods produced in the Adel territory are traded through Manzo. In other words, the Adel territory is sustained by the money earned in Manzo. Luin looked at his father, puzzled. They're really offering such an absurdly low price for our goods? He turned his head away, dejectedly replying, "Yes, because they want to hold the Adel territory hostage and force you to become Muzo's guardian mage." Luin's father rested his forehead in his hand, wearily adding, "At this rate, the Adel family's finances will collapse." He bowed his head and sighed, "But right now, there's no clear solution." Luin remembered the cheerful faces of the farmers, who had enthusiastically said, "Oh, come on. I'll definitely be the first to treat the young master." Someone even boasted, "Young master, the quality of our goat milk is especially good this year." His father and Becky were surprised when he said, "Suddenly, I'm reminded of the saying, a bad person needs to be beaten down." He looked at his metal-clad hands and said matter-of-factly, "If they're so eager to meet me, then I'll have to go and grant them an audience." After loading the luggage onto the horse, Becky didn't forget to instruct, "Here's some food and water for you on the road, young master. Please travel safely." Luin replied, "Thank you, Uncle Becky." He looked at him apologetically and said, "I'm very sorry for placing the burden of this problem on you right after you've just returned home." Luin patted the horse reassuringly. "It's all right, Uncle. You're just doing your job as the manager. And I'm just trying to fulfill my responsibilities as the young master." Becky watched with concern as Luin slowly mounted the horse, unsure of what to say. He called out as he prepared to ride off, "Young master, please don't be angry with him." He asked in surprise, "What, sir?" Becky's eyes were filled with worry as he tried to explain, "The Lord has done everything he could. He even paid out of his own pocket to compensate for the damages caused by Manzo. Most people in the Adel territory don't know about this. Luan bowed his head and listened as he said, "The peace we have now is thanks to the Lord's sacrifice." Luan said in a low voice, "How shameful of me, for I think I was too arrogant." Hearing this, the man stopped and asked, "What do you mean?" Thinking of his father, he couldn't help but reflect, "Honestly, I was very disappointed and wondered if Dad was just enduring it all." Thinking back to last night's conversation, he couldn't help but feel ashamed and confess, "And I thought I alone could solve all the things my father couldn't." Luan's eyes were sad and helpless as he said, "Even though I've known since I was a child that my father loved and cared for this land more than anyone else." Hearing him say that, Becky didn't know what else to say to comfort him. From atop his horse, Luan presented a wooden box and said, "Instead, could you help me deliver this to my father?" He respectfully held out both hands to receive it, asking, "What is this, young master?" Becky's jaw dropped as he stared at the box in his hands when Luan casually said it was 10,000 gold pieces. The gold bars were neatly arranged in the box. He explained gently, "That's the prize from the grand tournament. I hope it will be used for necessary matters in the territory." Becky asked again, "Necessary for what?" Luan looked at him carefully holding the box and replied, "In my personal opinion, it would be most effective to use it to buy more land. I believe the Adele family has the potential to be self-sufficient and supply others without needing Monzo in the future." Becky frowned thoughtfully and replied, "It could be true, but our territory is currently facing difficulties. No one wants to sell us land right now." He was startled when he heard him say, "What if we just take it?" Luan said confidently, "And then we'll proceed with a cleanup." He explained that they would reclaim the long-troubled Wolf Hills within the territory and the Train-Hung Plains, which were occupied by mud people. "That's not a bad idea." Luan sat on his horse and carefully explained his plan. "With this money, if we hire mercenaries to reclaim and cultivate the territory for outsiders to rent, we could even make more money." Becky realized the point. If we can hire mercenaries at a reasonable price, it's definitely worth a try. Luan turned his head and said to Becky, "I'll leave the details to you and my father. I'm heading out now." Luan spurred his horse into a gallop, leaving Becky behind as he shouted, "Let's go." The merchant city of Monzo. This is the largest territory in the southern part of the kingdom. All supplies from the surrounding areas are concentrated here. Lord Bincas Monzo has many bad rumors about him, such as using money to buy his position through loan sharks or being a former leader of the Wanba gang. Luan walked along, thinking to himself, in other words, we must have a heart of steel. He stopped before the gate of a magnificent castle, heavily guarded by sentries. From his horse, Luan bowed his head politely and said to a guard, "I am the second son of the Adele family, Luan Adele. Is the lord inside?" Hearing this, the tall, thin guard sighed, while a fat one picked his nose contemptuously. Luan's face darkened when he heard the mocking tone from the guards. "Adele again." One guard wondered, why do they keep making a fuss like this when they know it'll never work? The tall, thin guard replied, "Yeah." The fat guard chimed in mockingly, "They're still just a child learning how to beg." The tall, thin guard clutched his stomach and laughed mockingly at Luan on his horse. "Can you even speak properly this time, young master?" The fat guard next to him scratched his head and laughed alone. Luan closed his eyes tightly and thought, is this how he's always treated? How many times has Dad come here? A guard looked at him dismounting and jeered, "Hey, young master, go inside and ask the lord yourself. If it's an Adele, they'll just throw him out." The thin guard looked at his yawning colleague and deliberately asked loudly, "But this time is different, right? Hurry up." Luan calculated in his head, "I'm not here as a student, but as the second son of the Adele family. If I accept such rudeness, it will make the Adele territory look foolish." The fat guard was surprised to see Luan take a stance and shouted, "What do you think you're doing now?" The thin guard narrowed his eyes as he heard him remind them, "You all should go home and practice more." To the guard's surprise, he threw the thin guard forcefully, sending him flying backward. Bincas Monzo and another guard returned from somewhere, smiling and calling out in a sweet tone, "Oh my goodness, look who it is." Luan glanced at the man's fawning smile. The hero who won this year's grand tournament, the new generation's mage of the era. "Isn't it Sir Luan Adele?" He frowned and asked, "Are you Lord Bincas Monzo?" The man bowed his head, feigning respect. "Yes, I am Bincas Monzo. To have someone of your stature visit my humble abode, I'm too ashamed to even look up." The man was shocked to hear Luan's arrogant reply. "Then don't look up." He glared at the man fiercely, grinding his teeth. "If you're ashamed of my presence, then you'd better keep your head down." Bincas Monzo heard this and frowned, speechless. The man smirked. Bincas Monzo straightened up, adjusted himself, and replied with a smile, "As rumored, you are quite a straightforward person. In that case, despite my shame, I will raise my head." Luan said flatly, "Fine, but you need to train your guards. The man feigned ignorance. Did my boys commit some offense? Binkas Manzo's eyes widened as he followed Luan's contemptuous glance. They treated my family like a tribe of ogres, so I gave them a light warning. The man looked behind Luan to see his guards, beaten to a pulp by Luan, lying in a pile on top of each other, unable to utter a word. Binkas Manzo was so enraged he gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging. Luan looked at his expression and said mockingly, "Are you all right, my lord?" The man turned and smirked. "Feel free to treat them as your subordinates." But inwardly, he was furious. How dare that brat touch my men? Luan rubbed his hands together and replied with a smile, "So we will." To Binkas Manzo's astonishment, he launched a kick that sent the remaining guard flying backward with great force. The guard was knocked to the ground. He clapped his hands and said with a casual smile, "That's enough. This one also needs training in etiquette," leaving the man stunned and speechless. Luan added with another smile, "You're not thinking of making me stand here any longer, are you?" He was provoked to the point of madness, his teeth clenched and his eyes fierce, as he heard another mocking remark that went straight to his head. "Invite me in, won't you, my lord?" As soon as he stepped inside, he saw something that looked like a wolf with its mouth open, showing sharp teeth, hanging on the wall. He laughed a very insincere laugh and shared with Luan, "My hobby is collecting artworks like this." He looked seriously. "Well, it doesn't look very pleasant." The old man continued his story, "I understand. Everyone has different tastes." He fell silent for a moment, thinking, and then silently judged him. Collecting these things and calling them beautiful, this guy's taste is truly depraved. The things he displayed in his house were all bizarre objects with frightening shapes. A normal person would never buy these things. The more he thought, the more he began to worry about this old man. Clearly, putting those things here is meant to create a sense of fear and anxiety. Is he trying to threaten me? Next, the man poured water and offered it to Luan. He introduced the tea he had prepared. "This is a rather rare tea from the south called Param. Have a try." He crossed his arms and declined the offer. "No need." "Oh, you don't like tea? I'll get you a soft drink instead." With a straightforward personality, he asked back, "Are you pretending you don't know anything? Do you really not understand why I refuse to drink this cup of tea?" As he spoke, he poured the tea from the cup onto the table, his expression more tense than a stretched string, looking straight at the man. The two stared at each other. Although no words were spoken, they seemed to understand what the other was implying. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The tea from the cup spilled, mingling with the dreadful silence. The corner of his mouth lifted into a mysterious smile. Then he calmly picked up the hot teacup again. "It seems you think I would poison your tea? But I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Of course, there's no poison in it. I just want to be good friends with you." He emphasized the words "good friends." It's unclear if the tea was actually poisoned, but with his best friend attitude, the kind where you'd stab each other in the back, it was a bit suspicious. He asked the man, "Friends who threaten each other? How ridiculous." That was just a well-intentioned suggestion. Luan, fuming with anger, gritted his teeth and immediately retorted, "You call that a suggestion? That despicable scheme to weaken the Adel territory?" After speaking, he bluntly and decisively refused the man's offer. The two sides stared at each other again. The man lowered his head, his voice filled with a mysterious tone. "Unfortunately, since you've refused our friendship, the price of goods from the Adel territory will remain as it is, dirt cheap." He said this in a mocking tone, with a look like a bully picking on a child. The main character, seeing this, looked menacing and threatened back, "You'd better return the price of the goods to what it was originally." A moment of silence passed between the two again, both sides tense as a bowstring. Just after he spoke, he was called naive and ignorant. The old man angrily clenched his fists. "You think only you can refuse a deal? You should be the one begging. You're in the weak position now, not me." He was about to go crazy. "People say students of the Magic Academy can't use magic during their vacation. I'll teach you some humility, you brat." As soon as he finished speaking, his soldiers appeared and surrounded Luan. He wasn't afraid at all and calmly assessed the situation. "So you never intended to let me leave?" Upon hearing his order, the troop of soldiers immediately charged to attack him. "Kill him. I'll turn that bastard's corpse into a specimen in my display room." He was still able to fight and talk in this life-or-death situation. "You want to turn me into a trophy? You're even crazier than I thought." The bear on his shoulder also thought he was really mad. Although he had already guessed the outcome and didn't expect much from this conversation, he still couldn't have anticipated the old man would act so rudely. He saw him as an old pig trapped in his own well in the south. For people like him, first he thought as he charged into battle with a soldier. When they were in close range, he suddenly stopped and raised his finger, freezing the soldier for a moment. Flick! As soon as he said it, the force from his flick sent the soldier flying. What followed was an incredibly spectacular battle. A yellow light emanated from his power, gradually sweeping away the soldiers who were swarming like bees to honey. With a confident expression, he turned to the man and said, "Let me tell you something." A special skill appeared. The chieftain's will. Until completely exhausted, you will be backed by the first chieftain of Imtahakan and Kulkan. Kulkan's Fong appeared and moved above the user's head. The man immediately panicked. What's with the sudden smoke? What are you doing? Then a large flame appeared out of nowhere. It formed the face of something that was neither human nor beast. Luan stood proudly and informed him, even during vacation, if my life is in danger, I can still use magic. The man was now scared. The fire person that had just been created fiercely charged towards the old man's soldiers. Witnessing the scene before them, the soldiers couldn't help but tremble in fear. If we stay here, we're dead for sure. Immediately after, they all scattered and ran for their lives, none wanting to die here. He raised his clenched fist, and the fire being did the same. With a confident and proud expression, Luan smiled. Running won't do you any good. He and the god from his skill charged forward together. Energy burst forth. A huge explosion erupted, destroying the entire castle. The surrounding people witnessed it with utter confusion. Seeing the large and dangerous fire, everyone ran for their lives. Meanwhile, the fat, white-haired man was still lamenting his collection of bizarre items. My 2,000 gold portrait. He stepped up from behind. You still have time to worry about your artwork? The next second, he glared menacingly. Well, now it's time you worried about your own life. The flames blazed fiercely, leaving a scene of devastation in their wake. The main character hadn't stopped yet and said smugly, "You will have to return the price of the Adele family's goods to their normal rate. And compensate my family with 10 times the amount you took. That is my demand. What do you say? Can you do it?" The old man trembled and knelt down. Compensation? How large is that amount? He grabbed him by the collar. Pay up now. Now he sees that you should never underestimate others. He bullied the weak, and the price was a severe beating from him. Serves him right. Scene change. Luan is riding his warhorse back. It's almost over. I wonder how surprised Dad will be when he finds out I've resolved everything. On the road with only him, he felt a sense of relief. And so, I resolved the issue in Monzo and returned to Adele. One surprise after another. Before he could even celebrate, things weren't over yet, a voice greeted Luan. He was surprised and broke into a sweat as he looked at the girl in front of him, with long white hair. An unexpected guest was waiting at Adele. She smiled gently at him. Lady Irene. Continuing from the previous episode, Lady Irene suddenly appeared for a visit. The scene flashes back to about 2 months ago at a lavish banquet. Luan stood to the side, resting his hands on his head, looking bored. I'm so sick of this. At first, it was fun, but now I just want to go home. As he was standing there, the beautiful white-haired girl approached him and asked, Are you talking about that small, lovely Adele manor? The beautiful Irene stood with her hands on her hips, pouting. I'm glad the party ended without any problems. I really thought something terrible was about to happen because of someone. He gave a forced laugh. I'm sorry. But I couldn't do otherwise, he said seriously. Not only did they disrespect the efforts of the students, but also our manor. She asked curiously, Is Adele really that beautiful? He cheerfully described his home to her. Of course. It's a beautiful place that brings peace to the soul. You should visit sometime. Really? In that case, you're not allowed to ask me why I came, okay? I wouldn't. And so the story began from there. But what he really didn't expect was that she would actually come. Back in the present, he was sitting with a flustered and shy expression as she entered his home. The whole family was laughing and talking happily. His father saw Irene and mistakenly thought she was his girlfriend, shedding tears of joy. My boy Luan has grown up. But the little girl next to them was clearly angry. It's unclear what the relationship between him and this girl is, but it seems she's jealous. Brother, can you explain this situation? He was a little scared, not knowing what was wrong with her. She angrily interrogated him. What is the relationship between you two? Is she your girlfriend? Where did you meet her? Tell me. A million questions of all kinds were thrown at him. Scene change. Luan and his father are talking about what happened earlier. He was surprised that the mischievous girl wanted to be Irene's guide. Luina really volunteered to be Lady Irene's guide? As soon as I suggested you do it. The girl immediately said she would handle it herself. He seemed to understand. His father continued, isn't it cute? She doesn't want to lose the brother she hasn't seen in 6 years. He still didn't trust and was skeptical about the relationship between Luan and Irene, so he asked again, are you sure she's not your girlfriend? He told him he could speak freely. He immediately denied it. Hearing that, his father's face fell. What a pity. He wondered why his dad was disappointed to hear that. He immediately changed the subject. Let's put personal matters aside and talk about something else. Becky, come in. An old man with brown hair and a beard opened the door and entered. He was carrying something and brought it to Luan and his father. Lord Adele politely thanked him. His father turned and handed it to him. Luan, I can't accept this money. He was surprised. He explained that this was Luan's money, not the Adele family's. He wondered why not. But aren't I also a member of the Adele family? He replied gently, that's right. No one denies that you are the heart of Adele. But you still have a lot to do outside of Adele, don't you? He remained silent, looking thoughtfully at his father. He hung his head sadly and thought, I know very well that Dad is saying this because he's worried about me. I also know that he's a very upright and moral person. I respect him for that, but I feel hurt that you always discuss the manners problems without me. As he thought this, he felt sad and gathered the courage to tell the Lord everything he thought and wanted. He began seriously, no, I want to use my own money for Adele. Just as you have, father. Upon hearing this, his father was startled. Baek Jin chimed in, I think the young master should know that you've been supporting Adele with your personal funds all this time. Louis's father subtly reminded him of his recent actions. In the future, I would appreciate it if you discussed any rash decisions with me beforehand. Hearing this, the man gave a sheepish smile and scratched his head. Yes, my lord, I'll keep that in mind. Then, the lord turned back to his son. Whatever your intentions, I cannot accept. You are not yet ready to bear the responsibilities of the estate on your shoulders. He took the money pouch. We still have 3,600 gold, don't we? That's the amount we deserve to receive, but finding it now is like discovering a forgotten emergency fund. He turned and whispered to Baek Jin, 3,600 gold. How could this be? I'm sure I gave you 10 times that amount. The man explained, he didn't ask for the rest of the money back then. He was so insistent that I couldn't even bring up the matter of the penalty. The two continued their hushed conversation. Why is father so stubborn? Indeed. I've given up trying to persuade him. With his blue glowing eyes and handsome face, he looked over. Baek Jin seemed worried about something but forced a smile. Our lord has always been this way, hasn't he? He offered a gentle smile. At this, the boy's mood also eased, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Looking at his father, he could only say, that's right. Luan stepped outside. Looking into the courtyard, he saw the beautiful Irene taking a stroll. Beside her was young Luina. Luine, Lady Irene. He approached them and asked, Lady Irene, are you enjoying your tour of Adele? Just then, Luina excused herself, leaving the two of them alone and making Irene feel awkward. The little girl smiled brightly, said goodbye, and didn't forget to add, be nice to her, big brother. She seems like a good person. Louis flared up. Luina, what are you talking about? It was surprising how the girl's attitude had changed 180 degrees. Gone was the stubborn anger she had when she first met Irene. Reflecting on the little girl's words left her bewildered. Why did she say such strange things? He blushed shyly and invited her for a walk. Would you like to take a walk for a bit? While they were walking, Irene talked about Luina. Luina is really adorable. I wish I had a little sister like her. He was happy to see the two getting along so well. She asked him with concern, by the way, Louis, is something on your mind? You seem to be deep in thought. Oh, do I look that way? He didn't hesitate to speak his mind. As the heir to the family, I want to do something for the estate, but I can't think of any ideas. After speaking, he thought to himself, combining the tournament prize money and the money from Monzo, I have over 40,000 gold in total. Father said I can use it as I wish. But, as he was lost in a jumble of thoughts, she spoke up. You can't help but think about the estate. even though I came all the way to Adele. Hearing this, his face turned pale as a ghost. He then realized that she had made the effort to come here while he had been ignoring her. She was probably upset, so he immediately changed his attitude. Lady Irene, how did you get to Adele? Our estate is quite far, so it must have been inconvenient. She answered smugly, opening one eye. It wasn't that far. I reached Leverden in 2 days. He quickly apologized to her. A small question uttered in regret. She began to point in the direction she came from. It's quite close when you cross the mountain range over there. Hearing this, his mind immediately started racing. However, in that answer was the solution he had been looking for. The southern mountains, although they make up a large part of the Adele estate, have rugged terrain that makes farming impossible. And the land was abandoned due to the appearance of monsters. However, Frog Lake is located nearby, so its geographical value is very high. He had an idea. What if we use that to create a trade route through the southern mountains? Luan thought seriously. By relying on places like Monzo, we can establish ourselves as an independent estate. To become a powerful estate with the only southern route leading to the Duanek Empire. Why didn't I think of this until now? This will surely be a great support for our estate. The beautiful, white-haired girl beside him watched him intently. As soon as he finished his thought, he happily turned to her, grabbed her hand, and thanked her profusely for helping him come up with the idea. She blushed beet red in embarrassment. Right after, he immediately ran off, leaving her there. See you later. He ran off with determination and excitement, while the young lady stood frozen for 50 seconds. She smiled warmly, thinking, he's truly an interesting person. It was unclear if she had fallen in love at first sight, but she was thinking like a romance novel heroine. He had just abandoned her, yet she could still be so infatuated. The Lord of Adele declared helplessly, it's impossible. Luan asked, confused, what is? In the vast room, the man's gruff voice echoed. I've already tried, but all 8 merchant guilds at Lake Number 8 refused. Luan continued to wonder, they refused? But why? Before Louis's astonished eyes, he slowly explained, from their perspective, the Adele family is not profitable. Baek Jin, standing beside him, also gestured to help explain. Young master, even the Lord knows this is a great opportunity. But Luan immediately cut him off. No. Many things have changed in Adele. It's small, but it's progressing. A clear thought ran through his mind. Just because the merchant guilds refused once, we can't give up on something that brings so much hope to the people. Luan smiled confidently. Who knows, maybe a proposal from a champion could make a difference. The Lord of Adele and Baek Jin remained silent. Then he let out a sigh of relief. Right, you also resolved the Monzo incident. What reason do I have to stop you, then? Alright, go ahead and try. He replied, thank you, father. Just as Luan stepped out the door, someone spoke up. Are you going to Lake Number 8? Who's there? Irene approached from a distance, striking up a casual conversation. Then you'll be in the same boat as me, an illegal immigrant. He still didn't seem to be on her wavelength. Go? What do you mean? Suddenly, Louis jumped. Wait, don't tell me you crossed the Adele border without permission. Irene smiled as if admitting it. That's right. Hearing that, he shouted. That makes me an illegal resident. Crossing a deserted border alone, have you always been this bold? Don't you think that could be very dangerous? She crossed her arms smugly. I don't think that compares to what you've done. Luan wasn't aware of what Irene was about to say. He could only ask, as she closed her eyes. From her memory, she listed his seemingly hidden crimes. You stormed into someone else's dormitory. You didn't even consider the risks and used an extraordinary method in the competition. And you won it all. To keep up with someone like you, isn't this just a small bit of mischief? Didn't I say I would catch up to you? At this, his facial muscles could finally relax a bit. A gentle breeze swept past their shoulders and hair. The ambitious Louis announced, but I plan to go even further. And Irene quickly decided. Then I'll follow you. I'm already an illegal immigrant. Doing it one more time won't matter. The two of them climbed the mountain together. Thus, we headed straight for Lake Number 8, deciding to cross the southern mountains to scout the path ahead. Exploring together, the terrain was so rugged that it was difficult to find our way even with a compass. We decided to use tracking magic to locate the mysterious village of Insanjiang. Suddenly, Luan was startled by something he saw. Of course, there are regulations about not using magic during the holidays. It wasn't clear who said it, but the two of them ran while telling each other, aren't students forbidden from using magic during the holidays? Well then, you can just follow the compass. Let's go, Irene. Irene had been using this magic since arriving in Adele. However, the tracking magic targeted humanoid monsters, leading her to accidentally wander into a werewolf den. This put her in a dangerous situation, with a pack of werewolves growling in front of them. He used magic and leaped high into the air. Done. Then he struck down at a werewolf, and a yellow energy blast created a huge explosion that shook the ground. The werewolf perished in the magical flames. By exploiting the werewolves' dependence on their leader, we quickly took down the chief and escaped. We also received an unknown quest. Luan was a bit speechless. A quest. Using the traces of the tracking magic, we continued towards our destination. Fortunately, we didn't encounter any more monsters like before. A smile finally appeared on both their faces. Irene said softly, "It seems we've found it this time." Lake number 8. Lake number 8, a massive city-state where 8 large lakes converge and connect to the sea. Like Anton, it is also a neutral nation under the Empire's control. Here, instead of a king, representatives from the 8 merchant guilds rule the country with the title of co-representative. As a trade nation, it dominates transactions on the continent, and it's rumored they even trade with pirates if it turns a profit. This place values money above all else. She tilted her head, asking for Luine's opinion. "So where are you planning to go now?" He quickly replied. "We're going to the Golden Hall." In addition, the Golden Hall is a large mansion located in the middle of Lake number 8. It's where the representatives hold their daily meetings at noon. Therefore, it's the ideal place to persuade them. A guard dutifully asked at the door, "Do you have an appointment?" Luan calmly asked for help. "No, I'll wait here." "Could you please pass on a message?" The guard hesitated as if wanting to refuse their request. "If you submit the official documents, it will take time for review." He confidently said aloud to the man, "Just tell them Louis Adele has arrived. And this is Irene Brothers." Upon recognizing them, the guard was immediately stunned. "Wait, are you the winner of the grand tournament, Luan Adele? My apologies for not recognizing you. I'll report it immediately." Louis crossed his arms and laughed loudly. "See?" Irene wasn't surprised. Just as expected of Louis. Fortunately, we were allowed in immediately. Stepping inside, the first thing that caught their eye was a statue of an angel with a trumpet and a robe made of gold, looking incredibly brilliant overall. Irene immediately exclaimed, "This place truly lives up to its name, the Golden Hall." Luan also agreed, "That's right. It can't be compared to the Adele Manor, can it?" Arriving at a large white door, the guard bowed respectfully to them. "Please, come in." He reassured himself. "Don't be pressured. I'm here to make a fair deal, not to ask for favors." Then he quickly threw open the large doors. "It's a pleasure. I am Louis Adele." The people inside turned their heads to look over. Before them was a round table full of people, with only 2 empty chairs. The group continued to observe them. As they sat down in their seats, someone spoke up. "I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out to be true. I saw you in Anton. You're the winner." The man with a thick beard raised an eyebrow and asked, "What brings a prestigious new generation mage like you to this remote place?" Luan calculated in his mind for a moment. So the title of tournament winner has value here. I was worried about arriving unannounced, but it seems we can talk. The people next to them laughed in disgust. "Yes, it would be great if it's something beneficial to our guild." "Don't be hasty. I'm interested too." In contrast to them, he presented his case with a very serious expression. "I've come to negotiate trade between Adele and Lake number 8. The people opposite him fell into thought. And in another corner, no one knew what to say. Zhang, on Luan's shoulder, whispered in his ear, "Luan, it seems you've cooled the mood." At this point, a few hushed discussions began. A man turned to the person next to him and asked, "Adele? I think I've heard of it. Do you know where it is?" The other person, with some knowledge, replied. "It's located south of the small country of Gedeon." The woman behind them also chimed in. "Ah yes, that backwater place that tried to sell keystone fish and sweet potatoes. I think the Lord visited there once. How did that turn out?" The man who started the conversation gestured with his hand as he recounted. "We refused. 8 votes against, 0 in favor. A unanimous decision." The woman was somewhat curious. Why? The other man explained, because it's not profitable. They only wanted to sell one-sidedly. Lewin fell silent for a moment. The man in the chairman's seat opposite him smirked and declared, in that case, I think there's not much left to discuss. He began to feel tense. They're merchants. In the end, as soon as they heard something against their interests, their attitude changed instantly. I'm a new generation mage and the young lord of Adel, but they only see me as the young lord of Adel. A poor kid from the countryside trying to steal their money. Their cold and blunt perspective is terrifyingly clear. Lewis and Zhang both showed their discomfort. He voiced his guess, will it be the same this time? However, Lewis stood up with his hands on the table. It's a pity to see everyone react this way when we haven't even started presenting our proposal. Here, a total of 30,000 gold. The group was immediately shaken. He smiled as if he had already secured victory. Now then? Are you more interested in a deal? A vast city-state where 8 large lakes converge and meet the sea. Instead of a king, 8 representatives co-govern the country under the title of co-representative. I've come to establish a trade route between Lake 8 and Adel. I crossed the northern mountains to get here. I faced many difficulties along the way. But if this negotiation is successful, it will all be worth it. Lewin's eyes suddenly lit up. What do you think? Are you interested in making a deal now? I will purchase 30,000 gold worth of weapons from Lake 8 for Adel. In return, please allow the exchange of our products. One of the men sitting nearby voiced his confusion, 30,000 gold? Are you preparing for war? If not, why would you need 30,000 gold worth of weapons? He remained silent. Just as I expected. They're very surprised. 30,000 gold is the 3-year budget for a rural domain like Adel. It's equivalent to the 1-year budget of a mid-sized city. Spending such a large sum on weapons is indeed shocking. But I realized something through the Manzo incident. Power naturally attracts wealth, and that power creates peace. If I have to buy weapons from somewhere to gain strength, I will build my foundation here. I know that each of the 8 representatives specializes in different types of goods. Who is responsible for weapons? They unexpectedly introduced a quiet child who had been sitting there all along. That would be representative number 1 here. Weapons, ores, various flora and fauna, and even ships. They manage the widest range of goods. Not expecting this answer, Lewin's face showed clear astonishment. She looks even younger than Luina. But the look in that child's eyes is not one you'd associate with a child. An extraordinary presence. What kind of life has this child lived? Cecilia calmly inquired, by the way, what do you plan to do with so many weapons? I know this curiosity is improper, but as the supplier, I'm a bit concerned. Lewis also showed a certain respect for the girl. First, we plan to conduct a large-scale hunt of the monsters near Adel. The arms deal is the first step. Cecilia hesitantly repeated, you said the first step before she could finish, Lewin explained, we plan to establish a trade route connecting Lake 8 and Adel. Crossing the path through the northern mountains. The person in the chairman's seat frantically warned Lewis, young Adel, please do not mention that mountain range by name here. Hearing this, he was confused. Pardon me? Irene glanced at the people around the table and asked, why is the atmosphere like this? What's going on? Lewis, doing the same, replied, I don't know either. He cautiously observed the group. I don't know what's happening, but I know who caused it. They've gone completely pale. Why is that? Cecilia frowned and warned, you intend to cross the northern mountains? No, that's impossible, because a demon resides there. A thought immediately flashed through Lewis's mind. A demon. Could it be? Then he told them, last night, I crossed that mountain range myself. The girl's face darkened, clearly disbelieving. You're lying. Lewin affirmed his words while reaching into his coat to pull something out. It's not a lie. I encountered something in that mountain range. Is this the demon you were referring to? It was silver wolf fur. Cecilia shot up from her seat in alarm. You completed the quest and earned the respect of the Francis clan. Lewin confirmed in his heart that it was indeed true. A few clear tears welled up in the girl's eyes. Finally, it's dead. 3 days later, Lewis and Cecilia walked side by side. The girl politely struck up a conversation first. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. He, of course, held no grudge. It's completely fine. It's perfectly understandable. With flushed cheeks, Cecilia confided, I never thought I'd face this mountain again. Of course, my heart still feels heavy, but it's different now than before. The scourge that took my father is no longer here. It's all thanks to you, Mage Lewin. Lewin replied modestly, it was nothing. I just happened to run into it on my way here. The two of them looked up at a canopy of trees. Cecilia outlined a very specific route. If we can create a road through the southern mountains, we can establish a direct trade route from Adel to the western kingdoms. We won't need to waste time and money going around the central region like we do now. And about building the road here. Our Vantage clan will provide support. He raised his voice in astonishment. Pardon me? Everything was completely the opposite of what Lewin had predicted. I thought we would start by establishing a relationship through the arms trade. And the trade route would come later. I even assumed that the cost of opening the trade route would be my responsibility. However, if the Vantage clan helps, this is a massive benefit. He hesitated in disbelief. Are you saying you'll accept my proposal? She calmly acknowledged it. Of course. Any goods produced in Adel will be purchased at a price higher than the market rate in Lake 8. Lewin assessed in his mind, purchasing above market price. These are extremely generous terms. Cecilia, opposite him, gently explained, merchants will do anything for money. But, we have hearts too. I, Cecilia Vatches, promise to show gratitude and trust worthy of a benefactor. Lewin closed his eyes, finally accepting the terms. He extended his hand to shake the girls. I look forward to working with you. With that, the deal with Lake 8 was successfully completed. Louis and Irene walked through the forest. He shared excitedly with her, I'm so glad everything went smoothly. Really, now I can send good news to everyone and my father. By the way, that representative Cecilia is amazing, being so mature at such a young age despite not having a father. Irene quickly noticed the change in Louis. You're not acting like your usual self. Louis, are you feeling emotional? He gave an unpredictable answer. I think I sympathized for a moment because I'm in a similar situation. She showed a surprised expression. Ha? Lewin turned his head, flashing a friendly smile. Anyway, just wait and see, Lady Irene. If you ever come to Adel again, you'll be surprised at how bustling it is. Irene let out a sigh. You really love your hometown. Louis, I wish I could feel the same way. He put his hands behind his head and asked curiously, isn't home a place everyone remembers and cherishes? She immediately denied it. Not for me. Lewin continued with a suggestion. I'm very curious now. Do you plan on inviting me to your hometown someday, Lady Irene? Irene answered noncommittally, who knows? Irene doesn't seem to want to talk about it, but I'm sure, one day, I will definitely visit Fruits. Gentle golden sunbeams enveloped the village with all their warmth. Mixed in was the utter astonishment of the Lord of Adel. What? For a price higher than the market rate? Beijing's amazement, they even promised to take responsibility for opening the trade route. And Luina's unrelated concern, did you two get a private room at the inn? Lewin quickly covered the girl's mouth. Ignoring his sister's eagerness, he replied to his father. Yes, father. Cecilia Vatches promised all of that. Beijing exclaimed in a loud voice, in any case, the notoriously cold Representative Vance said she would repay a debt of gratitude. It's incredible. Lewin calmly explained. Yes, but we'll need time to prepare that quantity. And they said it will take 3 months for the weapons. Construction of the road through the southern mountains will begin this month. The Lord of Adel couldn't help but feel proud of his son's abilities. A direct trade route to the Empire Adel will finally prosper. You've grown up, Louis, to achieve something so difficult. Thank you for growing up so well. Taking this opportunity, Louis made one final request. Then, father, will you trust me and allow me to do one more thing? He asked gently. What is it? He tightened his hand on the table, resolutely stating what he wanted. The lifeblood of Adel, the dream of the people of Andhra. Adel and my own revenge. Mother. It's the Red Plains hunt. Everything slowly faded into memory, standing before a horrifying scene, everywhere engulfed in a sea of fire. Lewin remembered. On my 6th birthday, it was supposed to be a beautiful memory, but that birthday turned into a terrible nightmare. The mudmen who had taken over the grasslands attacked the village, and countless people lost their lives. The most painful thing was that my mother was among them. My mother, now I can't clearly remember her face without looking at a portrait. So many people, including my mother, lost their lives, and many were seriously injured. That day, I made a vow for the first time. I must become stronger. As the Lord of Adele, I will not let Adele remain weak. Back to the present. On a beautiful morning, Lewin was strolling with Irene, watching the villagers diligently training in front of them. Loud shouts and decisive actions were performed with great enthusiasm. After the extermination order was issued, the villagers began spear training every day. The uniform movements were repeated over and over without any sign of fatigue. Irene looked at them, full of excitement. The villagers looked completely different. Lewis also praised them. It's something to be grateful for. They're working very hard. She seemed to notice something special, with a mix of surprise and slight admiration. By the way, their spear technique seems very unique. Irene wondered, who taught them that technique? Hearing that, he looked towards an old man standing with his hands clasped behind his back, looking very stern. He replied, it was taught by our knight commander. The man with a kind face, etched with the wrinkles of time, was once known as the Lightning Flash and fought on the front lines of the kingdom. Sir Bova Patton, the greatest knight of Andhra. Lewin remembered the image of him bravely facing the monsters, filled with gratitude. If not for Sir Bova when the mudmen attacked, the damage would have been much greater. I still remember vividly how he cut down 5 mudmen in a single blow. He was still lost in thought. Even now, he still uses a staff more than a spear. Suddenly, someone from behind called out a name. Sir Bova Patton? Someone's voice brought Lewin back to reality. He quickly turned his head and replied. Yes, is there a problem? Bova approached from somewhere. He called out as if to confirm. Young Master Lewin, is that you? He saw the man approaching from a distance and quickly greeted him. It's been a while, Sir Bova. I was planning to greet you after practice. The man replied politely, practice just ended. It's all right. Bova grabbed Lewin's hand, laughing with excitement. I heard you made a big name for yourself this time. You won the grand tournament and are now leading an extermination campaign. He smiled sheepishly. Yes, that's right. After a warm exchange, Bova looked at the girl opposite him and wondered, by the way, the person next to you. As she placed a hand on her chest and politely introduced herself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Irene Prius. She closed her eyes and exclaimed, it is an honor to meet the Lightning Flash, Bova, here. A name was uttered that made his eyes widen in disbelief. Beside them, Lewis also heard and was surprised, glancing over. What do you mean? After a few seconds of surprise, Bova regained his composure. He asked, Miss Irene, what are you talking about? I heard about you in a night lecture called The 11 Children. Irene clasped her hands and explained respectfully. I was certain after seeing the villagers' spear technique. Her hair blew gently in the wind. Facing the middle-aged man, her voice remained gentle and patient. The only spear knight of the kingdom of Ridian. I heard you suddenly retired and disappeared when you were only 30. A legend among legends. His voice deepened, soft yet full of nostalgia, as if returning to a glorious bygone era. I didn't expect anyone to still remember those trivial stories. She gently tucked her hair aside, her eyes calm, her voice gentle as if recounting an obvious truth. Of course, because it was so impressive, I read it very carefully. Irene, facing Bova, seemed to see a man in armor, holding a spear powerfully, standing majestically behind him. She continued, the story of you cutting down more than 10 high-level mages from the rival nation of Perna is legendary. He closed his eyes, calm as if he no longer cared about the past. I am honored that the young lady found it memorable, though now I am just an old soldier. Lewin approached Bova, his voice a little sad. Sir Bova, why did you hide it? He turned to face him and replied nonchalantly, I never hid it. You just never asked. He lowered his eyes, explaining with a bit of bitterness, but I still feel a little left out. I had to hear from someone else that you were once the Lightning Flash. Even though I was right beside you, I didn't know. Suddenly, a statement from him made Lewis's eyes widen in realization. If anything. Don't you know more about me? Young master. He disagreed, starting to talk about what he knew about Bova. That's just the good part. I know the image appeared again. You like fishing, and live in this house at the bottom of the hill. The image of warm sunset afternoons, being warmly led by Sir Bova, suddenly appeared in his memory. And you often took me for walks when I was a child. The man continued, but seeing you grown up like this now is also very gratifying. Bova clasped his hands behind his back again, sternly. Bova Patton, isn't that enough? Just a few words from him seemed to awaken Lewis. He stepped forward to face him, his gaze determined. I wasn't thinking clearly. I understand you better than anyone else. Bova bowed his head in delight and replied, "Thank you for understanding, young master." Bova didn't let him think for long, making an offer. "Ah, by the way, today I promised to help the young lady with her sword training. Would you like to join us?" Luan was very interested and immediately agreed. "Observe? I'd be glad to." Suddenly, his face remained gentle, but his voice was filled with seriousness. "No." Bova clarified his intentions. "Not to observe. I meant a sparring session." Hearing those words, he was so surprised he couldn't speak, his face frozen. He asked again as if he had misheard, "What?" "In a dense forest somewhere." Below, Bova was sparring with Luina. The two swords clashed, creating loud, ringing sounds. Irene watched intently. She exclaimed, "She's brilliant. To have such skill at the age of 12 is incredible." Louis didn't reply, his face serious, but he agreed in his heart. "I agree. Honestly, even I'm surprised." He watched the little girl holding the sword tightly in both hands, her spirit fierce, and thought to himself in admiration. Her blade is perfectly balanced and her footwork is very consistent. It's proof that her foundation is very solid. Then he glanced at her opponent. He's restricted most of his fighting power to reduce the damage to Luina. He felt a bit of admiration. And Sir Bova is only using his left hand to fight someone like Luin, and his weapon isn't even a spear. His specialty, but just a wooden sword. Bova's final words rang out. "Today's training is over, young lady." He slung the sword over his shoulder, looked at the girl standing proudly with her hands on her hips, and praised her to Louis. "See? The young lady's skills have improved to this level. At this rate, even you won't be a match for her swordsmanship." Louis smiled proudly. "It seems so. My sister is truly outstanding." In his heart, he continued to praise her. "You've worked very hard, Luina." Not letting him hold that emotion for long, Bova suggested, "Now, it's your turn, isn't it?" Luin took the wooden sword, feeling a bit nostalgic. "Yes, around the age of 9, I used to spar with Sir Bova with a wooden sword. That's because even a mage needs to understand swordsmanship to face knights." He made a decision. "Since I've also practiced martial arts until now, it's my turn to show what I've got." His face became serious, his eyes sharp. He said, "I look forward to your guidance, Sir Bova." The match ended with Louis lying on the ground, his face covered in bruises, his eyes dazed as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. To the laughter of the two girls beside him, Bova encouraged him. "Your movements have improved compared to 7 years ago." This old man is very pleased. While he lay there helplessly, that's not comforting at all. Louis sat up and asked with some curiosity, "By the way, how does your skill level as a knight compare to today's standards?" Hearing the question, he wasn't sure of his answer. I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I retired. I don't know what the younger generation is like these days." He lowered his eyes, deep in thought. Is there a good point of comparison?" As if he had found a solution, he exclaimed, "Huh?" An image of a person appeared in Luin's mind. He suggested, "I know a knight, Sir Gunther Paranti. The only 6-star knight in the eastern region of Grydian." He recalled, full of gratitude. "He once helped me with martial arts training before the grand tournament. I remember him being very strong." Hearing that, Bova's face grew pensive. He recalled and said, 6 stars. 20 years ago, when I left the Knight Order, I was a 7-star knight." Hearing him introduce himself, the boy was astonished. His eyes widened. "What?" He thought to himself in amazement. "You were a 7-star knight 20 years ago. That's almost the strongest in the kingdom." Luin looked at the system panel that appeared before him, wondering to himself, why would someone like that appear in a dell? The order was given, fight the knights with a wooden sword. A surprise quest? A duel with Sir Bova? He looked at the timer counting down. Time remaining, 3 days. He broke into a sweat, a little worried. Can I do this? With my current swordsmanship, I'm far from ready. Suddenly, Irene's voice pulled Louis out of his thoughts. Being trained by a 7-star knight, young Master Louis, you are truly having a rare experience. He asked dazedly, what? She excitedly explained what she had just said. Sir Bova is the only one in the kingdom of Ridion to have reached the level of a legendary knight. This is an experience that money can't buy. Luin smiled, as if enlightened. That's right, this is a great opportunity. I can't believe I hesitated just because of failure. Bova still had one hand behind his back. He caught that moment and marveled, oh, young master, I really like the expression on your face right now. Meanwhile, Luan regained his spirit, stood up, and raised his sword. Yes, I'm very determined now. Time remaining to complete the quest, 3 days. Once again, he was serious, holding the sword tightly in front of him. His face hardened, somewhat confident. I'll have to rely on you again, Sir Bova. Luan was filled with fighting spirit. With that much time, I'll succeed. It'll be fine. Luan was surprised to receive a notification from the system while sparring with Sir Bova. A new quest had appeared. The quest specified that he had to perform the skills of blocking, dodging, counterattacking, and using a critical hit when facing Sir Bova. Luan told himself, to complete this quest, I sparred with Sir Bova every night. At night, the countdown ticked away second by second. Luan trained diligently, his face covered in scrapes and grime. As he moved his limbs, he was filled with thoughts. At first, I wondered if these matches had any meaning. Thoughtlessly, he accidentally let his guard down and Bova caught him. There's an opening here. Even so, where else can you find one? Thinking that there must be a reason the system gave me this quest, I continued to spar. The final deadline was just over 42 seconds away. Meaning less than 2 days. Just then, Bova leisurely announced again. This side is also open. And finally, when the deadline was only 23 hours and 51 minutes away, Luan had to focus even more intently. He dashed towards Bova with the speed of the wind. After a moment, he smiled faintly, his eyes showing clear excitement and satisfaction. Done. Bova looked at him with a gentle smile and didn't hesitate to praise him. You did well. He thought to himself at that moment. Sir Bova said the results of your efforts are starting to show. Time passed, the final day of this training period has arrived. Bova, worried about Luan's overexertion, asked, Young master, are you tired? He replied firmly. No, I can still go on. Bova slung the wooden sword over his shoulder and gently told him, no need to push yourself too hard. Look, the sun is already rising. But Luan, who had a quest to complete, was highly determined. Yes, I've sparred enough with Sir Bova. But he stared at the only remaining quest objective. Critical hit. I still haven't fulfilled that condition. The remaining time was just a little over half a week. Luan was bewildered, lost in thought. I can't believe this is all I've achieved after a sleepless night. Was landing a critical hit on a 7th level knight an impossible task from the start? His hand tightened with each passing second, and now, with very little time left. What's going on? You've been up all night, big brother? Luina, who had woken up by then, tried to persuade her brother. Brother, stop. You've trained enough. Beckon sighed deeply. Honestly, I followed the young lady just in case. But why is the young master pushing himself so hard? Luina tried to add with growing worry, even you have your limits. Big brother, stop and rest. Luan didn't look at them. He looked at Bova and insisted, just 30 more minutes. He intentionally repeated it as if to say that no one should hope to stop him. Just 30 minutes. But inside, Luan was also filled with uneasy thoughts. I know all too well. I know it's hard to achieve a miraculous result in just 30 minutes. But he continued, slamming the wooden sword in his hand onto the ground. He said loudly, Sir Bova. With the sword stuck in the ground, Luan quickly rolled up his sleeves. I'll consider this my last attempt and try a different way. He said in thought, so, from now on, I'll change my approach. His strange actions left Luina and Irene bewildered. Both Baek Jin and his father couldn't hide their surprise. Both frowned, and Baek Jin mumbled something. Bova was also a bit surprised. He responded calmly, young master. Looking at his face and body already in an attack stance, he asked again, are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. Lewis's eyes narrowed, his mind filled with nothing but the stability gained from the recent days of sparring with the wooden sword. I've learned how to anticipate a knight's movements. Now, that goal is complete. I need to win with my specialty. With his keen perception, Bova realized, I found it strange that you've been practicing swordsmanship all night for the past few days. It turns out you wanted something from me. Luan didn't hide it, smiling faintly at his guess. You figured it out. This made Bova look forward to this final match even more. Very well. Then I'll add another rule for you, young master. He generously gave him another great opportunity. For the remaining 30 minutes, you can use magic against me. Luan dazedly mumbled 2 words. Magic. Bova replied while raising his sword. But I'll also be a bit more serious. I want to see your true abilities. Luan was also ready. He lifted his heel and pointed his toe towards Bova. Here I come. In the next second, they both shot forward like the wind. Luan gritted his teeth and thought, no need for a wooden sword. I have to get closer than sword range. In return, my body becomes lighter and my balance improves when moving. When I get this close, the sword's blind spot makes it useless. Bova suddenly stopped attacking for a moment. He chuckled with delight. So that's it. At the same time, Lewis also hesitated, flustered. But he gritted his teeth in alarm for a moment. He doesn't reveal any openings outside the reach of his wooden sword. The method I used against Dung Graham at the Grand Tournament to break my opponent's sword is not a strategy that can be applied to everyone. Knights at Sir Bova's level don't directly confront a difference in power, but instead, they redirect it. Bova clearly analyzed Luan's fighting style as if he had seen through it. The plan is to get within a distance outside the range of my wooden sword. It's a good choice. But once discovered, I won't have many options left. The opponent will always try to increase the distance from you. This made Luan even more eager. He lunged forward and clenched his fist. Sir Bova is right. All my strategies have been seen through. As his fist was about to land, Lewis suddenly bared his teeth in a mischievous grin. However, you didn't anticipate this. In an instant, his clenched hand opened up. Luan shouted, "Light!" Immediately, a blinding blue light enveloped them both, making it impossible to see Luan or Bova. After the light dissipated, leaving only hazy smoke, everyone saw that Lewis had grabbed Bova's collar, forcing him to the ground. Luina shouted in astonishment, "Big brother!" Bova, despite losing, still smiled gently at him. "I was worried you would use some kind of fearsome magic. But you only blinded me with light? You've completely defeated me, young master." Luan looked at him and replied humbly, "This was all I could think of at the time. I sincerely apologize for catching you off guard, Sir Bova." The words were brief, but his mind was filled with more thoughts. Honestly, if Sir Bova were in his normal condition, I probably would have failed. He hasn't had a break all day because of me. And finally, I finally succeeded. The system announced that Lewis's reward was the steel destruction skill. He was standing there, happily reading about the reward. Luan got a painful smack on the shoulder. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Luina scowled, hands on her hips, and snapped at him, "Even if it's just a spar, how could you throw Sir Bova to the ground like that?" Luan smiled sheepishly, not knowing how to explain, so he just mumbled. "Sorry." Bova spoke up to explain for him. "I'm fine, so please don't be too hard on the young master, miss." Luan then bowed respectfully and extended a hand towards Bova. "Now that the spar is over, I just want to soak in a hot bath for a bit. My goodness, I've taken up too much of your time." He helped him up, his heart filled with emotion. "On a positive note, I've learned a lot during this time." The two of them slowly walked back together. "This was a very interesting experience for an old man like me." "Young master, your vacation must be ending soon." Luan replied to him, "Yes, I'll be leaving soon since it takes 10 days on horseback to get to the academy." As this long yet short vacation was coming to an end, he felt a pang of sadness at having to pack his bags and leave. The day to leave his hometown arrived, standing on a bridge. He and his father looked down at the young men working hard. "All right, just a little more effort. Let's finish up and then have a few beers." "Definitely, I'll drink my fill today." He respectfully explained to his father, "These are workers sent by the Van Chase clan. Since we're building a base in Adele, we need a lot of manpower." He spread his arms wide, expressing his own excitement. "Through this route, we will transport weapons from Lake 8 while also carrying out extermination missions. Additionally, many workers will use Adele's restaurants and inns, bringing great benefit to the entire region. This is the beginning of change." When he mentioned this, his voice suddenly lowered. "And there's one more thing I want to tell you, father." He handed him a box. "This is 12,000 gold. Please use it for Adele." Luan's father seemed to want to refuse. He frowned and exclaimed, "Son." Understanding what his father was thinking, Luan quickly cut him off. "I've kept 400 gold for myself, so don't worry too much. Surely you won't refuse again." He looked at Lewis with loving and proud eyes. "I'm so ashamed. I'm just indebted to you." To say goodbye to his devoted son, he didn't hesitate to give him a hug. "Thank you, son. All right, I'll be on my way then." Luan continued to let himself drift into his thoughts. "I have to say, this was a very productive vacation. I said goodbye to everyone and walked with Irene for a while. When the road forked and I was about to say goodbye, Louis heard Irene say something that made him quickly ask again. Huh? What did you just say? I must have misheard. Irene deliberately emphasized her tone. No, you heard right. She grinned at Lewin. After graduation, during monster subjugation missions, I'll help too. I already told you, I'll follow you until I defeat you, Master Lewin. Looking at Irene's departing back, Lewin thought for a moment, so she hasn't forgotten. What a strange person. And so we parted ways, promising to meet again someday. After traveling for about a week from Adele, I crossed the central border and entered the eastern region. Unlike the southern region, there were more people here. As soon as he arrived, Lewin was drawn to a street brawl and stopped to watch. Someone was yelling, "Say that again." A thug in a black jacket was yelling in a young man's face, who was wearing a white shirt. What did you just say, you weak little brat? The increasingly piercing voice grew louder. Say it again, you weak little brat. Lewin saw this bullying and started to feel uneasy. What's going on? The man in black kept his high-pitched, condescending tone. Say it again. What did you just say, kid? The young man with a bruised face pleaded softly, please let my sister go. But the next second, he glared at his opponent and said loudly, I'm a knight too. If you don't release my sister right now, I won't let this go. The man in black burst out laughing, his voice full of mockery. Did you hear that? What are you going to do if you don't let it go? Then he suddenly stood up and continued to lecture the poor young man. This all happened because your family couldn't pay up. We have to make a living too. His fist tightened, and his mouth uttered provocative and insulting words. So now I'm going to collect the debt your father owes, even if I have to sell your sister. The young man frowned, his eyes filled with indignation. What? When he heard him touch upon his family, he immediately rushed forward without thinking. You think I'll let that happen? For the first time in the conversation, he dared to sneer at him. How ridiculous. But before he could even attack, he was hit by a punch from the man. Along with his fierce curse, do I look like I'm joking? As he kicked the young man, he cursed relentlessly, and you think a weakling like you can become a knight? Hanson, is this the standard for knight apprentices in Farina? Not finished, he grabbed the young man's hair and pulled his head up, ordering him as if he were his slave. Say it again. What did you just say? The brave young man emphasized each word. Try selling my sister. He fixed his fiery gaze on his opponent, his voice cold and emotionless. I'll really kill you. Louis watched, his brows furrowed in indignation. Am I really witnessing this? Something like this happening in broad daylight? That boy looks like a knight apprentice from a nearby territory, but even for an apprentice, he's frighteningly weak. However, that's not the look I usually see. It's the look of someone who has something they must protect. Lewin was walking towards the fight when someone suddenly tapped his shoulder. A frightened man warned him, young man, don't meddle in other people's affairs. Just leave. If you pick a fight with the Andy Lamper gang, it'll be a disaster. That's right, they're extremely cruel. Louis didn't even bother to thank him. On the contrary, he wanted to provoke these guys. I understand. But then what are you all doing here? The men wondered, huh? What do you mean? Lewin continued. You're not trying to stop him, nor are you saving that young man. His eyes widened, his teeth bared in disgust. You should be ashamed. You're no different from them. After speaking, he continued towards the young man. That look is good. A look that can become stronger. Suddenly, I'm curious about that boy's true worth. The man who had kindly warned Lewin was now furious at being lectured by him. What? Fine. Do whatever you want. After all my concern for you. The burly thug tormenting the young man saw Lewin approaching and paused, giving him a sharp look. Then, with the same aggressive and lecturing tone, he asked, Who are you? Here to get beaten up too? He seemed unaware of who his opponent was and boasted, Get lost but before he could finish his sentence, Lewin used his magic, sending him flying backward. The man's eyes widened with bewilderment and fear. He looked at Louis's cold face. Why do I feel stars? The witnessing townspeople also stared with wide eyes and open mouths in horror. His underlings were also stunned, asking, What the hell was that? As for him, he could only stand still and let Lewin pummel his body with magic. What just happened? After toying with him for a bit, Louis officially unleashed his anger by blasting magic straight into his face. He cried out in pain, Don't come any closer. Stay away from me. Retreat, retreat. The young man was still sitting there, stunned. He stammered. You, who are you, really? Lewis's back was full of pride as he replied, Lewis Adele. Then he turned back to look at the young man, his smile relaxed and gentle. He continued, that's my name. That night, Lewis went to the young man's house. The boy, who introduced himself as Han, had invited me to his home. And his story was quite typical. Two siblings burdened by the debt of their gambling-addicted father. And a boy who had to take up the sword to prevent his sister from being sold into a brothel. Lewin had a few questions, so he quickly asked, but the Ongi Lumber Gang, what kind of place is that? The name sounds cute, but their actions are horrifying. It might sound that way, but they're extremely cruel. Han felt goosebumps as he recounted. If they're displeased, they'll tie people to an onagi tree and kill them. Their leader has killed 4 people, so no one dares to mess with them. Lewin still had many concerns, so he quickly asked again, does the foreign territory just let people like that run wild? Han then explained to him, their area of operation isn't in foreign. They operate in our village and a few other small villages. All of them are too small to have a guard force for help. Lewin lowered his face slightly, hiding his thoughtful eyes. They're worse than I thought. I want to handle them myself. But I don't have time to deal with them one by one. Han also bowed his head and spoke with a grateful voice to Lewis, thank you for your help, and I've heard of your name. He gently inquired, they say you're the champion of that tournament, right? Lewin replied immediately, surprising Han slightly. Yes, that's right. Did you hear from Sir Gunther Parantes? He straightened up and looked at Lewis. How did you know that? Lewis smiled and explained. I heard that thugs say you were a knight apprentice from the foreign territory, and if it's Sir Gunther, then you're his subordinate. I guess he would mention me. Han shot up, his words filled with excitement. That's right. Our captain talked a lot about you. He said there's a very strong mage at the academy, but not as strong as the captain. Oh, really? Lewis thought to himself with weariness, but I already beat him in an arm wrestling match. Han still puffed out his chest, passionately expressing his feelings. I want to become strong quickly and become an outstanding knight like our captain. Lewin was silent for a moment. He pursed his lips and thought, having the captain as a goal is very good. But Han is too weak to achieve that. Let alone becoming a knight, it's not even certain he can graduate from the academy. Suddenly, his voice lowered as if he were a little embarrassed. He confessed, actually, I'm at the bottom of the academy, so I get ridiculed every day. They say, how can you stay at the academy with skills like that? Though his confession was sad, there was still a glimmer of faith. Everyone criticizes me, but our captain is different. He said I have a talent that others don't. As he said this, he became bright and positive again. And that if I keep trying, one day I will shine. Lewin suddenly realized. It's exactly the same, just like Professor Hayden and the principal believed in me until the end. Sir Gunther Paranti also believes in Han. Having experienced something similar, Lewin didn't hesitate to boost Han's spirits. That's right. Effort never betrays you. He put a piece of food in his mouth and continued to encourage his new friend. Even if you're slower than others, if you persevere, a miracle will happen one day, just like it did for me. After seeing Lewin's pained expression, Han was flustered. Sorry, I forgot to warn you. My sister's cooking is quite unique. He lamented to himself. Why are you only telling me now? The two were having a pleasant and warm conversation when they were interrupted by a bold shout. Come out, you filthy brats. The members of the Ongi Lamper gang were all outside. That damn noble. I should have torn him to shreds. But instead, I came here to kill these two brats. The leader at the front shouted, kill them. No. We'll sell them off. He rushed towards the house, kicking open the flimsy wooden door. Come out now, stop hiding. But his face suddenly stiffened, and he squinted. What? Where are those two brats? Inside the house now, there was no sign of Han and his sister, only Lewin waiting for them. The leader shouted, who are you? Lewin equipped some protection on his arm, then smiled and replied, I was wondering what to do, but thank you for coming right to me. Less than 3 seconds later, the man was attacked by his magic, his body flying straight from inside the house to the yard outside. The underlings asked each other in fear. What was that? They all fell into a crisis. He did that without even blinking. Then whispers began to spread. Is that the noble from earlier? Why are you here, at this time? Only then did they see Han and his sister standing close together in fear. Lewin instructed, Han, this place is dangerous. Protect your sister. He asked anxiously, Lewin, what are you going to do? Lewin smirked faintly. His hand then clenched tightly, his words full of spirit. I have to do work worthy of this meal. Everyone, don't be afraid. No matter how good he is, there are still more than 20 of us. That's right, let's all rush him. The men in black, holding weapons, charged forward together. All right, come at me all at once. For a moment, a surge of blue power radiated from Lewin's hand. Through the match with Baron Bova, I learned a new skill, Steel Destruction. When using this skill, as soon as the sword touches the fist, the soul of the sword will vanish without a trace. He thought as he fought. What is this? My knife, someone exclaimed in fear. Normally I would just punish them lightly, but they are clearly villains, but they are clearly opponents. So, there will be no mercy. Lewin's immense power descended upon the crowd. Demon, please spare us. We have committed a grave sin. The men fell to the ground and pleaded. By now, they must have realized that attacking further was futile. Lewin was deep in thought. Thinking a scream came from the distance. As expected, not everyone felt that. Someone had been taken hostage. You damn it. If you move even a little, I'll slit this woman's throat. What are you all doing? Get up now. Get up and tie up that damn noble. The man in black ordered. He worried, damn it, you're the leader of this group. Yes, I'm the leader of the Ongi-ichi gang, he blurted out, introducing himself. If you get it. Kneel down now, you bastard. He anxiously looked for Han. Han, what happened? Sister Han spoke up, injured. You got hurt trying to protect your sister, didn't you? No. Then there's no other way. I have to handle this. He advanced towards the man. The man screamed, don't come any closer. You think I won't kill her? Stay right there. If you move even a finger, I'll cut her down right here. Lewin was furious. Damn it. The academy doesn't teach how to handle situations like this. I don't have enough time to use magic. Damn it. What should I do? A single sword strike cut through hair. He was astonished. You bastard. Han angrily walked over with his sword. If you don't want to end up like the leader, then get out of here now. You bastard. Let's run. The men scrambled to flee. Han, are you okay? Han's sister ran to him. Han acted as if nothing had happened. I killed someone. How could I? It's okay, Han. It was necessary. And congratulations. Lewin comforted him. Ha? Han turned his head in confusion. Congratulations? He explained, that's a burrito sword, isn't it? Mastery of aura. Meaning I saw a blue aura emitting from you earlier. Didn't you just reach 4-star level? The appearance of an invisible blue energy, an aura. What does it mean? Ah, Han said in amazement. Ah, I've reached 4-star level. Right. Someone who reaches 4-star level is considered top tier among knights. Of course. You can't control the aura completely yet, but what's certain is that you've shown clear progress, right? You did it. Just as I predicted. I wasn't wrong. Your thoughts were correct. He was touched. Thank you, Lewin. It's all thanks to you. Without you, I wouldn't have had the courage. Really, come on, don't say such cheesy things, Lewin replied. At least now no one will bother Han's sister anymore. Thus, Han's incident was resolved smoothly. As soon as it was morning, I went straight to the academy, and now, I'm back. Before leaving Adele, I had hoped the vacation would never end. But now that I'm back at the academy, I realize something. I really missed this place. Louis, what did you do during the vacation? Me? He chatted with Jason as they walked. What should I say? A lot happened, but nothing worth mentioning here. Well, he hesitated. I trained. His friend was surprised. You? Someone as strong as you trains too? Swordsmanship? Oh my, Lewin, vacations are for resting. Besides, swordsmanship is part of the knight-related classes in the second semester, right? Why did you practice beforehand? Studying ahead during vacation is called preparation. As the two were talking, the professor called him. Lewin. Professor Hayden, so you're here. Sir, what brings you here? Look outside. Go, a guest has arrived. Many knights and the golden sunbird symbol on their flags. It must be him. It seems Lewis had recognized who the guest was. I'll be right out. We exchanged letters. But I didn't think I'd see him this soon. The champion of the martial arts tournament has arrived. Open the door and see. The princes have arrived. The two princes stepped out of the carriage one by one. Don't you dare get between me and Lewin, Prince Grosteridian. Prince Cam. Don't get your hopes up, brother. No matter how hard you try, young Master Lewin will choose me. Lewin. While the two were still arguing, he had already come forward and introduced himself. It is an honor to meet you, your highnesses. I am Louis Adele. Ah, young master, my apologies for the sudden visit. I have prepared a gift. I hope to speak with you privately. No, the gift I prepared is much more valuable. Forget my brother. And speak with me first. Their intentions were all too clear. If I, the winner of the martial arts tournament, supported one side, it would be a huge step towards becoming king. I have a solution, he spoke up. A solution? All right, we'll do as you say. Young Master Lewis, let's discuss this together. The kingdom of Lydian, where both I and the academy belong, is currently known as the weakest nation on the continent. Despite this, the kingdom cannot unite internally. The monarchist faction of the first prince conflicts with the reformist faction of the second prince, leading to prolonged conflict. Most mages, as well, are just pawns in their power struggle. Thinking back, the reason they sought me out is clearly for that. This kid, I'll sit here. No, the seat opposite Sir Lewin is mine. The two princes were arguing over who would sit opposite Lewin. He felt helpless with these two. Well, this is annoying. Don't make a mess. Isn't it because of you that it's messy, brother? It's because of childish people like this that the country is in such a state. Thoughts were swirling in his mind. Ridiculous. What did you just say? Stop arguing. I'm a bit surprised by your sudden visit. But it's good that you came. I also have something to say. I have no intention of choosing a master between the two of you. I predicted this, but hearing it directly is still painful. That's right, but even the legendary strategist Zygus refused the offer 3 times. You surely know that story. Zygus, who refused the great emperor's offer 3 times, eventually joined the emperor's side. Are you really comparing yourself to the first emperor? The first emperor was a 9-star knight. Even if you continue to make that offer, the final result will be the same. As Louis Adele, I have something I must do. Something you must do? I plan to return to my hometown, the Adele territory. Adele? Does that mean you won't leave the kingdom even after graduation? Of course. At that time, I can become a force for the kingdom. Oh, it's good to hear this. But, the situation in Adele is not easy. I believe you will understand why I don't want to abandon my hometown. Both princes were surprised when they heard this. The future force of the kingdom should not be burdened by unnecessary worries. I, Prince Cluster Lydian, will fully support you no matter the issue. No, ask me first. Don't ask my brother. Money, food, I'll give you everything. Hey, don't you see I'm talking to this young master? Stay out of it. The two continued to argue. No matter what happens, I won't choose either of you, that's for sure. Why? Because letting the two of you continue to fight will benefit me more. Louis still had his own calculations. I will send a wonderful gift for your graduation. No, I will send an even more wonderful gift than my brother. A gift is fine. However, I expect you to handle what I've mentioned. Don't worry about a thing. Just focus on your graduation. Fortunately, the princes were satisfied with me not taking a side and left. In addition, I also clearly showed my loyalty by confirming that I would not leave the kingdom. However, I made a few requests. First, I requested approval for the plans Adele is currently pursuing. And I requested military support to coincide with the timing of the punitive expedition. Everything is progressing smoothly. Is this the power of authority? Oh, and his train of thought was interrupted. Everyone, listen carefully. Duke Louis Adele is the future and treasure of the kingdom. Therefore, I appoint Duke Louis as a royal guardian. Everyone, show him the respect he deserves. This wasn't in the plan, but things turned out this way. The guardian, as the closest protector of the royal family in the kingdom, no one can dare to look down on him. Although not official yet, since the princes have acknowledged it, it's effectively official. I felt relieved that everything was resolved smoothly. Well then, we'll be leaving now. The two princes said their goodbyes and left. Truly respectable to be appointed as the guardian of the kingdom. How impressive. Words of admiration rang out. Make way. You're blocking our way to class. Jason shouted for people to clear the path as he walked. Now that the princes were gone, it was finally time for the classmates to gather. It seems things are about to get noisy again. The position of guardian has always been monopolized by the Gary Hill family before. Hey! Hey! Be quiet. Miko is coming over there. All the chatter fell silent at this moment. What are they talking about? Are they talking about me? He was on edge as soon as he arrived. How ridiculous. Seriously, who's talking about whom? It seems those words really provoked him. Have you all forgotten? I'm from Gary Hill. No matter how much you fuss, after graduation, you'll all be under me. Gary Hill, Michael Gary Hill, who was considered for expulsion after using a banned substance during the first semester's midterm exam. He avoided expulsion thanks to a strict punishment of a 30-day suspension. All thanks to the reputation of the Gary Hill family. The magical world of the academy, no, even the magical world of this royal palace, is now almost under the control of Gary Hill. Really? But it seems that's not what the princes want. Long time no see, Miko. Damn it, he hissed through clenched teeth. You think you've won, don't you? What? Just wait and see who has the last laugh. He turned his back, but his dissatisfaction was still clear on his face. Jason comforted him, he's just jealous. Don't pay too much attention to it. When you won the grand tournament. Miko's expression was truly something to see. This situation with the princess has probably affected him even more. Right? Jealousy? That's not even worth considering. Miko's tarnished reputation in this matter is directly related to his family's honor. He might be planning something. This class is a special lecture for alumni, right? Right. Let's go attend. Anyway, my rival is the ruthless Gary Hughes. Alumni are coming to the academy to lecture. I wonder who will come. I hope it's someone nice, Jason wished to himself. And somehow, this feeling of unease is never wrong. It seems the person behind the door did not live up to his expectations. The whole class was looking at the two of them with surprise. He was astonished. What's going on? The person who had been standing on the podium all this time spoke up. Is something wrong? Why is the atmosphere so strange? Could that person be Louis Adele? It's a pleasure to meet you, Louis Adele. The person was Jekyll Gary Hill. The second semester of the graduating class focused more on practical application than theory. As mentioned before, there would be night-related classes. And alumni would come to the academy to share stories about current mages. A type of lecture. This was a well-intentioned lecture, but somehow, that sense of unease was never wrong. Lewin and Jason warily took their seats, both silently looking ahead. Especially since the invited alumnus was Miko's older brother, Jakin Garahill. He held a book in chalk. Introducing the lesson. Today, the story I will tell you is about the relationship between the Gary Hill mages and the court mages. He smirked arrogantly. Everyone knows, right? Out of the 14 court mages chosen last year, 11 of them came from the Gary Hill family. He smiled, but his eyes were chillingly cold. As a senior from the academy, I will share with you a truth you need to know to succeed. In this world, there is nothing I can possess on my own. Up here, Lewin listened carefully to every word. Therefore, the weaker ones need to unite even more. From now on, you will focus more on reality than ideals. Just because you praise the student representative Lewin Adele, it doesn't mean your lives will turn out like his. He suddenly singled out Lewin, causing the entire hall to fall silent in surprise. He scowled, Lewin Adele, what do you think? Jason slammed his hand on the desk and stood up angrily. Every time I see you before his friend could do anything rash, he quickly stood up and cut him off. Father, may I say something? Before everyone's eyes, he unapologetically voiced his opinion. Even if 10 pieces of trash combine with determination, a masterpiece will never be born. At best, it's just a giant pile of trash. Feeling as if he had just been mocked, he paused for a moment. Are you talking about me? He quickly denied it. No, not at all. Do you feel it's about you? The tense atmosphere between the two of them caused the surrounding students to buzz with discussion. Seemingly at a loss for words, he changed the subject. Well, I've heard a lot about you from my younger brother, Miko. You're quite an unlucky person, aren't you? He replied calmly. I guess you haven't heard the other stories. About how that unlucky person beat him so badly. He could no longer maintain his confident smirk, his face darkened. What an arrogant brat. At this point, both knew that the feud between Louis Adele and Gary Hill was a confrontation that would not end easily. Ever since Jackine appeared, the atmosphere at the academy began to change rapidly. With the statement that anyone could join Gary Hill if they wanted, Jekyll blinded the lower-performing students. Jekyll's realistic and straightforward style proved quite effective. At the same time, an argument broke out. A student spoke up, "Did you hear what Senior Jekyll said? If we work for Gary Hill, we can succeed too." The other person immediately retorted, you really think Gary Hill cares about you? You have no self-respect. I'd rather not work under Miko, who uses deceitful tricks to manipulate others. In the end, the students at the academy were divided into two factions, Gary Hill and Adele. With Gary Hill's petty attempts to humiliate Lewin and his growing anger at such childish provocations, the atmosphere at the academy grew hotter over time. However, not long after, an opportunity arose to put Gary Hughes in his place. Headmaster Tyrion placed a steaming cup of tea on the table and spoke gently. "Oh, come in. Sit down." "All right." Lewin sat down opposite him and quickly replied, "Yes." "How have you been, Headmaster?" He calmly lifted his teacup. "I'm still fine." He spoke in a deep voice, filled with understanding and trust. "Since you are the student representative, we can discuss official matters, right? So, how is life at the academy?" He closed his eyes slightly, his brow furrowing a little. "Same as always, except for one thing. There's a troublemaker messing everything up." As a knowledgeable, experienced, and well-traveled person, he quickly understood the situation. He put down his teacup. "I see. I have a feeling I know exactly who you're talking about." He leaned back. "Gary Hill, I don't like them one bit, but what can I do? Every mage in the kingdom has ties to them, so the academy is no exception." He continued to explain the current situation. "However, unlike last year, this year we only assign them courses that don't directly affect grades. Even so, they're still quite noisy both inside and outside the academy. It's because of you. It seems they hold quite a grudge against you." He asked curiously, "Alumnus Jekyll Gary Hill, what kind of person is he?" He recounted, "He is extremely popular for his good looks and eloquence. His social relationships seem to be going well. And his academic results were excellent. At the age of 23, he became the youngest head mage in the kingdom." However, his face suddenly turned serious. However, behind the facade is a giant snake living inside him. He has a deep thirst for power and ambition. His personality forces him to achieve whatever he wants at any cost. After understanding the nature of the snake-like Jekyll, he became wary. He seems fine on the outside. But inside, he's completely rotten, and he'll use any means necessary to get what he wants. That's Gary Hill. He clenched his fist. At this point, there's enough reason to act. The question is, which reason to use to do it? Suddenly, he spoke up. "By the way, I want to discuss the upcoming special lessons with you." His face showed clear confusion. "Special lessons?" He replied, "Yes, the upcoming classes." Suddenly, a crazy idea appeared in his head. "I have a good idea, but will he agree to it?" That was something he had asked many people, but the reaction was mostly negative. Thinking that, he walked to the classroom. At that moment, remembering Headmaster Tyrion's words gave him more motivation. So what if I ask him directly? Then he opened the door. Hearing the door open, all the students turned their heads to look. Even Jekyll, who was on the podium, paused, his voice tinged with surprise. Louis Adele?" As a dear junior, he directly proposed to him, "I've come with a request for you, senior." Miko, who heard everything, burst out laughing. He shot up, pointing straight at Lewin, a wide grin stretching to his ears. "A request? All right, it was only a matter of time before you said something like that." He said with a straight face, "Don't misunderstand. It's not the kind of request you're thinking of." Then, he continued, revealing his true intention. "I heard you received a proposal from the principal about a joint night class next week and you rejected it." At this, a slight smile curved Lewin's lips. "So I came here to make the request directly. Please allow the alumni and us to have a joint class." In that instant, his whole body seemed to freeze. His usually arrogant face was now stunned. A joint class. This is a session where alumni, as special lecturers, will participate in the class alongside the students. In other words, this is also an official opportunity for Zekin and me to face off on the same playing field. Just one sentence made the atmosphere much more lively. A joint class. So we'll finally get to see Jekyll Gary Hill's skills, right? The surrounding students couldn't hide their excitement, and all eyes turned to him. And both he and Lewis will be on the same stage, facing off directly. Wow! After a moment of silent thought, he spoke up. Why? He spoke in a slow voice. Our alumni are seasoned experts who have worked in the field for years. There's no need for such a class, and frankly, it's just a waste of time. Do you really think so little of us? It sounded convincing, but it was all within his expectations. He delivered the final blow. That sounds a bit unreasonable. Isn't the purpose of alumni visits to the academy to teach us? He was surprised. What? He put on a sad face. And yet you dismissed the joint class, the best opportunity to impart knowledge to your juniors. Just because of that kind of class you constantly emphasize that Gary Hughes is a collective. His face became very ugly at this point. His voice was clearly provocative, and he wore a taunting smile. So why the sudden change? Or perhaps there's another reason? For instance, are you scared? He gave the thin smile of a villain. Even though you won the grand tournament, you're still just a student with limited experience. Then he quickly regained his calm expression as if nothing had happened. Before a real blade. You'll be able to do nothing but cling to your useless, stubborn ego. Why do we need such a troublesome class? Before he could finish his sentence, the students chimed in. We want to see your skills too. He stiffened slightly, a flash of confusion in his eyes. Just then, a student spoke up. Then others followed suit. That's right, skills honed through real combat. We'd really like to see them. At the same time, Miko excitedly slammed his hand on the table. Come on, brother, what are you waiting for? This is the perfect opportunity to crush that guy in front of everyone. Accept it, Louis Adele. You'll regret this proposal for a long time. My brother is a powerful mage. His reaction was what he was hoping for. He smiled slyly. That's right, Miko, you're absolutely right. That's how it should be, so our esteemed senior won't refuse again. Zekin sighed wearily. Alright, if it's a joint class, the knight apprentices from Florence will participate, right? However, he defended himself. I rejected this proposal because I didn't want to steal your chance to shine, student representative, in the class. If you want to overlook that now. Lewin didn't hesitate, stepping forward towards him. No, please, do it. I'm asking you. He held out his hand. As a junior at the academy, I also want to see your skills. He reluctantly had to shake his hand. Well, if that's the case, I have no other choice. Let's do our best. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain shoot through him. It was so painful that he gritted his teeth. He ground his teeth. This brat Lewin leaned close to his ear and whispered, well then, I'll leave it to you, senior. His eyes lit up, full of excitement and challenge. Prepare to be amazed. 3 days ago, on the day the knight apprentices of Foreign arrived at the academy. Before the meeting, Lewis had a brief meeting with Headmaster Tyrion. He spoke up. A special lesson. Really? He calmly rested his chin on his hand and recounted, that day, I thought about pairing up alumni with students to form teams for the lesson. Most were rejected. Then he smiled. However, if you ask directly, as a senior, he won't be able to refuse. As the student representative, what do you think? Remembering that suggestion made him just shake his head and smile, a mix of helplessness and surprise. The headmaster is really cunning, coming up with a plan that makes it impossible for my senior to refuse. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted unexpectedly. Someone couldn't contain their excitement, pointing straight ahead, their voice full of enthusiasm. Look, they're here. It's the knight apprentices of Foreign. Cheers erupted like a wave spreading across the courtyard. As soon as he saw Lewin in the crowd, Sir Guter immediately broke into a wide smile, his eyes flashing with amusement. Well, look who it is. This stubborn brat. How have you been? He quickly replied, of course, I'm fine. And you? Guter shrugged, his lazy expression unchanged. Same as always. I heard news about you a while ago. You won the grand festival, right? He tilted his head slightly. Humility was evident in his expression. Yes, thanks to your guidance, Deuter. Hearing that, the man burst into hearty laughter. As he spoke, he turned to walk away, not forgetting to wave goodbye. I'm going to see the headmaster now, so please guide the children for me. He immediately accepted the task. I understand. He placed a hand on his chest and formally introduced himself. A pleasure to meet you. I am Louis Adele, the representative of the academy. Could you tell me who the Knight Apprentice representative is? The first knight averted his gaze. Ah, our representative is currently busy. Following his gaze, he couldn't help but be shocked, his eyes wide. Before him was a common scene of bullying the weak. One of them laughed with amusement, "Come on, man tip. You're scaring the little one." The other one replied, "This kid no one would care even if he died." So what? He paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on the slightly bruised but familiar face. Han? The bullied boy looked up. Lewin. He slowly approached. What are you doing here? At that moment, a brown-haired guy in the crowd laughed. Ah, you're the famous Louis Adele. I've heard a lot about you. Then, the guy introduced himself, tilting his head up, his gaze somewhat arrogant. I am Meltip Gaegun, the representative of Foreign. He continued in a self-satisfied tone, Vengrath Gaegun, commander of the Golden Knights, the only 7-star knight. Have you heard of him? He's my father. His face red, who asked? Why mention your father during an introduction? Is he showing off that his father is also outstanding? Then, he brushed aside the guy's words. That's right. But I'd be more satisfied if you answered my question first. The guy's face fell, being ignored. A question? What question? His eyes were sharp, and he repeated himself. I asked what you were doing. The guy replied nonchalantly, as if it were no big deal. Oh, this kid hasn't been listening lately, so I'm personally training him. Is there a problem if I personally train a commoner? He frowned, gritting his teeth, clearly annoyed. And you're being disrespectful, paying attention to a commoner while greeting us. Do you know him? He clenched his fist. He's my friend. Is there a problem? The guy's laughter echoed across the courtyard as if he had just heard the most ridiculous thing of the day. Wait, are you serious? Friends? Seems commoners understand each other better, huh? Mantip sneered, the Adele family isn't much different from commoners. The Academy's representative has such a low background. Talking to you makes me feel disgusted. He didn't understand why the guy's attitude had changed so drastically. What are you trying to do? Suddenly, the guy saw someone in the distance, and his eyes lit up. Huh, brother? He glanced behind him instinctively. Brother? The moment he saw that person, he finally understood why this guy was so hostile towards him. Zekin walked over, smiling and greeting casually, Huh? Mantis, you're here too? Why is a knight apprentice like you here? It seems birds of a feather flock together. Even if Lewin didn't know Han, they were destined to clash anyway. Sir Gutair shouted loudly, Alright, everyone gather round. As you know, today we'll be conducting a joint training session. He stood with his hands on his hips confidently, next to him was Professor Hato with his usual stern expression. He ordered, before we start training, let's divide into groups. He continued to explain, each group will consist of 2 academy students and 1 knight apprentice, for a total of 54 groups. As soon as he finished, Manthip scratched his head in frustration. I really didn't want to come here. Why do I have to train with these kids? Zekin quickly chimed in, I graduated a long time ago. I still don't understand why I'm here. The two were clearly on the same page. The guy made a suggestion with a gleeful expression. So, what do you think? Let's just get this over with. It's obvious we're going to win anyway. He immediately nodded in agreement. Yeah, that makes sense. If we include Nico, we'll form a group. The guy burst out laughing. Sounds good. These weaklings will easily take them down together. Nearby, the atmosphere became lively as students quickly formed groups. However, amidst the excitement, Han could only bow his head and stand silently like a forgotten shadow. Suddenly Louis walked over. Han, join my group. He couldn't believe his ears. He quickly asked again, Huh? Louis, are you sure? Are you really okay with being in a group with me? As someone who had been there before, he completely understood the feeling of being left out. His voice was soft but firm. Why not? You're my friend. At this, he looked at Louis with deep gratitude, whispering his name, Louis. Jason slowly walked over. Wow, that's a bit surprising. If we're choosing friends, I should be counted in. He approached, his face beaming. Since you're Lewis's friend, you're my friend too, right? He explained, thanks, Jason. I saw Han looked awkward, so I thought I'd join in first. He gently patted Han's shoulder. Your name is Han, right? From now on, let's just talk comfortably, okay? At first, he was a bit surprised, but he quickly agreed. Ha? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Then, he declared loudly, everyone listen up. Our goal here isn't just to get a high score. He put his hands on his hips, tilted his head, and raised an eyebrow in question. Ha? What else is there? His eyes briefly flickered to the group of Miko, Zekin, and Mantip huddled on the other side. He frowned slightly, full of caution. We also have to deal with that troublesome bunch. When the team division was complete, there was a short break. Lewin and Han walked together in the hall. He gently asked, Hey, Han, are you okay after being beaten up like that? I can take you to the infirmary if you want. He immediately waved his hand in refusal. No, I'm fine. No need to go anywhere. It's all right. He lowered his head, one hand clutching the other arm. Lewis, it's nice to meet you, but it's probably not a good idea for you to act like you know me. He stopped short. What did you say? Self-doubt enveloped him, his gaze fixed on the floor. A lot of people don't like me. So, when no one is around, he doesn't like me either. He looked straight into his eyes, his gaze unwavering as he denied that childish thought. No. As I said before, I'm your friend, so you don't need to be wary. Anyway. That guy from before, the one who was harassing you at the training center, was it him? He replied, yeah. After saying that, they both turned their eyes towards Mantip ahead. When he saw the stats on the status window, he understood why he was so scared. A 4-star knight with high potential like Mantip was definitely strong. At the same time, he glanced to the side. He remembered the scene of a blue aura surrounding Han's body as he killed the gang leader with a single slash. Although he currently looked weak and insecure, his information couldn't help but make him ponder. Although his current status is 3-star, he has met the requirements for 4-star, and with such high potential. There's still a lot of room for growth. Thinking this, he suddenly spoke up. I'm thinking of dealing with that Mantip guy soon. What about you? Hearing that, his eyes widened in astonishment. Ha? He continued to encourage him, as if wanting to transfer his strength to him. Are you just going to let yourself be beaten up forever? That determined look when you protected your sister, where did it go? He hesitated, can I really win? He affirmed without a hint of hesitation. You can. As if he had never considered it before. He kept asking, I can? Mantip, from above, turned around in annoyance. I can't listen to that nonsense anymore. For someone with an ego as high as Mount Everest, losing to someone he always looked down on was unacceptable. Han defeating me? A useless commoner who just takes up space. Hey Han, get over here. Though scared, he still dared to stand up. No, I don't want to. It seems this was the first time he had resisted, so the guy was furious. What? This bastard must be crazy. Just standing next to him doesn't make you special. Really, just a bunch of fools clinging to each other. The guy drew his sword, intending to teach him a lesson. Have you gone crazy after being beaten up all this time? Get over here. Today I'll kill you myself. He also immediately grew wary and drew his sword. But Lewis quickly stopped him. Don't fight him, Han. He looked fierce. Ha? But he explained, you're not like him, right? You shouldn't act the way that bastard does. Then, he slowly stepped forward. Today is not the day you face him. Wait for the right opportunity to wipe him out. So today, I'll handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, the two rushed at each other like moths to a flame. Mantip's face was red with anger. He shouted, Who the hell are you? Get lost. Get out of here, you bastard. Suddenly, someone kicked him straight in the face. With just one kick, he was sent flying 5 meters away, his sword flying straight into the air. Lewin's eyes widened in astonishment. Sir Guter? He frowned in anger. Lewin's eyes widened at Guter's appearance. His action was completely unexpected. Mantip was hit so hard that his entire body was thrown back against the stone wall behind him. He sternly questioned, Mantip Gaygun. What is the meaning of this? The guy panicked, stammering, that is. he immediately made an excuse. They started it. I didn't do anything wrong. I swear. He still stood tall. His stern eyes seemed to pierce through the guy's pretense. So you drew your sword to cut someone down? His voice deepened, cold as ice. Mantip Gaygun, as of today. You are dismissed from your position as Knight Captain of the Training Academy. The Vice Captain will temporarily take over. And your punishment will be administered as soon as you return to the Academy. Unwilling to accept the truth, he threatened, but if you dismiss me, my father won't let it slide. But just one sentence from him was enough to shut him up. Yes, I think so too. But when he learns that his only son drew his sword in the academy and was about to cut someone down, Sir Vengerous Gaggen would probably faint. Hearing that, the guy had to give in. I'm sorry. Lewin, standing beside him, gave him a cold, silent glance, judging him with a look of contempt. All bark but scared to death of his father. He frowned. Anyway. When he met the guy's hateful gaze that looked like it wanted to tear him apart, he realized, it seems I've made myself a target. The first training session of the joint practice. The first lesson was on combat and defense. Sir Guter Paranti taught us how to exploit a mage's weakness, the casting time, to neutralize them. Professor Heidel demonstrated how to predict a knight's movements and how to effectively escape their attack range. Each group practiced these techniques according to the instructions. While the students were diligently practicing in front, behind a tree, Miko's group was comfortably enjoying the shade and observing. Mantip scratched his head, his face clearly showing his frustration. I'm so annoyed because of that Lewin guy. And then I have to train in a place full of people like him. Zekin simply replied, just let it go. We already know this stuff, right? The guy sighed. Let's just do it. Despite his nonchalant appearance, his mind was in turmoil. He says that, but how am I supposed to practice? He made a guess but quickly dismissed it. In front of so many students, do they expect me to reveal my full strength? No way. In a corner, Lewis's group was also training hard. Han, with his hands on his knees, was panting heavily. Lewin, let's take a break. He was still standing straight, not a drop of sweat on his body. All right. Jason, beside him, exclaimed, this guy really doesn't get tired. I'm already terrified without even fighting him. Feeling that the last exercise wasn't enough, he casually placed the wooden sword on his shoulder and replied nonchalantly, I don't know. But it seems like we were just warming up. The other two, not knowing he was a monster, shouted in unison. What? Suddenly, Guter walked over and interrupted their conversation. If you're not too tired, could you spare me a moment? He exclaimed in surprise, Sir Gunther? He was already holding a wooden sword. I want to confirm something. He wondered, confirm? What do you mean? He then explained, swordsmanship at this level, learned in such a short time, couldn't possibly be self-taught, unless you have an incredibly talented teacher. Hearing that, he paused for a moment and then remembered his master. Wow! Sir Guter is more perceptive than he looks. Then, he continued. So I want to ask you for a favor. He pointed the sword at him, issuing a challenge amidst everyone's excitement. Louis Adele, I want to have a sword fight with you. He froze for a moment, his eyes clearly showing astonishment. What is happening? Whispers started to spread like a swarm of bees. A duel with the Academy's representative? Why is the commander acting like this? After a moment of composure, he spoke. Are you joking, Sir Guter? I'm not even a knight yet. How could I possibly win against you? Besides, I've only been learning for a week. He looked straight at him. I'm not asking you to win. This made him even more confused. Then what is it? Then he stated his true purpose. I want you to teach the students here. There is no one here with superior swordsmanship skills than you. The knight apprentices there were all dumbfounded. What, Commander? He took a quiet, deep breath and thought, suddenly becoming the center of attention like this is really overwhelming, but... His brow furrowed slightly, his lips pressed into a firm line. He didn't say it out loud, but he was sure this was a good opportunity. If I perform well here, I can use this opportunity to establish my position. It's not a bad idea. Thinking this, he became interested and quickly got into a ready stance. I look forward to learning from you, Sir Guter. He smiled with satisfaction, the corners of his lips turning up naturally. Your stance is impressive. Well then, here I come. Here I come. As soon as he finished speaking, Guter launched himself forward with astonishing speed. The The spectators watching from the sidelines instinctively widened their eyes. People exclaimed, "Wait, what kind of speed is this? Are you being too serious? If that hits, I won't even be able to pick up the bones." However, he managed to block the attack with ease. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "He blocked that attack?" Even so, he let out a heavy sigh. The force of his sword swing made him slide across the field as he blocked. He slowly spoke up. "Looking at it again, I find it hard to believe your skills. I'll ask again, where did you learn this sword technique?" He narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of suspicion directed at him. Is it a name that cannot be revealed? He fell into deep thought, wondering whether he should say it or not. But it wasn't like that person was intentionally hiding or anything, so it should be fine. After a long hesitation, he uttered a name. Sir Bova Patton. This was a name no one expected, so everyone standing there was dumbfounded, including Sir Guter. Going from one surprise to another left everyone stunned. Bova Patton? The legendary war god? No way, I heard he was dead. Very quickly, Guter regained his composure. Oh, is that so? He wondered, could you be more specific? How did you get to know him? He then explained. Sir Bova retired and has been living in Adele ever since. He's someone I've been with since I was a child. Before he could finish, Mantip hastily cut him off. Don't lie. He strode forward angrily, his eyes burning with fire as if wanting to incinerate him. Don't lie to me. He was confused. Lying? The guy pointed a finger straight at his face as if he had caught a liar. Yes, a lie. My own father said so. Bova Patton is dead, and you can't prove otherwise, can you? He looked annoyed. Why do I need to prove it? And don't call someone who is still alive dead. The guy quietly gritted his teeth, his face still holding a mocking smile, but his eyes revealed his bitterness. Even if what you say is true, it doesn't matter. After all, the strongest in the kingdom is still my father. Hearing this, he understood that this was what the guy was worried about. The officially recognized strongest knight in the kingdom is none other than Mantis's father, Sir Venkatesh Gagan, commander of the Golden Knight Order. But if the legendary knight Bova Patton is still alive, the official hierarchy might be overturned. He lazily replied, fine. Think whatever you want. He looked fierce. What? His gaze was sharp, his tone unwavering as he stated his opinion. Go ahead and believe in those strongest in the kingdom titles or whatever you want. Sir Bova doesn't care about such trivial rankings. Hearing that, he was so angry he gritted his teeth. Trivial? Did you just say trivial? He immediately drew his sharp sword. How dare you insult my father? Now, he looked like a madman who could kill anyone he saw. Louis Adele, I challenge you. Bring a real sword, right now. While he was screaming crazily, come on, fight me right now, he received a sharp knock on the head from Guter. His eyes crossed like a cartoon character. He hit the guy to stop him from doing anything stupid while out of control. What the hell is this? A challenge? So you really want to fight Luina? The guy sat there like a puppy, holding his head. Yes? Finally, he announced, alright, then the first match in tomorrow's group spar will be Luin's group against Mantis's group. Any objections? The two of them spoke in unison. No. Time flew, and the next day arrived. His powerful voice echoed across the field. Alright. Is everyone ready? As I said yesterday, the first sparring match will be Louis's group against Mantis's group. The two groups stood opposite each other under the curious gazes of everyone. Suddenly, Zakin stepped forward, calling his name. Louis. His face showed no sign of worry, on the contrary, he was very relaxed. Are you well prepared? Luin immediately went on alert. What's this? Why are you suddenly asking that? He gave a wicked smile. Ah, never mind. Try to fight well in this match. Hearing that, Guter gave the signal. Alright then, get ready, begin. As if waiting for just that, he shot forward with astonishing speed, leaving him bewildered. Fortunately, he reacted in time. If he had been even a little slower, he would have been caught. He wondered, what kind of speed is this? What's happening? No one can be this fast. Suddenly, he noticed the status window above his head, and a look of contempt appeared in his eyes. How ridiculous. How desperate is he to win? He's carrying 6 artifacts? The night before, at the mansion, a polite greeting was heard. Well, who is this? Sir Vangeras. It's been a long time, Commissioner George. The commander of the Golden Knights, Venkatesh Gagan, continued. I heard about Jekan. He was invited to give a special lecture at the academy as a representative of the alumni, right? So what now? George Gary Hill, a high-ranking commissioner of the Royal Tower Council of Lydian, replied humbly, it was a surprise that headmaster Tyrion Ignis Dixon invited the boy. Is Mantip still okay? He was helpless. His face clearly showed his frustration. Yes, but he causes too much trouble. It's so annoying. So I sent him to Sir Guter to be properly disciplined. He should be at the academy by now. The old man sighed, his eyes closed as if he had been troubled by this issue for a long time. Actually, I came here because of that academy representative. He paused thoughtfully. If it's the representative, you mean Louis Adele? Then, he thought about the information he had heard before. The rumors have spread so far that even I remember that name. I heard he won the grand tournament and even caught the Empire's attention. But right after, his tone immediately changed. A country bumpkin from Adele shouldn't have such a smooth path. As if waiting for that, the old man agreed. Exactly. We must stop someone like that from influencing the princes, right? As loyal subjects who truly care for the kingdom? Of course. He wondered, do you have a plan? As if waiting for that, the guy replied, this time. My son and Mantip are on the same team, and they will be fighting Lou and Adele. So I was thinking. Why not give Mantip an artifact? There's no reason not to. Not expecting the old man to be so bold, his eyes widened in astonishment, his breath catching. What? The old man assured him, if you leave that necklace, I will make sure Mantip receives it. He stammered, are you suggesting we cheat? The guy placed a hand on his opponent's shoulder. That's not important right now. If we want to crush that brat before he becomes a bigger nuisance, we must do whatever it takes. I've already given an artifact to my own son. However, he still hesitated. But even so, seeing this, the guy played his final card. Bova Patton. Does that name sound familiar? His face immediately changed. He stammered, why are you suddenly mentioning that name? The guy's face darkened. I heard he's still alive, and it seems he taught Lewin swordsmanship in Adele. The old man continued, Louis Adele, who has been favored by the princes, learned swordsmanship from Bova Patton. The Radiant Knight, if he defeats our sons in the upcoming match, our positions will be finished. After hearing the guy's words, he quickly removed the artifact from his coat. He handed the necklace to the old man. Alright, I hope this will bring good results. The old man gave a calculating smirk. Of course it will. Finally, the two of them shook hands firmly. All of this is for our kingdom. Back in the present, Zekin laughed triumphantly. So, how about it, Lou and Adele? He cast a spell, creating vines that wrap tightly around Lewin's group. You're that confident with just that mediocre skill? How disappointing. The magical vines tightened like chains, causing them to writhe in pain. Louis's face darkened, a mix of anger and contempt. He had expected them to pull a trick, but he hadn't expected them to be this despicable. He stood there, constantly provoking. What are you still standing there for, Lewin? Show me your incredible power, or else Mantip will beat you to a pulp. As soon as he finished speaking, the guy charged from the side, holding a wooden sword. Jason shouted in alarm. Lewin, get out of the way. He quickly broke free from the vines. A brilliant golden light tore through the ground, erupting with a fierce explosion. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it. He was astonished. What? How can a wooden sword be that durable? At this moment, a strange light emanated from the wooden sword. The artifact Mantip Gagun received from Sir Vangeris was the Aegis of Fortitude. This artifact, designed as a necklace for easy carrying, enhances weapons, making them sharper and more durable. The guy burst into a mocking laugh, the corners of his lips turning up in a sneer. He exclaimed with regret, I missed. I could have killed you. Then, he continued to swing his sword in charge. This time, I'll definitely kill you, Louis Adele. He watched intently. Hard as steel, huh? In that case, thinking that, he clenched his fist and activated the steel destruction technique. With just a swing of his hand, the wooden sword that was charging forward at the speed of the wind instantly exploded. The guy was horrified. You! How the hell? Not giving his opponent a chance to recover, he lunged forward like a lightning bolt. A thunderous punch landed, the impact so strong it sent the guy flying backward. Looking at the guy sitting on the ground in pain, his eyes trembling as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. His voice was hoarse as he called out in astonishment, "Mantip." His face was contorted from the pain spreading through his body. How can this be? Even though we're all wearing artifacts, he wasn't pushed back at all. Lewin slowly put on his iron gauntlets. I was going to go easy on you if possible, but it's clear that won't work. Since things have come to this, I'll fight seriously to settle everything. After speaking, the will of the ruler on his hand was immediately released. Everyone present was stunned, their mouths agape at the unbelievable scene before them. Even composed individuals like Professor Heidel and Guter couldn't help but show their bewilderment. If outsiders were this shocked, imagine Jekyll, who had to face it directly. He mumbled, "Impossible, an ogre?" Behind Lewis, a giant lion ogre appeared. The people around panicked, their screams chaotic. "Run, everyone, run! It's an ogre, an ogre!" The immense pressure made his legs go weak, his body trembling as he fell to the ground. Hurriedly backing away, he calmly said, "Let's end this. I mean, it seems the artifact isn't enough for you." Hearing this, his mind went blank. What? He didn't bother to explain, his hand gently reaching forward. The giant spirit behind him also majestically extended its hand. Its giant finger slowly slipped into his collar. The artifact necklace broke into several pieces and fell. The atmosphere immediately boiled over, and whispers spread everywhere. What? Is he serious? Did Senior Jekyll really use an artifact? Using an artifact against a junior? Unable to bear the whispers about him, his face contorted with anger. You bastard! How long do you think you can last? Gary Hughes won't let this rest. He cut him off in annoyance. You say Gary Hill won't let me be? First Miko, then the eldest son, Jekin Gary Hill. Who's next? Could it be Sir Josh Gary Hill himself? As soon as he heard his father's name, he immediately charged forward like a moth to a flame. What did you just say, you dog? How dare you mention that name? Lewin raised his hand, and a sharp flame burst out. It shot straight forward and hit him right between the eyebrows. He said in annoyance, "You're too loud. Just lie down and rest for a bit." Suddenly, Zhang appeared on his shoulder. Are you sure about this? He wondered, huh? About what? The ogre. Is it really okay to reveal it like this in front of everyone? It was only then that he realized thousands of strange eyes were fixed on him. It continued, "Look at the headmaster's face. He's completely shocked. He just said calmly, 'It's not like I can hide it forever.'" It agreed. That's true. Then, his expression changed, and he gradually fell into thought. Anyway, Jakey Gary Hill has collapsed, and it seems Miko fainted and started foaming at the mouth from the shock of seeing the ogre. That means the winner has been decided. Thinking this, he glanced over at Sir Guter. Catching his gaze, he cleared his throat a few times and clearly declared, "And so, the winner is..." Suddenly, a loud shout cut him off. Wait! Everyone was surprised by the sound and turned their heads in its direction. They saw Han approaching with 2 wooden swords. The match isn't over yet. He stopped in front of Mantip and threw a sword towards him. Your sword just broke, right? Then use this. Pick up the sword, Mantip. The atmosphere immediately tensed up. All eyes turned to him, as if no one expected him to act this way. And of course, the guy immediately went crazy, the veins on his forehead bulging. Are you really insane? You filthy commoner, how dare you? His voice grew stronger, but he suddenly froze as his eyes darted down. He noticed the sword now resting in his hand. That was Perito's sword, a weapon now enveloped in a fierce blue lightning. The Burrito sword, a knight of 4-star level or higher, meaning one who has mastered aura manipulation. Traditionally, a 4-star knight has a blue aura. A 5-star knight has a red aura. From 6-star and above, the aura gradually turns purple, and beyond that level, the aura is no longer bound by a specific color but will manifest according to the individual knight's unique characteristics. The average skill level of knight apprentices is around 3-star. The boy still couldn't believe the situation. Mantip was silent, speechless. Behind him, someone whispered, "No way." Many eyes turned towards Han, and whispers spread. How can a weakling like Han? I haven't even mastered aura yet. In other words, even among official knights, many still haven't reached 4-star level. Zhang, sitting on Lewin's shoulder, whispered, "Lewin, you're not going to stop this? The match is already over, anyway." His eyes were full of determination as he replied, "No, let's watch a little longer." He thought to himself in admiration, "It's finally back, Han's determined look. Luan's eyes were fixed on Han's serious face and furrowed brows. Mantip reached for the wooden sword on the ground and said, I don't accept this. He charged towards Han, shouting, I will never accept this. The sword in Mantip's hand swung up and then down towards Han's head. He growled, you're just a lowly commoner. And now you dare say you can use aura? Han also used his strength to hold up his sword and block this critical blow. He gritted his teeth and struggled to block, while Mantip's voice rang in his ears. Impossible. The guy increased the force in his hand, his face close to Han's in contempt. There's no way a weakling like you can be on par with me. Mantip swung his sword sideways, shouting, get down on the ground where you belong. Han also swept his sword in a counterattack. Han laughed coldly. Still clinging to that commoner excuse? Mantip, not expecting him to fight back, fiercely asked back, what? Han shouted at the top of his lungs, you're just a lucky guy born into a good family, a selfish, narcissistic good-for-nothing. Veins popped on Mantip's face. He gave a strange smile. Are you crazy? Mantip stomped his foot hard on the ground, creating a loud noise. He said in a deep voice, all right, Han. Mantip channeled his power into the weapon in his hand, and a blue light enveloped the entire sword. He said as if granting a favor, if you want to die, I'll help you achieve it. Mantip stomped his foot for momentum, jumped high, and brought his sword down on Han, shouting, die. You bastard. Seeing the critical situation, Luan ran as fast as he could, shouting, Han, be careful. Godair also ran towards the arena. He cursed under his breath as he ran. That bastard Mantip. Behind him, Yahello was also running hurriedly. A loud bang echoed from the center of the field, and a blue light like spreading ink radiated outwards. Lewis's pupils contracted in astonishment. He stood frozen, staring at the scene before him. Before the crowd, Han still held his sword in a counterattacking stance, not missing a beat. But the sword in Mantip's hand had been knocked away, and his whole body was thrown backward. Mantip shouted in anger, unwilling to accept defeat. You bastard. Han was unfazed by the curse, his entire demeanor exuded seriousness. Seeing Mantip lying motionless on the field, the boys ran to his side and called out, Mantip, calm down. Damn it, is he unconscious? Then whispers began to spread. What just happened? So fast. Han defeated Mantip? Han was still standing there as if petrified. Luan, before he even reached him, quickly asked, Han, are you okay? Han turned his head to look at him and called out, Luan. Lewis stopped short, staring at him in astonishment, then let out a sound. He pointed at Han's hand and said, Han, look at your wooden sword. He looked down at his hand and asked doubtfully, my sword? At this moment, a brilliant golden light emanated from the sword. Han mumbled, an aura, it's red. The scene changes to another place. A voice echoes from within the castle. As expected, you're amazing, Luan. Tyrion Ignis and Luan walked and talked. He exclaimed, I had a feeling, but I didn't think you'd defeat a senior graduate. He clenched his fist and asked back, you only had a feeling? A feeling? Luan turned and said with certainty, you, headmaster, were the one who called Jekyll Garyhill here in the first place. Didn't you anticipate this result from the very beginning? Tyrion Ignis chuckled. Oh my. So I've been found out. He looked at the paintings on the wall and said, I wanted to take this opportunity to teach Garyhill a lesson in humility. But instead, it seems I've only deepened his resentment. Luan asked doubtfully, resentment? Go on. Tyrion Ignis explained, the rumors about this match have already spread to the capital. Because you defeated the eldest son of the Garyhill family, the nobles are speculating that this could be the downfall of that family. He reminded Luan, and George Gary Hughes will surely do everything to regain his family's honor. That means you could soon be in danger. Tyrion Ignis's voice deepened. As the headmaster, I cannot let my student be in danger. That's why we're here. The two were standing at the top of a staircase, looking down. He introduced the stairs leading down to the academy's basement. Then Tyrion Ignis recounted, a few days ago, King Graham woke up from his hibernation. The first thing he said after waking up was. Lewis's hand tightened as he heard him repeat King Graham's words, I smell my own kind. Tyrion Ignis looked mysterious. Now, we just need to go down. King Graham is waiting with a gift. Seeing Lewis's lack of reaction, he asked, why don't you ask about it? He asked back in confusion. Ask about what? Luan said half-jokingly, I suddenly appeared with an ogre on my back. There's no such magic in this world. Aren't you curious at all? Tyrion Ignis looked at him with trusting eyes. Whether you appear with an ogre on your back or carrying the head of a goblin. The Luan Ardell I know has always been someone I can trust. That's all I need. Luan also replied with a sincere tone, thank you. Tyrion Ignis gestured. Now then, go down. King Graham has been waiting for you for a long time. At this point, he was standing in front of a large door. Luan slowly pushed open the heavy door, which made a loud creaking sound. After stepping inside, he walked deeper into the room. A moment later, a deep voice was heard. Long time no see, little destroyer. Lewis also chuckled in reply, yes, it's been a while. In front of him was King Graham, sitting majestically on a large throne. Lewis greeted him. King Graham. King Graham's deep voice boomed, little destroyer, I still can't believe it. I can smell the scent of my tribe from the heavenly mountains on you. I can even sense my father, Mun can. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested again, if you can, could you tell me what happened? Lewis nodded without hesitation and replied, all right, I'll tell you everything. Then, the two of them stood opposite each other and talked. I told King Graham about what happened in the Heavenly Mountains and how I crafted an artifact from Kunkin's jawbone. After hearing the whole story, King Graham burst into delighted laughter. You arm wrestled with 100 ogres? You're so reckless. Luan added, not only that, I won all the matches. He nodded. That's your style. My tribe must have had a very good time. King Graham covered his face, his voice slightly choked. I thought I would be trapped in this artifact forever and then disappear, but I never expected to hear news of my homeland again. Then he looked at Lewis with gratitude. Little destroyer, thank you, my benefactor. He comfortably accepted the thanks, replying, it's my honor. The system screen suddenly lit up in front of Luan with a notification, artifact unlocked. He wondered to himself, this is. A sparkling screen appeared with the text, title, Friend of Ogres has been upgraded to Lord of Ogres. Thanks to the passive effect of Lord of Ogres, strength has increased by 1000. Incarnation of Strength, Zhang has reached 5 stars. Human form is now usable. Thanks to the special skill, Companion, strength has permanently increased by 500. King Graham spoke, you are the incarnation of Drakkar and my benefactor, and the only human trusted by the ogre tribe of the Heavenly Mountains. This is my gift to you. Luan was utterly astonished, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Strength increased to 7,000 instantly, and Zhang reached 5 stars? Zhang stood with hands on hips and exclaimed clearly, what a wonderful meal. I've reached 5 stars much faster than expected. Then it jumped from Lewis's shoulder to the ground and cried out. I've been stuck in this useless child form for too long. Zhang's body grew larger and began to glow. It frowned and clenched its fists, asking, do you know how boring it was? A blinding yellow light appeared, forcing Luan to shield his face with his hand. He stammered, what the hell is this? Long brown hair swayed gently, and a soft laugh was heard. How is it? A girl appeared, but her voice was very familiar as she asked, amazing, right, Luan? The person tossed their hair and said with a smug look, this is what I've longed for, Zhang's human form. A while later, Lewis returned to the top of the stairs from his meeting with King Graham. I've received 2 more gifts. The authority of a leader allows me to command ogres as a lord. Ogre summoning. Next is the second gift and a special privilege to summon King Graham, who is bound to the Academy for life, to my location just once. Luan recalled, before we parted, he told me to only summon him if I was truly in mortal danger. A laugh echoed in his ear, and he thought with some annoyance, forget about that. Zhang jumped up and down with joy. That's right, turning into human form is the best. Meanwhile, Tyrion Ignis asked doubtfully, Luan, who is that young lady? He thought, the moment Zhang transformed, others could see her. At that time, Lewis himself had to ask for confirmation. Are you really a girl? Zhang stood with hands on hips, annoyed. How many times have I told you? His voice dropped to a mumble. I thought you were lying. Tyrion Ignis's voice rang out again. Only one person went down to the basement, yet 2 came out. Can you explain this? Luan closed his eyes and sighed. I see. In the quiet space, he cleared his throat and began, so. Tyrion Ignis stroked his long beard and inquired, with my limited understanding, I can only guess that you are a spirit. Is that correct? Zhang replied with her hands on her hips, close enough. To be precise, I'm an incarnation. Luan thought with some confusion. Will this explanation actually work? Zhang looked around and continued, he and I have a symbiotic relationship, so we can't be separated. He felt a bit embarrassed and called out, hey, are you just going to talk to the headmaster so informally? Zhang snorted coldly. I've lived dozens of times longer than him. Louis was a bit stumped. That may be true, but... Tyrion Ignis's voice cut him off. Since you came here through King Graham, noble incarnation of Luin, I will arrange for you to stay at the academy. Zhang seemed quite interested and asked, oh, do you have a plan? He nodded slightly as a confirmation and replied, of course. The scene changes to another place, an astonished voice is heard from inside the academy. Wait, what is this? Everyone stared at Zhang in astonishment and stammered, so you're saying, Luin, you. Then another male student shouted in surprise, you have a cousin like this? And she just enrolled today? Strang stood with her hands on her hips, laughing loudly as she introduced herself, I'm Strang Adele. Luin embarrassedly added, ah. Yeah, she's in the same year as us. Jason clutched his pounding chest and asked, the graduating class, from just now? You said she was younger than us, Louis explained, she skipped a grade. She's a genius. He raised his voice again, shouting, a genius. Jason's hand reached out politely, it's a pleasure to meet you, miss. Jason knelt on one knee. He introduced himself. I am Jason Damon, a friend of Louis. Would you like a tour of the academy? If you haven't seen it, I can show you around. Trang calmly asked, who are you? Meanwhile, Louis, not understanding what was happening, wondered, what is he doing? Jason suggested, would you like to go to the cafeteria? The baguettes there are delicious. Trang bluntly refused. I don't like bread. Go away. He tried another approach. Do you like the sea? It's magnificent. Forget bread. Louis closed his eyes and sighed, well, as long as things go smoothly, it should be fine. Suddenly, someone approached and called out to him, Louis. Seeing the person, Louis greeted him. Han. That's right, today's the day you leave. Han smiled in response. Yes, I came to say goodbye. Louis lamented, it's a shame we have to part ways again. I'll visit you in Foreign someday. Han replied, I'd really look forward to that. You're always welcome. After a moment of hesitation, Han asked, Louis, after I graduate from the training center, can I come to Adele? Louis replied enthusiastically, Adele? Of course. Come whenever you want. He said with determination, no, I don't just want to visit. I want to become a knight of Adele. Hearing these words, Louis was completely astonished and asked, are you serious? Han nodded firmly. Yes. I want to do something meaningful, like protecting Adele, the place you will lead. So, please give me a chance. Louis replied to him with a smile, of course. Thank you, Han. Suddenly, a voice cut in, are you two planning on keeping this to yourselves again? Jason jumped on Louis's back, exclaiming, I want to go to Adele too. I'll help with the dishes and cleaning. But I'll be staying with Lady Trang. Louis threw cold water on his idea, replying, I never said you were allowed. Jason, dejected, tightened his grip on Louis's neck and shouted angrily, hey, that's just mean. I know you're kidding. Louis was incredibly happy, thinking to himself, my friend's moving to Adele after graduation, this is really a great idea, isn't it? The scene changes to the capital of the Ridian Dukedom, Zyridian. A man shouted in anger, it's over. Everything has collapsed. Do you have any idea how much money I invested in this, Sir Vangeras? And yet a knight in training defeated the Mantis. He grew angrier as he spoke. The same thing happened with the Gary Hill family. Even Jekyll Gary Hill, their eldest son, was defeated by Louis Adele. The era of Gary Hill is over. Since ancient times, the Gary Hill family has maintained its reputation as the family of mages. And Vangeras Gigan has been hailed as the kingdom's strongest knight because they had the backing of the nobility. That continues, but what if that support vanishes? He strained his voice and yelled, for now, you may still be the strongest, but when our children become the pillars of the nation, your descendants won't stand a chance. Another person added, the solution is obvious. We should switch sides. The voices grew louder and more resolute, we must switch sides immediately. To Adele. Then, someone spoke up hesitantly, but the head of Adele, Deline Adele, doesn't accept bribes. Another person laughed mockingly, oh, please. Who in this world doesn't like money? Just look at Gary Hill. Suddenly, someone walked toward the crowd and asked, are you talking about me? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Commissioner George. The old man growled, having a pleasant chat, are we? So, whose side are you planning to take? The man forced a laugh and made an excuse. Ah, it was a slip of the tongue. I didn't know you were listening. George showed him no courtesy, questioning, a slip of the tongue? If I weren't here, you all would be spouting this nonsense all night. His voice dropped. Listen closely, all of you. Since the Dukedom of Ridian was founded, the Gary Hills have always held power. History never lies, so your worries will never come true. One man replied with a forced laugh, yes, we'll keep that in mind. George gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, Louis Adele, I was going to use him as a stepping stone to boost Jekyll and Michael's reputations, but he completely shattered our honor. Veins popped out on George's face in anger, a murderous glint in his eyes. I will kill him, whatever it takes. Another important class in the second semester was a visit to the capital. On the train, voices buzzed with excitement. We're going to the Mage Tower. The Royal Mages. Sounds amazing. Louis observed everyone while thinking to himself, it's a great class, getting to visit the Mage Tower and the Royal Palace directly. A place where we can observe and learn from current mages. He was a bit troubled. But, then again, the purpose of the class is great, but Trang suddenly spoke up. George Gary Hill, does that mean we'll finally get to see his face? Louis didn't deny it. Probably. He knew very well, lately, the head of the Gary Hill family must be filled with resentment towards me. Going to the capital is like stepping into enemy territory. A place where he can easily manipulate the royal mages. In that situation, there are countless opportunities for him to target me. Trang voiced her question, is George Gary Hill strong? Louis quickly replied, according to rumors, he's a 7th-tier mage, just like the headmaster. Hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise, 7th tier? If I were still in my old state, I could have easily taken him down with a single finger. He also wondered curiously, I'm not sure how strong Trang was back then, but a 7th-tier mage is not something to be taken lightly. Louis looked towards Tyrion Ignis up ahead. His system panel only displayed, unable to view information at this time. From that, he understood one thing, the headmaster, someone at that level I can't confirm any information through the player's eyes. Louis told himself, I can't let my guard down for even a second while in the capital. A moment later, an announcement rang out, next destination is Zyridian, the capital of the Ridian Kingdom. Everyone cheered with delight, we're here. Finally. They said excitedly to each other, as expected, the capital is different. It's so magnificent, isn't it? Truly the best. Louis was also a little impressed. Yeah, the capital is still the capital. But what's the catch? He remained extremely wary. It's just a glamorous shell, unworthy of such a small kingdom. Just then, someone approached and greeted Tyrion Ignis, Headmaster, it's been a while. He asked suspiciously, did you come all this way in person for something? Tyrion Ignis called out his name, Chairman George. George approached, speaking as he walked, asking why I'm here seems a bit cruel, don't you think? When the future buds of the kingdom visit the capital. As the guardian of this country, the least I could do is come out to greet them. Then he added with sinister emphasis, but there's another reason. George looked directly at Louis and said, I want to see how much those buds have grown and confirm how he crushed our sons. The old man's eyes narrowed threateningly. So, you're Louis Adele? He felt a bit uncomfortable under that gaze. It feels like a snake is coiling around my body. But something's not right. The George Gary Hill I know is a 7th-tier mage. But the system panel displayed, George Gary Hill, 6th-tier mage. After reading it, Louis was extremely confused. The player's eyes say he's only a 6th-tier mage. How could he deceive everyone? He was suddenly startled as he realized, could it be? Louis looked at George's hands, laden with gold bracelets and rings, and speculated, all of those are artifacts. He smirked mockingly. Like father, like son. Seeing this, the old man asked irritably, what's so funny? Louis turned away before replying, no, it's nothing. I'll be going. George immediately grabbed his arm. Where do you think you're going? I'm not done asking you questions. He glared and questioned him, I asked what you were laughing at. Tyrion Ignis quickly stepped in to mediate. Chairman George, he's still just a student. Please stop. Trang was already visibly angry. This lunatic, George snapped, stay quiet, headmaster. He threatened him, you may be the headmaster in the academy, but once the students set foot in the capital, managing them is my responsibility. Tyrion Ignis immediately retorted, if that authority is being used as a tool to threaten innocent students, I will never accept it. I will take the students back to the academy immediately. Hearing this, George found it ridiculous. You're going back? Of course, our noble headmaster Tyrion is always like this. The old man spoke harshly, do you think I don't know? Your purpose was to humiliate my son in front of the whole school by luring him out. Are you still upset that I was appointed as guardian instead of you? Headmaster, what petty jealousy! Tyrion Ignis roared in fury, George Gary Hill. A whirlwind immediately surrounded everything. The people there cried out in fear, what is this wind? George still sneered provocatively, you want to take this all the way? Fine, suit yourself. Lewis suddenly spoke up, how interesting. The old man asked, stunned, what? Lewis then revealed, the reason I was laughing? I was laughing because I found it interesting. I've never seen anyone wear so many rings before. Lewis's next words astonished George. Michael and Jekyll, my seniors, also love accessories. It seems the wealthy are all the same. The old man was taken aback, wondering, this bastard, what does he mean by that? George quickly found an excuse. There's no special reason. It's just that we happen to have a lot of accessories. Lewis acted as if he understood. Ah, I see. Of course. The old man glanced at Tyrion Ignis and then ordered sharply, anyway, Headmaster Tyrion. Step aside so I can lead the tour. From today, I will personally direct all classes under my authority. Hearing this, he remained silent, his thoughts unknown. George turned and said, now, I'll be going. The tour of the capital turned out to be nothing like a tour at all. Lewis recounted that George Gary Hill, who had claimed he would join the entire schedule, vanished without a trace as soon as they arrived at the royal palace. Instead, a substitute mage guided them. He nodded in appreciation. Although the content of the tour was nothing special, the atmosphere wasn't too bad. Everyone seemed to be enjoying the trip. Praises were heard constantly. Is this really the Magic Tower? It's incredible. Except for one thing, Zhang asked Luan, you feel it too, right? He confirmed honestly, yeah, I noticed immediately. Lewis knew very well, they're being too obvious about watching me. Night gradually fell. Lewis sat by the window, carefully pointing out to Zhang, look over there, Zhang. Looking down, they saw a few suspicious people loitering around. The two of them began to discuss. Isn't that the guy we've seen before? Yeah, he's been there since we entered the rest area. What? I felt something was wrong for a while now. What is he planning to do? Lewis pointed out that it was an illusion. Zhang asked, somewhat surprised, illusion magic? He revealed a few things to her. I can feel the magical energy around here. He's creating an illusion with illusion magic. Lewis quickly added, the scenery and passers-by down there are all fake. Up here, he's using a magic shield to separate this place from the real world. Zhang cried out in frustration, damn it, I can't believe I didn't notice this magic, even after successfully becoming human. I'm still a long way from my original power. He was deep in thought. I anticipated this. But I didn't expect him to act so quickly. Lewis suddenly noticed something. The man in the black robe suddenly ran off. Zhang exclaimed in surprise. He's running away. He calmly denied it. No, he's luring me out. If we fight in a confined space like the rest area, I'd have the advantage, but he knows I can't let the other students get hurt. So I have no choice but to fight outside. Lewis recalled what the system panel had shown. Heisenberg Hill, 6th tier mage. He then speculated. 6th tier mage. That's a level I can handle, but the scale of this illusion magic can't be done by just one 6th tier mage. Lewis analyzed meticulously, there are 2, maybe 3 enemies. Perhaps even more. If they're all 6th tier mages, my chances of winning are slim. The face of George appeared in his mind, and if George Gary Hill himself joins the fight. Lewis thought to himself, maybe I can use that thing. Seeing him turn around, Zhang asked curiously, are you going right now? Lewis nodded. Yeah, I have to go down. You go. As he walked, he mused, tonight might be a very long night. A few hours earlier, George angrily slammed his hand on the table and yelled, is this all? The old man screamed with extreme dissatisfaction, I personally convened this meeting, and this is everyone who showed up? A man timidly reported, yes. Everyone seems to be deliberately avoiding this meeting. George growled in frustration. Lewis and Adele are finished as of today, yet they're still so afraid of Adele that they don't dare to come? He raged, normally, this place would be packed, some would even have to stand because there aren't enough seats, but today only 4 people showed up. George gritted his teeth, silently cursing Lewis in his head. Damn it, that bastard ruined everything. Finally, he let out a sigh. Fine. They'll regret it sooner or later. I assume the task I gave you has been handled properly? The other man quickly replied. Yes, the night watch in the capital is now entirely our people. So no matter what happens, there won't be any problems. George turned to ask Vangeris, and what about the task I assigned to the captain? He replied flatly, last night, we received confirmation that the assassins have arrived in Adele. Vangeris continued to talk about the plan. After midnight, they will sneak into the manor and take Deline Adele's head. Hearing this, George remarked with satisfaction, at least the father and son won't be alone in death, since they'll die on the same night. He also added, not just the father and son. Deline Adele also has a young daughter. Vangeris also emphasized, and Bova Peyton must disappear as well. He believed that there should only be one sun in the sky. At that moment, Bova was strolling and thinking to himself, everything is strangely quiet. He pondered, recently, the young master's victory over the eldest son of the Garyhill family has drawn the attention of many nobles to Adele. But the Garyhill I know is not the type to give up so easily. Bova remembered what Lord Adele had said, if you notice anything suspicious, report it immediately. He nodded in agreement. It seems the Lord shares my thoughts. We must be cautious. Bova suddenly saw a man carrying a wooden crate. He asked with concern, done for the day? The worker smiled cheerfully and replied, Sir Bova, yes. I just finished cleaning and was about to head home. Bova continued to inquire, I'd like to ask something. Did any suspicious people visit today? He thought for a moment, suspicious people? The worker quickly remembered, there were 5 merchants, but I'd never seen them sell anything, nor did I see them leave. Bova finally came to a conclusion. Assassins often disguise themselves as merchants. Now they've completely vanished after entering the territory. The worker suddenly cried out, and they were carrying swords. You should also be careful, Sir Bova, just in case. He suddenly ran swiftly in the opposite direction. Seeing this, the man felt a bit relieved. Maybe there's no need to worry so much. The manor was strangely quiet. The assassins were lurking inside. As they moved, they whispered to each other. That Adele Lord. Could he have realized something? He hasn't returned to the manor yet. You saw the atmosphere in town. No one noticed anything. He'll be back soon. We just need to wait for the right moment. He also nodded. Yes, there's still time. An assassin suddenly collapsed to the ground. When they saw the person in front of them, they exclaimed in horror, What the is that Bova? He glared and roared, How dare you? Do you know where you've just stepped? The assassins asked each other in confusion, Wait, how did he know we were here? As expected of a 7-star knight. Stealth tactics don't work on him. He immediately drew his blade and said, But this is actually good for us. We were going to kill him anyway. They shouted in unison, Everyone, charge. They were assassins hired by Vangeris. These intruders hiding in Adele were all masters of at least 6 stars. Bova was only seen murmuring softly. All right. He, a 7-star knight, had long since put down his spear to pick up a fishing rod. Thus, the people in the territory thought his skills were not what they used to be. However, that was a grave mistake. Bova raised his spear and roared, Come at me all at once. The tip of the spear elegantly cut through the assassins. Soon, they were taken down by him, sent flying through the air. The assassin's heavy body flew straight into the wall. A terrified man wondered to himself, 7-star? He's a 7-star? He doesn't look like it at all. We've taken down over 10 7-star knights of the Empire before. Just then, he heard Bova speak slowly. Do you know why I stopped training with the spear? The assassin exclaimed in horror, It can't be. He cursed inwardly, This bastard don't tell me. The assassin dared not say it. He used to be 8-star. Bova revealed to him, no matter how much I honed my spearmanship, I had reached the limit of what mere technique could teach me. One of them recklessly jumped up, trying to sneak attack him. Die, you monster! A cold spear tip pierced through his body. The assassin was left dangling in the air by Bova. Come on! The remaining one backed away in fear until he hit a wall. This guy is insane! He screamed in terror. Vangeris! That bastard! This is absurd! How dare he lie about the target strength? Even if they paid us 5 times the initial fee, we would never have taken this mission. The assassin stammered a curse, damn it! At this moment, Bova finally knew who was behind it. Vangeris, so it was him. He grabbed him by the collar and said, Go back and tell Vangeris Gaggen this. Bova emphasized every single word, never set foot in Adele again. Now, the place where Lewis was standing was utterly silent. He and Heisenberg faced each other. The man exclaimed with amusement, "So, you came to me on your own?" Heisenberg continued to mock Lewis. "But it seems you didn't come alone. A companion on the road to the underworld? How amusing." Lewis quickly retorted, "Don't worry, we have no intention of dying here." Hearing that, the man was quite surprised. No intention of dying? Heisenberg spoke condescendingly. "If everything in life went according to people's wishes, wouldn't that be nice? But reality doesn't work that way." As soon as he finished speaking, countless black-robed mages advanced and surrounded him and Zhang. Lewis silently observed. About 7 of them. They've gathered quite a crowd. The man raised a hand glowing with red fire and said, "As someone who has lived much longer than you, let me give you a piece of advice. Keeping a low profile is the best way to live a long life." Heisenberg continued to ramble on. "But..." He pointed at the mages and continued, "Now, you have only one future left." They chanted as they attacked him. "Die, Lewis." Heisenberg laughed with delight. Accepting death in silence, what a sight to behold. This is the fate you brought upon yourself, so don't hold too much of a grudge. However, when he saw the scene before him, he could no longer laugh. "What?" Heisenberg exclaimed in horror, How are you still standing after that attack? You should be dead." Lewis just smirked slightly. "Yes. Let's just say there are people like that in this world," he confidently asserted, "people who can never die." Louis knew clearly in his heart, avatars, entities that cannot be destroyed or dissipated. The only way to completely subdue Zhang is to kill me, the one who binds her. The system panel suddenly displayed, unique skill, will of the chieftain. Until your last breath, Kunkin, the first chieftain chosen by the sky god, will always be behind you. Cannot be missed. He raised his fist and declared loudly, "But, as I said, I have no intention of dying here." A powerful punch, like a storm, was unleashed. Lewin thought confidently, "Good. At this level, I can win without much effort." He suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Heisenberg grabbed his leg and said, "Honestly, I didn't expect you to be this strong, you brat. But no matter how strong you are," he whispered, "let's see if you can survive this." Lewis was startled and wondered, "What? Black magic water seal?" There are those who practice forbidden black magic, a type of magic despised by all true mages, warlocks. Among them, the water seal is a technique created by the original water warlock. Once it latches on, it never lets go until it drains all life force. It is one of the most notorious black magic spells ever to exist. Lewin broke into a cold sweat from the pain. Black magic, I didn't expect these bastards to go this far. Heisenberg spoke with excitement, "What a pity, Lewis. Since you've witnessed this kind of magic, you must die." He continued to mock, "Anyway, I was planning to kill you from the start." Heisenberg said triumphantly, "Now even your companion, who dared to interfere, is completely powerless. Things have become much simpler." Lewis roared in anger, "Damn it! You bastards!" The man told him disdainfully, "But don't hold too much of a grudge. After all, your trip to the underworld won't be too lonely." Hearing this, Lewis asked, stunned, "What did you say?" Heisenberg's next words terrified him. "By now, your father and sister are probably both dead." Lewis stammered, "What?" The man kindly revealed more. "Ah, of course you wouldn't know. If you knew, you wouldn't be standing here anymore." Then Heisenberg glared and questioned him. "So why did you dare to defy the commissioner? Did you really think you could win?" He continued to scold, just for a little bit of petty fame. Before he could finish his sentence, his face was grabbed by Lewis. He roared in panic. "What? You? How can you use the water seal?" Heisenberg's eyes bulged in agony. Just seconds later, his head was easily crushed by him. The remaining mages were terrified when they saw this. Lewis muttered coldly, "Now, it doesn't matter anymore." The system quickly appeared. Unique skill, Summon Kingram. Summons Kingram to the caster's location once. He growled, emphasizing each word, "You bastards have crossed a line you should have never crossed." A huge monster suddenly appeared. A loud growl echoed. "Don't hold too much of a grudge, you brought this upon yourselves." Lewis thought to himself, "In this fleeting moment, only one thought echoes in my mind, kill." He began to sink deep into resentment. Just like the world destroyer, Drakkar, once did, I will destroy them all. King Graham asked in a low voice, "Hey, little destroyer, for what purpose did you summon me?" Lewis replied seriously, "I want all of them slaughtered. Spare no one." He immediately grabbed his axe and charged, saying, "All right then, that settles it." The mages saw this and cried out in fear, "Someone save us!" King Graham provided cover for him to attack them. Lewis raised his fist and charged straight at the enemy. I can never forgive them. The mage was beaten so badly he couldn't fight back. That's why I'll kill them all. He told himself furiously, it doesn't matter what I destroy with my own hands. Lewis lost all reason and slaughtered his opponents. It doesn't matter who I kill. Just then, Zhang ran over to stop him. Stop it. She tried to bring Lewis to his senses. Stop it. That's enough. Hey. The other mage struggled to speak. So you were a madman all along, huh? How are you any different from us? He shouted furiously, let go of me. I'm going to kill that bastard. Zhang scolded back. Why are you acting like this? Nothing has happened to Adele. Just trust that knight. Bova is much stronger than you think. She continued to persuade Lewis, snap out of it. If you let yourself get lost in that power, you'll end up just like Draka. Don't you remember Draka's final days? Zhang reminded him, why do you think Draka was called the World Destroyer? He went mad with infinite power and ended up destroying the entire world. She grabbed Lewis's shoulder and said, but you're not Drakkar. If you end up like him. He finally calmed down. All right. Sorry for worrying you, Zhang. Lewis went to the surviving mage and interrogated him. You there? Tell me everything you know. What's happening in Adele? The man struggled to speak. You'll regret hearing it. The mage excitedly recounted, have you ever heard of the Myandan? It's an elite assassination group, consisting only of 6-star warriors and above. 5 of their assassins have already arrived in Adele. He burst into crazed laughter. By now, your father and sister are probably dead. Suddenly, a sharp spear pierced through his chest. George clicked his tongue. I only came as a precaution, and look at this mess. The old man scolded angrily, pathetic fools. To think the elite of Gary Hill couldn't even handle a brat like this. Lewis exclaimed in shock, George Gary Hill. How dare you touch my family? A terrifying force suddenly descended upon him. George threatened in a low voice, you should have just kept your head down and studied quietly at the academy. Why did you have to provoke us? Both Lewis and Zhang were pressed down. They quickly realized what it was. Black magic. He angrily questioned, you're a warlock too? If this gets out, you'll at least end up in prison. George just smirked. Then it doesn't matter if you die right here. You're just a useless brat, after all. Lewis, though unwilling, could do nothing. Damn it, I can't move at all. The summoning time for King Graham is over. He's gone too. He heard the old man speak. Well then, let's end this. He then summoned countless pikes from a magic circle. George launched the pikes at Lewis and roared, time to die, Lewis. Seeing this, he could only think in fear, no, I can't let it end so hopelessly like this. A large explosion occurred as expected. However, Lewis was completely unharmed. He stared in shock at the person shielding him. Headmaster. George also exclaimed in surprise. Tyrion Ignis. Why is the headmaster here? Tyrion Ignis angrily cut him off, George Gary Hill. His terrifying power made the old man extremely fearful. Impossible. This illusory world, this simulated world, was created by 6th-tier mages under George Gary Hill, ensuring that no one outside could perceive what was happening inside. However, that only applied to ordinary people. A mage of Tyrion Ignis's caliber could quickly detect the presence of unusual mana. Moreover, the fatal weakness of this magic is that if a higher level spell is cast by someone stronger than the illusion's creator, the illusion will be easily broken and destroyed. Just like that, George's illusionary field began to shatter. The old man, unwilling to give up, threatened Tyrion Ignis, Tyrion Ignis, are you planning to destroy the entire capital just to take me down? He immediately denied it. No. The only one getting hurt here is you. Tyrion Ignis then revealed, I've already set up a barrier to prevent any damage to the capital city. You not only dabbled in disgusting black magic, but you also dared to harm my student. He charged forward with extreme anger for that crime. Tyrion Ignis unleashed a huge amount of magical power towards George and roared, I will carry out the punishment myself. The old man gritted his teeth. You. George then lunged at Tyrion Ignis. Zhang spoke flatly, as expected. Due to the level difference, the gap between the two is too obvious. The match ended in an overwhelming victory. Lewis quite agreed with her. Yeah, I think so too. He acknowledged that the difference was on another level. Lewis silently assessed, the headmaster, a 7th tier mage, is a level I don't even dare to reach for. I thought I was pretty strong, but I still have a long way to go. Tyrion Ignis asked with concern, Lewis, are you alright? Lewis stammered in reply, yes. Thanks to you, headmaster. The people in their houses were awakened by the noise outside. They came out, whispering amongst themselves. What's all this commotion in the middle of the night? What's going on? One person suddenly exclaimed, huh? That person is? He recognized him. The headmaster. And why is Commissioner George like that? Just then, someone suddenly shouted. Lewis! Lewis! We're here! He looked up, stunned. Those people are. Lewis finally recognized them. Princes. Porter hurriedly said, we came after hearing that Gary Hill had taken control of the capital's security. Croster also added, and the only one Gary Hill was targeting was you, Lewin, who happened to be visiting the capital. He panted as he asked with concern, are you alright? Lewis humbly replied, yes, I'm fine. The two of them expressed their worries, all the way here, I was worried something had happened. I was so scared. Me too. My heart was pounding like crazy. He was a bit speechless with them. You haven't changed. They quickly turned to greet Tyrion Ignis. Oh, Headmaster Tyrion Ignis is here too. So, the person lying there is. Lewis didn't deny it. Yes, that's George. He tried to target me with black magic, but the headmaster stopped him. Hearing this, Groster shouted angrily. That demon! How dare he try to harm my beloved Lewis? This is a challenge to the royal family and an act of treason. I will immediately go to my father and have Gary Hill arrested for treason. Porter also spoke up, it's rare for us to agree, brother. Yes, this is treason. And since we've confirmed that he learned forbidden black magic, we must arrest the entire Gary Hill clan in this land. Lewis suddenly spoke up. Before that, I have a request. The two princes immediately asked, what is it? We will grant whatever you ask. He quickly said, in Adele I need to check on the situation with my father and sister. Lewis eagerly waited to receive news from Adele as quickly as possible from the capital. We had to request information from the nearest merchant city, Monzo. The waiting time for that news. It took almost half a day, which felt like the longest time in my life. A person carrying a letter came up to him and said, finally, we've received information from nearby Monzo. He quickly announced, fortunately, they are all safe. He continued to read, he had already anticipated potential assassins, and Sir Boba completely subdued 5 of them. Additionally, they discovered who had ordered the assassination. Croster asked impatiently, the one who ordered the assassination, isn't it obvious it was George Gary Hill? The messenger didn't deny it. Yes, but there were accomplices. He mentioned a name. The one most deeply involved is Sir Vangeris, captain of the Golden Knights. Groster slapped his forehead in disappointment. Sir Vangeris, damn it. They're all corrupt. Porter immediately gave an order. From this moment on, Vangeris is stripped of his captaincy. And George is stripped of his position as councilman of the Mage Tower and his guardianship. The messenger suddenly spoke up, Your Highness, since those two hold very important positions, you must also appoint replacements. He immediately made a decision, the vice-captain will temporarily take over the captain's position. Porter continued to declare, as for the positions of councilman and guardian that George held. He looked towards Tyrion Ignis and asked, could the headmaster perhaps help out temporarily? He exclaimed in surprise, pardon me, Your Highness. I'm just an old man. Porter quickly replied. Yes, I understand better than anyone that you have no interest in politics, but as you can see, the situation is not good at all. For now, at least until a new successor is decided, I beg for your help. Tyrion Ignis was still hesitant, but the fact that the princes had worked so hard to bring the headmaster to the capital was a well-known story throughout the country. However, the headmaster always refused, saying that an educator should not get involved in politics. He had refused every offer until now. Suddenly, someone spoke up, Headmaster, please. A group of students eagerly said, I think that position really suits you, sir. Yes, no one is more suitable than you. Their pleas moved him. Please, Headmaster. Finally, Tyrion Ignis made a decision. If this is what the students believe, I should follow their wishes. He still had a condition. But only until a successor is chosen. Hearing this, everyone cheered with joy. Excellent. We will be counting on you. Our kingdom will prosper even more. All right. Louis had a feeling in his heart, I doubt a new successor will appear anytime soon. His mood began to relax. I'm glad everything ended well. When this capital tour ends, the graduation exams will soon begin. The long yet short time at the academy will soon be over. Louis recounted, the capital tour was shaky from the start, facing rumors that the rest of the schedule might be cancelled. But in the end, it was decided that everything would proceed as planned. So, we stayed in the capital for a few more days. He heard someone gossiping, have you heard? Michael Garyhill from the Garyhill family is dropping out. Is that true? With so little time left until graduation, a rumor spread throughout the royal palace that Michael had dropped out of the academy. His father, George Garyhill, was imprisoned in a dark cell, and the Garyhill mages who followed him had all dispersed, so it made sense. The students added, they say Jekyll Garyhill has also disappeared. I heard he joined the Purdah Rebellion. What's the truth? The name Garyhill has completely vanished. The fall of Garyhill, the victory of Adele banners with these words began to appear all over the capital. And the news spread not only among the nobility but throughout the entire kingdom. Meanwhile, in a certain castle, a shout echoed, hey, I already said no. Get out. Wait a minute, just a moment. Zekin tried to explain, I really just need a moment. Just then, someone approached and asked, what's all this noise? The guard quickly exclaimed, sorry. This man keeps trying to get inside. Jekyll immediately knelt before the newcomer. My apologies for coming so abruptly. I am Jekyll Garyhill, the eldest son of the Garyhill family. It is an honor to meet the Crown Prince. The person before him was Crown Prince Summonaton Dinach of the Dinach Empire. Zekin continued to make excuses, although I acted rudely, please understand that it was not intentional. Summonaton said flatly, that's enough. He then asked, so, why have you come all this way? Jekyll quickly replied, I came to seek asylum in the Empire. Myself, along with my siblings and the mages of our family, over 40 people in total, are requesting asylum in the Empire. Summonaton questioned, the reason? He pleaded, to offer my strength, however small, to you, great Crown Prince. And for the endless glory of the Empire's future. Summonaton glared and snapped, how troublesome. Did you come here just to flatter me? He questioned again. What crime did you commit? Jekyll was confused. Pardon me? Summonaton had a question. The Garyhill family, the strongest in that small kingdom. Why would you leave your country in shame to seek asylum in this empire? Jekyll stammered, well, attempted assassination. He spoke sternly, you went against the royal family for such a trivial matter? Don't tell me you tried to assassinate a member of the royal family. Jekyll stuttered for a while before saying, no, it wasn't like that. Summonaton then rejected him. No matter how small the Rydian kingdom is, harboring a criminal like Garyhill would go against my principles. In fact, handing you over would bring greater benefit to my reputation. His next words made Jekyll's eyes whiten in fear. I see no reason to grant you asylum. Summonaton turned to leave, not forgetting to add, go. I will not grant you asylum, but I will not detain you either. Jekyll suddenly said a name tremblingly, Louis. He then revealed the truth. We tried to assassinate Louis Adele. Summonaton asked, startled, the Louis the First no? Jekyll nodded tremblingly. Yes, that's right. He suddenly approached and said, I want to hear more about that assassination attempt. Summonaton gave a very cunning smile. Let's have some tea. Although many incidents had occurred, they all seemed trivial. Time passed peacefully after the visit to the capital. 3 months later, the new year had arrived. And just like the heavy snow that fell that winter, many nobles came to the academy. The reason they came to the academy was simple. It was the graduation exam. This was a system where graduating students demonstrated their skills in front of others, creating an opportunity for them to be recruited by nobles. Today, that very exam was being held at the academy. Louis thought deeply, graduation. When this exam is over, it'll be time to graduate. 6 years, both long and short, are finally coming to an end. Jason suddenly asked him, Louis, what's with your face? Don't tell me you're nervous. Louis quickly denied it, no, not at all. Have you prepared much for this exam? He chuckled and replied, the exam? That's not important to me. I'm going to Adele with you anyway. Louis was a bit exasperated. I never said I was taking you. Hearing that, Jason shouted angrily. Hey, are you serious? Just then, a person approached. Brother! Upon seeing the little girl, Lewis's eyes widened in surprise. He thought with emotion, I heard you were safe, but still, seeing you in person puts my mind at ease. Now, Lewina stood before Lewis and greeted him. It's been a long time. Are you well? He quickly walked over to the girl and replied, Thank you, everyone, for coming. Nothing has happened since that day, right? Lewis bowed his head in self-reproach. I'm sorry. In the end, you were in danger because of me, father. Lord Adele said, It's all right. You don't need to feel so bad about it. I'm actually proud that we didn't compromise and stood against them. He then turned to Bova. Thank you, father. And you too, Sir Bova. Thank you very much. The man laughed heartily and politely, It was nothing, young master. I just did what I had to do. Lewina suddenly spoke up, but Appa Lewis turned back, curious. The little girl pointed at Trang and questioned, Who is this lady? He cursed silently in his heart, Damn it, I can't even use the cousin excuse with my own family. Lewina asked suspiciously, Don't tell me you got a new girlfriend just because Sister Irene isn't here. Bova stood to the side, silently assessing. The young master already possessed this quality. He's really grown up. Lewis hurriedly explained, She's just a friend, just a friend. Just then, someone came over to greet him. Long time no see, Lewis. At that moment, Jason came before Lord Adele and spoke. Hello, sir. I am Lewis's soulmate. Lewis was overjoyed to see the newcomer. Thankfully, the people who came to his graduation exam weren't just his family. Han, who had completed his oath and become an official knight. He exclaimed with excitement, Han. 2 more people came forward to greet him. How have you been? Lewis exclaimed in surprise. Seta. Miss Irene, you came too? The bonds formed during the grand tournament and as a reward. People suddenly started murmuring. Wait, those people. Croster and Porter also arrived, calling out, Lewin, we're here. Lewis was extremely happy. Even the strongest among my connections. The 2 of them complained, Lewis, you have no idea how hard we looked for you. Seta, standing behind, was extremely impressed. As expected, you're on a completely different level, Lewis. Just then, someone shouted loudly, In just a moment, the graduation exam for the final year students will begin. He continued to announce, Seniors, please gather at the arena hall. Lewis quickly turned to his visitors and said, I'll see you all later. Lewina spoke on behalf of everyone, Appa, good luck. We'll be cheering for you. He told himself. The final exam I'll do my best because everyone is supporting me. As he entered, Lewis noticed 2 unfamiliar figures. He wondered cautiously, what's this? Lewis thought, confused, those 2 I've never seen their faces, but they feel familiar. He immediately turned to ask Zhang. Zhang, those 2 look suspicious, don't they? She revealed, You're only noticing now? You know who they are. Zhang spoke meticulously, the one on the left is the Fire King, Tyrol. She continued, the one on the right is the Crown Prince. Zhang added, as an avatar, no trivial magic can escape my sight. They may have changed their faces, but they can't hide that strange aura. Hearing this, Lewis was extremely bewildered. Why would the Fire King and the Crown Prince have to come all the way here in person? Even if they wanted to visit, they could have appeared openly. Countless questions raced through his mind. Don't tell me it's just because of me? Are they trying to test how strong I've become through this exam without being discovered? Thinking this, Lewis couldn't help but smirk. They're really thorough. He told himself that if they made the same offer as before, he would still reject it just as he did back then. Lewis smiled slyly. But since they went to the trouble of coming here, I should at least give them a good show. He looked intently at them, sending a message. So just watch closely. See how much I've grown. The graduation exam consisted of the following parts: isolation, glacier, and destruction. It was a timed exam where you had to quickly overcome all 3 challenges. The first challenge, isolation, required escaping from a room sealed with a lock. There were various ways to escape the room. Jason was standing in front of the lock, thinking deeply. You could disable the lock with unlock magic or create a key with a mana crystal to open the door. There were really many ways. It didn't matter which method you used, because either way, the important thing was to get out of the room. After some time, a loud cheer erupted. 7 mages from Group 6 escaped the room almost simultaneously. Then someone exclaimed with regret, what a pity. Another one just got blocked by the monster. Starting from the next challenge. The difficulty ramped up insanely, from defeating 7 ice beasts in the frigid glacier region to using their most powerful magic to destroy a solid stone wall in the final challenge. One person who was stuck here yelled in frustration. "Why is this thing so tough? If you could get through it all, then finally, you would successfully complete the graduation exam." Jason shouted excitedly. "I'm first." The announcement gradually rang out. Jason Damon, 3 minutes and 55 seconds. He is the first to complete the challenge from Group 6. They continued to read the results. 3 out of 10 students in Group 6 have finally passed the exam. The students who hadn't taken the test yet mumbled fearfully, "What should I do? I'm not confident." Lewis stood to the side, thinking calmly, "Jason, you acted all casual but you actually prepared a lot, didn't you?" Then he became serious again. Only 3 passed out of 10, and most of them finished with less than a minute left in the 15-minute time limit. "I'd better come up with a plan to get through it as quickly as possible," the examiner announced again. "Next is Group 7. Please step forward." Lewis moved quickly. "Finally, it's my turn." The people in the stands asked each other curiously, "This group has Lewis Adele, the pride of our academy, right?" The whispers were incessant. "That's right. I heard many distinguished guests came just to see Lewis. I'm excited to see how he'll perform." The Crown Prince also spoke up. "I'm looking forward to seeing how much stronger he's gotten." "What do you think, Godfather?" Tyrell commented flatly, "He hasn't changed." He suddenly asked, "By the way, what are you going to do?" He asked, puzzled, "About what?" Tyrell glanced towards Lewis. "The reason you came here today, you called it your last lingering attachment, right?" Somerton didn't deny it. "Yes, that's right. My last regret." He believed that if he joined his faction in the future, he would surely be a valuable asset. "But if I can't bring him under my wing, he might one day become a threat. When that time comes, I will handle it myself." As he walked up to the locked door, the announcements sounded simultaneously. "The challenge for Group 7 begins now." Lewis knocked on the door while calculating, "The headmaster must have gone all out for this one. Even with my strength, breaking that wall won't be easy. Should I just pick the lock like the other students did?" He suddenly smirked confidently. "No, that wouldn't be any fun. Didn't I learn this at the tournament? That nothing in this world is perfect." Lewis understood that no matter how solid the wall seemed, it always had a hidden weak point somewhere. The system panel immediately appeared. "Steel breaker. Can destroy anything made of iron in a single use, regardless of what it is." The people in the stands chatted curiously, "His name is Lewis, right? I wonder how long it will take him. I hope he lives up to his reputation. After all, he is the champion of the grand tournament." A loud explosion suddenly rang out. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wait. What was that explosion? Wait. Look over there." When they saw Lewis step out, they exclaimed in shock. "No way. Lewis Adele." Everyone looked at him with pride. The door that normally takes 5 minutes to open, he opened the first room's door. Both Somerton and Tyrell also smiled with excitement. The examiner's words echoed in his ears. "In just 13 seconds, this graduation exam will once again solidify Lewin's already illustrious reputation." In any case, Lewis was going to win. He proceeded straight to the second challenge. The announcement from the system rang out clearly. "Lewis has passed through the first gate in just 13 seconds. Now, we can't help but wonder how quickly he will break through the next gates." The moment the announcement ended, everyone in the stands watching the match was left with their jaws agape in shock. Only Tyrell remained calm, his hand resting on his cheek as if he had already known and anticipated this. "I knew he wasn't ordinary from the moment Kunkens Fong reacted to him, but the speed of his growth is still completely absurd. Lewis. He used blazing flames to fight 2 large, icy monsters. They were roaring foolishly." The excited shouts of the system and the crowd rang out once more. "Ah, Lewis. He's passing through the second gate with a very clever method." The narration made everyone even more excited. Focusing on the ongoing match on the field, he's running with a fireball? With that size, no monster would dare get close to him. Well, that's true. Because with a fireball of this size, no monster would be foolish enough to dare. Lewis ignored the whispers. The more he fought, the more fired up he became, determined to fight these demons to the end. The blonde-haired man stood with his arms crossed, a wide smile on his face. What is this? He's truly a madman beyond all imagination. Taran stood beside him, having just jumped up. Then he fell silent, deep in thought, his brows furrowed. He always produces unbelievable results. Alright, I've seen enough of your skills, Lewis. So, how will you break through the final gate? Not to keep him waiting in suspense. Lewis showed him the real answer. He shot forward like a lightning bolt, rushing towards the gate in front of him. His gaze was so intense it seemed to want to crush the incredibly hard wall before him, channeling all his strength into this one blow. I just wanted to show off for you all this one time. Instantly realizing what Lewis was doing, Taran's eyes widened in shock. That energy, there's no doubt about it. God created the highlight, but Lewis's punch was the highlight, a heavenly strike. A form of invisible magic. Formless, it tears through everything with sound waves so fast the naked eye cannot perceive them. A huge explosion erupted in an instant, lighting up the entire area, dazzling the viewers not only with the light it emitted but also with the immense, powerful force it carried. Large pieces of shattered brick flew everywhere. In the silent space, only the loud crash and the mournful cries for the departed remained, along with the echoing death knell. Leading the way was Lewis, and his confident demeanor as he relentlessly advanced was enough to terrify any witness. That magic can only be cast by someone who has reached level 6.0. Lewis, have you already reached that level? This must have been the question the audience was also curious about. A glowing purple aura flashed across Lewis. The fight ended here. It happened so quickly that some people hadn't even recovered from witnessing such unimaginable, divine power. The time was announced by the system, 2 minutes and 57 seconds. It was so fast, so intense, that people couldn't process the situation and denied it. They looked at each other with wide-eyed disbelief, then back at the person standing in the middle of the arena. Finally, the host's announcement echoed, Lewis of Group 7 has cast a 6th tier spell and completed the exam brilliantly in just 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Victorious cheers from all corners of the stands roared ceaselessly. As for our protagonist, he was calmly raising his hand to wipe the sweat from his face with a faint smile. The one who wasn't feeling so lighthearted right now was probably Tyrol. He was still deep in thought, pondering about the most outstanding young man of the moment. Level 6 is a realm one might not reach in a lifetime. Yet Lewis achieved it at just 16 years old. This is not good. Before he grows even stronger and becomes a threat to my position. No matter what, I have to crush him. He glared with hateful eyes at the exceptional young man. Lewis smiled in response, as a thank you to everyone around him, looking overjoyed. So it turned out Taran was afraid his own position would be shaken by him. On the other side, the two princes, Krauster and Forster, raised their hands in celebration. Long live Lewis, the future of the kingdom. The person sitting behind them was speechless, watching the two royals act like children. Anyone who didn't know would think they were Lewis's parents, celebrating their child's victory. Luina's side was no less enthusiastic. She shouted loudly, "Congratulations, big brother." As for Seda, there was no need to ask. He was already smiling so wide his eyes disappeared, cheerfully waving his hand in celebration. I knew you could do it, Lewis. As for him, Lewis stood in the center of the vast arena, where he could witness all the enthusiasm of the people watching him shine. They were cheering his name, also celebrating his victory. Lewis stood under the clear sky as snowflakes gently fell on him. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Right now, everyone is congratulating me. But the young man couldn't help but think about the old days, facing the mockers, the harsh words. Now, he no longer had to remain silent and ignore them. Back then, who could have imagined that I would graduate like this? Surrounded by cheers. Jason's smile was so wide he couldn't close his mouth. He rushed over and threw an arm around his shoulder. Hey Lewis, when did you reach level 6? I can't believe my friend is already a high-level mage. This guy startled him so much he wasn't prepared. Jason. Before he could fully recover, everyone around him came to congratulate him. Seriously, even for Lewis, I didn't think you'd reach that level so soon. Jason still hadn't let go of his arm on his shoulder, and even adopted a moralizing tone. Ahem. There's something absolutely essential on a day like today. His friend standing next to him heard this and became curious. Huh? What is it, Jason? He grinned, making a bizarre, ghostly face and drawing out his answer. Well, that would be. Ta-da! The answer was revealed with 2 huge mugs of barley smoothie. He made it so mysterious for just that. Everyone cheerfully raised their barley mugs, throwing their arms around each other as lively as a festival, happily cheering, excellent. Now that we're adults too, let's drink the night away. Wine, wine, let's have more. Cheers. Zhang came over. Louis stood still, watching their determined, won't go home till we're drunk attitude and well. 30% helpless, 70% resigned. Just kidding, he was actually enjoying this precious, happy moment very much. This must be one of the most beautiful memories in Louis's life. It's really starting to sink in. Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony. Since this is probably the last time we'll all gather like this, I'm sure everyone just wants to enjoy it to the fullest. While he wasn't paying attention, Zhang, completely limp and staggering with a face flushed from wine, came up behind him. Without a word, she suddenly threw an arm around his shoulder like a good brother, pointed to the sky, and said, "Another round." Louis glanced at her, surprised by this unfamiliar sight. By the way, today I discovered that even Zhang can get drunk. Two men walked this way. The old man with long white hair and a beard stepped forward first. "Louis, are you enjoying the party?" Hearing his name called, he turned his head to look. "Headmaster. Professor Yahello is here too." He glanced at Zhang, who had completely collapsed onto the floor, then stood up straight and spoke politely to the two in front of him. "Thank you for organizing this event. I'm enjoying it very much." The headmaster chuckled. "You're about to graduate, so you should enjoy yourself to the fullest, right?" Louis nodded his head, expressing his feelings. "Since tomorrow we'll be very busy with the ceremony, let me say this now. Thank you for everything, headmaster. And you too, professor." Hearing this, both of them smiled warmly. Thank you? We appreciate that. Soon enough, we won't be able to see you even if we want to." After the headmaster finished speaking, he playfully continued, "Well then, we'll have to invite Louis as a guest lecturer for next year's graduating class. Of course, you just have to ask. You've promised now. Professor Yahello here is my witness. Don't pretend you don't know about this after you graduate." Everyone continued to chat happily with one another. By the time the party ended, it was already dark. Louis walked quietly on the brick path in front of the manor, letting out a tired sigh. He rubbed his throbbing head. "I must have drunk too much beer. My head is starting to ache." He complained about his headache from all the beer and wine, not noticing the figure standing right in front of him. A man standing straight in leather shoes suddenly approached and greeted him. "Excuse me, you are Louis, correct?" The voice coming from the side startled him, and he turned his head. Two men stood there. The one in front approached, dressed all in black, and bowed his head. His other hand placed on his chest, he respectfully introduced himself. "I am Rika, a merchant running a small trading company in the east. If I may, I'd like to have a private word with you for a moment." Louis was calm. He was wary of these two strange men, but he didn't refuse. "Yes, go ahead. Crown Prince Somerton." The moment the words were out, he was startled as expected. "What?" It turned out the introduction just now was a lie about his fake identity. He probably didn't expect to be caught in his lie just a second after telling it, so the expression on his face was now somewhat stiff. He froze for a moment. The silver-haired man with slicked back hair in the back, who looked extremely dapper, was Taran. He stepped forward with narrowed eyes and questioned sharply. "How did you know it was me?" After speaking, he stopped and very rudely threatened the young man in front of him. "You'd better answer properly." In contrast to his over-the-top attitude, Louis just smirked slightly, very calmly replying. "You can hide your face, but you can't hide your presence. Your eyes reminded me of the crown prince I once knew. So I took a wild guess." After speaking, he looked intently at the man's displeased face, cheerfully and calmly asking, "In that case, you must be the Fire King." "It's been a while. It's a pleasure to see you again." Tyrone was surprised by Louis's very unexpected explanation. "You recognized me just by my eyes?" "I'm truly impressed." It was easy to see that he highly valued the boy's sharpness in this first conversation. Somerton cut off the smoothly flowing conversation. He extended his hand, his arrogant expression impossible to hide. And he didn't want to hide it either. "This is my final offer. There won't be a second time. Come with me to the Empire." He glared with wide eyes, his face scrunched up, threatening Louis with concise words but with heavy intent. "Refusal will not be accepted." "Oh, is that so?" But Louis here had never known the meaning of fear. He just let out a scoff from deep within his heart, gently replying to him with two words, "I refuse." The three of them stood in a stalemate amidst the cold winter snow. Somerton grew increasingly frustrated with his rock-hard attitude but still tried to persuade him further. You really don't listen, do you? I warned you before. Any gem I cannot possess, I will destroy. What a hostile attitude. But Lewis just stood there indifferently. You can do that. That is true. But I don't think you will. This answer from him was something Somerton hadn't anticipated, but it had somewhat changed his mind. He asked again, what makes you so sure? Because the crown prince I once knew would never stoop so low as to sneak around under a false identity and order the assassination of an ordinary student. Lewis's words left him stunned and then furious in an instant. Somerton let out a strange laugh, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You're calling yourself an ordinary student? Lewis humbly replied with a nod. Yes. After all, our graduation is tomorrow. After hearing that, he pursed his lips into a very mysterious smile. I don't know if that's courage or intuition. After some hesitation, Somerton turned away with a very arrogant demeanor. He even arrogantly reminded him one last time, I will withdraw today. But look forward to our next meeting. Because next time, we will meet as enemies. Faced with his words, Lewis remained silent, not responding. With that, the two men with overwhelming presences, one in front and one behind, silently left in the opposite direction. Not long after they left, Lewis turned to look behind him and saw someone running towards him in a panic. It was Jason. He hadn't stopped partying yet. His face was flushed from drinking so much, and when drunk, his mouth wouldn't stop chattering. Lewis, what are you doing? Not drinking anymore? You have to be at the party. Without you, there's no point. Seeing his relentless invitations, Lewis happily went along. All right, I'm coming. But what you would never expect, at that time. I had no idea that because of this drinking party, a disaster far beyond anything I could imagine was about to befall me. The very next day, as the sun had just risen, illuminating all living things, white snowflakes still clung to the tree branches and red rooftops. Somewhere in the magnificent, large castle, empty bottles and wine glasses were scattered all over the table. Someone's tired moan could be heard after the battle with beer and wine had just ended. It was Lewis, who had just woken up from the drunken stupor of last night's party with his friends. His head, already aching, now hurt even more. He held his throbbing head. My head. Waking up with a blank mind, Lewis forgot to even look around. Suddenly, a gentle voice approached and said softly, You're awake? He looked up in surprise. Yes. Miss Irene. She ignored his curious gaze, which seemed to ask why she was here, and asked again, Are you feeling any better now? Lewis glanced around at the group of friends who were passed out drunk on the floor, still dreaming of beer and wine. He replied to Irene awkwardly. Ah, yes. I should have drunk in moderation. But it seems I had too much. She also saw the people lying on the cold floor and laughed. Well, it seems you're still better off than those guys. That's a relief. Then she covered her mouth and smiled until her eyes crinkled. Don't you remember anything? Huh? Lewis's eyes were wide with confusion. Less than a second later, he was horrified, his skin crawling as he shouted, that was Dragon's Kiss. Irene sat on the table, swirling a blue bottle of alcohol in her hand, then casually explained, Jason secretly mixed that into the beer you were about to drink. After that, you suddenly stood up and shouted that the whole group would go to Adele together. As she recounted it, he remembered yesterday's embarrassing scene. Lewis, Seda, and Jason with their arms around each other, acting like clowns in the middle of the pub for everyone to see. Remembering it makes my face turn red. That bastard Jason. Irene didn't let Lewis wallow in embarrassment for long and asked, So, should I go there too? He seemed to have just woken up, so his mind couldn't keep up, and he asked blankly, Huh? Go where? She gently brushed her hair, her face full of a smile she couldn't hide. To Adele. I've been there before, and it's a very nice place. She desperately wanted to defeat him just once. Irene declared seriously, as I said before. I have to get stronger quickly so I can defeat you, Lewis. The one being challenged was still half awake, half asleep, and stunned. He stared wide-eyed, unable to say a word. A few seconds later, he smiled gently, very positive about her declaration of war. It would be my honor. Miss Irene, you're always welcome. Perhaps he really admired her spirit and determination. Lewis's gaze gradually softened, his cheeks flushing as he looked at her affectionately. They spoke to each other like that, but anyone with a brain could tell. Irene didn't say anything more, just replied with a bright, fairy-like smile, her whole body bathed in the early morning sun. The reason Miss Irene wanted to go to Adele was clearly not just for that. And a few hours later, in a large room surrounded by lights, people whispered amongst themselves. A voice from the podium drowned out all the surrounding noise. Graduating students of Ignis Academy of Magic. You all must have gone through no small amount of hardship. I hope all those experiences were meaningful, and I look forward to seeing all of you become great mages in the future. It was the day the headmaster stood at the podium, giving a speech to all the students, because today was the graduation day for all the final year students, including Lewis. A moment later, it was coming to an end. My speech ends here. And now, the student representative will come up to give their graduation address. A pair of straight legs in shiny leather shoes slowly walked up. It was none other than him, the outstanding student known throughout the school. The headmaster formally introduced him to everyone. Representing all the students and as the valedictorian of this class, Lewis. He approached the podium with a calm demeanor. The headmaster stepped back, giving him the stage for his speech. As he passed, he didn't forget to give a few encouraging pats. Lewis, don't be nervous. Just speak comfortably. But it seems you don't look worried at all. Lewis still replied politely, yes, don't worry, headmaster. People often say don't judge a book by its cover, and that was exactly the case with Lewin right now. Don't be fooled by his calm appearance. In reality, his heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of his chest. I said that, but I'm actually very nervous. Just thinking about being the center of attention in front of all these people makes me so nervous that I've forgotten everything I prepared. Because, right in front of Lewis now were thousands of students sitting there, attentively watching him, listening to his speech. Lewis stood at the position, taking a deep breath to calm himself. But it's okay. Even if I forget the words I prepared, I still remember clearly what I want to say. Under everyone's hopeful gazes, including Irene and Han who were also listening intently, he began his speech. As you all know, I won the grand tournament. An achievement I accomplished in just 1 year. But the journey to get there was not smooth. I had to endure a condition called mana release disorder for 5 years. Lewis slowly recalled his past days, his voice low and deep as he continued, for a mage like me. Not being able to release mana was truly a heavy blow. But worse than that was the way people looked at me. Many people wondered why I stayed at the academy, why I refused to give up even until the very last moment. Reaching this point, he seemed to hold no resentment or anger for their past words, just a gentle smile. But I didn't want to give up, because magic is everything to me, and it's the only way I can protect myself, my family, and the people I care about. That's why I persevered until the end. Winner or loser, let's just see how fate turns out, shall we? The speech was not over yet, but one could easily see the boiling excitement, encouragement, and fervent support from everyone. Above all, it had struck a great chord of empathy within them. Lewis continued. And if there is anyone here who is struggling because they haven't seen results despite their efforts, today I must tell you this. Just keep moving forward. He stood there, courageously and directly declaring words of encouragement for everyone to keep going. Lewis's gaze swept over every person sitting in the listening audience. Even if you fall, get back up. Even if you feel like no one is paying attention to you right now, out there, someone will surely notice, as long as you don't give up. A miracle will happen. Everyone, thank you for your efforts over the past 6 years. With that, the eloquent speech officially concluded, also bringing today's graduation ceremony to a close. The sound of applause, mixed with the many emotions of everyone at the ceremony, thundered on without end. Scene changed to the end of the day. Pure white snowflakes had already covered the trees and roads. The clatter of horse hooves echoed steadily on the cold, snowy ground. One after another, different horse-drawn carriages left the academy. From within a luxurious black ebony carriage, voices chattered. That was a great speech, big brother. Everyone seemed to really like it too. You're always amazing. Thank you, Lewis. It turned out to be the two siblings from the main character's family, discussing the hottest topic of the moment. Especially about Lewis's powerful speech. Luina thought about something, then glanced out the window at the pure white carriage moving parallel to her family's carriage on the side. So your friends will be coming to Adele right away too? Through the window, Irene, Seda, Jason, and Han could be seen sitting inside. They were also laughing and joking with each other. Luina confirmed again, all 4 of them? A young man's calm voice replied, aha. The terrifying drunken memory of that day came rushing back. Ah, it seems it was only yesterday. The group of people made a ruckus in the room, talking non-stop. Lewis even slammed his head on the drinking table in shock. He pointed at the one crying his eyes out from drunkenness, Seda, become my comrade. People often say that when you drink, you forget everything that happened, but our Lewis remembered every single detail. It was giving him goosebumps, but he was too embarrassed and had to pretend to tell Luina. I don't know how things ended up this way. Behind the two leading carriages were a line of soldiers following in formation. Right after the graduation ceremony, we decided to head straight to Adele together. To be precise, I'm the one hiring them. Not only that, 3,000 soldiers will also be joining us. The twin princes had promised to send reinforcements for the southern pacification campaign, but I never imagined they would send so many troops. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly snapped Lewin back to reality. Brother Lewin, after the punitive expedition is over, are you planning to stay in the territory forever? Lewis smiled, not hesitating to state his future intentions. No. After all, our father is still there. I think I might travel a bit after that, but I haven't made any concrete plans. For now, I should focus on the expedition first. Under the clear blue sky, snow continued to fall, and the sound of two people chatting back and forth could be heard. A short break, then we'll head straight to prepare for the punitive expedition, right? The other person replied immediately. Yes. I plan to start by surveying the terrain. Oh, it's our main character in Zhang standing in front of a map, laying out their next plan for this expedition. She asked again, have you come up with any strategic plans yet? I'm considering a few ideas. While the two were discussing, they heard a rustling sound from soldiers rushing to the other side. Lewis and Zhang also looked up to see what they were making a fuss about. Two people passed by, chatting animatedly. We need to prepare well, huh? Lewis walked towards the two of them to ask, excuse me, where is everyone going together? One of them turned to him and recognized him. Ah, you're the young master of Adele. We thought you already knew, since this concerns your friend. Lewis had no idea what was going on, looking blankly. The person continued. One of our knights is going to duel with your knight apprentice friend. Hearing this, his mind immediately raced. If it's a knight apprentice, don't tell me you mean Han? On the other side of the snowy field, all the soldiers were gathered in a circle, eagerly waiting for the duel that was about to happen. In the center of the arena were Han and some knight. They held wooden swords and were in a ready stance. Prepare to fight. But a worried expression was still visible on his face. Han is dueling with an official knight? Just hearing it made the difference between the two in this match clear. Lewis couldn't help but worry for him. Because he just completed his knight's oath. In the clear sky, snow was still falling, and it seemed to be getting heavier. Han and the official knight had begun to fight. The two exchanged blows, neither giving an inch, but it seemed the knight had taken the lead from the start, attacking relentlessly. By the time Lewis rushed over to them, the fight had reached this point. He watched Han gradually being pushed back and couldn't help but worry. Ah, it started. He stood outside the circle, watching the two of them with the other knights. Suddenly, a person next to him shouted loudly to the one in the middle of the arena. Hey Velks, take it easy. Don't you see you're being too harsh on a rookie who just completed his oath? Lewis was slightly surprised. Zhang was approaching. He also walked towards them, wanting to ask about the situation. Why are those two fighting? One of them turned to look at Lewis, thought for a moment, and then replied. There's no special reason. The knight looked over and told him to watch the two of them fiercely battling each other. Then he told him what had just happened. While cleaning up after lunch, we were bored. And since we had an enthusiastic junior, I suggested a sparring match. At the same time, Bova silently approached from behind them and quietly greeted Lewis. Young master is here too? He was surprised, wondering where he had come from. He then reacted, greeting him politely, Sir Bova, you're here too. He stood with his hands crossed behind his back, smiling, and replied with some enjoyment, of course. How could I miss such an interesting sight? Hearing this, Lewis just glanced at the main topic of discussion and smiled self-deprecatingly. Interesting. He glanced at the knights standing here. If the knights here recognized Sir Bova, their reactions would be just as interesting. Thinking that, Lewis continued to watch the increasingly intense fight between the two. Suddenly, he turned to ask the man. What do you think of this match, Sir Bova? He didn't think much and immediately gave his assessment. Neither of them are bad. His attention fell on the young man with pale purple hair, his face filled with resilience. Without the hesitation that one should have at this age. Bova, who didn't know who he was, asked the young man beside him. And is that young knight a friend of the young master? Hearing him ask, Lewis smiled. He was also very proud to introduce his best friend. Yes, his name is Han. Bova spoke slowly, more seriously than before, analyzing from his perspective. He's clearly being pushed back a bit. But just holding on this long against a golden knight is admirable. His words made Lewis curious as well. Golden knight? He knew he was also curious and explained what he had just learned by chance. Yes, I happened to overhear during lunch. I heard he's considered the elite of the kingdom. I'm not entirely sure. At that very moment, a breakthrough occurred in the center of the arena. A shadow shot forward, attacking so quickly the opponent couldn't react. It was very fast, very swift. We don't need to be told to guess that the shadow was the knight with the power just mentioned. He only swung his sword once. Han's sword in front of him was knocked up and flew far behind him, causing him to cry out in surprise. Bova continued his analysis of the young man. Of course, that Han kid still has a long way to go to reach that level. After hearing this, Lewis thoughtfully looked at him and marveled, as expected, Sir Bova can see through Han's talent. If that's the case, then he stepped forward and looked at him, with a serious expression as if he had just made an important decision he wanted to ask for a favor on. He said formally, Sir Bova. The man looked at him, suddenly curious. Yes, young master. Lewis stood before him and pleaded, if you could you teach Han a move or two? Sir Bova didn't answer him right away, just gave a friendly smile as he usually did. To be taught by Sir Bova, even just one move if the legendary spear saint, Sir Bova Patton, would impart even a breath of his teaching, it would be a huge benefit to me. For Han, and even for all of Adel. Yes, just with the guidance of this legendary knight, even a little bit, one could imagine how much Han would improve. But the important thing now was to get his agreement to teach. A very decisive person, Bova just closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Young master, that's not for me to decide. You'll have to ask the boy first. This made him exclaim in some surprise, huh? He replied with a slightly dangerous chuckle. For some reason, the aura around him had completely changed. It was much colder than before. Bova explained, just like when I taught you swordsmanship. I treat knights very strictly. Bova gave a bright but slightly sinister smile, even theatrically squinting his eyes, full of hidden meaning. Back to the main scene, the knights stood in the extremely cold snow. So bewildered that their mouths were hanging open. They must have witnessed something very shocking. One of them couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell is that?" They stood to one side, whispering. That's some rough training. Did he make him do that? I heard he's the commander of the Adel Knights. The person being talked about was smiling leisurely, seeming to be enjoying himself. He walked step by step behind Han, the unluckiest boy in the world, who was carrying a large rock heavier than himself. He was panting heavily. Sir Bova looked at the young man carrying the heavy load in the freezing snow, his teeth chattering from the cold. While he had already collapsed and was crawling, he dared to ask, "Is it hard?" Han immediately turned and denied it. "No, sir. I'm fine." Bova was just waiting for him to say that to start nagging. He immediately shot back, "Then don't be so slow. I made it clear you had to be ready." The knights stood there dumbfounded, completely fed up with this situation, watching the two of them perform like a comedy duo. Lewis felt sorry for his best friend, but what could he do? He just let out a sigh, as if to encourage his friend. Then he silently pitied the fate of the poor soul. He said he would be strict, but I didn't think it would be to this extent. I'm starting to feel sorry for Han. I felt sorry, but then I remembered, just a few minutes ago, when Lewis had just made the offer. Han was like an excited puppy, endlessly thrilled. He was just missing a tail to wag. He immediately agreed without hesitation. Really? Sir Bova Patton is training you? He warned. I heard it's extremely difficult. Maybe you should. I'm confident. I will definitely succeed. See, he was that determined. Lewis was also at a loss for words. I did give him a choice. Lost in helpless thoughts about his friend. He was startled by a voice calling from behind. It was the knights from before. They approached, looking at Sir Bova with caution. Oh, it seems they've discovered something. The one in the lead spoke first, softly. Sir? May I be so bold as to ask your name? Sir Bova remained silent, his eyes closed, not answering, his thoughts unknown. He must have been racking his brain, wondering about them. Why didn't they notice from the beginning, but suddenly realize now? In his stead, the knights quickly looked at each other, worried by his motionless attitude. Why isn't he answering? There's a rumor that he once single-handedly defeated 5 assassins. Maybe I should ask about that. The other replied. Nah, it must be just a rumor. How could he single-handedly defeat 5 assassins? At that moment, life is unpredictable. The more you don't want something, the more it happens. Little fool Han quickly ran over, shouting loudly, "Sir Bova!" He was panting as if someone had stolen his air. Exhausted, he stood in the center of the discussion and reported, "All 10 spears have been moved." Exhausted and having just caught his breath after gasping for air, the answer didn't come from the person he was waiting for. Instead, it was a question from the 2 knights standing there. "What did you just say?" Han didn't understand a thing. He just stared blankly. Both sides stared at each other. One side with a face full of question marks, looking naive. The other with wide eyes, unable to believe their own sight. "I have to confirm this. I didn't mishear, did I? You just said this person is Bova?" And the two, Lewis and Bova, standing in the middle, were probably the calmest ones here. Some time later, the group of people and knights set off again. The carriage and the line of people moved evenly through the blizzard-swept road. The white carriage led the way, while the Adele siblings were chilling in the second black carriage. Lewis and Lewina sat in the same row. She turned her head to look into the distance and asked the person next to her with great curiosity. "Brother, is Sir Bova really that admired by the knights?" He looked in the direction his sister was looking. He also replied, "It seems so." Inside the carriage, the two chatted animatedly, in complete contrast to the weather outside. The breathless panting of the knights could be heard steadily. Because the result was what everyone had imagined, Han and the group of knights were being trained together by the beloved Sir Bova. Each of them struggled, covered in sweat, walking behind the carriage, carrying heavy bags on their backs. One of them complained loudly, "Does he have to be so harsh? This is a training method personally recommended by Sir Bova. Don't ask so many questions, just do it," another one scolded back. They kept complaining back and forth out there. The more they complained, the more tired they got. As for the person being talked about, he was relaxing in the carriage, his eyes closed, enjoying himself. Lewis saw this situation and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. He called him softly, "Sir Bova." Hearing him, his expression didn't change at all. He also lowered his voice like him. "Yes, young master. About that training, is it really useful? From what I can see, it looks a bit crude." Lewis calmly stated his opinion. This was the truth. It was also partly because he saw them struggling to the point of collapse. They looked pitiful, drenched in sweat in this freezing weather. Bova understood his sentiment. He didn't criticize but gently explained to him, "It's not exactly a good method. If your posture is wrong, you'll get chronic injuries first." Lewis was confused. He didn't understand what he meant. He asked again, "Huh? Then why are you making them do it?" Sir Bova smirked slyly, his tone half joking, half serious as he gave a nonchalant answer. "Well, there's not much to do on the way down to Adele. I just wanted to whip some new disciples into shape after a long time." Lewis and Lewina were silent for about 10 seconds. Hearing their miserable cries from outside, then looking at Bova, they were truly speechless. No wonder people called him the Tiger of Adele. A little later, their group had moved to this place, a barren land, colder than the regions they had just passed through. And the first place they set foot was here. The main character stood before countless small, humanoid monsters, drenched and filthy. The person next to him exclaimed, "There are so many." Lewis, dressed in dark colors, bundled up in a winter coat, couldn't help but shiver from the even colder air, despite being used to this place. "That's right. We're finally here." The two of them, Lewis and Zhang, stood in the middle of this land, with legions of monsters below. Surrounded by towering mountains, the wind blew through every crack, chilling them to the bone. The Red Plains. This land lies south of the Nam Mountains and was once part of Adele's territory. However, ever since the Mudmen tribe occupied this area, the ruler of this land was no longer human, but the Mudmen tribe. Yes, the tribe Lewis just mentioned are the round, mushy-looking monsters teeming at his feet. And because of their terrifying reproduction rate, this land, seen from a distance, appears as crimson fields, hence the name, the Red Plains. Zhang looked down at them, its beak growling menacingly, looking extremely fierce. She looked at them helplessly, not knowing how to deal with them. She turned to ask Lewis, "What's your plan of attack?" Lewis leaned close to the ground to observe the situation with these creatures, then pondered. "How about we charge straight through the canyon near the coast? It's narrow, maybe we can do it." Zhang immediately thought of a strategy. But as soon as she said it, Lewis rejected it. "No, definitely not. They'll attack from the cliffs too." She continued to propose measures she could think of. "What if we put Sir Bova Patton on the front line? He could lead the charge and crush everything in his path." This time Lewis thought for a moment. The result was still not very feasible. That won't work either. There are too many of them. The mudmen have a core in their heads that can't be destroyed by normal attacks. So that's how it is. Zhang immediately understood the problem. Even Sir Bova would have trouble if he had to eliminate them one by one. Yes, it's really a problem. Now I understand why the previous pacification campaigns all failed. There's no path wide enough for a large army to enter at once, so they're bound to suffer heavy losses every time. So there's no other way, Lewis? He could only helplessly accept the truth. Yes. After a moment, he looked up into the distance, pondering something. Perhaps there is still one way. The next day, a man's loud voice, one we're not very familiar with, boomed throughout the room. There's only one way. A direct breakthrough. As he spoke, he slammed his hand on the table with the strategic map, standing before people of no less authority, unwavering and without a hint of backing down. This person was Moro, commander-in-chief of the capital forces and captain of the Golden Knights. He growled, asserting his authority. If we hesitate to fight, how can we win? A direct confrontation is the best option. The person he was confronting, Lewis's father, Lord Adele, also knew this. But he didn't agree with this choice. He was hesitant. What the commander says is not wrong, but the expected losses are too great. Moro remained firm in his position. He tried to persuade him, Sir. Initially, without the support of the capital army, weren't we planning to launch the pacification campaign with only 300 men? Lewis's father replied calmly, Yes, that's right. Moro gave a cold smile. He couldn't understand why. We were ready to fight with just that many. So why hesitate now when we have such a large force beside us? Lewis's father looked at the person before him and explained further, because this is not a matter of numbers. To destroy the Mudmen tribe, we have to cross a narrow canyon, and those bastards will never let us pass peacefully. Even if we have 3,000 or 23,000 troops, it won't change anything. That was why he didn't approve of Moro's method. But then the Lord proposed a measure that seemed more feasible than this one. He continued. In short, instead of entering the canyon, we must lure them out. Moro was concerned about this idea. But sir, we have no way of doing that. Anyway, attacking directly. Before he could finish, the warm voice of a young man who had just entered the room spoke up. That sounds good. It was Lewis. He agreed with his father's solution, and his appearance surprised everyone. But Moro quickly reacted. Good. Young master, what do you mean? He raised his voice in question, not understanding what these people were thinking. Lewis smiled faintly and answered him. Father just gave the right answer, didn't he? Instead of us going in, we should lure them out. Based on his earlier reconnaissance, he had formulated a battle plan he wanted to discuss with everyone. I have a good idea. We'll attack from the top of the cliffs surrounding the canyon. Moro also knew the cliffs Lewis mentioned. He turned his head, showing a not-so-friendly attitude towards this idea. Those cliffs? No one can climb them, right? Are you saying we all have to climb a place like that? This guy was really difficult and picky. Lewis had to explain clearly again. We don't need many people up there. Just one howitzer and 2 mages up there. Up there, we can use magic to lure them out. This time, even the picky Moro thought it was a pretty reasonable idea. He seemed to agree. That's a good idea. But the problem is how to get up there. Mage. Can you use flight magic? This was directed at Jason, who was standing beside Lewis, already startled enough just being there. And to top it off, his teasing best friend, Lewis, poked him, half joking, half serious. No, this guy can climb up on his own. Hearing that, he stammered in shock. What did you say? How can I climb that cliff? There's no way I can climb that. Lewis's words were sincere. He wanted Jason to just try it and see. No backing down. He patted his shoulder persuasively. No, you can climb it. Jason's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't even believe it himself. Heinous. Of course. Lewis put on a demonic expression disguised as a fresh, friendly smile. Yes, because I'm going to throw you onto that cliff. It was true, whenever he put on this look, nothing good ever came of it. Jason, already timid, turned pale after hearing Lewis speak, his eyes wide with naive shock. What? A beautiful, sunny winter day began. The clear sky and sparse clouds signaled a good day. In the sky, snowflakes were still falling lightly. A loud voice echoed in the void. The day for us to go to battle has finally come. Is everyone ready? This high-pitched, joyful tone going into battle could only belong to Moro. But all the knights also shouted clearly. They stood majestically, their faces filled with a fierce desire to fight. At the front of the line was the flag representing the House of Adel. Everything was ready. The commander led the way. Moro growled in unison. He shouted the command, "All troops, advance!" And finally, the punitive expedition began. At the front line were Commander Moro and the Golden Knights. Both my father and Sir Bovapatin, after a long time, had also donned their armor. Everyone was serious for this advance. They all carried a heavy responsibility, majestically advancing towards that land. And at the rear of the formation were me and my friends. Yes, following behind was a carriage carrying 4 people. Louis, Seda, Irene, and Zhang looked very tense. No one was certain about the outcome of this battle. They didn't know what awaited them, but above all, they were fighting together. The carriage was moving along when a command rang out. "Halt!" It was an order from Father. Everyone stopped one by one, dismounting near the forest. Moro and the 2 leaders gathered. "All right, everyone, gather around. We will go over the plan one last time." So our young friends also went to gather. The main character hadn't even stopped walking when a timid, whispery voice called his name for some reason. "Hey, Louis." He turned to look at where the voice came from. Oh, it was none other than Jason. But his appearance at this moment was a bit strange. His body was tightly wrapped in a large canvas bag, leaving only his face to breathe, and he was tied up with ropes. Looking no different from a cocoon, Jason had no choice. Being forced, his face was full of resentment as he spoke to Louis. "I know this is for my safety, but still, is this really the best way you could think of? It's too pathetic." Louis struggled to hold back his laughter. "No, I think it looks pretty cool." Then, as if to prove his point, he glanced at the knights who were looking at them and laughing heartily, whispering to each other. He said proudly to Jason, "Look over there. Even the knights are looking at you." He was speechless. "Are you kidding me? They look like they're laughing at me." It seems he couldn't convince his best friend this way. Lose one battle, try another. So he started to entice Jason in a new direction. He feigned regret. "You don't like it? What a shame. It's a great opportunity." His foolish friend heard this and became curious. What opportunity? Louis knew his best friend too well and immediately grabbed the tail he was itching to pull. He explained, "The opportunity for you to become the star of this expedition." Jason was, of course, Jason. Just imagining the girls from the academy fawning over him made him puff up with pride. The star. And just as expected, a few seconds later, his eyes lit up as if he had found gold, his mouth agape with delight. He even put on a righteous act. "Louis, just leave it to me. I'll handle everything perfectly." Louis smirked. What an innocent. Moro approached them and asked, "Young master, are you ready?" Louis replied without a thought. "Yes, no problem at all." After saying that, he didn't stop but threw this hot potato to the silly cocoon next to him. "Right, Jason?" He was put in a difficult position. He replied hesitantly, of course. But there was one thing. Jason struggled to look down at the muscular hand tightly gripping the rope around his neck. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. His trembling lips seemed to say, "I can't breathe, bro." In the end, he still had to complain, "But Louis, please, be gentle." Just after asking him to be gentle, a second later he was lifted up and pulled hard. Jason was so scared he screamed. "Gently, gently. Fate is fate." He was still thrown mercilessly by Louis. A straight shot high into the air amidst a hurried throw in Jason's ceaseless, terrified screams. It couldn't be helped, his mouth was wide open. Because the force of his throw was truly powerful, it even created a shockwave of wind. It made both Irene and Moro cast a pitiful glance at this cocoon. The peaceful one bid farewell to the tragic one. Jason, befriended by the blue sky and vast clouds, cried his eyes out, his head spinning speechless. "I feel like my heart is about to stop and I'm going to die right here." Before he could even regain his senses, he had to face the harsh reality of the moment. His own body was on top of the mountain, and more specifically, held in place by this demonic magic vine. He gaped, letting out a long yawn. Huh, surprising. It wasn't that scary, I guess. Are you kidding me? Jason didn't understand how he had escaped the fate of a fat cocoon, falling flat on the ground, glaring at the person below who was praising him. Irene exclaimed, "Wow, so precise. Maybe we don't even need blankets and ropes anymore. Miss Irene, your skills are still as sharp as ever. He stood up, dusting off his pants, seeming much calmer than before, and couldn't help but feel relieved that he was at least halfway safe. Phew, all right. Now I just need to do my part. As soon as he finished speaking and looked up, his eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Jason had seen a sight he never wanted to see again. What is this? He knew the mudmen here reproduced very quickly and there were many of them. But he never expected it to be this terrifying. Thousands, no, tens of thousands. I can't even count how many there are just by looking. You want me to lure that many mudmen out? The thought alone makes me break out in a cold sweat. It's hard, really hard. Jason was in extreme panic because of the challenge ahead. It seemed too difficult for him. I can't do it. How can I? Jason, you can do it. It was Lewis's voice cheering from below. Just that one word of encouragement was enough to diminish his self-doubt by almost half. As for Lewis down below, he knew his best friend well. He just wasn't ready yet. He didn't trust himself yet. The best thing right now was a word of encouragement from someone to keep him going. Lewis's cheers echoed from above. You're my friend. You can handle at least that much, right? Now go and hit those mudmen hard. The truth proved that his encouragement was indeed very helpful, because now Jason was different. His heart was filled with much more determination. He gritted his teeth and vowed to himself, yes, I can't let Lewis down. The one who trusted me and brought me here. Jason summoned a fire energy ball about the size of his palm. Just a moment later, the sky grew dim and gloomy, the sunlight hidden behind the clouds, giving way to a storm that was about to brew. He looked completely different from his usual playful self, raising his hands as if calling upon great power from the sky above. Meteor-like fireballs weaving through the clouds along with snowflakes suddenly shot straight down at the hidden mudmen below. Lewis had been watching Jason fight heroically all this time. He was indeed worthy of his trust. The main character smiled with satisfaction and pride. All right, Jason. You're doing great. The fireballs that shot down from the sky like small meteors, carrying burning power unleashed by Jason, were called fire rain, also known as a silver tier magic. Jason's level wasn't very high yet, so the cloud wasn't that big. Here we finally understand. The dark, gloomy clouds that covered the entire clear sky were summoned by him, but it hadn't reached its highest level yet. In the current battle situation, the mudmen were already being mercilessly attacked by the fire rain. It all targeted them, causing them to cry out in agony, because while they were enjoying a lazy afternoon nap. That was enough to wake up the mudmen. Lewis tightened his gloves, ready, and turned to Morrow to give orders. Captain, now's the time. As I said before, I'm leaving it to you. He immediately obeyed. Understood, young master. Irene, who was at the front, looked at him and urged, Lewis, let's go too. He replied, yeah, let's go. The monsters charged out in a swarm. He was happy that everything was going according to the initial plan. Good, the mudmen are moving towards one point to avoid Jason's attack. They were running as fast as they could on their short legs towards the ocean exit over there. The place they were gathering was a side exit out of this canyon. But it wouldn't be easy for them, because the trio of destruction was already here. They were dead meat. The other three leaped down and charged straight at them. Lewis stood blocking the path. Without comparison, there's no suffering. Looking up close, you could see that this mudman was only taller than his ankle. I can't let them escape the canyon that easily. But he couldn't help but marvel at this well-armored species. Damn, there are so many. Seda was the first to attack with his flames. Alright, come on. Alright. From now on, the real battle begins. White snow fell, the cold air chilling, the wind whistling with each gust, the atmosphere frigid. Yet the air was strangely hot. Irene and Lewis stood silently behind, but their eyes were like ice, pinned on the center. Seda stood there, his face brimming with spirit, his hands summoning a roaring flame, his voice contemptuous. Welcome, you filthy mudworms. He stood from a distance, launching a blazing, fierce flame that engulfed the mudworms in fire, his voice arrogant. I'll burn every single one of you. A brilliant orange flame blazed everywhere, swirling like a firestorm devouring the mudworms. Amidst the sea of fire, their faces were clearly visible, full of anger, their mouths wide open, roaring in pain. Seda, having finished them off, had a triumphant look on his face and a radiant smile. Lewis. So? What do you think of my skills? I've improved a lot, haven't I? Lewis maintained his calm expression. He replied calmly, yes, more than I expected. Lewis paused for a moment, then frankly expressed, but I think it's still too early to be proud. Just a simple, gentle sentence made the person in front of him freeze on the spot. Seda broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing it. Worry was clearly written on his face. He blurted out reflexively, huh? Because it seemed these mudworms were a bit too resilient. Their mouths were always wide open, just waiting to snap and roar like a stone gone. And now they were trying to climb up the high cliff to attack. Suddenly, a desperate, shrill scream came from above. What? They're climbing the cliff. It turned out they were climbing up to attack him. Pretty smart. Between choosing to attack one person or two, they chose to attack the weaker one. Jason was overwhelmed by this tenacious vitality. It really was like that. In the meantime, the mudworms were still trying to climb up at a faster pace. Their faces full of resentment, they stared at him, wanting revenge. He sat on the cliff, trying to back away. Scared, panicked, he scrambled backwards, not forgetting to scream for help. Help me! Lewis heard the commotion up there clearly. He was worried and confused, not knowing how to resolve this situation. He hissed under his breath, cursing, Jason. Damn it! Irene was just as worried at this point. But then an idea flashed through her mind. A solution had just appeared. She wasn't sure if it would work, but saving a life was the top priority. Without any fear, she resolutely suggested, Lewis, please throw me up there too. He glanced over at Irene, genuinely surprised by this, but also still bewildered. This decision was a bit dangerous, so he asked again, what? Irene smiled, expressing her resolute attitude. Her eyes remained firm, full of certain confidence. Lewis bit his lip, seemingly hesitating a bit. In this situation, any course of action was dangerous, but above all, safety was paramount. He made a decision. At the same time, the mudworms had nimbly climbed up the cliff on their two short legs. They roared out cries. Jason was still terrified but could only sit there. Whether they understood human language or not, he kept telling them to back off. Back off! In this situation, hanging by a thread, Jason thought he was about to offer his life to the mudworms for real. He could only exclaim, damn it! He was terrified, his eyes wide with growing fear. He was even on the verge of tears, his teeth clenched tight. I can't die here. Even at this point, Jason was still regretting his passionate school days. I've never even had a single romantic relationship. So that's why the young man with no love life was so regretful. Jason shouted in ultimate desperation, I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. Before the words had even finished, Irene suddenly appeared, somersaulting in the sky, preparing to fight the mud monsters. He must have been shaking with joy. Irene, in a freefall pose, had a sharp gaze, no longer her usual gentle demeanor. A beautiful blue light appeared from her hand, a manifestation of the elegant magic she often used. On one hand, she was fighting intensely, but on the other, her mind was on Jason's almost last words. So you've never had a romantic relationship? A powerful blue light flashed from Irene's hand, piercing through the mudmen, engulfing them in its radiance. In one shot, they were frozen solid. She landed on the stone ground. No, the stone ground was now frozen over by the magic she just cast. Looking at Jason, who desperately wanted to find a hole to crawl into, she still cheerfully teased him. Jason, are you okay? Thanks to you, I learned something interesting. He had no more regrets. Thank you for saving me. Irene stopped joking and returned to a serious demeanor, turning to look down below. By the way, just as Lewis said, everything is going according to plan. Foolish Jason didn't understand what was happening. He looked clueless. She stared intently at the mudmen crawling below, sighing as she explained to him. The mudmen can't escape through the side path or climb the cliffs, so now they are retreating towards the coast. Jason now thought of something and suddenly realized, his face hesitant as if he had just understood everything. What does that mean? Exactly. From now on, it's time for the capital army to step in. At that moment, our heroic knights were ready to advance and begin their action, led by the Lord and Sir Bova. Despite being led by such talented individuals who cleared the way, the knights couldn't help but worry about this battle. Their hands were fully equipped with weapons, but their hearts were in turmoil. The surrounding atmosphere was tense. And just a moment later, the mudmen slowly appeared from behind the icebergs and then swarmed forward in hordes like a storm. The situation was getting increasingly out of control because they were swarming in too large numbers, their faces showing even more anger than usual. They must have been angered by Lewis's group dealing with them so cleanly. A person in the night ranks shouted a warning of danger. The mudmen are coming. He was terrified by the sheer number of the mudmen. So many. This is impossible. Moro, true to his role as the captain of the Kindle Knights, maintained his iron will. He shouted, trying to calm the anxiety of everyone in the squad. You fools, do not retreat. Are you trying to shame the reputation of the Kingdom of Ridian? After speaking, he once again tried to persuade them, offering the most absolute assurance at this moment to put everyone at ease. There will definitely be support from the mages behind us. Our job is to hold out here for as long as possible. Having gained a certain level of trust, the knights were no longer as hesitant as before. They raised their bows and swords one by one. The slogan to order the army to advance under the king's sword towards a glorious victory. While the leaders charged forward, the knights had their weapons ready, but they still stood there waiting. The knights were surprised by their leader's unwavering determination. They weren't like him. They didn't have that single-minded ideal to fight to the death. All the knights here, besides fear, were also hesitant. The one who had just complained about being discouraged by the massive number of mudmen gritted his teeth. He felt he had to be like that too, not to give in to them. He immediately charged in pursuit. All the knights did the same. They advanced with the utmost bravery at this moment. Together they faced thousands of terrifying mud monsters under the king's sword, charging towards a glorious victory. On the other side, Seda and Lewis were also fiercely dealing with these creatures together. Back to guard against danger. They knew the army on the other side had also started. Seda turned and whispered. I hear fighting. It seems the capital army and the mudmen are engaged in battle. Lewis clenched his jaw, his mind racing as he thought of the next move. That means the number of mudmen on this side has decreased. It also means the rest have been pushed towards the beach. Considering the situation and seeing that the mudmen army on this side was no longer a major threat, while the other side was engaged in a more intense struggle, he immediately made a decision that surprised his friend. Seda, I'm leaving everything here to you. I think I should go and lend a hand. He couldn't let everyone be in danger. Seda just smirked. He knew Lewis trusted him. He was also completely confident in his own abilities. Yeah, I was waiting for you to say that. Just leave it to me and go. I can handle this. Just waiting for him to say that, Lewis vanished in a flash, not forgetting to leave a thank you. Thanks, Seda. He slipped past his back, twisted around, and then flew towards the mudmen. Weaving through them at extreme speed, making them dizzy, he broke through to the outside. Back on the other side, the soldiers relied on their enduring teamwork to relentlessly slash at these monsters. Spear after spear pierced through, without retreating, without fear. It was certain that the ones who should be afraid now were them. Their bodies were heavily ravaged under the sharp blades, torn in half, emitting a strange smell. Sir Bova and Captain Maro looked much more relaxed than the other knights. They were still on horseback, their swords gracefully flying through the air, aimed straight at the enemy. It looked gentle, but the damage was extremely severe. As expected of the strong. The knights, hearing the sounds, couldn't help but glance over at the two of them with true admiration. Whoa! So skilled, so amazing. It dazzled their eyes, so much so that even they couldn't believe it. One of them couldn't hold back and had to exclaim, "Are they even human?" Suddenly, the knight with the goatee widened his eyes in shock. He was severely shaken. The others reacted one by one, hearing a loud noise from behind, and couldn't help but turn their heads in horror, their mouths agape. What was that? Where did that explosion come from? Could it be him? They were confused, not understanding what was happening anymore, unable to help but wonder. I'm not exactly sure what's happening out there, but one thing's for sure. Someone is wiping out the hordes. And of course, there was no need to guess who this person was other than Lewis. He appeared like a savior, helping everyone escape the dangerous situation with blazing fireballs. He continuously struck the mudmen hard, causing them to writhe and melt in an instant. Both the people and the mudmen were stunned by Lewis's sudden, unannounced appearance. The goatee knight and his companion were shocked, their hands still holding their blades stiffly. It took them a few seconds to gather their thoughts. He slowly came to his senses, his voice choked with both joy and excitement as he gritted out each trembling word. Sir Lewis has arrived. It's the mage's support. The knight screamed with joy, announcing to everyone around him. Lewis, the most awaited person, quickly flew up and delivered a powerful flaming punch that pierced through the mudmen's bodies, shattering them and sending them flying in all directions. Sir Bova also saw this. He smiled and turned to watch him fight, his heart filled with undisguised pride. As expected of the young master, Moro, the omnipotent captain, didn't miss a single opportunity. He raised his sword and gave the order. Now is our chance. Everyone, advance. Destroy every last mudman. The tide of battle, with the continuous help of Lewis's legendary magic, was significantly swept. Horde after horde was cleanly pierced through, big or small. Lewis took the opportunity as their numbers dwindled to relax. At the same time, he couldn't help but remember the past. The horrifying disasters this land had endured when ravaged by these mud creatures. The beasts that act on instinct may not remember anything. But I remember every detail clearly. Adele was destroyed by them 10 years ago. Houses, streets. Even the huge trees couldn't escape the fate of being burned in the raging fires everywhere. Plumes of smoke rose, clearly showing the tragic fate of this place. My people were attacked by those monsters. They relentlessly chased the people here, regardless of who they were. And those innocent people had to run in chaos, suffering extreme hardship and getting injured. But above all, they had to face death, with devastation. And my mother, who lost her life because of them. The woman with a kind face and shiny chestnut hair, suffered to the end as her life slipped into their hands. The more he remembered those painful memories, the more Lewis's heart boiled with an unquenchable thirst for revenge. His eyes were firm with the determination to make them pay a price greater than anything they had done. With that, he exploded, radiating a murderous aura as he unleashed a violent flaming punch at the few remaining mud monsters. These beasts have no reason or thought, only instinct. I won't stop. Lewis said these words to bolster his own spirit and also to seek revenge for the past. With a defiant attitude, he continued to pound on them. In the blink of an eye, the sky had darkened. A bright, full moon high above was illuminating the thousands of things revolving on the earth. In a quiet, tree-shaded space, a man's whispering, chattering voice could be heard. So what I did next was, "You evil mudmen. I, Jason Damon the Mage, will destroy all of you right here and now." After shouting loudly, sure enough, the noisy chatter continued non-stop, even puffing out his chest to brag about his achievements. Who else could it be but him? Jason sat on a long wooden bench, boasting about himself to the two girls sitting in front of him. In the middle of his story, he suddenly stopped, his face frustrated and annoyed as he complained to the listening girl. "Wait a minute. Are you even listening to me?" She smiled shyly. "Sorry, I must have dozed off." Well, that's fair. She had already tried her best to listen this long. At the same time, Lewis and Seda were leisurely walking towards them to eavesdrop. As soon as they arrived, they heard the complaining tone from some naive fool. "Please listen carefully this time. This will be the last time I tell it. You evil mudmen." Lewis couldn't help but chuckle at his best friend's storytelling. He secretly felt sorry for the two girls listening. At this moment, he was truly relaxed and satisfied. The conquest of the Jin Hung Plains is over. Over 1,500 were injured, but there were no fatalities after more than 2 hours of prolonged fighting, ending in our complete victory. Although he felt sorry for the dozens of injured knights, the final result was still a victory. It's truly worth celebrating. Even Morrow seemed satisfied, saying that the princes would be very pleased with this result. I'm glad he seems satisfied, but it seems it's not just an appearance. He even laughed heartily and cheerfully. Seda, walking beside him, suddenly called his name. "Hey, Lewis." He looked over and replied. He pointed at himself and proudly announced, "Tomorrow, I'm going back to Iota. You probably won't believe it, but the Saintess has been searching for me all this time. I'm actually a pretty promising mage in Iota." No wonder he had to go back and wasn't sad at all, even smiling brightly. Lewis also nodded in acknowledgement. "Yeah, I know. You've gotten much stronger." These were words of genuine praise, because from the time they fought together until now, he had witnessed all of Seda's progress. He replied with a radiant smile, laughing loudly and joking, "You little brat, just you wait. One day, I'll pay you back for what you did to me." After that enjoyable conversation, everything gradually settled down. Lewis returned to his home. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw the butler standing in front of the room, waiting for him. From afar, he greeted, "Ah, young master." He immediately smiled. "Butler, where's my father?" The man pointed to the door and gestured for him to enter. "Lord Melvin is on the terrace." In addition, the butler also reported to Lewis about his father's behavior since returning home from the expedition. "He seems to have something heavy on his mind, so I think he's taking some time for himself." Looking at the portrait of Lewis's mother hanging on the wall, his father must have been silently lost in sorrowful thoughts about his late wife. Hearing the butler's words, Lewis couldn't help but ponder. He seems to have something heavy on his mind. He spoke up. "Thank you, butler. But the man replied politely. No, young master. I'm the one who should be thanking you. His voice was more serious than usual, filled with an unnamed emotion as he choked out Lewis's name. Young master. He replied seriously, though he didn't understand what was happening. Yes. The butler placed a hand on his chest, respectfully expressing his feelings. I have lived in Adele for a very long time, but today is one of the happiest days of my life. After speaking, he paused for a moment, then closed his eyes and bowed his head, showing his deep appreciation. Thank you again, young master. What you accomplished today, no one in this domain, including myself, will ever forget. Lewis was also moved to tears by his words. Butler the man, as if afraid the Lord would be sad from waiting too long, urged him on. You should go in. He is probably waiting for you. He replied politely. Yes, I understand. Lewin's hands gripped the door handle, hesitant yet moved. Today's victory was truly worth celebrating. But not everyone could smile, especially not his elderly father. The man whose heart carried a deep, unhealable wound, like it had been pierced by a dull blade. Lewin slowly stepped through the door. He had never walked into the hallway with such a storm of suppressed emotions before. As soon as he looked up, he saw the man. 5 months of hardship had covered him in dust, but standing before the table. He hadn't lost any of his dignified air. However, it was tinged with a deep melancholy as he contemplated many things, gazing up at the distant moon. Lewin paused, lost in thought. Just as the memory of losing his mother years ago was still vivid in his mind. His father must also be remembering that day. His father, Lord Melvin Ancho, was surely recalling that day from 10 years ago, amidst today's victory and the territory celebration. He chose the most somber way to reminisce about that dusty, horrifying memory, grieving for his beloved wife who was no longer by his side. Lost in his emotions, he was startled when his father suddenly called out, Lewin. He hadn't expected it. Ah, you knew I was here? He could only rub his hair awkwardly, unsure how to explain. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. His father's voice was as gentle as a breeze, yet full of meaning. Lewin, come here. The father and son stood before the wine table. 2 glasses were set out, as if prepared in advance. Melvin picked up a bottle of wine. Would you like to try some of this wine? Yes, he agreed immediately. He gently poured the wine, taking his time to introduce it. This wine was aged for 17 years. It's called Self-Broke, but Maria and I used to call it by another name. Lewin froze for a moment, his heart skipping a beat when he heard that name, Maria. His mother's name. This was the first time in a very, very long time that his father had mentioned that name from his memories. His father continued, holding his own glass while offering the other one to him. We used to call this wine Amoros Lewin. It means lovely Lewin. A name as meaningful and sweet as its taste. Then, Melvin continued the story, and this was the first time Lewin had ever heard it. On the day you were born, I made this wine and made myself a promise, that you and I would drink it together. On a day even happier than that one. Lewin saw his reflection in the wine, his heart heavy with emotion. The day his father considered happier than that one was today, when they had won a glorious victory in the punitive war. Or as he saw it, the day he settled a bitter score. Melvin's heart was just as heavy, but he maintained his composure and proudly raised his glass with his son. Though I couldn't keep my promise to drink this with your mother. Being with you now makes me feel as if I'm drinking with Maria. After taking a sip, Lewin paused and smiled at his father. The taste is incredible. His father smiled back. I'm glad. The two quickly changed the subject to dispel the quiet, sorrowful atmosphere. Melvin spoke first, asking about his son's future plans. Lewin, what do you intend to do next? He didn't hesitate to share his thoughts. I'm going to expand our territory. Now that the punitive war is over, we'll cultivate the canyon. Instantly, a mystical blue screen slid into view, and a system window suddenly appeared. It made Lewin's eyes widen in utter shock as he read the information on the system panel. Huh? What is this? And in that system window was a message that left him completely bewildered. The little bear, who had been off meditating in some remote place and hadn't been seen for a long time, suddenly appeared on his shoulder. As soon as it arrived, it started talking non-stop. Lewin, something's wrong. I think something has happened to King Graham. While Lewin had yet to react, blurting out instinctively. It spoke with an annoyed frown. I know today was supposed to be a good day, but we need to get to the academy, fast. But Lewin wasn't listening. After reading that message, his mind was in a complete panic. He was completely oblivious to what was happening. Zhang urged him again, "Snap out of it, Luan. We have to go now." Only when the loud voice shouted in his face did he snap back to reality. Damn it. The notification message was finally revealed: defeat the approaching threat to the academy and save King Graham. No matter how many times Luan read it, he still wondered about its hidden meaning. You want me to defeat a threat heading toward the academy? What happened to King Graham? Gradually regaining his composure, he turned to his father with regret. Father. I'm truly sorry, but I have to leave for a while. His father looked at his son in surprise. His eyes seemed to ask what had just happened. The father and son had only just reunited, so hearing that Luan had to leave again was like a bolt from the blue. What? What are you suddenly talking about? Luan remained silent, feeling apologetic, because this was something he couldn't reveal. But Melvin understood his son. He could only sigh, his voice surprisingly gentle. All right. If you're this serious, there must be a reason. Then go. Hearing his father's approval, Luan didn't hesitate for a second. Since they were already on the open rooftop, he decided to leave from there. He leaped away like a gust of wind. He couldn't help but complain to himself, why now of all times? Why did the mission have to appear right after the punitive war? Luan left, filled with resentment for having his chill vacation with his old man ruined, but he had no choice. What the hell is happening at the academy? The scene shifts to the academy, where a mage in a long robe casts a lightning bolt toward a green monster sitting on a throne in the center. It's Amarath. It seems he's being targeted. What evil is about to unfold at the academy that requires Luan to intervene? The figure in the black robe was gathering power in a sphere in his palm. King Graham, sitting on his throne, couldn't help but get angry. Unbelievable. You just barge in and attack me? Are you insane? King Graham threatened furiously. I've heard the rumors about you at the academy. It turns out the one completely covered by the black robe was the Fire King, Terran. Terran recounted everything was strange right from the moment June Aiden was chosen by the Fong of Coen, Kansas. How could he wield power on par with an ogre? So, I started digging deeper. From Aiden to the academy, I finally solved the mystery. Then Terran's voice suddenly became stern. Ancient Ogre King, King Graham, you did something to Luan Arden, didn't you? Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind. Whatever your reason for being here, I will hold you responsible. Terran was slightly surprised by this. But nothing could faze him. Terran immediately detected Tyrion Ignis. Tyrion Ignis no longer hid himself. He revealed himself openly. You truly are different. You immediately noticed my presence. But then his tone turned serious. Terran. How do you intend to bear the consequences of all this? Tyrion Ignis remained firm. Consequences? But Terran answered nonchalantly, if I were worried about that, I never would have started this in the first place. Terran recounted, I sensed it during Luan Arden's graduation exam. If he continues to develop, one day my position will be threatened. If I eliminate all the key targets here, it will no longer be a concern. And finally, I'll find Luan Arden and end everything. Suddenly, someone ran in and shouted, King Graham, startling everyone. It was Luan, and with him was a girl. He was a bit surprised by the scene before him. Fire King Terran and the principal, too? What's going on here? Hearing this, Terran put on a heroic, pompous act. Thanks to you, I don't have to go looking for you myself. Terran suddenly interrogated him, Luan Arden, what's going on? He ran towards Luan with a hint of anger. How did you figure it out and track me all the way here? Then he continued his thought. It doesn't matter whether you answer today or not, because you're going to die either way. Tyrion Ignis stepped forward to advise Luan. Luan, get out of here, quickly. However, Luan hesitated. But. Seeing this, Tyrion carefully reminded him. Listen to me. He's not someone you can handle. With that, Tyrion Ignis rushed to fight Terran. Unfortunately, however, Terran's power was so immense that Tyrion Ignis was brought down. Seeing this, Luan shouted in worry, Principal. Then, the fierce Terran turned his attention to Luan Aiden. Now it's your turn to die. Terran then launched his attack. And Luan was prepared for it. King Graham, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly roared with anger. He used his power to defeat the ferocious Terran. Terran was sliced into different pieces by one of King Graham's attacks. He could do nothing but curse in anger. You damn ogre. How dare you? Luan, who was nearby, was also affected and fell, unable to stand his ground. He thought to himself, confused and angry. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Why is the Fire King here looking for King Graham? As he was lost in thought, King Graham's voice startled him. Seeing this, Luan asked with concern. King Graham, are you alright? King Graham didn't answer, instead seething with rage. Damn it! Even after sacrificing all the underground artifacts, expelling him was all I could do. King Graham said in an apologetic tone. I'm sorry. In the end, I put you in danger. However, Luan didn't see it as a big deal. Please, don't say that. I wasn't able to do anything. Then he looked over at Tyrion Ignis with concern. Are you okay, Principal? Tyrion Ignis, now safe, replied. Yes, I'm fine. Don't worry. But he immediately remembered something. But Luan, I sensed Terran's energy because I was nearby. You should have been back in Aden by now. How did you find out about this? King Graham was also curious. I'd like to hear that explanation as well. Luan found it a bit difficult to explain. This is. But in the end, he was honest. What I'm about to say may be hard to believe, but I hope you will listen. And so Luan began his story about an artifact named Pleelvadraka, the incarnation of a mage. After hearing the story, everyone understood a little better. So that was why Luan could use ogre-related powers. Now everything is clear. Luan felt a little regretful. I'm sorry for not telling you sooner, Principal. This information is extremely sensitive, but everyone was understanding. It's alright. Now I finally understand the situation clearly. Tyrion Ignis offered his opinion. There's no way Fire King Terran could have known all that. But given your growth rate and his personality, there's no way he would have left you alone. He must have thought that one day, you would become a threat to his position. Hearing this, Luan felt a surge of anger and thought, so the Fire King is really targeting me, even though I'm still far from being able to defeat him. Suddenly, the system notified Luan that the quest was complete. Quest reward, you can now break King Graham's contract. If the contract is broken, it could lead to obtaining even greater power. Luan was incredibly surprised to learn this. What? According to the description, King Graham's contract was this: hundreds of years ago, after being defeated by Friar Ignite, the principal's ancestor, he was sealed in an artifact and forced to serve the academy for life. After learning this, Luan suddenly took on an unusually stern demeanor and asked, King Graham, what does it mean that we can break your lifelong contract? King Graham was surprised by the sudden question. How do you know about that? King Graham said, breaking the contract means I can return to my original form and leave this place. Luan asked again, can the player artifact break the contract? King Graham answered calmly. Yes. It's now possible to break the contract as a reward for this event. But right after, King Graham added a careful warning. However, to break that contract, you need the consent of the one who cast the curse. Tyrion Ignis, who was present, spoke seriously. You really need my consent? My will is Luan's will. Hearing this, Luan was grateful and overjoyed. Thank you, Principal. Then Luan made his decision. Then let's leave this place, King Graham. And as a result, the contract between Friar Ignite and King Graham was broken. King Graham felt his body being liberated. He was overjoyed. Unbelievable. Even the player can break the contract. King Graham expressed his sincere gratitude. Thank you, everyone. King Graham asked, it seems you're very concerned about the challenges ahead, aren't you? Luan didn't hesitate to share, yes, I'm too weak to face Fire King Terran. King Graham then suggested, good. I've just thought of an excellent method for that. However, it comes with a condition, and this place is probably not suitable for it. Then he proposed, what do you think? Would you like to come with me to the Sky Mountains? Luan was a bit surprised by the offer. A short while later, there was chaos. An urgent report. Urgent report. The underground prison has been attacked. Pursue the escaped prisoner. This caused a stir. Who on earth would attack a prison? Is there a description of the suspects? We don't know. They looked like mages. Damn it. Who dares to attack the capital's prison? What about the escaped prisoner? Have they been identified? Yes, so far only one prisoner has been confirmed. It was George Jerry Hill. George Jerry Hill, being rescued, wasn't afraid but rather proud. It's an honor that you came to rescue someone like me in person. The hooded figure calmly replied, "Don't misunderstand. It's not that I'm particularly fond of you." The other person had a dangerous air about him. Just a little amusement. It turned out to be the crown prince of the empire, Somerton Runnan. The sky was clear, and a group of people resembling King Graham were chatting amongst themselves. Suddenly, someone called out loudly, "Chief Amarath." The person announced, the great human warrior has returned to the Sky Mountains once again." With those words came the presence of Luan and the orange-haired girl. Seeing them, Amarath wondered, and who is that behind him? Then both Amarath and Hakan were confused. Because they saw King Graham. The two said in unison, "You finally returned?" King Graham replied loudly, "Yes, I have finally returned. Back to my homeland." Hakan observed the situation joyfully. Two great warriors appearing at the same time. "We must have a celebratory feast." But immediately after, Amarath grew worried. "But King Graham, your arm." Hearing this, King Graham was calm. "Ah, I'll tell you about that later. It's a long story." Suddenly, he spoke. "And Hakan, sorry for the sudden request, but there's something I really need to ask." Hakan cheerfully replied, "It's no problem. Just say it. We'll listen to whatever it is." So King Graham comfortably shared, refined ogre tendon elixir. Hearing these words, Hakan's expression suddenly changed. But King Graham remained calm and explained, "For our dear friend, Little Destroyer. Can you prepare that elixir?" A coconut shell bowl contains some kind of liquid. This was the secret elixir of the Sky Mountain Ogre tribe, considered so precious it was used to nurture young ogres as they matured. Luan, now getting a look at this treasure, felt a strange emotion, but seeing it with his own eyes. He asked with some anxiety, "King Graham, do I really have to drink this?" King Graham didn't hesitate for a moment. "You have to drink it." He explained, "Didn't you say you needed the power to defeat the Fire King? I have my reasons for giving it to you, so you must drink it." Hearing that, Luan felt reassured. Well, if King Graham insists, there must be a good reason. Then, he gathered all his strength, lifted the coconut bowl, and resolved to drink it all. Whatever. As soon as he finished drinking, Luan suddenly felt a strange change in his body. He then put the bowl down and thought to himself, "That's horrible." Seeing Luan finish the drink, King Graham asked with concern, "How is it, Little Destroyer?" Luan was honest. "That's the worst thing I've ever tasted." But that wasn't what King Graham wanted to hear. "You don't feel anything different?" Hearing this, Luan was startled. "Ha? What do you mean?" Then Luan understood, but it was something he couldn't believe. "What is this?" Luan wondered as his strength increased by 100. This was no lie, as the system had recorded it. "You have consumed the special refined ogre tendon elixir. Strength increased by 100. Luan was once again baffled. Just from drinking one bowl of the elixir? This left him utterly confused. "King Graham, does this make any sense? Can the ogres here just get stronger like this?" King Graham explained, "No, that's not how it works. For an ogre, you drink it once, and that's it. It has no further effect." Luan had just one question. "So what about me? If I keep drinking it, will my strength continue to increase?" However, far from his expectations, King Graham didn't give an answer but changed the subject. "Why do you think Draka stayed in the Sky Mountains for 100 years? It was all for this elixir." Then Luan suggested, "Don't tell me, is there no more left? I'll drink as much as you have." King Graham spoke seriously, "The bowl you just had was the last one in our storage, and to make more, we need more ingredients." Hearing that, Luan sighed. However, right after, King Graham reassured him, "But you don't have to worry about the ingredients anymore." Luan was a bit surprised to hear that. He suddenly saw a group carrying ingredients back. King Graham calmly explained, "When I said we should help you." Everyone pitched in what they could gather, heartwood fruit, tendon grass, stone marrow, and many other things. They all wanted to bring the ingredients for you with their own hands, Little Destroyer. After finding this out, Luan was secretly overjoyed. Everyone went to this length for me. But right after, King Graham also pointed out a difficulty. But there's still one final ingredient they couldn't find. Ogre tendon is extremely hard to find, so that's understandable. Luan wanted to help. "So what do we do now?" King Graham consoled him, "Don't worry. As luck would have it, that bastard Fire King has already prepared it for us." With that, King Graham placed his other arm on the table, but Luan still didn't understand. "What do you mean?" King Graham explained, "Here, use this." My arm alone is enough to brew dozens of doses of the elixir. Hearing that, Lewin disagreed. But this is. However, King Graham was calm. Don't refuse. Just take it. Consider it my thanks for freeing me from my old oath. Lewin was extremely grateful. Thank you, King Graham. King Graham also added a suggestion. Also, drinking too much of the elixir continuously will put a very heavy strain on your body. Even Draka took 100 years, so it's hard to say how long it will take you. Hearing that, Lewin was worried. So what should I do? Right now, Fire King Terran is after me. I have to deal with him. King Graham still appeared dignified and clear. You don't need to worry about that. He revealed. I've already thought of a plan. Then he shared it. A moment ago, we expelled the Fire King. Do you remember when we used the artifact's power? King Graham explained, among the artifact's abilities is a type of magic related to time, and the right to use that magic is still in effect. Finally, King Graham concluded. In short, we'll use that magic. This magic, King Graham was practicing it, it created fire. King Graham gave an immediate example. To slow down time inside that cave from now on. Time inside the cave will pass countless times slower than outside. Then he suggested, Little Destroyer, are you ready? You're about to go through an incredibly harsh period. Lewin affirmed with certainty, yes, I'm ready. I've prepared myself for this. With that, he walked off. Then I'm on my way. After Lewin left, the orange-haired girl asked, King Graham, are you sure about this? Even for Lewin. It's going to take a pretty long time. King Graham didn't deny it. Yes, it will be very harsh. 1 hour outside will be equivalent to 10 years inside the cave. The orange-haired girl was still uneasy. Even if you don't age inside, it's still a terrifying ordeal. Right? I'm an incarnation, so it's fine for me. But Lewin is just a human. But King Graham had faith. Little Destroyer will definitely overcome this without any problems. So let's head back. We still have to reorganize. Someone asked curiously, King Graham, where are you planning to go? Everyone turned to where the voice came from. It was Lewin. They didn't expect him to come out so quickly. Hey, Little Destroyer. King Graham wondered, did you really drink all of that? How much time passed in there, anyway? Lewin recounted wearily, I'm not sure. I counted for about a week, then I stopped. Then Lewin spoke with stern dignity, in any case, I've done what I wanted to do. King Graham was confused. What do you mean? What was it you wanted to do? Inside, Lewin drank a ton of the elixir, empty bottles lying around, then he got up on his own. Lewin recounted, every day in there, I promised myself that if I could walk out of here, this damn cave. Then he suddenly gathered his power. I swore I would destroy it. As a result, the cave was destroyed by Lewin. Everyone there witnessed this glorious event. Only King Graham spoke up. Well now, he's gotten much better. After completing his task, Lewin suggested, well then, shall we go? At this time, according to the system, Lewin's strength had reached the 20,000 threshold. Lewin also felt more confident. Fire King Terran, I will destroy that bastard. At the royal castle, some superficial pleasantries were exchanged. I thank the Crown Prince once again. Somerton sat on the throne politely. I've already said there's no need for thanks. I just need you to look after Lewin Adele for me. George then asked, by the way, where is the Fire King? Wasn't he with you? Somerton shook his head. I'm not sure. He just wanders off without a word. Somerton then thought with some irritation, even if he is my adoptive father, walking off on his own like that is strange. I'll hold him responsible for this. Somerton turned to ask George, you said you would handle Lewin Adele, right? Do you have a good plan? George knelt respectfully. Yes, of course. The old man began to discuss his plan. The Grand Swordsmanship Tournament is being held in the Empire, correct? Somerton agreed. Yes, it's on the same scale as the Contention Festival. Hearing that, George felt reassured. Then, as a tournament on par with the Contention Festival, I hear Lewin Adele's sister will be participating. As the representative of the Adele family, and since that guy dotes on his sister, he will definitely come to watch the tournament. The old man continued to ramble on. At that time, the Dark Mages and I will ambush and eliminate him. If Tyrion Ignis hadn't intervened last time, we would have eliminated him. This time, we will definitely succeed. Somerton sat smugly on the throne, looking majestic and satisfied. Alright, I'll trust you this time. But the very next second, his face turned serious. Don't disappoint me. At the Grand Swordsmanship Tournament, according to the introduction, if the Contention Festival exists to honor mages, then the knights have their own Grand Swordsmanship Tournament. And this Grand Swordsmanship Tournament, just like the Contention Festival, is held for young knights from all over the continent to compete. The rule of this festival is that in the preliminary round, knights are selected to represent each region to enter the Grand Swordsmanship Tournament. To start things off, it was Luan's older sister. Luina had been chosen as the representative of the Adele family. When she walked in, the entire hall erupted in applause, cheering with great enthusiasm. However, it made her feel breathless. So nervous. The old butler standing beside her sadly announced, "It seems something has happened to Luan. So I think he won't be able to join us at the tournament this time." Hearing this, Luina only thought for a moment. It would be nice if Abba could make it. She felt a bit sorry for herself. He promised to come and cheer for me. While lost in thought, someone suddenly called her. Luina, you can do it. It was Irene. She was cheering Luina on. Everyone and I are cheering for you. You have to win. Some gossiping spectators were there. Isn't that Irene, Bruce? Her connections are truly something. Irene, hearing these words, wasn't angry but smiled proudly. Thank you, everyone. Luina, encouraged, became stronger. She made a resolution. I will definitely win. At this moment, the referee began to shout, "Alright then, you two, get ready." He then gave the signal. The battle begins. Immediately after, Luina and her first opponent. A proper, incredibly intense fight. One was fire, the other was a mountain. Single-handedly defeated the other. Somerton and George were also standing above, observing this fierce match. Somerton spoke first. What is it, Lord George? Somerton taunted, didn't you say this plan would lure him out? Even after searching the entire stadium, Luan Adele is nowhere to be found. George was now sweating with anxiety. Impossible, something must have gone wrong. If we search a little more. However, unfortunately for the old man, Somerton was tense. I was wrong to trust you. The plan has gone off course. Then he spoke without mercy. In that case, I will withdraw. George looked apologetic. I'm sorry. Then we will also withdraw. However, Somerton then suggested, no, wait. If we eliminate his sister, will Luan Adele come to me on his own? He then gave the order, proceed with the plan as it was. Down below, Luina and her opponent were still fighting on equal footing. Suddenly, the whole stadium became strange. People scrambled to escape. What's that? An explosion. Run. The Adele family, seeing everyone running in chaos, just calmly observed. The person with Luina was a bit puzzled. Wait. He shouted loudly, Luina. Luina. But at this moment, Bova managed to hold him back. Sir, it's dangerous. The old butler couldn't keep calm anymore. Damn it, what's happening? Why is this happening right when Luina's match is taking place? He prayed. Please, survive. Luina. Down below, everyone was knocked down by the explosion, and Luina was no exception. Luckily, she was still conscious. She then turned to ask the other person, hey, are you okay? Luina's opponent replied politely, yes, I'm fine. At this point, Luina was a bit suspicious. Why did it suddenly explode? Was it an accident? Suddenly, a voice approached from somewhere. There you are. The man spoke sinisterly, it would have been perfect if Luan were here. The man's subordinate chimed in, no, wait, brother. Eliminating the sister and making him suffer in agony. What could be better, right? With Luan's personality, he'll surely blame himself for not protecting his sister. The ringleader laughed as if he'd hit the jackpot. Right? As expected of my little brother. Luina, hearing these words, was scared but still brave. Who are you? Why are you talking about eliminating me? The ringleader acted mysteriously. Who knows? Is it necessary to explain to someone who's about to die? The other man suddenly felt like telling a story. Right, let me tell you something. We are the ones who hold a deep-seated grudge against your brother. As they spoke, they acted, causing Luina to panic. Wait, you guys. Before she could finish, she was ambushed by them. Alright, goodbye. They began to launch their attacks. Demonic techniques. To eliminate the young girl. Luina stood watching the situation. What should I do? It's too late to run now. Please, someone. Please, save me. Suddenly, something happened that changed the situation. The three, Irene, the old butler, and Bova, stared in shock from above. As for Somerton, sitting in his room watching the scene, he smiled with satisfaction. What a wonderful sight! What a wonderful sight! George, seeing this, felt a little relieved. Good, at least the Crown Prince's mood has improved. Well done, my sons. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Wait. And the three people in the stands were also extremely surprised. Luin appeared out of nowhere, blocking the attack from the group of men. Luina was utterly shocked to see her brother, while Luin just gently said, Sorry, Appa was a little late, wasn't I, Luina? Seeing her brother, the little girl could only sob. Why did you only come now, Appa? Luin could only make excuses. I'm sorry. A lot of things happened. He then assessed the situation. Anyway. I heard the Fire King had appeared, so I came looking for him. But I didn't expect this to happen. The ringleader started to find it interesting. You came at just the right time. Just you wait, our father will eliminate you. Luin sneered. Your father? So that bastard is behind all this. All of it. With that, Luin used his power and flew in front of the man, leaving him wide-eyed with surprise and confusion. Brother! Luin gently advised, but it sounded like a threat. Hey, Nico, who gave you the right to touch someone else's sister? He then gave the guy a lesson. Also, if you don't want to share the same fate, you'd better answer me right now. Luin's tone suddenly turned serious. George Jerry Hill, where is that bastard? At this moment, both Somerton and George felt a bit scared. Luin punched someone until his hand bled. He threatened, if you don't want to end up like this, then start talking. He emphasized, George Jerry Hill. Where is that bastard? A voice rang out. Luin Adele. It was George. He flew out from nowhere and reprimanded him. How dare you? Along with his anger came his combat techniques. He was furious. Someone like you dares to kill my son? With that, he flew down with immense power, forcing Luin to take a few steps back. At this point, Luin showed his full confidence. You came to me on your own? Good. Saves me the trouble of finding you. George, still with an angry face, cursed, you bastard. He then challenged him, you. I will kill you with my own hands. With that, he gathered his power to attack. George Jerry Luin Adele. A large stream of fire rushed towards Luin, but he remained unharmed, standing tall. Luin wasn't scared at all. He laughed mockingly. Ridiculous. Who said I would die? He then got into his stance. The one who will die is not me. Then Luin prepared to attack. It's you. With that, Luin launched a direct attack towards the arrogant George, sending him into a complete panic. George hurriedly put up a barrier to block it. However, Luin was much stronger now. George struggled and was sweating profusely, yet he still couldn't block the attack. Now he remembered. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Back in the capital, I alone could corner him. George wondered, and now, just after a few months, the gap is this huge? As a result, George was defeated by Luin. He now looked as battered as a sick person, with scrapes and injuries all over his body. Yet Luin didn't stop. He continued to fight. The three people in the stands were left speechless watching this scene. Even George's group of subordinates were sweating and felt a chill down their spines in fear. Luin flew over and stomped on George, pinning him against the wall. Luin interrogated him, just one question, George Jerry Hill. His hands were trembling with fear. Luin wondered, how did you escape the underground prison in the capital? With the ruined name of the Jerry Hill family, that should have been impossible. At this point, George was out of strength. He sincerely begged for his life. I'll tell you everything. Please spare me. But unfortunately for him, Luin was decisive. No. Forget it. He lowered his hand without any hesitation. Either way, it was either the Fire King or the Crown Prince. It must have been one of them. In the end, George died at Luin's hands. His adopted sons, seeing this, cried out in despair, Father! One of them said bitterly, "You damn bastard. First my brother, and now my father." He lost all reason in his anger. "I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you." He then gave an order. "Everyone, charge. Surround and kill him. He can't escape. If we don't kill him right now, then Jerry Hill will be annihilated." Hearing that, the entire group went into action, roaring in anger. "Lewin Adele, just die already, you bastard." Lewin, facing this danger, remained as calm as ever. "You still don't get it, do you?" The entire group used the same technique to target Lewin. But he fought alone with determination. "Scum like you are no longer worthy of being my opponents." According to the introduction, the powers used by the two sides were different. One side had a brilliant sphere of light that was different just by looking at it. That blinded others from the villain side, and on the other, a raging fire that burned away everything that came near from the protagonist's side. Lewin's power was level 8 magic, while the others used meteor. With just one strike, he could defeat them all. All of them. Goodbye, Jerry Hill. Over here, Somerton stood below and watched everything that had just unfolded. Finally, Lewin had eliminated all the evil people. As for Crown Prince Somerton, standing above after the battle ended, he sneered. "Crazy. You're really crazy." Somerton was both sinister and afraid. "Lewin Adele, you truly are the strongest." Just then, Taryn rushed in and threw open the door. "Somerton." Somerton, hearing this, was confused. Taryn was both worried and scared. "What the hell are you doing?" Somerton found this excessive concern amusing. "Godfather. Why did you suddenly come here, Godfather?" Taryn reprimanded him. "Why, you ask? You think I don't know about the chaos happening in the Empire? How can you act so brazenly like this?" Somerton's voice turned cold and contemptuous. "Disappearing without a word, and now you dare to raise your voice at me? Did you see that magic just now and still dare to talk like that?" Somerton, hearing this, softened a bit. Yes, it was impressive. But what kind of spell was it that made you make such a big deal out of it? Taryn explained, that was level 8 magic. Somerton was incredibly shocked to hear this. According to the system, level 8 magic is a realm that only the top master mages can reach. In other words, Lewin Adele was now on par with, or even surpassed, Fire King Taryn. Taryn worried once more. "Is this really the outcome Your Highness, the Crown Prince, desired? Sending some trash from a collapsing nation to provoke him?" Somerton, seeing his father's overreaction, was confused. "Why are you so angry? Please calm down and listen to me." But Taryn was still extremely anxious. "You just saw it. He cast level 8 magic." Somerton wasn't scared, but rather intrigued. "Yes, I saw it very clearly. He's reached level 8. This kid still seems stubborn." Taryn tried to wake him up. "Somerton." At this moment, Taryn was so angry he seemed like a different person. "The Crown Prince has made a grave mistake. You must not underestimate him. He is very cunning and may have already figured out that you were the one behind helping Jerry Hill." Somerton, hearing these words, was calm. "Godfather," he said honestly, "do you really think I was trying to hide it from him?" Taryn was confused, but Somerton was calm. "Why are you so worried?" He explained, "You are the master mage who holds power across the continent. I am the crown prince who will inherit and rule this mighty empire. He is just an interesting toy from a small neighboring country." Suddenly, Somerton's tone changed strangely. "Or are you afraid?" At this point, Taryn didn't offer any more advice. He decided to let fate take its course. "You've always done as you pleased. So go ahead." Somerton, hearing this, suddenly turned around and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Taryn then turned to leave. "It means I have nothing more to say to you, Your Highness." Taryn, with a serious demeanor, "I am willing to find a Taryn. I will personally go and petition His Majesty, the Emperor." The clear blue sky was pierced by the first rays of morning sun, shining through the white clouds and into the windows of the tower. "I heard a level 8 mage appeared in a small country." "I heard that too. He's only 17, right?" Voices broke the silence of the place. To be able to use meteor at that age below, 5 burly men were whispering amongst themselves. The reason for their reaction was simple. Lewin Adele of the Adele family had reached level 8 at a very young age, meaning his rate of comprehension surpassed even that of Fire King Taryn. Lewin stood with his legs apart, raising one hand high to summon a massive ball of power, like a bomb made of fire, causing the group on the right to be extremely wary of him. That's why Luanadel, who is currently showing a growth rate even faster than the Fire King, might be aiming for the very position the Fire King currently holds. In short, public opinion was increasingly suggesting that the master of the Mage Tower should be changed. These opinions put the two people named in the conversation in a precarious position. And of course, that rumor had also reached the Emperor's ears. A man with a golden beard spoke hesitantly, the next master of the Mage Tower? What do you think? The man full of charisma sat on his throne in a lavish palace. Below him, two sturdy men stood at attention on either side of the red carpet. A mage from a small country is threatening Terran's position. I want to hear your opinions on this important matter. He was Emperor Titan Renak, and his military uniform gave him a commanding presence. Yes, your majesty, a man in a white suit replied hesitantly. There are many level 8 knights on the continent. But there is only one level 8 mage, the Fire King. The platinum-haired emperor listened intently to his words. Yet now, another level 8 mage has appeared at a very young age. Perhaps the one with superior talent is the one who deserves to hold the position of Tower Master. His face showed some reservation as he spoke on the matter. Your Majesty, please do not let their words sway you. A voice suddenly spoke up, causing the entire hall to turn their heads. Fire King Terran. They were so surprised they could barely speak when they saw him appear. Terran silently walked into the grand hall with a young man with chestnut brown hair. Terran, I didn't expect you to come in person. Without making Terran wait, the Emperor continued, then I want to hear your opinion directly. Granted permission to speak, Terran replied sincerely, Your Majesty, do you really accept this situation? Luanadel, the one said to have reached level 8. As he spoke, his eyes darkened, and his brows furrowed. Just a few days ago, he was far inferior to me in terms of skill. So how could he reach level 8 in such a short time? Renak contemplated thoughtfully. He didn't answer but continued to listen to the cunning fox. Renak's eyes widened as he heard Terran continue. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became. He must have touched forbidden power. Whether it's dark magic or something else, he must have used all sorts of tricks. Otherwise, how could he grow at such an absurd rate? He continued to drill words into the king's head. He even uses a strange power related to the ogre race. And recently, the once respected Jerry Hill family. He slaughtered the family head, George Jerry Hill, along with all of his sons. Luan's power was so overwhelming that this old man, while speaking, couldn't help but recall his previous feats. If someone like that becomes the Tower Master, it will surely throw the Empire into chaos. His face was as taut as a bowstring about to snap. Every gesture made the Emperor believe him more and more. Dark magic. Everyone's eyes turned to Terran, unable to help but whisper curiously. Yes, if that's true, then his growth is somewhat reasonable. Perhaps the sophistry he was sowing had made everyone half believe and half doubt. The Emperor was silent for a moment, then replied thoughtfully, Indeed, as you say, there is definitely something wrong. This issue seems to affect not only the position of Tower Master but also the stability of the entire Empire. Perhaps we will have to mobilize the army. In the Grand Hall, these talented people obediently listened to him. To the words uttered from his jealousy and envy. Almost there. As he thought, the corner of his mouth lifted into a vile smile. With the Emperor's military power, even that kid Luan has no chance of resisting. Truly a cunning old fox. His mouth said one thing while his mind thought another. Father, you can't do that. Please stop, a request, as well as a plea, suddenly rang out from the young man. From the gate, the crown prince with light orange hair and deep-set eyebrows walked in, causing the cunning old fox Terran to be so startled his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Crown Prince. He didn't expect Somerton to appear at this moment. The serious-faced Crown Prince continued to walk into the Grand Hall. Somerton, you still have the face to come here? The Emperor, seeing his troublesome son approaching, furiously questioned him. I don't understand what you're talking about, father. This Crown Prince's emotions didn't waver in the slightest. He arrogantly treated the Emperor's words like water off a duck's back as he replied. You think I don't know? You think I don't know? The Emperor was so angry he repeated his words twice. He yelled at him, his face almost contorted by the sudden rage that rushed to his brain. And yet you dare to ruin it just because of your personal feelings? How can a Crown Prince behave so carelessly? The angry father continued to send his words of love to his son. He closed his eyes as if exhausted, hesitated for a moment, then answered him, That matter is over. Are you bringing up the past just to scold me here? The handsome Crown Prince was now like a 3-year-old having a tantrum. For being scolded by his parent in a public place. The fact that you feel scolded shows that you at least still have some shame. With that, he turned his face away as if he had had enough of this troublemaking son of his. Anyway, what do you mean by stop? Putting the father-son issue aside, the emperor sternly asked his son about his earlier words. Because I have decided to kill him myself, the crown prince uttered words as cold as ice to the bone. Even if he has to die, it will be by my own hand. Somerton's purpose in coming here was to prevent the emperor from acting before him. One would think an angel had come to save Lewin, but that was just imagination. I also yearned to see him die, to the point of desperation. He continued to speak harsh words that made even the emperor grimace in disbelief. What? He asked again, as if he couldn't believe his son's words. He was about to continue speaking when he suddenly fell ill, his eyes almost losing focus. The emperor choked and coughed loudly a few times, startling his followers. Your Majesty, are you all right? I know I've reached the limit of my endurance, Somerton. He tried to continue speaking. The crown prince's face remained unchanged, just looking at him silently, while the old man Taran next to him still had only one expression of fear. If you said so, then make the best choice you can yourself. The emperor's verdict was like a bucket of water thrown straight in his face. The old man's horrified, contorted expression made anyone watching grimace. What? It ends so vaguely like this? He seemed unable to believe his own ears. Just because of one word from the crown prince? Although he was angry, he had to accept his fate. Godfather, he began, startling Taran, who glanced over. You dragged my father, who needs rest, into this just to catch him. Are you really that kind of person? He asked, frowning at him. The sudden words made the old man even angrier. His eyebrows were almost knit together as he stared at Somerton in frustration. My father's illness is getting worse. Even the most famous royal physicians have given up, he said. In other words, all the power you currently hold will belong to me in a few days. Another bucket of water poured on his head. Taran gritted his teeth and glared angrily but couldn't utter a word. Well then, I'll be taking my leave, Godfather. With that, he turned and walked away as if nothing had happened, leaving him and Dumram standing there, furious. Since when did things turn out like this, he asked himself, as if unable to believe his fate. I was supposed to be the wings that support the crown prince, who will become the succeeding emperor. Taran clenched his fists, trembling with anger. But Lewin Adel, ever since he appeared, my wings have been crushed to pieces. His flawed thinking became delusional when he thought of Lewin's image. Absolutely not. The twisted, malicious thoughts of this old fox were written all over his face. Taran's whole face was about to explode with jealousy. I absolutely cannot forgive that. Perhaps he had chosen a different path for himself. In a flash, he and his favorite disciple had returned to their room. Taran sat with his head in his hands on a long chair, while Dumram stood with his hands behind his back like a subordinate waiting for his master's orders. Dumram, the old fox suddenly called his name. Yes, Tower Master, Dumram quickly replied like an obedient puppy. What if you had defeated Lewin Adel in the swordsmanship tournament, he said vaguely. If I had helped you win, wouldn't history have taken a different turn, he continued. Every word was like honey poured into his ear. Dumram was silent, as if deep in thought. Right. There's no point in talking about it now. As he spoke, he curled his lips into a smile, as if hatching a dark plot. Soon, the Tower Master will change. No matter how much the Crown Prince resists, he won't be able to stop Lewin Adel like that, his voice echoed throughout the room. But why haven't you left me yet? The cunning old fox's expression suddenly turned somber as he asked. Because to me, the Tower Master can only be the Fire King, no one else. If Lewin Adel is the source of all this, then I will deal with him myself, he answered Taran mechanically. I see. But with your current strength, that's impossible. His eyes held a flicker of hope. Dumram remained silent like a gate guard. But this time, it might be different. His next words made him stare wide-eyed in astonishment. Because this time I will actively support you, he said with a smile. His body began to radiate a mystical purple light, and his eyes darkened with magical power. Dumram could only stand there, rooted to the spot, and watch. Your eyes have turned black. The more he thought, the more scared he became. His face turned pale, as if drained of blood. Fire King, he stammered in fear at the person opposite him. Don't worry, he waved his hand and pressed it directly onto the face of the unfortunate Dumram. The purple magical energy from Taran's hand was being forced into his head. You who have always yearned to be accepted as my disciple, he said as he transferred dark power into his head. Dumram could do nothing but try to hold his hand back and utter a few muffled sounds. Come on, isn't this the moment you've always wished for, he said with a grotesque laugh, the magical energy behind him growing ever stronger. So smile, Dumram. Terran's almost final words to him. The purple energy from the old man was so dense it pierced through the room and flew everywhere. In the arena, in a vast but desolate space, Luan wore a long black robe. He was surrounded by blazing red flames. His silhouette exuded a fearsome defiance, yet also a deep contemplation. It seemed he was thinking about something. Luan stood silently, facing the stands. He looked very pensive. Perhaps he was contemplating something, or the injustice in his heart left him unsure of what to say. His entire being radiated a terrifying aura. Messing with Luina wasn't enough. They even dragged innocent civilians into this. Luan's mind was in turmoil, and he began to form various speculations. The sinister images of Crown Prince Somerton and Fire King Terran appeared one after another in his thoughts. Who did this? The Crown Prince? Or the Fire King? After his grim and fearsome demeanor, Luan suddenly appeared unconcerned about who the culprit was. Well, it doesn't really matter. Suddenly, Luan exuded a terrifying killing intent. A deep red aura enveloped him, his eyes resolute. Filled with an undisguisable hatred, his brow furrowed, his voice grim. Though calm, it sent a chill down one's spine due to the horrific killing intent. I will crush them both. In the vast palace, along a corridor hung with flickering torches, the space was illuminated by a warm golden light. There were only two lonely figures. Irene, in a sophisticated and elegant black outfit, was hastily running after Luan's gradually disappearing back. Wait, Luan. Where are you going? Luan still maintained a cold, somber expression. He didn't turn his head and continued walking forward. Luan maintained his frighteningly cold demeanor, the killing intent not diminishing but still enveloping his entire body. His handsome face couldn't hide the growing anger. He frowned. His words were firm and incredibly certain, with an undercurrent of unbearable injustice. This was definitely the work of the Fire King or the Crown Prince. Both of them are now openly targeting me. Right behind him, Irene heard it like a shocking revelation, unable to believe her ears. She placed a hand on her chest as if to calm herself, but her face still clearly showed a worry and fear that was hard to conceal. Irene couldn't help but reflexively utter a questioning phrase, the Fire King? The atmosphere immediately became frighteningly serious. Luan's voice was deep as he confirmed Irene's suspicion. Yes. But now that things have come to this, the only way is to see it through to the end. Irene continued to follow Luan to clarify everything, her voice soft, hesitant and full of bewilderment, as she was still unsure of what Luan had said earlier. What do you mean by that all of a sudden? Luan didn't stop walking, nor did he look back, calmly replying to Irene. You saw it too, Lady Irene. They dared to openly attack in a place full of noble families and civilians. Luan continued to present his thoughts to Irene. If we just let them run rampant, not only Adele but the entire empire will fall into chaos. Irene fell silent, beginning to think about what Luan said. I can't believe the Fire King is targeting you, Luan. But the overwhelming magical power you displayed in the arena earlier has definitely reached the level of a level 8 mage. Irene still stared at Luan's back, thinking non-stop. Right now, you're probably the only mage strong enough to face the Fire King. But what do you intend to do? Luan didn't turn his head. Please step aside, Lady Irene. Irene was puzzled. Huh? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Her footsteps suddenly halted. The space grew tense with the appearance of Dumram. He stood before the door, long sword in hand, facing Luan and Irene. Irene remained silent. Luan spoke, long time no see, Dumram. Did the Fire King send you to kill me? Dumram's face darkened threateningly. Don't you dare mention his name with that filthy mouth of yours. Luan's voice was full of mockery. No, along with the Fire King. Dumram gritted his teeth in anger. Arrogant bastard. Suddenly, Dumram launched a slash at Luan. The slash had immense power, carrying with it sparks of fire. I, Dumram, will never let you get near the Fire King. Luan raised his hands in front of him to block the attack. The sparks died out after the slash. Luan looked up, full of contempt and disgust. Still the same, that attitude towards the Fire King. Suddenly, he became stunned, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. Huh? What? Dumram emanated a terrifying, dark purple killing intent, his brows furrowed and his eyes a deep, dark black. Full of hatred, he looked at Luan, his hand still gripping his sword. Luan was filled with suspicion and surprise. This guy, what's wrong with him? The space fell silent, as if in Dumram's subconscious memory of the past. Terran's gentle voice echoed. Dumram, even if I grant you power, I know it's still not enough to face him. He stood before Dumram, who was kneeling respectfully before him, his hands clenched tightly. Suddenly, he let out an evil laugh. So you have only one mission. Buy time. That is your mission, Terran told Dumram. Back in reality, Dumram let out a terrifying roar. Dumram raised his sword, preparing to swing at Lewin once more, wanting to send him to meet his ancestors. Dumram's entire body exuded a frightening killing intent. A powerful, decisive slash, carrying a shockwave of fire towards his opponent. Lewin reacted quickly, jumping into the air to dodge the slash. Irene also immediately retreated to avoid the impact of the attack. She looked at Dumram in astonishment, unable to believe it. Irene's eyes widened, her thoughts racing. Dumram was indeed one of the strongest among the 11 children. But now? He's on a completely different level. What the hell is going on? Irene assessed in shock. His face became terrifying, enraged, and stronger than ever. Dumram was in a ready stance, prepared to fight at any moment. Irene was too shocked to speak, still looking at Dumram, then she seemed to come to her senses. Suddenly jolted, not taking her eyes off Dumram, she warned Lewin in a hurried voice. Lewin! Be careful. His form reminds me of something I once read in a book. Dumram has undergone the process of demonization, Irene's voice rang out, leaving Lewin somewhat stunned. Demonization? Dumram shot towards Lewin like a flash while he was still thinking. There's no doubt about it. The one behind this is too obvious. How cowardly to the very end, Fire King. Dumram was no longer lucid. Perhaps due to the demonization, he had gone mad and lost all reason. Then I know what I have to do. Lewin fought while defending against Dumram. He was as aggressive as a wild beast. Relentlessly attacking Lewin. I'll subdue him and help him regain his sanity. Lewin was firm, looking fearlessly at the wild beast aiming for his life. Dumram grew more frantic, his eyes pitch black, screaming at Lewin. Let's end this, Lewin Adele. A slash of immense power, as if concentrating all of Dumram's abilities, was unleashed, creating a massive pillar of light that seemed to tear space apart. Phew, I almost couldn't block that, Lewin said with relief. Dumram looked up, puzzled. What? Because you swung your sword so hard, I finally got a chance to use something I couldn't before. Until now, Lewin said calmly, stepping on Dumram's sword. Steel break. I can unconditionally destroy anything made of steel, one time. Lewin raised his hand high in the air and began to cast a spell. Alright, let's end this. Lewin slammed his fist down on the sword blade, carrying a powerful light. Dumram jumped back, but it was too late. The sword was broken. My sword! Before he could react, another fist from Lewin flew straight at his face. Sorry, Dumram, Lewin said as he delivered a powerful punch that deformed his face. I'll try to knock you out without killing you. So try to endure it. And just like that, Lewin continuously attacked Dumram. In the corridor, a pair of long legs ran like the wind towards Somerton's office. The old butler threw open the large doors. Your Highness! He frantically warned, you must retreat now. The Fire King is. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened as if he had been struck by someone. The butler collapsed and fainted in front of Somerton. Yet he was in no hurry, acting as if it wasn't his concern. He spoke with an annoyed tone, so, you still chose to play it this way in the end? Somerton sat at his desk, directly facing the Fire King. Godfather. The silence was suffocating. Behind Terran, 3 burly guards had all collapsed, lying flat on the floor. I apologize, Your Highness. In the end, I had no other choice. He said in a calm tone. Somerton suddenly sneered as if he had heard something ridiculous. How absurd. Then he became angry and rushed towards Terran. Why on earth did you do this? Do you think eliminating me will win you the position of Tower Master? No, I'm no longer satisfied with just that, Terran's cold words stunned Somerton. Terran continued to speak of his goal. Because my position as Tower Master is being threatened. So there's only one path left. To seize overwhelming power, crush Lewin Adele with absolute might, and become not just the Tower Master, but the ruler of this entire world. And that power comes from the latent energy within Your Highness. The successor to the throne. His eyes were revealed, pitch black and terrifying. His words were like a hand pushing Somerton into a pit of ice, leaving him speechless and stunned. Taran continued speaking to Somerton. Do you remember what I taught you when you were little? Never back down from your beliefs. A faint smile played on his lips. The atmosphere grew heavy as Taran began to cast a spell. He raised his hand, which carried a mystical purple light. And just as I was taught, I will make things happen exactly as I wish. Somerton stood silently, facing him, waiting to see what he would do next. Somerton's brow furrowed, and he suddenly lost his composure, roaring at Taran. You think just saying that will make me give up? Guards! Seize him! Immediately, 3 guards from the center of the air jumped down, pointing their swords at Taran. He turned around, his eyes wide, and cast his dark magic at the guards. Taran waved his hand, and immediately a purple light flashed past them, stunning the guards before they could react. Taran let out a contemptuous smile. Turning his back to Somerton after dealing with his minions, one of whom had collapsed right at his feet. Are you done talking, Your Highness? The purple magical light still lingered in the space, creating a frightening pressure. Somerton suddenly forced a laugh, but gradually lost control, covered in sweat. So this is it? This is how it all ends? His words were filled with unwillingness. Taran's powerful magic enveloped the entire room in purple and blue streaks of light. The 3 guards had collapsed on the floor. Showing no signs of life, Somerton spoke to Taran with hatred. Fine. Go ahead and try to take down Lewin Adele. Even in death, I will curse you. Both of them helplessly frowned and looked down. She asked Lewin with pity, will he be okay? He had been punched by Lewin countless times. His bruised face was swollen and red on both cheeks. His eyes were rolled back, unconscious, left to his fate in the arena. He stood there with his hands in his pockets. Well, he's still alive, so he's probably fine. Getting punched is better than living as a demon, she replied hesitantly. That's true. But he remained motionless there. From a distance, a footstep slowly approached. The person wore a mix of white and brown, exuding a mature aura. He spoke, as expected, he was no match for you. But you did well, dumb ram. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them turned around, unable to believe their eyes. He gave a satisfied smile, clenching his hand into a fist, still speaking evenly. You fulfilled your role faithfully, just as I ordered you to buy time. Irene hesitantly spoke, Your Highness, Fire King. At that, Lewin's face darkened, and he shouted, Fire King Taran, you finally decided to show your face. I will destroy you. Suddenly, his eyes widened completely. Something's not right. This power far exceeds the Fire King I once knew. An energy that is many times stronger. He stood there, enveloped in a deadly aura. Then he let out a grotesque laugh. Lewin Adele. You can never defeat me. With that, the powerful dark energy in his body erupted. Lewin cried out in alarm. Lady Irene, get back. Then a loud explosion. In the arena, the aftershock from the blast sent rubble and dust flying everywhere. As soon as the explosion occurred, the people outside had no idea what was happening inside, leaving everyone wide-eyed and confused. Screams echoed from all over the arena, creating a tragic scene. One person asked, What's going on now? Everyone fell silent, looking inside. Then Lewin's gaze fixed on something that made his jaw drop. That's my brother and sister Irene. From inside, Lewin, holding both Dumram and Irene in his arms, was blown out of the explosion. As he flew out, he yelled, Run! This place is dangerous. Get the civilians out of here now. His sister's brow furrowed with worry for her brother's safety. He then landed safely, having saved the other 2 from the blast. Before he could even catch his breath, he angrily questioned him, Fire King. What the hell are you doing? In the midst of civilians, he slowly landed, still accumulating lightning magic in his hands. Why are you even asking that anymore? With that, he smirked contemptuously. Just drop dead. Then, with purple lightning in his hands he rushed forward to strike him. Lewin also used all his strength to counter his attack. With his hands still resisting that power, his face was not happy, and with some fear, he gritted his teeth and endured. What the hell is going on? I thought I could finally face this bastard. But this power is beyond my limits. The more Taran fought, the more ferocious he became, laughing like a madman. Yes. Give it your all, Lewin Adele. His eyes were filled with astonishment. What did you do during that time? Wait, I sense a slightly unusual magical energy. This energy it can't be. The Crown Prince, he was startled and suspicious. Before he could finish his thought, he was hit with another lightning punch. He could only cross his arms and helplessly endure the blow. He absorbed the crown prince's life force. The more he thought, the angrier he became. He was then punched and sent flying backward. But his thoughts continued, damn it. For your own ambition, you really would stop at nothing, would you? Taran stood there with a condescending tone. Luan Adele, thank you for angering me. Luan, who had just been hit, struggled to get up, not understanding what he was talking about. Thanks to you, I was finally able to become a demon god. The image of him enveloped in a dark aura, his eyes glowing, looked quite something. Demon god? He frowned slightly, a chill running down his spine. So, because of jealousy, you dared to touch that forbidden power. This energy is too terrifying. I can't even tell how many people besides the crown prince were sacrificed. He could only grit his teeth in anger for them. Never. People like you should never exist. He began to stand up. If I let him do as he pleases, this world will be swallowed by chaos. With that thought, he began to think of another plan. He then called out to him, Fire King Taran Artemis. Hearing someone call out his full ancestral name, he was a bit surprised. He enunciated each word, his eyes showing his determination. I will stop you, at all costs. After hearing that, he let out an amused smile. A quest window appeared. Final quest, defeat the demon god and save the world. In an endless void, a voice called out, Sister, sister. Irene opened her eyes in alarm. She struggled to sit up, her face dotted with sweat as if she had just experienced a nightmare. Luina, what's happening? Luina explained the situation to her. Brother asked me to lead the remaining civilians out of the capital. As she spoke, her face darkened. But just the two of us isn't enough. What are we supposed to do? He left us. Brother is fighting alone. As she thought, helpless tears began to stream down her face. The little girl broke down crying in Irene's arms. Luina. Suddenly, Irene looked ahead, her eyes wide with astonishment. That is. Demons. Soulless people were slowly advancing towards the two sisters. So Dumram wasn't the only one turned into a demon. They intended to wipe everyone out from the beginning. The two sisters looked at the horde of demons in terror. Luina, run from here first. Leave this to me. A voice came from behind. Everyone, fall back. This will probably be the place where this old man meets his end. He closed his eyes, feeling a longsword in his hand. Sir Bova, I will fight with you, she said with a determined tone, pleading with him. If the young master found out, he would be heartbroken. No, I've made up my mind. The demonized people madly rushed towards them. If we can't protect the people here, I think I'll regret it for the rest of my life. After saying that, they both took their stances, preparing for the fight. Before them was a sea of fire. Then both of their gazes stopped in surprise. Damn it! We're late. An old man with white hair apologized to everyone. Bringing everyone here, I didn't expect it to take so long. In front of the silver-haired old man, countless people in black clothes with weapons stood ready to help. Then we will fight alongside you. With that, the whole group charged into battle. Some punched, some kicked, some used swords. A mix of swords and magic. One of them shouted. We have to take them down quickly. We need to finish this fast and go help Luan. From afar, a loud explosion sent dust and smoke flying everywhere. Luan! As the smoke cleared, the image of Luan, on his hands and knees, exhausted after a blow from Fire King Taran, was revealed. Taran, his body surrounded by purple magic, hovered above, looking down. Down below, he gritted his teeth bitterly. Damn it! I'm not even a match for him. After training so hard, this is the result? I have to protect everyone. Taran spoke condescendingly. A fitting end for foolish trash like you. The more he spoke, the more pleased he was, smirking. Your desperate struggles are meaningless now. I, who have reached the realm of a demon god, will erase all of you. With that, his hand summoned a giant sphere surrounded by flames, just like his name, preparing to rain down on Luan, who could only stand there, frozen. He shouted. Now, goodbye. With that, he forcefully swung his hand, flinging the sphere towards Luan, his face filled with murderous intent. The sphere got closer and closer, its pressure causing the ground around him to crack, while he could only watch it fall. Over here, Irene and Luina were terrified. Appa, they both cried out in fear. His body was now frozen in fear before that immense power, he could only stare. So this is the end? Just as he seemed to have resigned his life to fate. A voice echoed from somewhere. Protect them. He opened his eyes, startled. Beside his ear was a dragon with glowing blue eyes. Though I couldn't do it, you can. He seemed to feel a hidden power within himself and his eyes shot wide open. She frowned in surprise. This energy, it can't be. Then a halo of light radiated everywhere. So much so that even Terran was startled. Luan's lips curled into a mocking smile. It wouldn't be fair if only you got to be a demon god, right? He, with the power of Draka, stood before him. He called out arrogantly. Come on. Come on, Terran Artemis. Luan spoke confidently. Alright then, this time, let's have a proper fight. Terran wondered in confusion, what is this? He thought in a panic, what the hell is going on? Terran looked at him in astonishment. This terrifying energy, it's as if a real god has descended. Luan raised his fist. Alright, now. He aggressively attacked Terran. He shouted. My turn. He had to summon a shield while cursing to himself, damn it, I have to block this somehow. But soon, Terran's line of defense was broken, and his face took the full force of Luan's punch. Terran was sent flying far away. Tyrion Ignis exclaimed in amazement, what in the world is this? Is that really Luan's power? Zhang was extremely worried. That's the incarnation of Draka. Luan summoned that? What on earth is happening? It still couldn't believe it. Impossible. Could it be that Luan is becoming the new god of destruction? While dealing with Luan? At that moment, Luan heard a familiar voice. You're using dirty tricks until the very end, Luan Adele. Terran had just launched a massive energy blast towards him. He shouted, I won't allow it. He slammed his hands on the ground, and his face began to show cracks. Anything that stands in my way now. Terran stood up strongly and then declared, I will absolutely not allow it. He channeled a large amount of magic into his palm and taunted Luan, let's see how long that arrogant attitude lasts. Countless electric orbs were summoned around Terran. He confidently declared, in the end, your fate is destruction. Even Terran, as a demon god, didn't realize one thing. The Draka that Luan had summoned was once called the god of destruction. So facing Draka now was no longer simply suicide. Luan rubbed his hands together, creating bright sparks of fire. Before Terran was only a whistling wind. He asked in terror, what? What kind of nonsense is this? Luan suddenly spoke. Is it my turn again? He got ready. The terrifying power of Draka approached Terran. He was beaten again. Luan followed up with another punch to Terran. This blow caused him immense pain. Terran was sent flying far away. Everyone who witnessed the scene was extremely astonished. Despite his injuries, Terran continued to ramble, I admit it, Luan Adele. He declared his defeat and flew high into the air. Terran, while raising his hand to create a magic sphere, said, even if I use every trick I have, I can't defeat you. His voice grew heavy. But if I can't win against you, Terran threatened loudly, then I will drag you into this cursed world with me, and destroy everything with all my power. Hearing that, Luan's eyes widened and he shouted, what? What the hell are you talking about? He used all his strength to send the blow towards him. Everything ends now. Luan cursed angrily, damn it. You're insane to the very end. Terran wanted to destroy the entire world just because of his jealousy. He said with determination, looks like I have to stop this attack too. I'll have to put all my strength into it. Luan raised his fist again and began. Alright then, for this last time. His eyes were filled with determination. Let's do this together, Draka. Luan and Draka simultaneously raised their hands to meet Terran's attack. He let out a furious roar. He still deluded himself, shouting, in the end, you are nothing before a demon god. I will wipe you out along with those other fools. The people below all looked up in anticipation. Luan quickly denied it. No, the one who can't do anything. He pushed the explosive power back towards Terran and affirmed. Is you. He was stunned and wondered, is it over? Is this really how it ends? Terran cursed under his breath, unwilling to accept it. Damn it. This is damn it. Before he died, he screamed in hatred, even in death, I will curse you, Luan Adele. A blinding light enveloped the entire space. As the battle ended, Draka's power began to fade. Luina ran over worriedly, calling out, Appa. She asked with concern. After all those battles, are you still okay? Luan quickly replied, yeah, I'm fine. I'm safe. His face suddenly turned pale. Luan clutched his head in panic. What is this? My head feels like it's going to explode. What is this unbearable pain? He let out a painful roar. Finally, Luan couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Luina cried out in panic, Appa. She immediately tried to reassure him. Are you okay? Appa, wait, I'm coming. Luan hurriedly shouted, don't come. He tried to stop Luina. Don't come here. You absolutely must not come any closer. Zhang gradually realized, I was too sure of myself. Luan stared at the being before him, stunned. As expected of the dragon known as the most perfect creature, and at the same time, the destroyer of the world, Draka. He thought with some fear, just facing him this overwhelming energy is unbelievable. Luan cautiously asked Draka, where are we? Draka quickly gave him the answer. I'm borrowing your inner world for a bit. I felt that if I just left you be, something terrible would definitely happen. Next, Draka explained his situation. Right now, you are just one step away from going mad with power, just like I once was. His next words surprised Luan. So, no matter what, I had to pull you into this inner world. Zhang suddenly spoke up. So what do I do? It clenched its fists and said, I don't want Luan to go through what you endured. I don't want to see another person lose themselves. Draka reassured it. That's why I'm here, Zhang. He explained, the player artifact connects us. Between me and the little destroyer. Since there is a connection, it can also be severed. Draka bowed his head slightly. So if I pour all my power into destroying it, then nothing will be able to harm the little destroyer anymore. Hearing that, Zhang hurriedly asked, then you using all your power means you'll disappear? He turned to encourage it. Don't be too sad, Zhang. After I awakened as the god of destruction, all I brought was harm to this world. If he can use this power without being consumed by it, he will become a much greater support for this world. Draka continued, severing the player link doesn't mean he will lose his power, so don't worry. Luan called out in a panic, wait, Draka. Before that, I want to ask one thing. He struggled to speak. Out of so many people, why me? I really don't understand why you're doing all this for me. I don't even know if my having this power will bring any benefit to the world. Draka firmly asserted, it will help. He explained gently, I gave you this power because you remind me of myself. Draka recounted sadly, before I gained power, life for me was nothing but pain. But in the end, I was consumed by that power and destroyed the world. You, however, are different. He had great faith in Luan. As a player, I have watched your entire life. From when you had no power at all until now, when you have become so strong. You have always used that power correctly. The next words left him utterly astonished. Unlike me, you will lead the world down the right path. Finally, Draka let out a soft sigh. It seems our time is up. It was nice meeting you, little destroyer. He also turned to speak to Zhang. And you too, Zhang. Draka expressed sincerely, in the past and in the present. Thank you, always. Zhang gritted his teeth. You damn nagging god. In the end, it also had to say a reluctant goodbye. Goodbye, Draka. The sky gradually turned blue again. Luan struggled to open his eyes, a voice calling out in his ear. Luan. Luan grunted softly and found everyone staring at him. Jason scolded him. You really scared me. Collapsing all of a sudden. I thought something terrible had happened. Luan forced a smile. I see. Sorry for making you worry. Zhang stood silently to the side, lost in thought. He sincerely said, and thank you all very much. I asked for help so suddenly, yet you all still came. Tyrion Ignis smiled and praised Luan. Even though it was a last-minute request, everyone rushed over immediately. That just shows what a wonderful person you are, Luan. Just then, someone approached. Sorry to interrupt this heartwarming moment. When they saw him, everyone was startled. Ha! Ha! They cried out in alarm, Your Majesty. The Emperor spoke seriously. I need to see Luan Adele. Jason was so shocked he froze. The Emperor is standing right in front of me. Luan wondered in confusion, the Emperor came to see me in person? He thought in fear, did he come to hold me accountable for defeating his trusted confidant, the Fire King? It's very possible that the emperor can't think clearly right now. He just lost his son, the crown prince. Before Luan could react, the emperor called again. Lord Luan. And yet, he bowed before him. Please allow me to personally apologize. The emperor honestly admitted, the current chaos in the empire is entirely my fault. I failed to see Terran's cruel nature and even gave him more power. And also, he was filled with regret. My greatest mistake was not being able to control my son. The emperor recounted, and just now, I witnessed the battle between you and Terran with my own eyes. He confessed, and at that moment, I was completely convinced. At that time, the emperor had thought that if that man fought for the world, then this world would move in a better direction. He then stated his purpose. So I want to ask you personally. The emperor's next words stunned Luan. Luan Adel, will you agree to become the tower master of our empire's Mage Tower? One night a few days later, laughter echoed inside the house. You're really on another level, Luan. Jason said while drinking beer, I always thought you were on a different level, but to be offered the position of tower master at your age? Luan replied hesitantly, yeah, I never even dared to dream of it. In his heart, he was still contemplating. I've been offered to succeed Fire King Terran's position. Becoming the tower master means becoming someone everyone looks up to. Luan thought deeply. I defeated the previous tower master and traitor, Fire King Terran. And the emperor personally recommended me. If I agree, the position could be granted immediately. He was very hesitant. With Terran Arctemis's rebellion and the death of the crown prince, the world is in chaos. As the new tower master, there will surely be a lot of work to do. I only just graduated from the academy. Can I handle all of this? Just then, someone called him. Lord Luan. Luan was startled. Ah, Lady Irene. She asked with concern, what are you thinking about so deeply? You don't look well. He honestly confided in Irene, being suddenly given such a great responsibility. To be honest, I feel a bit overwhelmed. This is a wonderful opportunity, but I can't help but worry. Hearing that, she immediately made a suggestion. Then, how about a trip? To a place where you can relax without any worries. Luan exclaimed, that sounds great. So where should we go? Irene bit her lip and smiled slightly. She tempted him, how about my place? Hearing this was like a bolt from the blue for Luan. In the quiet of the night, a shout from him suddenly echoed. Ha! The day Luan visited Irene's home was a beautiful day. Zheng perched on his back, playfully teasing him. Luan, you've never even dated, yet you're rushing things right from the start? It looked towards Irene walking ahead and asked, are you planning to go to that girl's house alone? Zheng nodded in admiration. Your friends are really helpful, aren't they? They helped just enough so you two could go on this trip alone. That Jason guy is more perceptive than I thought. Luan asked it back, but why won't you back off, Zheng? Zheng quickly reminded him, hey, have you forgotten? I'm your one and only incarnation, remember? Irene suddenly turned back and called, Luan, what are you mumbling to yourself about? He immediately denied it. Ah, it's nothing. Luan looked at her, his joy growing unconsciously. Anyway, I ended up going on a trip with Lady Irene, just the two of us. He thought to himself, this trip's destination is Rio's. All I know is that it's Lady Irene's hometown, but I didn't expect it to be so mountainous. Even so, there's nothing around here. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed forward. Luan was startled and looked over. He nimbly dodged a kick from the newcomer. An ambush? Aduma remarked quietly, not bad. You dodged my kick. Luan questioned him irritably. Who the hell are you? What's with attacking me out of nowhere? He asked back arrogantly, who am I? You punk! Are you tired of living? Who the hell are you? Luan exclaimed in confusion. What? Irene bowed her head helplessly. Luan, on his behalf, I apologize. Luan was astonished. Ha? What are you talking about? She now revealed who he was. My brother, Irene introduced. Hearing that, Luan was extremely surprised. Ha? Your brother? Then why did he attack me? Aduma suddenly cut him off. You dodged my ambush. That proves you're not some ordinary weakling. He stepped closer to Luan. But seeing you wandering around with Irene, don't tell me you're her boyfriend? Without waiting for an answer, Aduma grabbed his shirt. He threatened in a low voice, then let me punch you once before we talk. Luan hurriedly said, I don't understand what you're talking about, but can you let me go? When he saw what was in front of him, he was extremely surprised. Ha! The system panel displayed 8-star martial artist Aduma Prius. Luan wondered in shock, wait, an 8-star martial artist? Why would someone that strong appear here? Aduma, seeing him just standing there, got angry and scolded him. What? Why aren't you answering? You think this is nothing? Irene was annoyed. Can you stop now? He quickly let Luan go. Irene. She turned her face away and reprimanded him. Even if you are my brother, this is going too far. Aduma was heartbroken to hear that. Right in front of me, you're really taking his side? What's so special about that guy? Irene retorted loudly, I'm the one who saved you. She finally called Luan to leave. Let's go, Luan. What a stupid brother. He quickly replied, all right. Luan worried to himself, the rest of the family should be fine, right? Behind him, Aduma's anger continued to boil. Luan reassured himself, they must be. Just a few minutes later, he immediately met Akan, Irene's father. He slammed a table in front of him. What did you say? He muttered angrily, my precious, unbelievably lovely daughter, Irene, the apple of my eye, brought a man home? Akan's face turned red with rage. Bringing him all the way home means he's here to ask for her hand in marriage? I will never approve of this marriage. The system panel quickly mentioned 9-star martial artist Akan Brios. His shouting continued to echo. If you really want my daughter, then you'll have to defeat me first. Aduma chimed in. That's right. That's how it should be, father. Irene could only facepalm in exasperation. You too, Dad? Seriously. Luan felt a bit regretful. I shouldn't have come here. I want to go home. Just then, someone came to intervene. Stop it. Seda scolded loudly, what do you two think you're doing? Irene finally brings a guest home, and you can't even welcome him properly? She bluntly demanded, apologize now. The two men, hearing this, were heartbroken and called out, my love, my lady. In the end, they still had to bow their heads to Luan. Sorry. I'm sorry too. His mood improved significantly. Lady Irene definitely inherited her mother's temperament. How can someone be so gentle and noble? Luan looked at Seda's system panel. 8-star martial artist, Seda Prius. His smile froze. What kind of family is this, anyway? The renowned Prius clan once possessed vast territories and basked in brilliant glory. But that fame also vanished as they declined. A few descendants wandered around before finally settling in this remote region. Their descendants lived in seclusion in the mountains and forests, focusing on hard training, practicing day and night without rest. But Lady Irene, who possessed brilliant magical talent, successfully became a mage and harbored the ambition to restore her family. After the conflict subsided, Seda, while setting the table, said to Luan, I'm sorry. This is your first visit, and we were so rude, weren't we? She continued, the men in this house are just like that. The two men who were kicked out were repeatedly mentioned. Very emotional, acting without thinking, but they're not bad people at heart. Seda spoke gently, they just love their daughter too much. I hope you can understand. Luan was also very understanding. I understand. A precious daughter like Lady Irene bringing a man home would startle anyone a little. She tilted her head slightly, teasingly. Really? I didn't feel startled at all. Seda believed that if their daughter brought a man all the way home, then she must be thinking seriously about him. She turned to Irene and asked, isn't that right, Irene? She blushed at the question. Mom. That's. Akan suddenly pushed the door open and shouted, absolutely not. He brought a few more people with him and warned, if you want to marry my daughter, you have to defeat us first. Seda was a bit speechless. These people honestly. Luan was shocked again. Who are the people behind them? Does she have more brothers? Akan seriously asked him, you said your name is Luan Adele? Luan quickly stood up and replied, huh? Ah, yes, that's right. He expressed his thoughts, I believe the most important thing for a man is strength, the strength to protect his woman and his family, no matter the adversity. Akan continued, and with that comes a natural sense of responsibility. That's how I live, and it's how I teach my sons to live. He stated frankly, in my eyes, you look like a nobleman. Raised in the lap of luxury. Do you really have the manly strength I'm talking about? Luan just smirked slightly. You're talking about strength? He affirmed with certainty, of course. The thing I'm most confident in is my strength. Akan looked up at the ceiling and laughed loudly. Strength is what you're most confident in? That's bold. I'll give you that. Luan's voice also became firm, not like a joke. If you ask about responsibility, I dare say I'm second to none. And if you ask about physical strength, I'm confident I won't lose to anyone. Aduma, standing behind his father, interjected with a mocking tone, won't lose to anyone, huh? Sounds just like a professional scammer, doesn't it? Isn't it obvious, father? A scammer like him must have seduced our innocent Irene. With that, he flashed a cunning smile. So why don't you prove what you just said? We were just about to go out for a little training session between father and sons. Aduma didn't forget to intimidate him. It won't be easy. Even the skilled ones usually avoid our training sessions. But contrary to the thought that Luan would be scared, he seemed interested and said, sounds great. Luan turned his head and said to the person behind him, Lady Irene, I'm going to warm up a bit. Irene asked doubtfully, with the men of my family? Luan gave a reassuring smile. They only know training, so perhaps the fastest way to get close to them is through training. He then followed the Prius father and sons outside. Before leaving, he added, all right, I'll be back. Seda rested her cheek on her hand and comforted Irene. Don't worry. Looking at that boy's eyes, he'll handle it just fine. But what Irene said next startled Seda. No, I'm not worried about Lord Luan. She asked doubtfully, oh? Then what are you worried about? She emphasized each word. What I'm worried about are those reckless men. Meanwhile, in the forest, loud laughter echoed. Aduma was laughing so hard he was shaking. How about that? The people around him praised him endlessly. A new record. Well done, kid. Suddenly, a voice rang out, silencing the whole group. You boys still have a long way to go. Akan, lying on his side on a rock, sighed. As expected. Reaching 9-star is still a long road. Aduma was impressed. As expected, surpassing father is just too difficult. Akan, however, looked down at Luan below and thought to himself, how about that? The philanderer who dares to flirt with our Irene. He laughed inwardly. That should be enough to crush your spirit, right? Luan then spoke up. Your strength is truly astonishing, sir. He slightly rotated his ankle to get his footing. Luan's voice called out. Well then. The boys whispered among themselves, what is he doing? No way. Is he planning to destroy the entire mountain? A golden light flashed in Luan's eyes, and as he swung his arm, the golden light followed. Akan frowned, watching the unbelievable scene before him, his expression growing more and more serious. It turned out that one of Luan's strikes had sliced through the rock mountain Akan was sitting on. Aduma exclaimed in shock as he watched the scene before him. Impossible. Aduma looked at the clean cut and wondered, a mountain that big, with his bare hands? Luan's expression was indifferent as he heard everyone gossiping. What kind of mage is that strong? In the Prius family, the most important quality in a man is the strength and stamina to protect his family. Just as I thought, they plan to use this training session to crush my spirit. At this moment, Luan was running in the lead. Behind him, Aduma and the others were desperately chasing him, shouting, so you want to fight? However, this turned into an opportunity for me to prove my strength and stamina. He panted and laughed when he heard Aduma's voice. All right, I'll play along with you. A few days passed like this. The whole group lay on the grass, panting heavily. A dark figure stood before Aduma and asked, are you okay? Luan held out his hand and asked him, can you get up? We still have to eat dinner together. He also extended his hand in recognition and replied, yeah. Thanks. Then Aduma asked, are you training tomorrow too? He nodded and replied, of course. Luan suddenly looked straight at him and called out, hey. Aduma, not understanding why his tone was so serious, hummed in response. Luan smiled and made a request. Can I call you brother? He looked at the others behind him, who were scratching their heads in embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Of course. With the barrier removed, the group found common ground and were talking and laughing cheerfully, completely unaware that someone was watching them from nearby. Akan's gaze was thoughtful. He was silent, his thoughts unknown. Time flew by until nightfall. Inside the Prius family home, a surprised voice rang out. What? Really? Aduma shot up and asked again, you were really recognized as the tower. Master successor? The Emperor himself recognized you? Irene nodded in place of Lewin. Yes, that's right. He is the mage who stopped Fire King Terran's rebellion. So being chosen is only natural. Whispers echoed in his ear. Such a formidable person is visiting our home? I get to meet the successor to the Tower Master in real life. Akan spoke with a reproachful tone. Why did you only tell us now? He was a bit embarrassed. If you had told us sooner, we might have treated you differently from the beginning. However, Lewin's words surprised Akan. I don't care about other titles. He exclaimed in surprise. What? He said with sincerity, I want to be recognized by Lady Irene's family. In that process, I don't think the title of Tower Master is important. Akan stood motionless, not expecting Lewin's answer to be like that. Seda covered her face and laughed flirtatiously. Really now, he's exactly the type of person Irene would fall for, right? My love. These words made both Lewin and Irene blush with embarrassment. She stammered, Mom. Akan fell silent again. Everything happened so suddenly that he was a bit stunned. Akan thought to himself, it seems so. It was now midnight. In the large bedroom, each person lay on their own bed. The sound of steady breathing echoed in the dark night. Lewin was still awake. Suddenly, a voice called him. Hey! Seeing Akan standing before his bed, Lewin was startled. He jumped up in fright, exclaiming, Huh? Sir! He gestured for him to follow. Before leaving the room, Akan turned his head and said, We need to talk. The two then moved outside. In the sky, a full, bright moon and millions of sparkling stars shone. As Lewin followed Akan, he wondered, he said he wanted to talk to me. I wonder what about. He stopped and called out, Lewin. Although he didn't understand what was happening, he still replied, Yes, sir. Akan spoke with a serious expression. As I've said many times, Irene is an incredibly precious daughter to me. He turned to face Lewin and asked, Can you take responsibility for a girl like her? Without any hesitation, he replied. Yes, I can. Akan closed his eyes and listed each point. All right. Skill, effort, personality. Even though we treated you quite rudely, your attitude towards the whole family is flawless. He then opened his eyes, and with a gaze that was sharp yet filled with love for his daughter, he told Lewin, But if there's ever a day you make my daughter cry, I won't let it slide. Then Akan's voice softened. Take good care of my daughter, Lewin Adele. Lewin also replied sincerely. Thank you, father. As time went on, it was time for Lewin and Irene to bid farewell to the Prius family. Aduma said with reluctance, Are you really leaving already? That's sad. He promised, Me too. I'll visit again another time. He waved goodbye. Oh my, no need. We'll come visit you ourselves. Aduma's next words made Lewin and Irene freeze in embarrassment. We plan to hold a formal meeting at Adele, so just keep dating until then. She was so embarrassed she became angry and kicked her brother's leg hard in disgust. What did you say? You stupid brother. While Aduma was crouched down, clutching his trembling leg, Irene called out. Lewin. Let's go. Lewin also hurriedly waved goodbye to everyone and replied to her. Ha? Ah, yeah, take care. On the way, after a moment of silence, Irene spoke up. But Lewin? He asked, confused, yes? Her expression was unnatural as she asked, Now that both our families have approved and no one will stand in our way anymore. Irene looked at Lewin with a gentle gaze and asked, So, what are we to each other? Irene spoke up. Now that both our families have given their blessing and there's no one left to stop us, she questioned. What exactly are we to each other? Hearing that, Lewin froze. His face turned bright red, and he stammered, Lady Irene. Irene suggested, Let's date, seriously. A faint smile touched her lips, her voice sweet as honey. Please take good care of me, Lord Lewin. 5 years later at the Mage Tower, she recounted, Just thinking seriously about that time feels crazy. You confessed, Lewin. And I remember every single word. Let's date, Lady Irene. Irene let out a sigh. He wondered, You talk a lot. It's been so many years, and you still remember that? Lewin ordered, If you want to help me, focus on your work. Stop reminiscing about the past. As things stand now, thanks to the Emperor's recommendation, I become the Tower Master. Irene replied dejectedly, Yeah, I know. On his side, since becoming Tower Master, he had led a busy life. Zhang took on the role of his assistant to help with his work. Adele had undergone many changes. Thanks to continuous development, Aden had become a stable and prosperous city. That was thanks to Hansen, who had become a knight of Adele, and with the help of Jason, who was in charge of administrative work. Of course, the one who did the most was still his father. A voice suddenly rang out. Appa! Luan looked out in surprise. Please subscribe to the Lala School channel so you don't miss any exciting videos. Isn't this our Grand Swordsmanship Tournament champion? Luina brushed it off. Come on, Appa. With my skills, that was a given. Besides that, Luina continued to pursue her dream of becoming a swordsman, and a few years later, she participated in the Grand Swordsmanship Tournament again and won. Now she stands beside the Emperor, who has recovered his health. He asked, "So what brings you here today?" She replied, "I came to check if our Tower Master is working hard. And to see how far along your preparations are." Luan was surprised. Preparations? She raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about. He smiled. Of course I know. Luan assured her, don't worry, everything has been perfectly prepared. No one will have anything to complain about. Yes. A few days later in the Adele territory, the people in charge were there giving directions. All right, everyone, don't push. Please walk slowly. Hey, I told you not to push. Luan called out loudly, Hansen. Sita. Hearing someone call, they looked up. Ha! The two of them said in unison, Oh, Luan. One of tonight's stars has arrived. Murmurs of admiration came from the crowd. Oh, that's the Tower Master. That's Lady Luina. He spoke politely, thank you for coming and helping so much. Sita laughed heartily. Among friends, this is nothing. Luan was curious. Especially you, Sita. It's been a while. How have you been? I heard you became the head senator in OIOTA. He laughed and replied, news travels fast, huh? Yeah, that's right. Sita asked, so, how does it feel to be about to get married? I always thought with your talent you'd get ahead, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. He hesitated and smiled sheepishly. Then, suddenly, a loud cry rang out. The muffled sobs of several young men were heard. Irene is getting married? Isn't this too soon? Someone intervened to calm them down. Come on, people are watching. Stop crying. Sita remarked, your future brothers-in-law haven't changed a bit. Luan didn't know what to say other than to force a laugh. He spoke up. It's about to start, so I'm going to get ready. It seems everyone has arrived, except for one more person. They wondered. Huh? Who? Suddenly, an abrupt tremor occurred. People worried, what? Don't tell me it's an earthquake. He spoke up to reassure them, please, everyone, remain calm. It's just the ogres who were invited arriving. An ogre laughed and said, how could we miss the wedding of the little destroyer? All the guests had arrived. Jason also stepped onto the ceremonial stage. He cleared his throat. Ahem, ahem. Can everyone hear me clearly? First of all, I am a mage from the Mage Tower, and today I will be serving as the master of ceremonies. My name is Jason Damon. The wedding will begin shortly, so I kindly ask all esteemed guests to be seated. Jason proudly said, I introduced myself as a mage from the Mage Tower, but in truth, I am better known as a friend of the Tower Master. Nevertheless, it is because of that I am able to stand in such an honorable place today. Thank you. Not long ago, I met the bride and groom. They asked me to convey their thanks to everyone who traveled far to celebrate with them. With us. Well then, let's now welcome the star of today's event. The star of today's event, Luan Adele. Luina shouted excitedly. Appa, congratulations. Thank you. The guests also applauded warmly. Lord Luan, congratulations on your wedding. Jason was excited. Now, let's meet the bride. Irene Brios. Please enter. With her, he was momentarily shaken. Irene Brios. Thanks to her relentless efforts to restore her family, she has become a world-renowned mage, a name everyone has heard at least once. And now, she is about to become his wife. Luan took her hands and looked at her lovingly. He vowed, I promise to be a good husband. Irene's father smiled. All right, I believe you, Luan. Jason continued to lead. Next, it's time for us to welcome the officiant of the ceremony. Today's officiant is a master. The master of the Tower Master, and also my master, Principal Tyrion Ignis of the Academy. The principal spoke. First, as the officiant, I would like to extend my congratulations to you too. The people standing here today have overcome all hardships to be here and stand by each other. Even if similar challenges arise in the future, this couple, united in marriage, will overcome them again. Leaning on each other in times of difficulty and sorrow, that is the meaning of marriage. Now, let us listen to the vows of the newlyweds. Lewin recounted, I still remember the first day I saw her at an antique shop during the grand festival. The thought that I would marry someone who once seemed so cold and stubborn even now, I still find it a bit hard to believe. He turned to look at his wife. Looking back, I think I was captivated by her confidence and intelligence. He affirmed, I, Lewin Adele, will be my wife's closest friend. She also spoke, I, Irene Prius, will be my husband's loving companion. They said in unison, and finally, to all who are present at our wedding today, we sincerely thank you. The fireworks were also set off. Colorful streaks of light blossomed in the sky. Everyone cheerfully sent their wishes. Congratulations, Tower Master. Congratulations, my lady. Even now, he himself couldn't believe that someone as small as him could achieve all of this. It must be thanks to that help. Peace. I ran without stopping, faced countless dangers, but in the end, I completed it excellently. Lewin wished, I wish Draka could have witnessed this moment. A voice suddenly rang out, congratulations. He vaguely recognized it. This voice. He wondered, Zhang, did you not hear anything just now? It turned and asked, huh? What sound? I didn't hear anything. Lewin was stunned, not daring to believe it. But then he smiled. Never mind, I must have imagined it. He reminded himself, if one day in the distant future, someone asks me how I would remember myself today, I would reply like this, not even for a moment. This is an ending that I have fulfilled completely, without any regrets.